Chapter 1. Signing in for 10,000 years, the origin of the system. Sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in for 10,000 years. Because the system has given out all the rewards, the system is given to the host. The young man heard the prompt sound of the system in his mind and was stunned. The still burning cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. The young man stepped on it and stood up. Is this the system? I thought signing in for 10,000 years would give me a universe to play with. This young man's name is Chen Chen. 10,000 years ago, he obtained the God-level sign-in system. In 8 years, he stood at the top of Blue Star and ascended under the attention of the masses. 20 years, unify the fairy world and become an immortal. 100 years, create a virtual world and become the true master of a world. Today is a full 10,000 years. Chen Chen has forgotten everything. He has been at the top for too long. He has forgotten time, his wife and daughter, and the meaning of his own existence. At this moment, the system in Chen Chen's mind was no longer there, replaced by a string of ancient texts. Chen Chen was still confused, but after a while, these words became clear, and countless words were instilled in Chen Chen's mind. Money, power, cultivation. Is this the system? Chen Chen felt his current state, looking at the disc in front of him, with golden lines engraved on it, and Chen Chen understood everything in an instant. The system did not come out of thin air. It turned out that the system was the product of the consciousness of heaven and earth. Each world has its own consciousness of this world. In order to make the consciousness of heaven and earth stronger, plundering is inevitable, so there are mortal worlds, immortal worlds, and demon worlds. The powerful world consciousness created the system in order to stabilize itself. The system will select potential hosts, let them become stronger, and ascend to their own world, and increase their own luck. As for why they can accurately control their own world, it is naturally guided by the system. This is why the system will disappear naturally later. After hundreds of billions of years, the system has derived its own consciousness, created the system kingdom, and can even suppress the consciousness of heaven and earth. However, the system and the consciousness of heaven and earth have always been in a cooperative relationship. The consciousness of heaven and earth takes out the origin of heaven and earth to cooperate with the system, and the system finds geniuses for the consciousness of heaven and earth. Later, due to various disagreements, the world consciousness and the system went to war. The system eventually exhausted the origin of the world, and the world consciousness also regressed 300 billion years to completely wipe out the system. However, Chen Chen's system was very lucky and escaped. However, the original system relied on the origin of the world to exist. Now that the origin of the world is exhausted, there is only one result, which is disappearance. Chen Chen also became a system inexplicably. Hey, I thought I became a god, but now it seems that I just took over a mess. However, this system seems to be the strongest existence among all systems. Chen Chen sighed, and then he saw that there were many things in the system space, all of which were top-notch. Although Chen Chen became a system, these things could not be taken casually. They all had a sign-in point. Chen Chen saw the sign-in point of his system. Wow! There were actually 90 million points. Chen Chen figured it out in a short while. It turned out that the sign-in points of the task rewards issued by the system could be squeezed by the system. For example, if the reward is 500 sign-in points, you can only give 100, or even only 1 point. Seeing this, laughed obscenely. It seems that I can be a capitalist. This ghost system secretly deducted 90 million points from me. It's so abominable. No wonder I always feel that I have so few points. Chen Chen was shocked when he saw something worth 100 trillion sign-in points. What is it? So expensive? Chen Chen was stunned when he saw it. Reshaping the body is worth 100 trillion points. No, I became a system. Why do I have to reshape the body? Funny? No. If I don't have a body, can't I marry a wife? Can't enjoy it? Damn it. This system will cheat me before it dies. I vomited this dog system. I want to earn sign-in points. I want a body. I want to be a capitalist in the system. Let's start with my hometown, China. Damn it. It's so expensive for me to buy a Chinese resource package. It actually costs 30 million sign-in points. Forget it. Buy it. After Chen Chen bought it, there were 900 billion RMB in the system space, many more black tech cars, and a lot of real estate. Then Chen Chen bought all kinds of skills, as well as means to change the memory of mortals, such as hacking, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Now Chen Chen is choosing the host. Chen Chen thought that the system was randomly selected, but now it seems that it is not the case. Everyone has a luck value. The higher the luck value, the more sign-in points Chen Chen gets for issuing tasks. Chen Chen came to Lanqing Huago in just a moment. Seeing people coming and going, Chen Chen seemed to see his former self. The luck value on everyone's head was too low. Many people only had 1 or 2 points. Oh, it was too difficult. However, Chen Chen was a fan of novels before and knew that the protagonists were generally students, down-and-out young masters, etc. Chen Chen scanned the entire Huaguo campus and finally found a person with 99 points of luck. Chen Chen came here in an instant and scanned the memory of this person. This person is called Luo Tian. His parents disappeared, and he grew up with his grandfather. He is currently in the second year of high school. He was dumped by his girlfriend 2 days ago because he had no money. Chen Chen was overjoyed. Isn't this a perfect protagonist experience? Ding! Check the host's serious injuries. Turn on the repair function. Chen Chen has already turned on the automatic mode. It feels too boring for Chen Chen to control it himself. It's better to turn on the automatic mode. Luo Tian listened to this electronic synthesized sound and felt strange. What's going on? This system has a dual personality? Luo Tian saw that the injuries on his body were slowly repaired, which was quite comfortable. It was still comfortable to have a golden finger, god-level sign-in system? Is it the kind of sign-in? Luo Tian just thought about it in his mind, and Chen Chen transmitted the rules of the god-level sign-in system to Luo Tian. Luo Tian can sign in once a day, with a minimum of 10,000 sign-in points, and there is a chance to sign in to use skills. After all, Luo Tian's luck is 99, so this sign-in point is 5,000 higher than Chen Chen's original. But who is Chen Chen? Just give Luo Tian 1,000 sign-in points every day, and squeeze 9,000 directly. Chapter 2. And Luo Tian's injuries were almost healed, and he was ready to go back to the classroom. Ding! A newcomer gift package is presented to the host, Chen Chen said. Luo Tian immediately opened the newcomer gift package. After all, he was penniless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the newcomer gift package. You will obtain 100 million assets and 70% of the shares of Chenhua Group. Luo Tian showed a happy look on his face. Although Chenhua Group was not among the top 3 groups in Jiangling, it was also among the top 10 groups. Luo Tian's cell phone notification rang. Luo Tian took a look and saw that 100 million had indeed arrived. Chen Chen was sorting out the property in the system, space and future plans at this time. What a trouble! It seems that this world consciousness has not completely fallen asleep. Chen Chen also discovered at this time that Blue Star's world consciousness had already noticed his existence. Chen Chen looked at the huge origin of heaven and earth and was a little shocked. It seemed that this Blue Star was not simple. Jiangling No. 1 Middle School, Class 2, Grade 5. Luo Tian quietly slipped into the classroom and sat in that familiar position. The teacher glanced at him and didn't say anything. Hey, Xiao Tian, where have you been? The yellow-haired man in the last row looked at Luo Tian. Luo Jun, it's okay, I just went out for a walk. Luo Tian felt a pain in his lungs when he thought of his ex-girlfriend Liang Shishi. Ding-ling-ling. The bell rang and Luo Tian was still playing with his phone as usual. Luo Jun and a few friends went to the playground to play basketball. Now there were only a few scattered female classmates in the classroom. Hello, classmate Luo Tian, my name is An Mumu. At this time, a cute girl in school uniform sat next to Luo Tian. Hello, classmate An, what can I do for you? Luo Tian was confused. This An Mumu had nothing to do with him. Classmate Luo, are you free tonight? I want to treat you to a meal. An Mumu's sweet smile almost fascinated Luo Tian. Classmate An, there is no such thing as a visit without a reason. I don't think I know you. Luo Tian calmed down. What was An Mumu's purpose? Let's talk about it after dinner. An Mumu said and left. Luo Tian didn't think much about it. At this time, An Mumu added Luo Tian through the class group. Luo Tian looked at An Mumu's WeChat name Sky Blue Sea. Luo Tian smiled. This name is interesting. At this time, An Mumu also looked at Luo Tian's name Zhang Ai Luo and fell into deep thought. At 5:30 in the afternoon, before school was over, a group of students walked out of the classroom and Luo Tian carried his school bag. At this time, Luo Tian was ready to go to his rental house to change his clothes. The taxi stopped in the East District of Jiangling, downstairs of Jiaxing Community. Jiaxing Community is a typical old community with decades of history. Because Luo Tian was too poor, he bought gifts for Liang Shishi with the money he earned from working every time. The remaining money was only enough to rent an old community to make do. Now that I have money, it seems that I have to live in a different place, Luo Tian murmured. Luo Tian walked to the second unit, climbed to the 6th floor, opened the door with the key, looked at the shabby house in front of him, and the garbage scattered on the ground, and felt uncomfortable. Luo Tian began to clean his rental house, and it took 2 hours to finally finish cleaning. Looking at the clean house in front of him, Luo Tian was very satisfied, took a shower, and changed into clean clothes. Suddenly, phone vibrated. Luo Tian looked at it and saw that An Mumu had sent him a message. I'll be waiting for you at Chenhua Hotel at 8 o'clock. Luo Tian smiled slightly when he saw that it was Chenhua Hotel. What a guy! He went directly to the hotel he had just got to eat. He replied, Okay. There were still 20 minutes until 8 o'clock. Luo Tian went downstairs to stop a taxi and headed to Chenhua Hotel. 10 minutes later, Luo Tian arrived at Chenhua Hotel and sighed at the luxurious gate. He didn't expect that he could come to such a place in his life. In the past, Luo Tian thought about working for a lifetime. With the system, Luo Tian's vision began to become higher. Luo Tian was about to walk into the gate when a voice called him. "Hey, isn't this Luo Tian? Come to Chenhua to apply for a job?" A mocking voice came. Luo Tian turned his head and saw a familiar figure. "Liang Shishi, we don't have any relationship anymore. What are you still calling me now?" Luo Tian's expression was cold. You. Liang Shishi was choked by this sentence. Luo Tian ignored Liang Shishi. In his opinion, this woman was not worthy of talking to him anymore. He walked into the elevator and pressed the 8th floor. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Luo Tian was stunned. The 8th floor seemed to be a couple's restaurant. What did Anmumu mean? He walked towards the 502 box and just opened the door. What caught his eye was Anmumu holding a rose in her hand. "Student An, we don't know each other, do we? What are you doing?" Luo Tian was really confused. He just met him and she asked him to come to a couple's hotel? "Student Luo, do you still remember the fire in the orphanage 10 years ago?" Anmumu asked Luo Tian with dim eyes. 10 years ago? Orphanage? Fire? Luo Tian thoughtfully. "Do you remember a little girl?" Anmumu continued to ask. "Are you Chen Chen?" "Impossible. You were not like this then. You have changed so much that it's a bit scary." Luo Tian remembered that 10 years ago, Luo Tian was only 8 years old, and there was a girl named Chen Chen who grew up in an orphanage. Because Chen Chen was picked up by the director, she was named Chen Chen. The orphanage caught fire accidentally, and Luo Tian alone risked his life to rescue Chen Chen, who was only 6 years old. He also fell into a coma due to inhaling too much smoke. When he woke up again, he heard that Chen Chen had been taken back by her family. "Brother Luo Tian, actually I transferred to this class for you." Anmumu's eyes gradually became misty. "For me?" Luo Tian was very surprised. Chapter 3, Advanced Skills of Special Forces. "Yes, Brother Luo Tian, do you remember what you said on my 6th birthday?" Anmumu's eyes were red at this time, and tears were rolling in her eyes. 6th birthday? Could it be? Luo Tian thought about the scene on Anmumu's 6th birthday. "Chen Chen, I will definitely protect you for the rest of my life," the little boy said to the little girl. "Okay, I will also wait for Brother Luo Tian to protect me for the rest of my life." The little girl ate a lollipop and replied happily until one day, a fire raged in the orphanage. Luo Tian was still outside on the lawn thinking about that day. He went crazy and ran straight into the 3rd floor of the orphanage. "Brother Luo Tian, I feel uncomfortable. I feel like I can't breathe." The little girl had black ash on her face and was extremely embarrassed. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." After Luo Tian finished speaking, he picked up the little girl and ran downstairs. The fire rushed towards the two of them. Luo Tian felt as if his breathing was blocked, as if he was about to fall down. "No, I can't fall down. I said I would protect you for life." Luo Tian's eyes were bloodshot at this time. At the last moment, Luo Tian pushed the little girl out of the orphanage gate, and Luo Tian couldn't hold on and fell down. At this moment, it seemed that someone saved Luo Tian. Luo Tian didn't remember what happened. He only knew that when he woke up later, Chen Chen had been taken away. He heard from the dean that it was Chen Chen's biological father who took Chen Chen. "I'm sorry, Chen Chen. I can't accept it for a while." Luo Tian was very sorry at this time. He didn't expect that the little girl hadn't forgotten him for so long. "Well, I can understand." And Mumu seemed to feel that all his strength was drained away at this time. At this time, the dishes were gradually served. Luo Tian was stunned. "Is Mumu so rich?" "Chen Chen, no. I should call you Mumu. Are you so rich now?" Luo Tian asked. "Brother Luo Tian, my father is the richest man in Jiangling City." Anmumu's eyes turned into crescents. "So you are a little rich woman." Luo Tian looked at the happy Anmumu and felt happy in his heart. "Brother Luo Tian, I will support you." And Mumu said to Luo Tian and took out a bank card and put it on the table. "Mumu, I want to work hard on my own." Luo Tian pushed the bank card on the table back, and Mumu had to pick up the bank card and put it in the bag he carried with him. The two began to eat and talked about their recent past while eating. Just as the two were talking, the door was pushed open. The person who came was a middle-aged man with a stubble on his face. "Hello, are you Miss An?" the middle-aged man asked Mumu. "Yes, you are." And Mumu was puzzled. "Who is this middle-aged man?" "Someone is looking for you outside," the middle-aged man said and left. And Mumu walked out after hearing this. When she came out of the box, she saw a young man wearing high-end brands. "Liu Yang, what are you doing here?" And Mumu's eyes changed when she saw the person coming. "Mumu, I heard that you came to Chenhua Hotel, and it was a couple's box?" Liu Yang raised his eyebrows. "My coming here has nothing to do with you. Liu Xiao even cares about this?" And Mumu looked disgusted. "Mumu, everyone in Jiangling knows that I, Liu Yang, like you. Why don't you like me?" Liu Yang was full of confusion. "What's wrong, Mumu?" Luo Tian walked out and saw Mumu talking to a young man. He knew that things were not simple. "Mumu, You are interested in this kid? Luo Yang looked at Luo Tian. This kid has no more than 200 yuan on his body. Do you like this style? Luo Yang looked at Luo Tian in cheap clothes and frowned. Who I like has nothing to do with you, Luo Yang. Mumu was furious. This Luo Yang had been pursuing her shamelessly. She was very annoyed. Let's go, brother Luo Tian. Let's ignore him. Mumu directly pulled Luo Tian to the box. Boy, it's not good to be a pretty boy. I advise you to stay away from Mumu, otherwise you can't afford the consequences. Luo Yang looked at the two people who wanted to leave. Just you? I'll accompany you anytime. Luo Tian was also angry at this time. This rich second generation was too arrogant. After speaking, he went directly into the box. Luo Yang looked at the two people, his face flushed with anger, took out his mobile phone and made a call, with a cold face. It's okay, I won't offend others if they don't offend me. If he comes to provoke me, I will let him know the consequences. Luo Tian has a system. How could he be afraid of Luo Yang? Chen Chen looked at Luo Tian in the system space. This kid really made him worry. It seems that he has to get something to protect himself. Chen Chen looked at the countless martial arts skills and secret manuals in the system, and he felt that none of them were suitable. Although there were martial artists in this world, there was no need for them at the moment. Finally, after searching for a while, Chen Chen found the most suitable thing for Luo Tian now. Ding! The task is released. Please kiss on Mumu. The task rewards the advanced skills of Special Forces soldiers. Just as Luo Tian and An Mumu were talking, the system's voice sounded. Advanced skills of Special Forces soldiers? Is this system so user-friendly? If I wasn't worried that you would die, I would give it to you. Chen Chen secretly complained. Luo Tian looked at the task and felt troubled. He just said that he was not used to it, but now he had to kiss someone else? Brother Luo Tian, what's wrong with you? An Mumu looked at Luo Tian sitting there in a daze. Are you afraid of Luo Yang's revenge? Don't be afraid. I will arrange bodyguards to protect you. And Mumu thought Luo Tian was afraid of Luo Yang's revenge. Luo Tian suddenly pressed An Mumu down. Brother Luo Tian, what are you doing? An Mumu's face turned red and she stammered. Nothing. I'm not afraid of Luo Yang. I think you're so beautiful, Mumu. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and gave An Mumu a small kiss. And Mumu's face turned red, like a ripe peach. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining advanced special forces skills. As soon as the system finished speaking, Luo Tian seemed to be full of strength. Countless skills were instilled in his mind, as if he had experienced many battles. It's worthy of being a system. It's so invincible. Luo Tian sighed. Brother Luo Tian, you're so annoying. And Mumu said and left. Luo Tian looked at An Mumu who was fleeing in panic and smiled. This little girl is so cute. Chapter 4, Waiter? And Mumu went downstairs and got on a Bentley. The driver drove away when he saw An Mumu get in. At this time, An Mumu was still thinking about the kiss Luo Tian had just given her. Her face was red. If she hadn't run fast just now, would she have just... Amber, let's go home, An Mumu said to the driver in front. The Bentley slowly drove out of the underground parking lot of Chenhua Hotel. Luo Tian was still in the box experiencing this advanced skill of the special forces. It's really good. I feel like a macho man now. I really want to fight with someone. Luo Tian smiled. It was the first time in such a long time that he wanted to fight with someone. Ding, the host has one more chance to sign in. The system issued a reminder. I almost forgot to sign in. Luo Tian remembered when he heard the reminder. This should be a good thing. Ding, sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 300,000 RMB. Congratulations to the host for his luck in getting a 4-hour photographic memory experience card. The system voice came. When Luo Tian heard 300,000 RBM, he felt uncomfortable all over. After all, he already had 100 million in his card. What's the use of 300,000? Photographic memory experience card? Luo Tian looked at this reward and was ecstatic. Isn't this a skill of a top student? I never thought that I could become a top student one day. Hey, it's so cool to cheat. Luo Tian finally realized what cheating is. Luo Tian walked out of the box. He had to find a house tomorrow. It was not right to live in that shabby house. As soon as he walked out of the door, a mocking voice came. Are you a waiter at Chenhua? Liang Xixi mouth was crooked with laughter. What do I do? What does it have to do with you? Luo Tian glanced at her and walked straight to the elevator. Xixi, what's the matter? Why are you laughing so happily? A man wearing sunglasses next to Liang Xixi asked Liang Xixi. Mr. Li, Luo Tian is a waiter here. Liang Xixi stopped laughing when she saw Liang coming. Luo Tian? That poor boy? Liang thought about it for a while and remembered that he had sex in the car a few days ago. This boy came to disturb his good time, so he sent his men to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, he recovered so quickly, it seems that the last lesson was not severe enough. Luo Tian, tell me if you don't have money. Why be a waiter? As long as you pass under my crotch, I will give you 10,000 yuan. Liang took out a plate of bills from his wallet and swung them in his hands. Liang, you are so generous. It would be enough to give him 100 yuan. Why give him so much? Liang Shishi's eyes were straight when she heard 10,000 yuan. Liang Shishi, are you disgusting? And Li Yang, are you happy to pick up my broken shoes? Luo Tian frowned. These two people are really haunting. You are good. You are very good. When Li Yang heard about the broken shoes, his eyes changed and became fierce. A biao, ad, kill him. I will be responsible if he dies. Li Yang said to the two strong and round men behind him. Everyone, Chenhua can't fight. Do you want to break the rules? Just as the two men were about to step forward, an old voice came. Several people looked at the place where the voice came from. An old man in tong suit was walking slowly. Li Yang couldn't stop trembling when he saw the person coming, and his eyes were distracted. Old man, who are you? Do you want to take care of Li Xiao's business? Liang Shishi was still cursing at this time. She just wanted to see a Biao and 8A kill Luo Tian. Where did this old man come from? Before the old man in tong suit could speak, Li Yang quickly ran to Liang Shishi and slapped her. Ah, Li Xiao, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me? The slap mark on Liang Shishi's face was particularly obvious, as if it was branded. Little bitch, do you know who he is? Li Yang's hand couldn't help shaking when he hit Liang Shishi. This old man was unhappy and could crush him to death with just one finger. After he finished speaking, he hurried to the old man in Tang's suit with a flattering smile on his face. Mr. Tang, why are you here? The kid just said something angry. Don't take it seriously. Huh? You are the child of Li Tianlong, right? Does your father know that you are so arrogant outside? The old man surnamed Tang snorted coldly and slapped Li Yang. Li Yang was startled and had no time to dodge. Snap! Li Yang's left hand was broken, and he screamed and wailed on the ground. Adi and Abiao walked towards the old man surnamed Tang. Li Yang ignored the pain in his hand and immediately got up to stop Adi. Abiao said, "Thank you, Mr. Tang, for not killing me. I will come to thank you one day." After Li Yang finished speaking, he walked towards the elevator tremblingly. He wanted to leave this place of trouble immediately. Abiao and Ade helped Li Yang get on the elevator. Liang Shishi saw Li Yang leaving and immediately chased after him. "Young man, are you Luo Tian?" The old man surnamed Tang asked Luo Tian. "I am Luo Tian. I wonder what Mr. Tang wants to see me about?" Luo Tian had already guessed something and asked knowingly, "Mr. Luo is too polite. Just call me Tang Long." Tang saw Luo Tian admit it and was stunned for a moment before laughing. Others may not know, but how could he, a senior executive of Chenhua, not know that 2 days ago a mysterious person bought 70% of Chenhua's shares for 8 billion? This mysterious person was very meticulous and all the funds were transferred from overseas. No one knew where he came from. As the saying goes, the more mysterious, the more terrifying. "Boss Luo, please come to my office and sit down. It's just the right time to sign the share transfer contract." Tang Long said to Luo Tian, "Mr. Tang, you are too polite. Just call me Luo Tian. Boss Tang doesn't deserve it." Luo Tian was respectful. After all, from Li Yang's broken hand, this Tang Long was not simple. "Okay, I'll call you Chen Chen." Tang Long looked at Luo Tian's performance and nodded secretly. This young man is not arrogant or impatient, and he will become a great man in the future. Luo Tian followed Tang Long to the elevator. Chapter 5, Secretary Luan followed Tang Long to the top floor of Chenhua Hotel. The first thing he saw was a gold-inlaid pillar with a golden dragon on it. There was a ruby at the dragon's eye. The floor didn't seem to be marble. Luo Tian touched it and found it was very smooth like jade. "Xiao Tian, you have a good eye. This floor is mutton fat jade." Tang Long laughed as he looked at Luo Tian touching the floor and explained. Luo Tian looked at the decoration of the top floor. Even though he had made enough mental preparations, he couldn't help but sigh. It's great to be rich. Luo Tian followed Tang Long to the office and sat on the mahogany chair. "Xiao Tian, this is the share transfer contract. Just sign it if you think it's okay." Tang Long took out the paper contract from the drawer. Luo Tian took it and checked it. He found that there was no big problem. It's not that Luo Tian didn't trust Tang Long. Luo Tian watched the news every day. There were always people playing word games on the contract, so these things had to be guarded against. It's not in vain that people's hearts are sinister. Luo Tian picked up the pen on the table and signed his name on the contract. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Tian, now you are the largest shareholder of Chenhua." Tang Long looked at Luo Tian and laughed after he signed. "I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that an 18-year-old boy would be our Chenhua major shareholder." Tang Long looked at Luo Tian's childish face and sighed. "Uncle Tang, you're joking. Uncle Tang will have to help take care of you in the future." Luo Tian immediately became polite. "By the way, Xiao Tian, this is my phone number. I dare not say anything else. Jiang Ling needs to find me if you have anything." Tang Long picked up a business card and handed it to Luo Tian. Luo Tian took it and saw that there was only Tang Long's name and a phone number on it, without too much introduction. "Okay, Uncle Tang, I'll leave first if I'm fine. I have classes to go to tomorrow." Luo Tian put the business card in his trouser pocket and said to Tang Long, "One more thing. Xiaoqian, you are the chairman of Chenhua now, and I have assigned you a secretary. Tang Long looked at Luo Tian, who wanted to leave, and immediately said, Secretary? Not good, I'm only in the second year of high school. Luo Tian touched his nose. Xiaoqian, don't refuse this. After all, Chenhua is also a well-known company. You have to make decisions on many things, and it's convenient to have a secretary. Tang Long responded. Although he felt that a second-year high school kid could not make any decisions, he should at least give him enough face. Okay, Luo Tian didn't refuse after hearing Tang Long's words. After all, he still liked being a secretary and had no improper thoughts. It was just work. Yes, it was just work. Tang Long picked up the phone and dialed the number. Soon a woman walked into the office. Luo Tian saw her and his eyes were fixed on her. This is too beautiful. Luo Tian thought he had high standards, but when he saw this woman, he felt like his heart was stolen. Mr. Tang, what's the matter? The woman bowed to Tang Long and asked, Xiaomo, this is our new chairman of Chenhua. Follow the chairman as a secretary in the future. Tang Long said to the woman, Okay, Mr. Tang. The woman looked at Luo Tian, her eyes full of shock. This young man is the chairman of Chenhua? You two get to know each other well? I won't bother you anymore. Tang Long looked at the two of them, smiled and left the office. Hello, chairman. My name is Sumo. Sumo introduced herself. Hello, my name is Luo Tian. Luo Tian replied. By the way, I'm still in the second year of high school. I don't have time to manage the company. Remember to report the situation to me. Luo Tian said to Sumo. Second year of high school? Chairman, are you over 18? Can't you sign a contract if you are not 18? Sumo was shocked. This is too young. Yes, I dropped out of school for 2 years, Luo Tian replied. Luo Tian's mobile phone vibrated. Luo Tian picked it up and saw that Anmumu had sent a message. Brother Luo Tian, I'm home. Are you home? Not yet. I'm still doing something at the Chenhua Hotel. Luo Tian typed a reply. Oh, remember to call me if you have anything. By the way, shall we have lunch together tomorrow? Anmumu replied. Okay, I'm so happy to be with a beautiful woman. How could I refuse? Luo Tian also smiled. This Anmumu is so cute. Jiangling, Longtang Villa no. 3 and Mumu had just returned home and sent a message to Luo Tian. Mumu is back. Why are you so late today? A middle-aged man asked. Dad, I had dinner with a friend today, so it was a little late. And Mumu responded. This middle-aged man was the richest man in Jiangling, Andao. This man was a legend in Jiangling City. At the age of 20, he founded Angshan Group. At the age of 23, Angshan Group raised 1 billion yuan, and its market value exceeded 8 billion. At the age of 29, he invested 10 billion yuan and founded Angshan. At the age of 35, he was ranked 8th on the Jiangling richest list with a net worth of 36 billion. At the age of 41, Angshan Group had a market value of over 60 billion. At the age of 46, Angshan Group officially broke 100 billion, with a net worth of 80 billion, becoming the richest man in Jiangling, surpassing the second in Jiangling with 10 billion. When mentioning An Daocheng, the first thing that people in Jiangling think of is a great philanthropist. An Daocheng started from scratch, and the first thing he did after making money was not to enjoy it, but to donate it to build Hope Primary Schools. Within 5 years, An Daocheng built a total of 105 Hope Primary Schools and donated over 100 million. A friend? Boyfriend? An Daocheng could tell something was wrong as soon as he heard it. No, he's my childhood friend, and now he's my classmate. And Mumu's face turned red. Mumu, be careful, I really like him. I'll take him home to show his dad. An Daocheng could tell something was wrong with An Mumu at a glance, and didn't say much. Okay? And Mumu didn't refute and ran upstairs with a red face. Jiangling East District, Jiaxing Community. Luo Tian had just arrived home, took a shower, and lay on the bed. Let's arrange the move tomorrow. It's a pity that we don't have a house. Let's go buy one tomorrow. Luo Tian sighed. Brothers, please give me some recommendation votes. I will try to update more. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 6. Ferrari 488 Pista, A Dreamless Night. At 6:30 in the morning, Luo Tian climbed out of the small wooden bed. Because of his advanced special forces skills, Luo Tian didn't feel sleepy at all. Sign in. The first thing Luo Tian did after getting up was to sign in, feeling like opening a blind box every day. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 check-in points, Ferrari 488 Pista. Driver's license and 20 years of driving skills. Driver's license, 20 years of driving skills? Luo Tian was stunned. This system is really invincible. It even arranges a driver's license for itself. Ding! The Ferrari 48 Pista car key is in the host's pocket, and the car is parked downstairs in the host's community. The system issued a prompt. Luo Tian touched his pocket and found a car key. Luo Tian brushed his teeth, washed his face, and put on clothes as quickly as possible. A man's dream is to have a sports car, and Luo Tian is no exception. As soon as he arrived downstairs, a group of uncles and aunts who were about to go square dancing gathered together. Luo Tian walked in and heard the uncles and aunts talking about something. Lao Zhang, look at this car. It's so beautiful. I want my son-in-law to buy one too. Lao Wang, this car must cost a lot of money. Auntie Wang, let me see, it's awesome, it's a Ferrari. Several students who were going to school also came over and couldn't move when they saw the Ferrari 488. Luo Tian kept squeezing in, but unfortunately the old man and the old lady didn't give him a chance to squeeze in. Luo Tian had a helpless look on his face and could only press the car key. The headlights of the Ferrari 488 parked in the parking space came on, and it felt like a tiger opening its eyes. Seeing this, the people around hurriedly made way. Luo Tian finally walked in, opened the car door, and sat in the main driver's seat. System, give me 20 years of driving skills. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, the driving skills were instilled in his mind, and he mastered them in a short while. Luo Tian started the Ferrari 488. Rumble. Luo Tian felt the sound waves and suddenly felt his blood boiling. Sure enough, sports cars are the dream of young people. There were not many cars on the road. At 6:30 in the morning, there were only a few pedestrians and cars. 10 minutes later, the students at the gate of Jiangling No. 1 Middle School slowly entered the campus. Suddenly, a rumble was heard. The students looked and saw a red sports car slowly approaching. Prodigal, this is a Ferrari. The yellow-haired Luo Jun asked the student next to him, Brother Jun, this is a Ferrari 488. To be precise, it's a Ferrari 488 Pista, and it cost about 6 million yuan. The young man named Langzi replied. The young man was wearing all branded clothes. Although they were not high-end luxury brands, they cost about 5,000 yuan each, which was a luxury for a high school student. Rich people really know how to have fun. They drive a Ferrari to class. Luo Jun would never have thought that it was a sophomore in high school, because a sophomore is only 16 years old and has not yet reached the age to take a driver's license test. It can only be a senior high school student studying abroad or a teacher's. But I have never heard of any teacher driving a Ferrari before, so it can only be a student. Brother Tian got out of the Ferrari. The young man looked astonished. Luo Jun followed the young man's gaze and saw Luo Tian getting out of the driver's seat. Damn, when did this kid get a driver's license? Is the rich man next to me? Luo Jun's eyes almost fell out. Luo Jun quickly pulled the young man towards Luo Tian. Brother Tian, is this your car? When did you get your driver's license? Luo Jun asked Luo Tian as soon as he came over. Yes, my family bought it for me. I got my driver's license when I turned 18. Let's go. It's time for class. Luo Tian responded, took the school bag from the passenger seat, and called the two to get in. The two were dragged by Luo Tian to the classroom in a daze. It was still 7 o'clock in the morning reading time, and the students entered the classroom one after another. Have you heard? Someone drove a Ferrari to class outside the school today. That car is so beautiful. A girl was talking about it in class with great excitement, as if the car was hers. I saw it when I just came here. It's really handsome. It's simply a man's dream. A boy echoed Luo Tian. Luo Jun walked to the last row and returned to his seat. Brother Tian, you are a rich boy? Luo Jun pulled his yellow hair at this time with an incredible look on his face. No, I'm just an ordinary student. Luo Tian took out his textbook and replied. An ordinary student who drives a 6 million Ferrari? Luo Jun had a look of despair on his face. After a while, the teacher walked in, put down the water cup, and started morning reading. System, check the sign-in point introduction. Luo Tian suddenly remembered that there was a sign-in point. He didn't know what it was. Just after Luo Tian asked, the system panel appeared in Luo Tian's mind. Sign-in point, 1,000 points. Introduction, sign in every day, or obtain through tasks, can be used to exchange for system mall items. System, open the system mall. Luo Tian continued. Luo Tian looked at the system mall in his mind. 100,000 cash, 100 sign-in points, God-level skills, 100,000 sign-in points, God-level hacker skills, 200,000 sign-in points. After all this time, these 1,000 are only enough to exchange for cash? Luo Tian closed the system mall. It was too much. What's the use of so few sign-in points? Chen Chen looked at Luo Tian's appearance in the system space and laughed. Boy, you originally had 10,000 points a day, but I deducted 9,000 from you. I'll give you more tasks to compensate you. Chen Chen looked at the more than 30 million sign-in points in the system space and sighed. At this moment, a new product appeared in the system space. Heaven and Earth Origin Extractor, 1 million sign-in points. Introduction, can extract the origin of heaven and earth in the broken heaven and earth consciousness. Good stuff! Buy it. With the origin of heaven and earth, I can show up briefly. Chen Chen looked at the origin extractor of heaven and earth and drooled. Broken? How can the origin of heaven and earth be broken? Chen Chen was puzzled. Hint, the consciousness of heaven and earth will create the sun of luck to improve the luck of heaven and earth. As long as the sun of luck is suppressed, the consciousness of heaven and earth can be shattered. The death of the sun of luck can make the consciousness of heaven and earth fall asleep. Chen Chen looked at the prompt and was shocked. It turned out that there was such a thing. Did they start to create the Son of Luck without a system? Chapter 7 Advanced Special Forces Skills Show Power. Chen Chen spent another 2 million sign-in points to buy the Son of Luck locator. In less than 2 minutes, the locator located the Son of Luck. Chen Chen looked and found that the Son of Luck was also in Jiangling. Ding-ling-ling. Classmates, school is over. Luo Tian listened to the school bell and slowly stood up. Brother Tian, have lunch with the brothers at noon. Luo Jun said to Luo Tian, No, I have an appointment at noon. Luo Tian thought of An Mumu and smiled. A appointment? Girlfriend? Luo Jun smiled wretchedly. At this moment, An Mumu came over. When Luo Jun saw An Mumu, his heart was beating wildly. Luo Jun was about to say hello and saw An Mumu jumping in front of Luo Tian. Brother Luo Tian, let's go. I'll treat you to lunch at noon. And Mumu showed a sweet smile on his face. Luo Jun's smile froze, and he walked out silently. In his heart, 10,000 alpacas were running. Okay, I'll treat you at noon. I don't want to be a gigolo. Luo Tian rubbed on Mumu's hair, and Mumu's little face turned red, and Luo Tian stopped. The two walked side by side, and the campus turn-back rate was 100%, becoming a beautiful landscape. As soon as he left the school gate, Luo Tian, who had advanced special forces skills, found that something was wrong and murderous. Mumu, come with me. Someone is watching. Luo Tian pulled on Mumu towards the alley. His heart was numb when he saw the classmates watching him. What a joke! Going to the alley! After walking for about 15 minutes, Luo Tian pulled on Mumu to the deep end of the alley. Brother Luo Tian, aren't we walking into a trap? Why are we in the alley? An Mumu was just pulled away and had no time to speak. Little fool, your brother Luo Tian is very powerful. Luo Tian scratched down Mumu's nose with his hand. Well, I believe in brother Luo Tian. And Mumu didn't know why, but when Luo Tian was next to her, she was not afraid of anything. Maybe this was the sense of security. Come out, are you still hiding? Luo Tian raised his eyebrows and said to the entrance of the alley. As Luo Tian finished speaking, 20 big men in black appeared at the entrance of the alley, each holding a steel rod in his hand and wearing a mask on his head, revealing only his eyes. It looks like they are professionals. They should be sent by Liu Yang. Luo Tian looked at the neat team. At this moment, a group of big men in black lined up on both sides, and an old man in black walked out of the middle. Mumu, turn around. It's not suitable for girls to watch. Luo Tian said to An Mumu and turned An Mumu around. Luo Tian rushed up directly. Just as a few steel rods were about to touch Luo Tian's face, Luo Tian swept his leg down. The big men in black in front laughed. They were retired soldiers with a very stable lower body. Luo Tian swept his leg, and the two big men in front fell down directly. Luo Tian stepped on a man's face. What? The old man in black was also surprised. This kid has some skills. Come on together. Don't underestimate the enemy. This kid is not simple. The old man in black said to the big men in black. The big men in black rushed towards Luo Tian together. Luo Tian punched out and hit the steel arm of the big man in black. Crack! The black-clothed big man's wetty hand bone was broken directly, and the steel rod fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Luo Tian picked up the steel rod on the ground and hit the big man on the other side on the shoulder with one stick. The big man screamed and fell to the ground, touching his shoulders and wailing. How dare you! The black-clothed old man said and hit Luo Tian like lightning. Luo Tian was shocked when he saw the old man's figure as fast as lightning. This old man was also a special forces level. Luo Tian did not dare to underestimate the enemy. He clenched his fist with one hand and hit the black-clothed old man's fist. Bang! The two fists collided with each other, making a sound. Luo Tian and the black-clothed old man took a few steps back at the same time. Today, they actually saw a high school kid who could tie with this godly old man. Boy, you are very good. You have reached the standard of Dragon Soul. The old man slowly came out. The old man's left arm was already bleeding. Dragon Soul? I don't know. I don't know if I can leave? Luo Tian had no interest in fighting again at this time. Luo Tian's right hand was also trembling slightly. This old man was indeed not simple. Let's go. No one can stop you here. The old man in black sighed. Luo Tian took An Mumu and walked out of the alley. Brother Luo Tian? Are you really the brother Luo Tian I know? An Mumu looked at Luo Tian's face and asked, Of course. Let's go. Let's go and have dinner. I'll take you home in the evening. Luo Tian looked at the cute An Mumu and smiled and replied, In the evening? Okay. I told Anbo not to pick me up in the evening. An Mumu hesitated and agreed. The two walked out of the alley and walked to a chaotic store. There were no good restaurants at the entrance of the high school. Basically, they were old restaurants that had been open for more than 10 years. The two walked in. The old man in black took out his mobile phone and made a call. Brother, the person my nephew asked me to beat is not simple, said the old man in black. Not simple? Third brother, what's wrong? A heavy voice came from the phone. He can be compared to Instructor Longhun. The old man replied, Third brother, you come back first. Let's discuss it. The voice on the phone heard Instructor Longhun, and the voice became uneasy. Okay, I'll go back now. The old man hung up the phone after saying that. If nothing unexpected happens, the contract can be signed in a few days. Thank you for your support. I will update twice a day in the future. I will not delay the update. If you have recommendation votes, please give me your recommendation votes. Thank you, everyone. Jiangling Number 1 Middle School, Chaos Hall. Luo Tian and Anmumu ordered 2 bowls of chaos. Anmumu kept staring at Luo Tian. What's wrong? Is there dirt on my face? Luo Tian was puzzled. I just think that Brother Luo Tian has become so powerful all of a sudden. Anmumu's eyes were full of stars. Luo Tian smiled. He couldn't respond to this sentence. He couldn't say that he had a system. He was afraid that if he said it out, he would be caught and sliced for research immediately. He didn't want his brain to be cut into countless pieces. Ding! Release the task. Suppress the Son of Luck. Reward? Son of Luck? What's the situation? Am I not the Son of Luck? Luo Tian's face was full of question marks. Ding! The host is a person of luck, but not the Son of Luck. Suppressing the Son of Luck will improve the host's luck, and even replace the Son of Luck. The voice of the system continued to come. Just as the system finished speaking, an information panel appeared in Luo Tian's mind. Host, Luo Tian, age 18, luck value 99, full 1,000, assets 100 million and 300 million, 70% of the shares of Chenhua Group. Skills 20 years of driving skills, advanced special forces, skills. My luck is only 99? Full 1,000? Luo Tian felt that he had been hit hard at this moment. Chen Chen would never tell Luo Tian that the system could only find those with a luck below 100, otherwise the consciousness of heaven and earth would find out. Ding! Due to the high difficulty of the task, the host is rewarded with an information board of the Son of Luck. The system voice ended, and an introduction board appeared in Luo Tian's mind again. Son of Luck, Lin, age 18. Background, direct descendant of the Lin family, the first of the 3 major families in the imperial capital. Current location, Jiangling Number 1 Middle School. Luck value 899. Hint: there are still 2 months left for the Lin family trial to end and be taken back to the family. If Lin Yun returns to the Lin family, the mission will fail. Such a coincidence? Also in Jiangling Number 1 Middle School? Luo Tian was shocked. Looking at this Lin family, Luo Tian felt that it was not simple. Lin Yun? I seem to have some impression of this name. Luo Tian thought carefully, as if he had heard of this name somewhere. Brother Luo Tian, what are you thinking about? Anmumu looked at Luo Tian in a daze and asked, Mumu, have you heard of Lin Yun? Luo Tian thought about it and asked Anmumu, Lin Yun? I seem to know this. It seems that he is a useless student in Class 6 of Senior Grade 3. And Mumu thought for a while and replied, Useless? Why do you say that? Luo Tian also became interested at this moment. Brother Luo Tian, you don't know, 2 months ago, Lin Yun only got 136 points in the second mock exam, the worst in the entire Number 1 middle school, and was criticized in a notice. And Mumu replied. Luo Tian remembered it and finally knew why the name Lin Yun was so familiar. 2 months ago, when he and Luo Jun and his brothers were leaving school together, they saw the notice of criticism and laughed at it. Why did Brother Luo Tian ask about Lin Yun? Do you know him? And Mumu blinked. I don't know. I only heard about it from my friends, so I wanted to ask. Luo Tian laughed, and soon 2 bowls of chaos were served. The two ate and chatted, and Mumu was amused by Luo Tian from time to time. The students at the next table felt itchy when they saw it. After all, Anmumu is the campus beauty of Number 1 Middle School. Not only is she beautiful, but her grades are also among the top 3 in the school. She is the perfect goddess in the hearts of the men of Number 1 Middle School. What do they see now? The goddess was having dinner with a boy, and whether she was amused by the boy or not was completely different from what the girls saw. Luo Tian looked sunny and handsome when he smiled, and they all envied Anmumu. After Anmumu and the other boy finished eating the chaos, Luo Tian went to pay first. Luo Tian looked at his phone. It was now 12:40, and the class started at 2 in the afternoon, so there was still more than an hour left. Mumu, let's go for a walk by the river, Luo Tian suggested, and Anmumu agreed. The two walked out of the Chow store side by side, attracting the attention of their classmates. Jiangling City is a city traversed by the Yangtze River. It is now April, and the wind is very strong by the river. Brother Luo Tian, do you know? After I went home, I have been looking for you. When I went back to the orphanage, I heard from the director that you had been taken away. At that time, I felt like the sky had fallen. Until last month, my father finally found you, and I transferred from Class 7 to Class 5. Anmumu finished a series of words, and her eyes were already misty. Mumu, actually I. Luo Tian didn't know what to say at this time. He didn't know that the beautiful girl in front of him had been looking for him for so long. Brother Luo Tian, do you like me? If you deny, I promise to never appear in your world again. And Mumu couldn't help crying at this time. Luo Tian looked at the girl who had waited for him for so long crying in front of him, and his heart ached. Luo Tian took the tissue from his pocket and hugged on Mumu, who was crying with her head down. "Silly, how could I not like you? You're so cute," Luo Tian said while gently wiping on Mumu's tears with the tissue in his hand. "Brother Luo Tian, I like you." Mumu looked at Luo Tian, who was holding her, and laughed. "Silly, I like you too. When did you like me?" Luo Tian looked at the smiling Mumu and laughed. "From the time that little boy rescued me at the risk of his life." Mumu's face was full of love. Jiangling City, Anqi Group. Dao Cheng looked at the information in his hand and frowned. "Luo Tian, Ferrari, Chenhua Group?" Dao Cheng looked at the information in his hand and said, "Chenhua Group had just had its shares acquired by a mysterious person 2 days ago, at a price higher than the market price. Most of the B shareholders had shares. All the funds came from overseas. Judging from the current market value of Chenhua, it would be impossible to get it without 30 billion in cash." 30 billion in cash? What a terrifying amount of assets it takes to come up with this. "Luo Tian, who are you?" And Dao Cheng murmured. Chapter 9. Lin Yun, who was beaten up by a group of people. Luo Tian and Mumu came to the gate of number 1 middle school hand in hand. Their hands were tightly held together, and they did not loosen their hands at all, because of the gazes of the people around them. The classmates around them looked at the two of them. Their eyes were straight. "Isn't this Mumu? She has found a boyfriend. Wow, this little brother is so sunny, so handsome. Mumu is still so beautiful. I'm crying. The goddess was snatched away. Whoa." Luo Tian listened to the whispers of the classmates around him, holding Mumu's hand tighter. And Mumu obviously felt Luo Tian's reaction and also held his hand tighter. The head teacher of Class 5, Grade 2, He Chushui, was counting the number of people. "Report," Luo Tian shouted loudly to the classroom. He Chushui looked towards Luo Tian and at the same time saw Mumu. "Come in," He Chushui said to Luo Tian. In the gazes of all the classmates, Luo Tian and Mumu walked into the classroom together. Of course, they did not hold hands. As soon as they sat down at their seats, Luo Jun came up to them. "Brother Tian, it's worthy of you. You got the school bell so quickly?" Luo Jun said slyly. "Yellow hair? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Luo Tian was so angry when he saw the sly Luo Jun. "Luo Tian, come to my office later," He Chushui said to Luo Tian after counting the number of people. Several male classmates around him who were good friends with Luo Tian smiled crookedly. Luo Tian got up reluctantly, walked out of the classroom, and walked towards the office. Jiangling No. 1 middle school. Luo Tian sat on a stool next to the class teacher, He Chushui, in the office. "Luo Tian, what is your relationship with classmate An?" He Chushui went straight to the point. "She and I just got together and we plan to get married in the future." Luo Tian did not hide it. Luo Tian was not a playboy. Once he decided on someone, he would be with that person for the rest of his life. "Marriage? Is this something you can decide?" He Chushui raised his eyebrows. "Yes, I can decide." Luo Tian's eyes were firm, and he looked into He Chushui's eyes. "You? I don't know how to tell you. Dating in high school is puppy love." He Chushui sighed. He Chushui had taught Luo Tian for 2 years anyway. She knew that Luo Tian was a sensible person, and it was because of his sense of propriety that it was difficult to persuade him. "Teacher He, don't worry. I promise to have enough propriety before Mumu turns 18. Luo Tian looked at He Chushui with a helpless look and said, "Okay, remember your promise, and don't lead Mumu astray." He Chushui could only follow Luo Tian's idea. "If you want to marry Mumu in the future, you must go to the same university as Mumu, so you have to study hard, okay?" He Chushui continued, "Okay, Teacher He, I will definitely try my best to catch up with Mumu." Luo Tian smiled in his heart, but he had to pretend to be serious on the surface. "What kind of international joke is this? I also have a system and a photographic memory experience card. How could I not catch up with my wife? Go back to class, remember your promise." He Chushui continued to emphasize, "Got it." Luo Tian nodded and left the office. On the way back to his classroom, the system issued a prompt, "Ding, please pay attention to the host. The Son of Luck is nearby." "Lin Yun, nearby?" Luo Yang looked to both sides. Not far away, 3 or 4 students were beating a man. The man was lying on the ground with his hands on his head. It was a good opportunity to get close to Lin Yun. As long as he got close, he could slowly defeat him. Luo Tian ran to the boys quickly and kicked one of them to the ground. The other boys looked over. "Boy, are you looking for death?" a boy with a scorpion tattoo said. Luo Tian punched one of them, too lazy to talk to these trash. "Good boy, you wait." The boy immediately pulled 2 people and ran away. Luo Tian listened to this typical villain's cruel words and smiled. The more people said this, the less real ability they had. "Brother, are you okay?" Luo Tian pulled Lin Yun up from the ground. "It's okay, thank you. My name is Lin Yun." Lin Yun got up and put his clothes in order. "My name is Luo Tian. Let's add each other as friends. If someone bullies you, you can find me." Luo Tian seemed to be a boss. Lin Yun picked up his phone and added Luo Tian as a friend. "Brother, I won't say more thanks. Wait for me to go home in the future. If you have any problems, Fine Min, Yun said and left. Going home? Luo Tian smiled and said, I'm sorry, brother, I can't let you go home. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the bell rang on time. Luo Tian stood up, took An Mumu's hand and left the classroom under the gaze of his classmates. Mumu, what do you want to eat? I have to go to evening self-study in the evening, so I can't be hungry. Luo Tian asked An Mumu, whatever brother Luo Tian likes to eat, I like to eat. An Mumu replied with a smile, by the way, brother Luo Tian, I have a birthday next week. Can you come to accompany me? And Mumu suddenly remembered that it was her birthday next week. Of course, I will definitely accompany you and give you an unforgettable birthday party then. Luo Tian smiled and hung up on Mumu's nose. By the way, Mumu, I may have to take a few days off. I have a lot of things to do recently. Luo Tian should also go and see what's going on with Chenhua Group. He also has to think about how to target Lin Yun. These things take time. Okay, if brother Luo Tian is short of money, tell me. I still have some pocket money. An Mumu didn't ask Luo Tian what was going on. Since Luo Tian didn't say anything, An Mumu didn't ask. Little fool, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not a gigolo. Luo Tian responded and took An Mumu's hand and walked out of the school. It's better to write less about campus life. It will be over as soon as possible. Chapter 10. The masses? At 9 o'clock in the evening, the bell rang and Luo Tian stood up, walked to the second row, and held An Mumu's hand. The two walked together on the campus, talking and laughing while looking at the classmates around them. Brother Luo Tian, my home is in Longtang Villa. It will take a long time to walk home. Why don't we take a taxi there? An Mumu told An Bo in the afternoon that he didn't need to pick up the car today. Why take a taxi? I'll drive you home. Luo Tian looked at An Mumu, who was speaking cautiously, and said, Drive? And Mumu was just wondering where Luo Tian got the car when she saw the headlights of a Ferrari in front suddenly light up. Luo Tian opened the passenger door, waited for An Mumu to sit in the passenger seat, then closed the door, and then sat in the main driver's seat. With a rumble, the Ferrari slowly left. Brother Jun. Brother Tian has a girlfriend and forgot about his brothers, the young man said to Luo Jun in the morning. At this time, Luo Jun was still looking at the place where the Ferrari left in a daze. Along, do you feel that Brother Tian has changed? Luo Jun couldn't help but say at this time. Changed? What do you mean? The young man couldn't help thinking. It seemed that Luo Tian had indeed changed. We are not from the same world anymore, so let's have less social interaction in the future. Luo Jun smiled bitterly. In the car. Mumu, I know you have a lot to say to me. I will wait for the right time to tell you. Luo Tian also had a lot of things at the moment, and he was basically overwhelmed. Sometimes, cheating is not invincible. Assets and abilities are inseparable. With his current abilities, he is simply not enough to control these assets. Well, I'll wait for you. An Mumu heard Luo Tian's words and suppressed the questions he wanted to ask just now. After sending An Mumu to Longteng Villa, Luo Tian prepared to go back and think about his next plan. Jiaxing Community Luo Tian took a shower and lay on the bed, thinking about how to suppress Lin Yun. Ding, due to the difficulty of the task, the host professional management team is rewarded with 100 people. Just when Luo Tian was overwhelmed, the system prompt came. Professional management team, what else is so awesome? Luo Tian was stunned. Whatever you want, the system is awesome. Luo Tian looked at the introduction of the two rewards. Professional management team. As the host industry increases, professional management team can provide the best management services for the host. Team leader Chen Ming phone Asahak's 100 people. Each of them has the strength of a soldier king, loves axes, is loyal to the host, and can be used at will. Note, once summoned, they cannot be taken back, and the host needs to provide food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. This is a sharp weapon. This crowd is really a god reward of 100 soldier king level characters. What a bullshit. You can kill them however you want. This professional management team is also good. It can manage the assets under my name, and I can be a hands-off shopkeeper. Not bad, not bad. Luo Tian's mood brightened instantly. Now it seems that he has plenty of time to deal with Lin Yun. It is definitely best to kill Lin Yun. After all, the more miserable Lin Yun is, the higher the reward is, but his luck is so high that it is not practical to kill him directly, so he can only grind him slowly. Suddenly, Luo Tian thought of an idea. Hey, Lin Yun, I'm sorry. Luo Tian took out his mobile phone and called Sumo. Hello, Miss Su. I'm Luo Tian. Luo Tian said to Sumo. Boss Luo, what can I do for you? Sumo replied. Does our Chenhua real estate have a building that has not been sold? How many security guards does our Chenhua real estate have? Luo Tian asked. Boss Luo, wait a moment, I'll check. 5 minutes later. Boss Luo, there is still a building that has not been sold in Tianyu community. There are a total of 160 security guards in the entire Chenhua real estate, Sumo replied. How many households are there in that building? Luo Tian continued to ask. There are 34 floors in total, 3 households on each floor, a total of 102 households. Sumo looked at the information displayed on the computer. Okay, I'll take that one, and I will hire 100 security guards right in Tianyu community. Luo Tian thought about it, and it was just enough. Okay, Mr. Luo, there will be a board meeting at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Will you come to attend? Sumo asked. I will be there on time tomorrow. Luo Tian should also go to Chenhua to show his face. After hanging up the phone, Luo Tian was about to call Chen Ming, the captain of the professional management team. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, I'm Chen Ming. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, my name is Luo Tian. Luo Tian said his name. The system should recognize me. Mr. Luo, it's you. Chen Ming's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. Where are you? Luo Tian asked. I'm already in Jiangling according to your instructions. Chen Ming answered respectfully. I didn't expect the system to be so considerate. People have already arrived in Jiangling. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, wait for me downstairs of Chenhua Group. Luo Tian was going to hand over Chenhua to Chen Ming's team tomorrow. The management system must be a fine product. Okay, Chen Ming answered, and Luo Tian hung up the phone. Jiangling City, Chenhua Hotel, Presidential Suite. Chen Ming sat on the bed, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. It was a close call. Luckily, I didn't say anything too much. Otherwise, I would have been ruined. Chen Ming's management team is the strongest in the country, so he has a lot of business. Just yesterday, a mysterious person paid Chen Ming's management team $1 billion a year for management fees, directly paid for 2 years, and paid the penalty for the company that Chen Ming's team is managing. The funds are all overseas, and it is impossible to find out where the funds came from. If I had a bad attitude just now, I would have been really finished. Mystery makes people scared. Chapter 11. You can get into Qingling University with your eyes closed. At 8:30 in the morning, Luo Tian couldn't fall asleep. After all, he had to get up at 6:30 every day. His biological clock prompted Luo Tian to get up and sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have obtained 10,000 sign-in points, Longteng number 1 villa, and 2 god-level bodyguards. Luo Tian discovered a pattern. As long as he lacks something, he seems to get it by signing in. Ding! Host, don't think too much. The daily sign-in reward is completely random. Chen Chen smiled. What's random? If the origin of heaven and earth was not too important to me, why would the capitalists give you meat to eat? Luo Tian listened to the system's explanation and didn't think much about it. He just thought that his face was pale. At this time, the mobile phone rang. Luo Tian took a look. Wow! He Chu Shui had made 10 missed calls. Luo Tian answered the phone. Luo Tian, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? He Chu Shui's voice was full of concern and asked Luo Tian anxiously. Teacher He, I feel like I can get into Qingling University with my eyes closed. I'd better not go to school for such a thing. Luo Tian was going to use his photographic memory skill card after finishing these things. Now he was in the early stage of his career and had a lot of things to do. Qingling University? Luo Tian, you are dreaming so early in the morning? He Chu Shui smiled. Did Luo Tian still not wake up from his dream last night and take the entrance exam for Tsinghua University with his eyes closed? It was an international joke. Teacher He, let's put it this way. You'll go to school in 2 days, and you prepare the mock exam papers. Let's take you out for a walk. Luo Tian wanted to not go to school openly, but he could only do that if he had good grades, so he decided to show off his muscles. Okay, if your grades are not good, then just come back to class. After Luo Tian agreed, he hung up the phone. Luo Tian got dressed and went downstairs. It seemed that he would have to move after he was done with his work today. Going up and down the stairs was not a long-term solution. When Luo Tian arrived at the gate of Jiaxing community, he saw a store full of people. Uncle Wang, give me a bowl of beef noodles. Add more spicy sauce and no coriander. Okay, Xiaoqian, you didn't go to school today. Uncle Wang talked to Luo Tian while scooping up the noodles. I've taken a day off today. After Luo Tian responded, he found a seat and sat down. Hey, Luo Tian, why are you here too? Just as Luo Tian was waiting, a female voice came. Luo Tian looked back and saw a lovely figure walking in front of him. Xiao you are still working here. I thought you left. Luo Tian was also surprised to see Tang Yu. Before, Luo Tian usually worked odd jobs in Uncle Wang's noodle shop during summer and winter vacations. No, there was something at home before, so I came back after I was done. Tang Yu responded to Luo Tian with a playful face. At this time, the beef noodles were also served, and Tang Yu went to help. After Luo Tian finished eating the noodles, he said hello to Uncle Wang and Tang Yu, then left and got into his car, driving directly to Chenhua Group. Luo Tian stopped in the empty parking space downstairs of Chenhua Group. It was already 9 o'clock, and there were no people outside Chenhua Group. Basically, everyone went to work. Luo Tian got out of the car, looked at the building in front of him, took off his sunglasses and walked in. Hello, who are you looking for? The front desk saw Luo Tian come in and hurriedly stood up to ask. Before Luo Tian could answer, the elevator door opened and a beautiful figure came out and walked towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at Sumo, who was walking hurriedly, and saw that Sumo was wearing typical professional clothes and light makeup on her face. "Hello, Director Su." The front desk saw Sumo and immediately greeted him. "Director Luo, you are here. Let's go to your office first." Sumo was panting slightly, and the ups and downs of the panda were so charming. Luo Tian nodded and followed Sumo to the elevator. Several girls at the front desk started gossiping when they heard Sumo's words. "Xiao Qian, did you hear what Director Su just said?" "Director Luo, I heard that the company seems to have been acquired by a mysterious person for most of the shares." "It can't be this, Director Luo." One of the front desk girls said to another front desk girl, "He looks very young. He looks like my younger brother who just went to college, but he is very handsome." The front desk girl named Xiao Qian was still staring at Luo Tian's back. "Don't be a fangirl. People have gone far away. Director Su has personally greeted them. How could he possibly fancy you?" "Hate." Luo Tian followed Sumo to the top floor, the 66th floor, and walked into an office. The office was not very gorgeously decorated, but it had an antique style. Luo Tian sat on the sofa, thinking about the board meeting that would be held. This was Luo Tian's first time attending a board meeting, so it was of vital importance to Luo Tian. He had to show his skills to many old-timers in the business world, so that these old-timers could perform their tasks seriously. If they were shown a weak attitude, there would definitely be a lot of lip service. In order to prevent these things from happening, the meeting that would be held was the best opportunity. "Mr. Luo, have some tea." Just as Luo Tian was thinking about the meeting, Sumo made a pot of tea. Luo Tian picked up the teacup and took a sip. It tasted slightly bitter at first, but sweet aftertaste. "Thank you. Can you help me pick up someone downstairs later?" "Okay," Sumo said and left the office. Not long after Sumo left, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Luo Tian probably knew who the visitor was. After all, the news that he had come to Chenhua should have reached that person's ears, and he would definitely come to find him. The office door was slowly opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit, tie, and slicked-back hair walked in. "You must be Mr. Luo. I am Shen Ji, the president of Chenhua Group." Shen Ji looked at Luo Tian in front of him, his eyes full of surprise. He had heard from Sumo that the new director was very young, but he didn't expect him to be so young. Chapter 12. Tomorrowling Underworld will no longer be named Lu. "Please sit down." Luo Tian looked at Shenji in front of him and noticed the surprise in Shenji's eyes. It was not surprising. After all, any CEO would be surprised when he found out that his new boss was a very young man. "Mr. Luo, there are a few termites in our group with great backgrounds. I dare not pull them out." Shenji sat down and introduced the affairs of Chenhua Group in detail. "Mr. Shen, the board of directors will meet later." "Okay, Mr. Luo." Shenji stood up and looked at Luo Tian with awe in his eyes. This young man was too cruel. Luo Tian also stood up, and the two left the office together, but there was a subtle difference, Sprawlers. When going out, Luo Tian pushed the door first, and Shenji went out later. After going out, Shenji lagged behind Luo Tian by a few steps, which set off Luo Tian's identity. Luo Tian came to the meeting room first, and Shenji went back to organize the documents, and then came back. There was a large, long table in the meeting room, with symmetrical chairs on both sides. There was only one chair in the front, and there was a screen behind the chair, which was obviously used for projection. Luo Tian walked forward and sat in the chair in the front. Then a young man walked in, who looked only in his early 20s. When he came in, he saw Luo Tian quickly walked up to Luo Tian, his eyes filled with anger. "Boy, this position is not for you to sit on." The young man spoke as if he had eaten gunpowder. "Isn't this the chairman's position?" Luo Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at the young man in front of him. "Chairman? This is Mr. Liu's position. The chairman is nothing." The young man reached out to Luo Tian, trying to grab him. Before he could touch Luo Tian's clothes, a strong wind blew past, causing Luo Tian's hair to sway slightly. The young man's hand broke with a click and bright red blood flowed out of it. Luo Tian looked at the person behind him. He was wearing a black mask, a black robe, and bandages on his hands. These were the god-level guards that Luo Tian had signed in to get, Manhuang and a night fox. However, the night foxes were hiding in the dark. Luo Tian carefully felt Manhuang's punch and was deeply shocked. He would definitely lose if he faced that punch. He was indeed a god-level guard, and he was strong enough. After a while, people came into the conference room one after another. They were shocked when they saw Luo Tian and the young man lying on the ground, and then sat in their seats. Their eyes were mainly on Manhuang, who was 2 meters tall and his black mask revealed his dominance. An old man walked into the conference room and his face changed when he saw the young man lying on the ground. "Xiao Xiao, what's wrong with you?" The old man quickly ran to the young man and supported him. "Old Liu, The young man fainted before he finished speaking. The bodyguard behind the old man hurriedly helped the young man up and sent him to the hospital. The old man looked at Luo Tian, and the murderous intent in his eyes was not concealed. Are you the new chairman? You are so brave, dare to touch my Liuer. Liuer was already extremely angry at this time. Liuer? Never heard of it. By the way, is Chenhua Group owned by your family? You are so arrogant. Does your mother know? Luo Tian crossed his legs and looked at Liuer in front of him. He had just heard from Shen Ji that Liuer was the second in command of the Jiangling underworld. He only owned 5% of Chenhua's shares, but relied on the power of the underworld to monopolize the right to speak of Chenhua Group. If it weren't for the pressure from Old Tang, Liuer would still want to control Chenhua Group. I don't know how high the sky is. I hope you can see the sun tomorrow. Liuer was murderous, but even if he was the second in command of the underworld, he didn't dare to kill Luo Tian in front of so many people. He had already thought about it. At night, he would cut off pieces of Luo Tian's meat, roast it in front of Luo Tian and feed it to the dog, so that this young man who didn't know what was good for him would know what despair was. When Liuer was about to walk out of the meeting room, a voice came. Did I say you can leave? There was a sound of crunch, crunch. The boss in the office felt numb. He saw that Liuer's hand was bloody and was directly squeezed into a meat paste. The meat and bone fragments fell to the ground. Ah, Liuer cried out in pain. Who are you? Jiangling can't have a master. Who are you? The fear in Liuer's eyes covered the pain in his hands. Luo Tian just learned from the system that the primary level represents entry, the intermediate level represents Ming Jin, and the advanced level represents Nei Jin. As for the god level, it is the master. The system display above the god level did not reveal that Luo Tian did not expect that a mere Jiangling underworld would have 3 dark forces. What about the Lin family in Beijing? As one of the 3 major families in Beijing, it is estimated that there must be a master. Alas, I still have to work hard. The water in China is really deep. It's a pity that I can't practice. After all, I didn't practice it myself. It was forcibly added by the system. I don't know anything. What can I practice? It doesn't matter who I am. Just remember that tomorrow, Jiangling Underworld will no longer trust Lu. Luo Tian suddenly had a belief in his heart at this moment, a belief in becoming stronger. He must complete the tasks issued by the system and gain more powerful power. This world is also like this. Speak with strength. What do you want to do? Liuer listened to Luo Tian's words as if he thought of something. Sign this transfer contract. Chenhua will no longer have your shares in the future. Luo Tian picked up the contract that had been prepared long ago and placed it in front of Liuer, who was lying on the ground. Liuer looked at the contract in front of him with his only remaining left hand. Free transfer of shares? You are so cruel. Liuer looked at the contract in his hand, shook his head helplessly, picked up the pen, and signed his name. He knew very well what the consequences would be if he didn't sign, and he was afraid that he would not be able to walk out of this door. After Liuer signed, the bodyguard helped Liuer out of the meeting room. Luo Tian looked at the CEOs in front of him with fierce eyes. The CEOs trembled, and the scenes just now seemed to be replayed in front of them. This young man was too cruel. I will ask a professional management team to assist President Shen in managing the company. Who has any objections? The CEOs in front of him all nodded like chickens. Luo Tian called Chen Ming at the door in, and he took Sumo out. He was not in charge of the rest of the things. He just had to lie down and collect the money. Chapter 13. Boy, I heard you ran into Chenhua Group to steal something? Luo Tian took Sumo to the elevator. Xiaomo, what kind of director are you? In fact, Luo Tian was quite curious. At first, he thought Sumo was just a small clerk. Today, he saw the front desk bowing and calling him director, and he was also quite confused. Financial director, but now he is just Mr. Luo's secretary. Sumo stared at Luo Tian's profile and blushed unconsciously. Luo Tian originally had an upper middle level appearance. After the system was slightly modified, he was even more handsome. I'm going to move later. Do you want to help me move? Luo Tian was thinking about the Longteng number 1 villa he got by signing in, and he planned to move in today. His rental house was about to expire in a few days, and he happened to have a house available, so he just moved out. Luo Tian had been patient for a long time. Otherwise, he would not have rented a house that leaked on rainy days. After all, the monthly rent of this house was only 800, which was already the cheapest house in Jiangling. Moving? Okay, shall we go now? Sumo was still a little confused when she heard that Luo Tian was moving. After all, such a rich young man would not have lived in a bad house before. Sumo had already thought of Luo Tian as a young master from a big family who came out to gain experience. Otherwise, how could he spend tens of billions to acquire shares just after turning 18? Yes, take my car. Luo Tian didn't know what Sumo was thinking. If he knew, he would just smile and say nothing. The two walked out of the elevator. As soon as they walked out of the elevator, a man in his 30s came towards them. The man looked at Sumo first, then at Luo Tian next to him. He looked at the two people talking and laughing with a strange look in his eyes. The man's eyes became very unfriendly. Director Su, Is this the boyfriend you mentioned? As soon as the man spoke, Luo Tian felt a smell of gunpowder. Director Chen, this is my private matter. What does it have to do with you? Sumo looked at Director Chen in front of him and felt disgusted. This man pursued her to no avail and turned around to go to KTV to be free and easy. This kind of man is disgusting. Sumo, I thought you were a white lotus, but I didn't expect you like to keep a gigolo? Director Chen looked at Luo Tian. Although the man in front of him was a little handsome, he didn't think Luo Tian was a big leader. He had never seen such a young leader. Looking at the two people talking and laughing, anger had already rushed to his head, so his words were particularly harsh. Director Chen, right? I don't care about your and Xiaomo's affairs, but you say this to me. Am I giving you face? Luo Tianren was dumbfounded. How did the matter between him and Sumo involve him again? Why was he so despised? Everyone wanted to make trouble for him. Boy, you are so arrogant. Don't you see whose territory this is? Director Chen's face turned red because of Luo Tiantin. No one had ever spoken to him like this since he became the director of Chenhua Group. Director Chen trotted out. In less than 5 minutes, he led a group of security guards to the hall. Director Chen, this kid is the one who provoked you, right? The leading security captain looked at the angry Director Chen next to him and felt that his chance had come. Director Chen is the chief financial officer. Isn't it easy to give him some rewards? The captain of the security team looked at Luo Tian in front of him and saw that he looked like a student. The captain of the security team's smile became more and more brilliant. Thinking that Director Chen in front of him would give him a reward, he must go to Tianshang Renjian to have a good time. Boy, I heard that you ran into Chenhua Group to steal things. The captain of the security team would definitely not chase him away for no reason, and he even thought of a reason to beat Luo Tian. In this way, there is a formal reason to teach Luo Tian a lesson, and Director Chen also has a legitimate reason to give himself a bonus. Stealing things? I'm dying of laughter. I stole things from my own company? Luo Tian was also amused by the security captain in front of him. He now owns 75% of the shares of Chenhua Group. Is there anything he can't take? Your own company? I think you had such a sweet dream last night that you haven't woken up yet. The Director Chen in front of him was also made to laugh by Luo Tian. After hearing this, the security captain not only laughed but also applauded. Director Luo, this Director Chen was sent to the company by Liu, so. Sumo also sneered in his heart when he saw the current situation. Just laugh. The happier you laugh now, the worse you will fall later. Can you call Liu? Sumo, you are so brave. Be careful not to be kidnapped when you go home in the middle of the night. When Director Chen heard Sumo say Liu's name directly, he felt that Sumo was crazy. He had to respectfully call Liu. How dare Sumo? Was it the confidence given to her by Pleasant Goat? Liu, I was wondering why he was the same character as Riji. It turns out he's his dog. No wonder. Luo Tian looked as if he realized it. Captain An, teach this kid a lesson. He won't see the sun tomorrow. When Captain An heard Sumo and Luo Tian calling Liu's name directly, he felt that the two were crazy. Captain An directly signaled to the security guards behind him. Several security guards walked towards Luo Tian with batons, each of them looking ferocious. Luo Tian didn't even look at them. These small fry were not worthy of him making a move. As for Sumo, who had just witnessed Liu's miserable condition, he was not worried at all. Director Chen felt a little strange when he saw the calm looks of the two. Before Director Chen could figure it out, he heard several muffled sounds. Several security guards flew more than 10 meters away and fell against the wall, wailing one by one. How is this possible? Director Chen looked at the wilderness in front of him and felt his scalp tingling. When did this man appear? Luo Tian took out his cell phone and called Shen Ji. Hello, Mr. Shen. You security guards want to teach me a lesson, and that Director Chen said I won't see the sun tomorrow. Yes, I'm in the lobby. Okay, I'll wait for you. Luo Tian hung up the phone after he finished speaking. About 10 minutes later, all the board of directors came down. Captain An was shocked. What's going on? This is not the entire board of directors. Boss Luo, I'm sorry. I was just about to clean up Liu's dog, but I didn't expect you to run into it. Shenji immediately ran over and bowed to Luo Tian to apologize, shocking the front desk staff and the people who had just got off work. I'll leave this to you. I don't want to see him, you understand. Luo Tian waved his hand. He could only say that he was unlucky to encounter such a thing. Luo Tian took Sumo out of the gate of Chenhua building. Boss Luo, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. As soon as he came out, Sumo bowed to Luo Tian to apologize, and there seemed to be tears in her eyes. It's okay. It's all over. Accompany me to move later. Luo Tian waved his hand. If he had to care about such a small matter, how could he be the best in the world? Sumo laughed when he saw that Luo Tian was not pursuing it and nodded. The two got in the car and drove towards Jiaxing community. In the car, Luo Tian picked up his mobile phone and sent a message to Yehu. Tonight, destroy the Liu family. Chapter. The weird uncle next door is speeding in his Ferrari on the road. All car owners who see this car keep a safe distance of 1 meter from the Ferrari. After all, if they hit it, they will have to consider whether to sell their house. Jiangling East District, Jiexing Community. The Ferrari drove into the old community. The bright red paint on the car body was out of tune with the old community next to it. Luo Tian parked in the parking space downstairs. Passers-by kept looking at him. Sumo got out of the car and looked at the Jiexing community with shock in his eyes. I thought Luo Tian would live in a high-end community. I never thought that such a rich person would live in such a shabby community. Got out of the car and took Sumo to the 7th floor. He opened the door with the key and looked at the tidy hall in front of him. Luo Tian nodded. It would be more comfortable to clean it up. Sumo followed Luo Tian into the hall and looked at the moldy wall due to water leakage. Boss Luo, did you live here before? Sumo would never have thought that this was the house where the young man in front of him lived. The whole house only had a coffee table and a bed, and the rest was a bathroom, which added up to less than 60 square meters. Even if Sumo was poor, she could not live in such a room. Well, I used to live on a subsidy of 300 yuan a month, and the rest I earned from odd jobs. Luo Tian sighed as he looked at the room in front of him, thinking about how he was still worrying about the next meal, and he couldn't help shaking his head. He thought he had finally made it. The death of his parents dealt a great blow to him. He had no choice but to enter an orphanage. The fire 10 years ago also burned down his original home. Later he was found by his grandfather and went to Jiangling. He lived with his grandfather for 5 years. During this time, Luo Tian kept asking about the news of his parents' death, but his grandfather just shook his head and said nothing. Until that morning 5 years ago, Luo Tian got up and called his grandfather to get up as usual. Luo Tian pushed open his grandfather's door and found the empty bed. He thought his grandfather had gone out and saw a letter left on the bed. The letter read, Luo Tian, when you see this letter, Grandpa has gone. Grandpa still has an unfulfilled wish. I'm sorry that I can't accompany you. Grandpa really wants to accompany you and watch you grow up little by little. You are born extraordinary, but fate plays tricks on you. When you walked on the overpass, it was glorious. I hope you can study hard and be an ordinary person. Remember, you are my, Luo Tianlong's, grandson. When Luo Tian read this letter, his tears finally couldn't stop dripping to the ground. Luo Tian shed tears twice in his life, once when his parents died, and once when his grandfather left. At that time, Luo Tian felt that the world had abandoned him, and his closest people had to leave him slowly. Since then, Luo Tian no longer has the mentality of a child. He works as a temporary worker and lives his life. Boss Luo, are you okay? Sumo looked at Luo Tian with slightly red eyes, and the dark pupils in his eyes glowed slightly. Sumo seemed to see the tragedy of the world. It seems that President Luo had many stories in the past, and I must follow President Luo well. Sumo secretly swore in her heart that the boy in front of her had experienced things that he shouldn't have at his age. She couldn't imagine how a boy who made 300 yuan a month could survive in this real world. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. You don't have to move the clothes or anything, just take these 2 boxes. Luo Tian picked up a tissue and wiped his eyes. Basically, the clothes here can't be worn. They were all washed white. After Luo Tian moved, he would go buy some clothes. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. Now Luo Tian is also a CEO, and it's not appropriate to wear the previous clothes. Sumo picked up 2 boxes. Luo Tian picked up a box from Sumo's hand and took Sumo downstairs. As soon as he went out, he saw a man with a stubble on his face coming out of a room opposite. The man looked at Luo Tian, and then looked at Sumo behind Luo Tian with shining eyes. Xiaoqian, who is this beautiful woman? Your girlfriend? Uncle Fei, this is my friend. I'm planning to move. Thank you for your care. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. I'll be there whenever you need me. There was an old man living opposite Luo Tian. Coincidentally, the house opposite, which had not been rented for 2 years after Luo Tian rented the house, was also rented. It was the man in front of him. Luo Tian didn't know this man's job. He only knew that his name was Luo Fei. When Luo Tian had no money to eat, Luo Fei would always knock on the door and have dinner with Luo Tian. Moving? Where are you moving to? Luo Fei's eyes revealed confusion, as if it was impossible for Luo Tian to move. Longtang. Just as Luo Tian said the word Longtang, Luo Fei's face changed, but it returned to normal. Longtang. Xiaotian, where did you get rich? Any apartment there costs tens of millions, and it costs more than 10,000 to rent a month. Luo Fei showed a look of surprise. I don't own an apartment building. I bought a villa, Longtang number 1. Sumo behind him was not surprised when he heard Longtang, because with the financial resources Luo Tian has shown now, isn't it normal to live in a house worth 10 million? But when Luo Tian mentioned villa number 1, Sumo's pupils shrank, and his shock was beyond words. You know, there are a total of 36 Longtang villas. each of which costs hundreds of millions. It is impossible to live in it just because you have money. Only those with status are eligible to buy it. Except for the number 1 building king, the other 35 are sold and sold short. It is said that the number 1 building king has been reserved, but the owner has never shown up and has slowly forgotten about it over time. Now Sumo finally knows why Luo Tian lived in this broken place before. It must be a trial of a big family. When Luo Tian turns 18, he will start to inherit the family property. This is also very consistent with Luo Tian's age of 18, which can also explain why Luo Tian took out so much money at once. Longting Villa, number 1. Xiaotian is awesome. Remember to take your uncle with you in the future. Then you move first. Uncle has something to go out for. After Luo Fei finished speaking, he hurried downstairs. Luo Tian looked at Luo Fei, who was hurrying downstairs, and didn't think about it. He might really have something to do. Luo Tian also took Sumo downstairs. Luo Fei left the Zhejiang community, took out his phone and dialed a number. "Master, have you given Xiaotian any funds?" Luo Fei said respectfully to the person on the other end of the phone. Luo Fei hadn't heard about the family giving funds to Luo Tian. Wasn't the family's plan to start only when Luo Tian was 20 years old? Funds? No? Don't you know about the family plan? How could I do it in advance? A majestic voice came from the other end of the phone. Luo Fei explained today's events to the person on the other end of the phone. There was silence on the other end of the phone for about a minute. "Xiao Fei, remember to protect Xiaotian secretly. Xiaotian is a child who lacks love, but this is also destined. He is extraordinary. He may have some adventures. You investigate secretly and report back to the family when you find out." "Yes," Luo Fei answered and hung up the phone. "Xiaotian, you are the true dragon that our Luo family has not seen for 1,000 years. Brother Tianqiao has protected the Luo family for 100 years, but the shackles of the world." "Hey!" Luo Fei put on a black robe and suddenly disappeared on the street. Chapter 15. The owner of Villa number 1 should be me. Luo Tian picked up a bottle of water in the car and handed it to Sumo. He took out a tissue and wiped the slight sweat on Sumo's forehead. "Mr. Luo, you... Sumo instinctively wanted to hide, but looking at the deep eyes of the man in front of her, this instinct was suppressed. Luo Tian looked at Sumo with a blushing face at this time, and his heart seemed to be touched. But at this moment, Luo Tian remembered on Mumu's innocent look and the way he looked at him yesterday afternoon. The touch in his heart seemed to be the coming of ice and snow, and the fire in his heart was covered by the snow. Luo Tian took his hand away and placed it on the steering wheel. Sumo looked at Luo Tian in front of him with a smile on his face, like a cluster of flames looming in the ice and snow. They both didn't speak at the same time. On the other side, the sales department of Longtang Real Estate was particularly lively. "Have you heard? The big boss of Villa number 1 has shown up. You just found out. I knew it this morning. This big boss is really amazing. The villa worth hundreds of millions has been put away for 2 years. Don't say any more. Don't say any more. The manager is here." Several receptionists were chattering about Villa number 1. "Everyone, pay attention. The next Villa number 1 will welcome its owner. Everyone pick up wreaths and follow me to welcome it." The manager had a ponytail, light makeup, and a professional suit, which made him look particularly capable. And the concierge department hold up the highest standard of reception ceremony. "Okay, don't worry. We will definitely make it very grand." The concierge ladies nodded repeatedly. The manager was also uneasy. He didn't know if this big guy had a good personality. The big guys who could afford Villa number 1 were all rich and powerful bosses in their 40s or 50s, and their personalities were all unpredictable. In less than 10 minutes, the entire sales department rushed to the entrance of Longtang Villa Group by car. Because Longtang Villa is located in the suburbs, it took the sales department 10 minutes to get to the entrance. Several security guards at the entrance of Longtang Villa District looked at the dozen receptionists who got off the car and were a little confused. "Manager Zhao, what are you doing?" The security captain hurried out and looked at a group of receptionists placing flower baskets and holding salutes in their hands. "The owner of Villa No. 1 will be here later. I will receive him." Manager Zhao placed a flower basket on the playground and also held a salute in his hand. "Villa number 1? That big guy is finally going to show up?" When the security captain heard about Villa number 1, his brows furrowed. Fortunately, Manager Zhao was here. Otherwise, if he accidentally offended him, he would be doomed. Thinking of provoking a big shot of that level, the security captain broke out in a cold sweat. He must remember the face of this big shot in his heart, just in case. "I will get a photo and post it in the security booth. It's too dangerous." Just when everyone was welcoming Luo Tian, a red sports car appeared in front of them. Luo Tian stopped at the entrance of the villa and got out of the car to look at the scene in front of him. A dozen young ladies in black stockings were holding salutes in their hands with a banner hanging on it. "Welcome home, owner number 1. The smile on Luo Tian's face froze. Why did this look a little Hello, are you Mr. Luo? Manager Zhao immediately stepped forward and asked Luo Tian, without changing her expression. She could never have thought that the young man in front of her could be linked to the owner of Villa Number 1. However, out of professional cultivation, basic inquiries must be in place. I am Luo Tian. If he is the owner of Villa Number 1, it should be me. Luo Tian looked at Manager Zhao in front of him, and he also glanced at such a capable woman twice more. Because Manager Zhao was wearing light makeup, her face did not look out of proportion. Compared with Sumo, the Manager Zhao in front of him was more mature and charming. If you give this woman a score, she should have about 85 points. After hearing Luo Tian's words, Manager Zhao's face changed immediately. The originally calm eyes immediately turned into shock. If she guessed correctly, the man in front of her should be less than 20 years old. So young. Can he buy the next villa? You can imagine how big his background is. Mr. Luo, my name is Zhao Shui, and I am the sales manager of Longteng. After Zhao Shui finished speaking, she winked at the concierge next to her. The concierges were also shocked and speechless. After all, Luo Tian was too young, and was stunned for a while until one of the concierges recovered and was the first to pull the salute. There was a beginning, and the other concierges pulled the salutes in their hands one by one. For a while, the ribbons in the sky were flying, accompanied by a little flash of paper falling on the ground. Mr. Luo, how about I take you to see the villa? Zhao Shui saw that all the salutes had fallen to the ground, and she hurriedly said to Luo Tian. Zhao Shui's voice was respectful. Okay, but I have someone else in my car. You lead the way. Luo Tian looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but laugh. It was just to see a house, but the sense of ceremony was full. Zhao Shui looked at Luo Tian and smiled, and her heart was relieved. After Zhao Shui responded, she got into her Audi A8, and Luo Tian also sat in the driver's seat. Sumo had seen the banner at the door before, so she didn't get out of the car, but she was also shocked by the scene. Seeing a house is so grand? This is the world of the rich and low profile, her eyes full of curiosity. Luo Tian started the car and followed the A8 of Zhao Shui in front. It seems that Manager Zhao has made a lot of money. His cars are all Audi A8. Luo Tian looked at the A8 in front of him and couldn't help but sigh and said, Boss Luo, Longteng is the largest real estate company in Jiangling. It's normal for the manager to drive an Audi A8. Sumo also saw the Audi A8 in front of him and was not surprised at all. Longteng Real Estate has tens of millions of houses for any house, and the commission for selling any house is tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Not to mention the manager. Can you be a manager in such a large group without some ability? That's right, Xiaomo. What car are you driving now? It shouldn't be bad. Luo Tian thought about it carefully, and it was normal for the manager of a large group like Longteng to have money. Me? I'm driving a Volkswagen worth hundreds of thousands now. Although I'm a financial director, my annual salary is only 700,000. I just saved enough money to buy a house, and I'm not going to buy a car yet. Sumo replied. She always wanted to buy a house first and then a car. After all, no matter how good the car is, you can't live in it, right? 700,000 a year? So little? You can't suffer as my assistant. I will raise your salary to 2 million a year tomorrow. Luo Tian raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect a financial director's salary to be so low. 2 million? This is not good. Someone will gossip later. Sumo was also surprised to hear 2 million a year. After all, the company's president Liu Ji only has an annual salary of 3 million, excluding bonuses. Her salary increased by almost 3 times at once, and she got a headache when she thought about the company's gossip. Gossip? I'm the boss. Am I afraid of others gossiping? I'll give it to you. You just take it. Sumo heard Luo Tian's answer, but didn't say anything. Her heart was already in turmoil. What does Mr. Luo mean by this? Is he really interested in me? Do you really want to support me? But Mr. Luo is so handsome and so young. Should I agree or not? As Sumo was thinking, her face turned red unconsciously to her ears. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. Thank you. I have the motivation to write again. Chapter 16. Buying a house, sending the housekeeper and maid away. The Ferrari followed the Audi A8 in front for about 10 minutes, but it was not there yet. Luo Tian looked at the villas in front of him and couldn't help wondering what Villa Number 1 looked like. Since it can be called Villa No. 1 and it is the king of all buildings in Longteng, it shouldn't be bad. About 10 minutes later, the Audi A8 in front slowly stopped. Luo Tian also stopped the Ferrari. As soon as he got off the car, he saw a building that looked like an ancient castle. He was shocked. Zhao Shui got out of the car and trotted towards Luo Tian behind him. Mr. Luo, this is Villa Number 1. Villa Number 1 is right in the center of the entire villa complex, 500 meters away from villas Number 2 and Number 3. It is absolutely quiet. Zhao Shui introduced Villa Number 1 to Luo Tian, her eyes constantly glancing at Sumo. Sumo was indeed very beautiful, with a style hovering between cute and mature. As expected, there is never a shortage of beautiful women around big guys. Zhao Shui has seen all kinds of wealthy big guys come to buy properties, and they are all accompanied by female companions. Luo Tian brought Sumo into the gate of the villa. As soon as they entered the door, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, wearing a suit, came over. "Manager Zhao, this is the owner." The uncle looked at Luo Tian in front of Zhao Shui, and there was shock in his eyes, just like Zhao Shui. "Yes, Mr. Luo, let me introduce. This is Liu Cheng, the housekeeper of Villa Number 1. "Housekeeper?" Luo Tian said that he was also shocked. "Are all rich people like this?" "There is also a butler." "Hello, master, you can tell me if you have any tedious matters. I will do my best to solve them." After Liu Cheng saw Zhao Shui nodded to confirm Luo Tian's identity, he hurried up to bow. Luo Tian was not used to this kind of scene. He had lived a humble life since he was a child. How could he have seen such a thing? "Manager Zhao, you go back first. I will let Butler Lu take me around." Luo Tian looked at the villa in front of him. It was more like a manor than a villa. When Zhao Shui heard Luo Tian's words, her eyes dimmed and she said goodbye and left. Sumo saw Luo Tian send Zhao Shui away and a smile appeared on her delicate face. Luo Tian walked into the hall of the villa under the leadership of Liu Cheng. As soon as he entered the hall, Luo Tian was even more shocked. There were about 20 or 30 girls in maid clothes standing on both sides. When they saw Luo Tian and others coming in, the girls in maid clothes shouted in unison, "Welcome home, master?" "System, did you arrange this?" Luo Tian was puzzled. Even if Villa Number 1 was awesome, it couldn't possibly have 20 or 30 maids and a housekeeper. "Host, everything in this system is of the highest quality, so isn't it normal to buy a house and get a housekeeper and maid?" The voice of the system rang out in Luo Tian's mind. When Luo Tian heard the system's explanation, he immediately laughed. It seemed that the system was really awesome. "Host, please change your mindset and solve the Son of Luck as soon as possible. The Son of Luck is related to the fate of the host." Chen Chen in the system space was also half dead by this Luo Tian. "Mission! Mission! The origin of heaven and earth. Why is this Luo Tian not doing his job all day?" No, Chen Chen suddenly realized that the current Luo Tian was too similar to his previous self. When Chen Chen first got the system, his reaction was basically the same as Luo Tian's. After all, he had no money, and now he suddenly had money. How could he not enjoy it? Luo Tian also thought of Lin Yun, the Son of Luck. He had been busy recently, so he forgot this key task. In order to get rid of Lin Yun, Luo Tian already wanted to know how to get rid of this guy. The key is Jiangling Underworld. As long as Manhuang and Yehu change the name of Jiangling Underworld, he can implement the plan. Sumo was stunned for a while when he saw the formation of maids in front of him. Wow, rich people really know how to play. Can their kidneys really handle so many maids? Thinking of Luo Tian's weakness and dark circles under his eyes, Sumo shivered. "Master, Villa Number 1 covers a total area of 2,180 square meters, of which the garden occupies 980 square meters, and the middle villa covers a total area of 1,1200 square meters. At this time, Liu Cheng had already taken Luo Tian into the villa and introduced the various entertainment projects in the villa. Luo Tian was excited when he heard about the private cinema and private swimming pool. He had to enjoy it. When he arrived at the master bedroom, he saw a bedroom of 200 square meters with a huge bed in the middle. Luo Tian jumped on the bed and the mattress trembled slightly. "Simmons is worthy of being Simmons. It's so comfortable. Xiaomo, do you want to experience it?" Luo Tian lay on the bed and the whole person became a big character, looking like he had never seen the world. Sumo heard Luo Tian's words and couldn't help but imagine what this meant. "Let me experience the feeling of the mattress first, or make preparations in advance." Sumo was still thinking. She saw Luo Tian directly pulled her to the bed. A cry of "ah" was heard. The housekeeper Liu Cheng saw this scene and left the master bedroom expressionlessly and did not forget to close the door when he left. "Boss Luo, you?" Sumo was pressed under Luo Tian. Her little face was as red as a peach, making people want to take a bite. Luo Tian suddenly let go of Sumo. Luo Tian took out a bottle of red wine from the wine rack, picked up 2 high-heeled glasses, and skillfully pulled out the corks. The bright red wine slowly flowed down the wall of the glass. "Have a couple of drinks with me." Luo Tian picked up the high-heeled glasses and walked to the bedside, handing Sumo one of the glasses. "Boss Luo, I don't drink alcohol." Before she could finish the sentence, she saw the faint sadness in Luo Tian's eyes. The words she was about to blurt out were suppressed by Sumo's throat. She picked up the goblet handed by Luo Tian and drank the red wine in his hand. Sumo had to drink the red wine in his hand. After all, the boss had finished the wine in his hand, and he drank a sip himself? Isn't this looking down on his boss? A red rime slowly appeared on Sumo's face, which was very charming. Luo Tian continued to add to Sumo's glass and filled his own glass. "Xiaomo, are you happy?" Luo Tian suddenly asked such a sentence. "Me, it's okay. My parents are very good to me. Aren't you happy, Mr. Luo?" Facing the question raised by Luo Tian, Sumo couldn't help wondering, At such a young age, he had something that others couldn't get in their whole lives. Isn't this happiness? Then what is he? My parents died when I was very young, and I lived in an orphanage before I was 8 years old. Luo Tian paused here, with a sad look on his face. Finally, after a fire when I was 8 years old, I survived and finally met my only relative, my grandfather. Grandpa lived with me for 5 years and finally left without saying goodbye. Do you think I'm happy? Luo Tian finished the last word and continued to drink the red wine in his hand. Sumo heard Luo Tian's experience, as if she was Luo Tian, experiencing despair again and again. But President Luo now has something that many people can't have in their lifetime, and has reached a peak that many people can't reach in their lifetime. So President Luo must be happy. If the spirits of President Luo's parents in heaven see that President Luo is unhappy, they will also be sad. Sumo started crying as she spoke, and huge tears fell to the ground. Luo Tian picked up a tissue and walked forward, gently wiping the remaining tears from the corners of Sumo's eyes. Sumo looked at such a gentle Luo Tian, and the alcohol also came up. With the help of the alcohol, Sumo suddenly threw Luo Tian to the ground? Add one more chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 17. The mysterious owner of Villa Number 2. After a lot of trouble, Luo Tian lay on the bed with tears in his eyes. Sumo's face was less childish and more mature. Sumo hugged Luo Tian, buried her little face in Luo Tian's chest, and held Luo Tian's hand tightly. Mr. Luo, I drank too much and I couldn't control myself for a while, so just... Sumo looked at the tears in Luo Tian's eyes and her heart was touched. She couldn't figure out what was going on. Obviously, she, the eldest daughter of the Huang family, had sacrificed herself, but Luo Tian seemed so aggrieved. It's okay, it's my first time, I'm so touched. I'll take you to buy some clothes later. Luo Tian wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said to Sumo. In fact, Luo Tian felt very sorry for An Mumu. He was a little tearful just now. But since he had done it, there was nothing to regret. If regret was useful, why would he need the police? The two got up, put on their clothes and prepared to go out. Ding! Considering that the host is doing this for the first time, the system will give you a big gift package. Just when Luo Tian just got up, the system prompt sounded. System, no way, even you want to mess with me? Luo Tian was speechless. This system was really a master at messing with people's mentality. But after thinking about it, it seemed that having a big gift package was not bad, so he might as well mess with his mentality. Luo Tian opened the big gift package given by the system. The things the system gave should not be bad. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the Centurion Black Gold card. Congratulations to the host for winning the random cashback card. Luo Tian was shocked by what came out. He knew that this Centurion Black Gold card was launched by the US Yunda Group. Only a few big guys with a net worth of more than 200 billion in the entire Xia country owned it. And you can't get it just by having enough assets. You have to go through various complicated audits. But this Centurion Black Gold card is really awesome. It can advance 10 billion RBM prims. There are also various privileges, countless, only you can't think of it. Nothing can't be done without it. This card is a symbol of status, and it is also a manifestation of wealth. There was a news before. A big boss forgot his car on the train. The big boss took out the Centurion Black Gold card and called the US Yunda Customer Service. Yunda Customer Service immediately notified the boss, and then the train was stopped directly, and Yunda headquarters directly sent a plane to transport the car. This incident made a sensation on the internet for a while, and the heat slowly subsided. Luo Tian then looked at the introduction of the random cashback card, and he was stunned. Random cashback card. After use, you can get 1 to 3 times the cashback for each consumption, capped at 1 billion RBM. Damn, this is a magic card. Doesn't this mean that I have endless money? Luo Tian showed a happy smile on his face and immediately clicked to use it. Sumo saw Luo Tian smile and her heart was also sweet. Sumo thought Luo Tian was going to accompany her to buy clothes, and she was very happy. This was a beautiful misunderstanding. Luo Tian took Sumo out of the villa. Maids kept bowing to Luo Tian along the way. Luo Tian experienced a happiness he had never experienced before. It felt so good. He started the Ferrari and stepped on the accelerator to leave the villa. At this time, in the Longteng Villa WeChat group, Lao Li, have you heard? The owner of Villa Number 1 has appeared. Lao Zhang, you only know now? I got the news this morning. Lao An, why don't you tell me? Do you know who the owner is? Lao Li, how should I know? Villa Number 1 is not for ordinary people to live in. An Daocheng looked at the chattering bosses in the group with a worried look on his face. He didn't know who the owner number 1 was and whether he would pose a threat to him, the richest man in Jiangling. He had visited the owner number 2 2 years ago when he just moved into the house. That owner was an extremely beautiful woman. Even from An Daocheng's perspective, the woman had no flaws. The woman said that she was not interested in Jiangling, which made An Daocheng feel relieved. An Daocheng prepared to find a suitable time to visit Villa Number 1. Luo Tian drifted around a bend, and this kind of empty road was suitable for driving a sports car. Luo Tian also experienced the passion brought by speed. Just when Luo Tian was about to leave the entrance of the villa area, the security captain saw Luo Tian early. Looking at the familiar car, the security captain's dozing eyes immediately widened, picked up his hat and patted a security guard next to him. "Xiao Liu, open the door quickly, quickly!" The security guard named Xiao Liu next to him had just been lying down for a while, and now he stood up and looked at the almost crazy shouting in front of him and instantly opened the iron fence. The security captain immediately ran out of the security booth and saluted in the direction of Luo Tian. Luo Tian didn't pay attention to these. He saw the door open and drove out immediately. "Captain, isn't it just a Ferrari? Is it necessary to make such a fuss?" Xiao Liu said to the security captain while wiping his eyes full of confusion. After all, this is the Longteng Villa district, and there are countless luxury cars coming in and out all day long, such as Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, Lamborghini. Is it necessary to make such a fuss for a Ferrari? "Xiao Liu, the Ferrari is nothing, but we also need to see who is sitting in the car." The security captain took a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. "Who is it? It seems that we all know the owners of the entire Longteng Villa, except for the two mysterious owners, number 1 and number 2. The security guard named Xiao Liu was also puzzled. The most mysterious owners in Longteng community are these two owners. The security captain exhaled a puff of smoke and slowly said to Xiao Liu, "The Ferrari just now is the owner number 1. As soon as the security captain finished speaking, Xiao Liu was shocked. It is rumored that when the house was handed over, the owner of Villa number 2 showed up, and only Dao of Villa number 3 had seen him. As for Villa number 1, the owner has never shown up since the handover, as if the house was empty. But on the day of the handover, Liu Cheng led a group of maids to Villa number 1. The scene shocked all the bosses who came to hand over the house. They thought the owner would also show up. Unexpectedly, 2 years have passed, and even the shadow of the owner has not been seen. Xiao Liu really didn't expect that he would meet the mysterious owner of Villa number 1 again 2 years later. Huatian Commercial Street is the largest commercial street in Jiangling City. There are all kinds of snack bars, clothing stores, jewelry stores. There are countless luxury goods. It is the favorite shopping destination for the people of Jiangling. Luo Tian parked the car in the parking lot. Sumo got out of the car and her arms suddenly wrapped around Luo Tian's arm. Luo Tian looked at the beauty in front of him, and his heart also had an unusual taste. The two walked into the mall. Luo Tian looked at the signpost. The luxury store should be on the 3rd floor. Just as Luo Tian was about to leave, a voice came from behind. "Hey Xiaomo, why are you here?" Luo Tian and Sumo looked in the direction of the sound at the same time, only to see 3 girls carrying large and small bags walking towards the two of them. "Hey Xiaomo, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you found a handsome guy." One of the women in red spoke with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. "Xiaomo, are you here shopping too? Let's go together." The girl in yellow on the left contrasted with the woman in red. Yes, let's go together." The girl in purple clothes on the right also spoke to Sumo excitedly. Sumo looked at Luo Tian, and Luo Tian nodded. "Okay, let's go to the 3rd floor. Let's go together." After Sumo finished speaking, she took Luo Tian's hand and went to the 3rd floor men's luxury goods area. The woman in red clothes looked at Luo Tian and saw that Luo Tian was wearing unknown brand clothes and smiled coldly. In her opinion, Luo Tian was kept by Sumo. After all, he was so young. Her boyfriend was also on the 3rd floor, so she could just mock Sumo. Sumo was the only woman in her circle who was more beautiful than her. Wherever Sumo was, she couldn't shine, so she felt jealous. Chapter 18. A kept gigolo? Luo Tian followed the other girls to the men's luxury goods area on the 3rd floor. As soon as he came up, all the men's eyes were wide open. After all, the men's area was always occupied by a man with his wife or girlfriend, so it was a rare sight for so few women to come to the men's area. Luo Tian and Sumo, who were at the front, were even more radiant. Basically, all eyes were on them. Luo Tian was sunny and handsome, while Sumo was gentle and cute. This made the woman in red at the back so angry that she was determined to make you look bad. The woman in red was thinking of an evil plan in her heart, as if she had seen Luo Tian making a fool of himself, and a wicked smile appeared on her face. As an internal force warrior, Luo Tian in front of him had a strong sense of perception. Just from her tone, he felt that the woman in red was not a good person. Now seeing the smile of the woman in red, he sneered in his heart. "Boss Luo, the one in red is called Yang Qian, and she is sarcastic and mean." Sumo also felt Yang Qian's bad eyes and smile from behind, and immediately whispered in her ear to remind Luo Tian, "I can see that. She has a pointed face and monkey cheeks, and you can tell at a glance that she is not a good person." Luo Tian also put his ear close to Sumo's ear and blew slightly while speaking. Sumo only felt an itch coming from her ear, and her little face turned red. "Hate it." Sumo coquettishly pounded Luo Tian's thick chest. Her eyes were as charming as silk. All the men around her were staring at her. Sumo looked so charming at the moment. As soon as the two of them entered the Armani store, a receptionist came to them and looked at Luo Tian. Although Luo Tian was wearing unknown brands and his clothes cost less than 200 yuan, Luo Tian's temperament was not like that of a poor man. He seemed to have the feeling of a business tycoon. "Hello, sir. Welcome to the Armani store. How can I help you?" The receptionist started with the classic greeting. "We'll just take a look around. You're busy." Luo Tian didn't think of asking the receptionist to help him introduce. After all, his wardrobe at home was empty. This time he came out just like buying goods. What a waste of time to introduce something. With the blessing of the double reward card, he could buy all the clothes in the store. But Luo Tian's words sounded different to Yang Qian behind him. He must be poor. Otherwise, why would he not want an introduction? Yang Qian thought that an Armani dress would cost at least several thousand yuan, and it would be a pity to buy it without an introduction. At least in her opinion, Luo Tian only earned several thousand yuan a month. Luo Tian came to the summer clothing area and smiled at the old-fashioned style of Armani. There was no way. He was too young. In the future, when he had dinner with business tycoons, he had to wear mature clothes. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to see through his young age. Sumo also found that Armani's style was old-fashioned and not suitable for Luo Tian at all. However, it was the same as Luo Tian's idea. As a boss, the most important thing was clothing. Luo Tian picked up a piece of clothing and compared it. He found it good and put it directly into the basket. Then everyone saw Luo Tian looking at clothes, regardless of the price, and put it directly into the basket. The receptionist saw it and ran over immediately. "Sir, there are so many clothes to try. Try them out, and then come to choose." The receptionist also frowned when he saw more than a dozen clothes in the basket. What's wrong with this man in front of him? Why did he take so many clothes? Try on clothes? Who said I want to try on clothes? Luo Tian was surprised. Did the receptionist misunderstand something? He just wanted to pack everything. It would be so tiring to try on clothes one by one. "Sir, if you are not trying on clothes, what are you going to do with so many clothes?" The receptionist looked at Luo Tian's expression and his tone became heavier. Could it be that this man came to the Armani store specifically to play a trick on her? "Hey Sumo, what's wrong with your boyfriend? He doesn't try on so many clothes. He has no quality." Yang Qian immediately turned on the spray mode and sprayed directly at Luo Tian. The other two girls looked at Luo Tian with strange expressions. "Do you want to try them just by putting them in the basket? Can't you just buy them?" Luo Tian looked at Yang Qian's expression, as if he couldn't get out without an explanation. "Ha ha! Do you know how much one piece costs? You bought them all, and you don't even look at how poor you are." Yang Qian heard Luo Tian's words, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Luo Tian looked at Yang Qian in front of him, smiled and didn't say anything. But Sumo beside him got anxious all of a sudden. She didn't allow anyone to talk about Luo Tian in front of her. "Yang Qian, don't you look at yourself. You don't have any serious job. You rely on men to support you every day. You are very glorious." Mo's words were like knives, stabbing Yang Qian's heart. Yang Qian's face turned sideways, but she quickly recovered. "Sumo, don't talk about me. Aren't you also supporting a pretty boy now? You should ask your pretty boy, is he glorious? Also, I heard that Director Chen in your department likes you, right? If I tell Director Chen about this, what do you think will happen?" Yang Qian started to talk nonsense, and after she finished, she took a sip of water to prepare for the scolding. Sumo saw that he couldn't scold Yang Qian, so he was ready to fight back, but he didn't know how to say it. Luo Tian patted Sumo on the shoulder, and Sumo calmed down immediately. "Yes, Director Luo is here. Isn't Yang Qian a jumping clown?" Luo Tian took out a card from his pocket and handed it to the waiter. "Swipe the card. I want all these, and I'll pick some more after you swipe it." The waiter was stunned when he looked at the black card in his hand. Is this man serious? Slap your face and pretend to be rich? If the money is not enough later, I can really laugh for a year. Yang Chen sneered at Luo Tian, and that expression was like looking at a fool. She could see clearly just now that there were 3 pieces of clothes in the basket, but they were more than 50,000. She didn't believe that this young pretty boy had hundreds of thousands in his card. The receptionist responded and went to the cashier with the black card and a basket of clothes in his hand. "Manager, check out these clothes." The receptionist put the pants on the table. At this time, the manager was telling something to a middle-aged man. The manager spoke in an extremely respectful tone and didn't look at the receptionist. "Xiaoye, you check out these clothes first, and we'll talk after you've paid." The middle-aged man looked at the basket of clothes brought by the receptionist and said to the manager next to him, "Okay, Mr. Li." The manager picked up the clothes and calculated the price. He didn't know whether it was because this man was here or he was always so fast. He calculated the price in a short while, a total of 280,000. The receptionist picked up the black card and handed it to the manager. The manager looked at the card in front of him and felt that it was a little familiar. As an Armani manager, he had seen all kinds of black cards, but the one in front of him was a little different. There was only a black and gold background on the card, with only 3 numbers 001 on it. "Mr. Lee, what kind of card is this? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Why is there only 01 on it?" The manager picked up the card and handed it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man picked up the card and took a look. His pupils suddenly widened. Is this the Yunda Centurion Black Gold card? Or number 1? Damn, this belongs to that big guy. The middle-aged man spoke tremblingly. He was from the Li family in Beijing. The Li family controlled 40% of Armani's shares. Many Armani stores in China were opened by the Li family. The middle-aged man remembered that his uncle, the head of the Li family, also had a Yunda Centurion Black Gold card, but it was a number 7 Yunda Centurion Black Gold card. There were only 9 in the whole of China, and any one of them was a symbol of status. However, even the Yunda Centurion Black Gold card had a ranking, and the ranking was determined by strength. The number 1 card in front of him was the number 1 in the whole of China in Yunda's opinion. "Xiaoye, where is this guest? Take me to see him." The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with urgency. Even the head of the Li family had to curry favor with a person of this level. If he curried favor with him, it would be a step to heaven. "Take Mr. Li to see that guest." The manager was also puzzled. What was the origin of this card that even Mr. Li, who was usually as steady as a mountain, changed color? The middle-aged man straightened his suit and immediately followed the receptionist to the area where Luo Tian was. Chapter 19. Returning home to inherit the family property when you turn 18? Armani store on the 3rd floor of Huatian Commercial Street. Little white face, is there no money in your card? The receptionist has been gone for so long? Yang Qian continued to act like a demon. The men who were choosing clothes in the store were all looking at the situation here. They didn't expect that they would see such a drama when they just came to buy a piece of clothing. Luo Tian ignored Yang Qian's words and continued to flirt with Sumo. "Xiaomo, if a dog is barking at you, will you bark at the dog?" Luo Tian stroked Sumo's hair and suddenly asked Sumo this question. Sumo was confused at first, but she understood what Luo Tian meant by that. The dog naturally referred to Yang Qian. "I certainly wouldn't. A dog is just entertaining itself," Sumo replied sweetly and glanced at Yang Qian while speaking. You 2 dogs and bitches? How dare you say that to me?" Yang Qian saw Sumo's eyes and immediately figured out what was going on. She looked at Luo Tian and Sumo viciously. If looks could kill, they would probably be wiped out. At this moment, the receptionist who had just arrived came over. Yang Qian saw the receptionist with a sneer on her face and immediately stepped forward. "Miss, is there no money in this pretty boy's card?" Before the receptionist could answer, the middle-aged man heard this and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "This woman is crazy. This Yunda Centurion Black Gold card can overdraw 10 billion RMB even if she has no money, not to mention a few clothes. Even if she buys the store, it's just a matter of swiping it." "Sir, is this card yours?" The middle-aged man looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a confused look on his face. "What's going on? I can't really swipe this card, right? Didn't I just transfer 100 million to it? It's mine. What's wrong?" "Sir, I'm the manager of this Armani store. My name is Li Bowen. Since you have a Centurion Black Gold card, your first visit to our store is free of charge." As for the free charge, it was all made up by Li Bowen. If he didn't make it up, how could he leave a good impression on this big shot? As for why Li Bowen didn't doubt whether Luo Tian was the owner of this card, is this a joke? This is the number 1 Yunda Centurion Black Gold card. Who wouldn't treasure it? Would he drop it or give it to a younger generation? Hearing Li Bowen's words, Yang Qian was struck by a bolt from the blue. Yang Qian fell to the ground all of a sudden, her mouth still trembling. How is it possible? How is it possible to be a Centurion Black Gold card? As a qualified gold digger, she naturally knew what the Centurion Black Gold card was. There were only 9 such cards in China, and each one was extremely precious. She couldn't believe it now that Luo Tian, who was so young in front of her, was actually the owner of a Centurion Black Gold card. She really hit the titanium alloy plate. "Xiaoye, please ask this lady to leave." As a direct descendant of the Li family, Li Bowen was not a fool and could tell what had happened at a glance. Li Bowen said to the manager who had just followed him, emphasizing the word please. When the manager heard that the boss had spoken, he directly called 2 receptionists and dragged Yang Qian, who looked decadent, out. "Sir, what is your name? Let's add each other as friends. When you are free, I will treat you to dinner." Li Bowen's face was full of flattery. To outsiders, Luo Tian was like Li Bowen's father. "Excuse me, Mr. Li, it's okay to give me a free meal. I don't like to get things for free. I plan to buy a lot of clothes, pants, and shoes. My closet at home is empty. Luo Tian thought that he had a random but cashback card, and he wanted to give me a free meal? Isn't this cutting off my financial resources? Okay, then Mr. Luo buys clothes first, and I'll leave first. Li Bowen left immediately after he finished speaking, as if he heard the voice of some devil. After Li Bowen walked out of the Armani store, the cold sweat on his back had already soaked his back. Luo, is it the Luo family in China? Too terrible, I have to provide for Mr. Luo in the future, because that's the Luo family. Li Bowen thought about the tragedy in Longjing that had happened before, which shocked Longjing for 3 years. Originally, there were 5 wealthy families in Longjing, not the 4 wealthy families, namely Liu, Zhang, Li, Qian, Shui. Among them, the Qian family was the largest, controlling 20% of the economy of the entire China. One day, the Qian family discovered that it was not their own family that controlled the most economy in China, but a mysterious force on the other end. This mysterious force conservatively estimated that at least 50% of the economy of China. Because the Qian family was in a high position and was accustomed to the position of overlord, and they also controlled the power in the military, they actually wanted to directly occupy the economic position of this mysterious force and mobilize the power of the country. As a result, the entire Qian family evaporated overnight, and a note was left at the gate of the Qian family compound. Those who offend my Luo family must be punished. Since then, no one dared to be arrogant and domineering. It turned out that there was such a family in China. The first family in Longjing evaporated overnight, and the other 4 major families merged, forming a situation of 4 major families standing side by side. But they all knew very well that as long as the Luo family wanted, let alone fighting one by one, even if the 4 major families were combined, it would be like a meat bun hitting a dog, and there would be no return. After several years of exploration, they found that the power controlled by the Luo family was not as simple as they thought. Thinking of this, Li Bowen hurriedly took out his mobile phone and called the head of the family, Li Bokai. "Hello, head of the family. Do you know what I just saw? Xiaowen, are you still keeping me in suspense?" A majestic voice came from the other end of the phone, which scared Li Bowen so much that he spit it out immediately. The other end of the phone was silent for several minutes. "Xiaowen, are you sure it's the young master of the Luo family?" "Head of the family? No Yunda black gold card? Isn't this the best explanation? Who else can have this kind of power besides the young master of the Luo family?" Li Bowen couldn't help but sigh when he thought about Luo Tian's appearance. He was born a prince of ancient Rome. "Give me the photo of the young master of the Luo family. I will send it out. Whoever messes with the young master of the Luo family should be prepared to sink into the river." After Li Bowen agreed, he hung up the phone and opened Luo Tian's Feishun. He was stunned when he saw Luo Tian's circle of friends. March 26th. Today is another day of eating instant noodles, with a picture of instant noodles underneath. March 17th. This haunted house started to leak again, with a picture of the roof of an old house leaking. March 8th. It was another cool day, with a selfie. In this photo, Luo Tian pouted his lips and looked very coquettish. Although Li Bowen didn't want to use this picture, he couldn't find a normal picture. "So let's use this one." Li Bowen was speechless, but after seeing the happy birthday on April 7th and happy 18th, he felt relieved. It turned out that the old families like to raise children in poverty and wait until they are 18 to start inheriting property. Longjing, Li family manor. Li Bokai saw the picture sent by Li Bowen, and his old mouth twitched. Is this the young master of the Luo family that Bowen mentioned? The little mouth is pouting. However, Li Bokai knew what was going on the moment he saw the happy birthday sent by Luo Tian's friend. It turned out that he would inherit the family property at the age of 18. From then on, the seed of inheriting the family property at the age of 18 was planted in Li Bokai's heart. Chapter 20. The street sweeper of Huatian Commercial Street. Luo Tian was still in the Armani store in Huatian Commercial Street. He directly bought 20 sets of clothes, pants, and shoes in the store. When checking out, the manager insisted on giving a discount. Luo Tian had no choice but to pay only 3.18 million in the end. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the consumption cashback reward. The reward coefficient is tripled. The system notification tone just ended, and Luo Tian's cell phone rang. Looking at the bank card payment information, Luo Tian was excited. He would do a big sweep today, fill up all the storage rooms, and buy things to his heart's content. After Luo Tian finished speaking the delivery address, he left the Armani store under the envious gaze of everyone. "Xiaomo, let me take you to see some women's clothing." Luo Tian remembered that he had to take Sumo to buy clothes today, so he brought it up now. "Mr. Luo, let me buy you some first. Armani is not suitable for you." Sumo looked at a row of Armani clothes. The more she looked at them, the more old-fashioned they looked. However, after Luo Tian put them on, she felt mature. Luo Tian nodded. It seemed that he also had to buy some clothes for young people. After all, he was a young man. Yang Chen has this day. It's a relief. That's right, Xiaomo's boyfriend is still amazing, and he's so handsome. Let's see how Yang Chen will brag in front of us in the future. The two girls behind them looked at Luo Tian and Sumo, and chattered in the back. Momo, we'll leave first. You have to treat us to dinner next time. Yes, you found such a good boyfriend. You must treat me to a meal. The two girls looked at the two men and left. Otherwise, they would be a light bulb here. But in their hearts, Luo Tian has been labeled as a perfect boyfriend. Compared with their own boyfriends, what kind of rubbish is that? Sumo nodded and said goodbye to the two girls. Your two friends are good, but Yang Qian is really a crazy woman. Luo Tian looked at the two sensible girls and nodded. They are all friends, so why would there be a woman like Yang Qian? Yang Qian is just jealous. She always thinks that I have snatched away the glory that she deserves. Sumo recalled Yang Qian's shrewish manner and shook her head. At first, Sumo did not know Yang Qian, but she met her friend at a birthday party. She was wearing a ball gown, which really caught everyone's attention at that time. Just when Yang Qian was enjoying everyone's envy and admiring gazes, Sumo walked into the venue without makeup. Her pure and charming face instantly shifted the focus. From then on, Yang Qian often invited Sumo or a few friends, and each time she showed off her wealth. However, Yang's money was given by her boyfriend. In other words, a vampire would suck a person dry and then replace him directly. As long as Yang Qian targeted them, either their wallets were thick or their families were broken up. Let's not talk about this kind of people. Accompany me to Louis Vuitton to have a look. Luo Tian really didn't want to mention Yang Qian at this moment. She was a disgusting person just by looking at her. Sumo nodded and took Luo Tian's hand and walked into the Louis Vuitton store. The receptionist saw the two of them coming in and hurried to greet them. Luo Tian had already changed into the limited edition suit from Armani's store. His whole temperament changed instantly, so the receptionist's eyes were different at this moment, and he was respectful. As expected, in this world, clothes should be looked at first. Luo Tian picked out 10 sets of clothes and shoes, swiped his card to pay and left. He did it in one go and stunned all the guests and receptionists in the store. Is he so generous? Then they went to the Gucci store, and it was the same old process. Before he knew it, Luo Tian became famous in the men's clothing area on the 3rd floor of Huatian Commercial Street. The men's clothing area on the 3rd floor gave Luo Tian a nice name, the Shopping King. Luo Tian bought 60 sets of various luxury men's clothing, spending a total of 5.68 million. As expected, he got 3 times the cash back. After buying men's clothing, Luo Tian was ready to take Sumo to the women's clothing area. The luxury women's clothing area was on the 4th floor. They walked up the elevator together. Sumo was also enlightened today. She finally knew how rich people buy clothes. They didn't need to try them on, but just swiped their cards. Boss Luo, don't buy so many for me later. I can't fit them at home. Sumo felt a tingling sensation on her scalp when she thought about Luo Tian shopping for her later. Her house was only more than 100 square meters, and the wardrobe was not that big. A wardrobe room in Longteng No. 1 Villa was 80 square meters, so it was easy to buy dozens of sets and put them away. Silly girl, don't call me Boss Luo in the future. Just call me by my name or Chen Chen. Calling me Boss Luo is too distant. There is one more thing Luo Tian didn't say. If he keeps calling Sumo Boss Luo, won't it make people think the wrong thing? People who don't know would think that he has supported Sumo. Luo Tian is a good man and will never let this happen. As for buying clothes, just buy them if you like them. Don't worry about the money. Luo Tian also thought of Sumo's difficulties. After all, his house is empty. Sumo probably has a lot of clothes at home and can't put too many. Yeah, thank you, Xiaoqian. Sumo looked at Luo Tian at this time, with stronger love. She stood on tiptoes and put her red lips on Luo Tian's mouth. Luo Tian immediately felt a gentle touch on his mouth, and his brain went blank. The men and women in the elevator looked at the two of them and turned their heads away silently. Killing a dog in public? Is it really okay? Luo Tian brought Sumo to the Chanel store. Before Luo Tian could open the door, the receptionist had already opened it. Welcome to Chanel. How can I help you? The receptionist's eyes lit up when he saw the two people coming in. After all, Luo Tian knew they were customers with purchasing power at first sight. Luo Tian waved his hand and took Sumo to shop in the Chanel store. The receptionist at the Chanel store did not leave, but followed the two people. This is the difference between a men's clothing store and a women's clothing store. Men may buy clothes without being introduced, but women will always be reluctant to buy luxury goods. This is when the receptionist's role is reflected. The receptionist will go up and praise the woman, and the woman will buy a few pieces unknowingly. Luo Tian picked up a white skirt and compared it in front of Sumo. Just as he was about to put it in the basket, Sumo snatched it from his hand. Xiao Tian, I want to try it. I'm not you. Sumo stuck out her tongue while speaking, and then took the skirt to the fitting room. Luo Tian also sat on the stool at the door of the fitting room and waited for Sumo. At this time, two young ladies with a 70% appearance noticed Luo Tian. Xiao Qi, there is a handsome guy over there, wearing Armani and looks quite rich. Do you want to try? One of the young ladies whispered in the ear of the young lady named Xiao Qi. Xiao Li, are you stupid? You must have a girlfriend if you come to Chanel. Xiao Qi looked at Xiao Li and pouted. You are not married again. I looked carefully and there is no ring. There are fewer and fewer high-quality boys now. You must seize the opportunity. Xiao Li looked at Xiao Qi next to her with an expression that she was incorrigible. Xiao Qi thought about it, and it was true. If you are not married, you haven't reached the last step, right? Why don't you try it yourself, just in case you succeed? Xiao Qi walked towards Luo Tian, and Luo Tian also noticed Xiao Qi. Brother, add me as a friend. Xiao Qi was the shy type, with a blush on her face while speaking. Sorry, I have a girlfriend. Luo Tian lowered his head and looked at his phone without raising his head. Just when Xiao Qi wanted to speak, Sumo came out after changing her clothes. She knew the situation in front of her and looked at Luo Tian, who didn't even raise his head, and her heart was moved. Honey, does this skirt look good? Sumo also walked in front of Luo Tian loudly. Xiao Qi was also surprised when she looked at Sumo in front of her. She was too beautiful, like a fairy who walked out of a painting. Xiao Qi smiled bitterly and shook her head, and silently left the fitting room. In front of such a fairy, what hope did she have? Facing such a small episode, Luo Tian, Sumo did not affect his mood. After buying a few pieces, he swiped his card to pay, picked up the shopping bag and left Chanel. Just when Luo Tian was about to go home, he suddenly remembered that he was still short of a watch, so he dragged Sumo to the first floor of the famous watch area. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Violet Bar, licking his face and asking for a recommendation vote. Luo Tian brought Sumo to the first floor of Huatian Commercial Street. Looking at the dazzling array of watch shops, Luo Tian really didn't know what kind of watch to buy for a while. After all, he had only heard of a few such as Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin. Suddenly, Luo Tian had an immature idea in his mind. He didn't know what to buy. That's not easy. Why not buy one of them? Luo Tian dragged Sumo to the nearest Tianwang watch, went in and bought the most expensive one without saying a word. Huatian Commercial Street, underground parking lot. Xiao Chen, why did you buy so many watches? Sumo looked at the dozens of handbags in his hand, his face full of depression. This is not how you spend money. Sumo saw how Luo Tian bought it, so she went in directly and picked the most expensive one. Sumo roughly calculated that Luo Tian spent at least 200 million this time. This is 200 million. It is enough to buy a luxurious villa in Zhongling, 100 houses bought with the money she saved so hard. Luo Tian's heart was beating wildly at this time. Just after the luxurious street sweep, Luo Tian now had 600 million in his bank card. Although Luo Tian obtained the shares of Chenhua Group at the beginning, which were worth more than 20 billion, that was not his disposable money, but just a real estate. Now there was 600 million in the bank card, and he could spend it however he wanted. Suddenly, Luo Tian's mobile phone made a reminder sound. Luo Tian took out his mobile phone and saw that it was a message from An Mumu. Luo Tian, why didn't you come today? Luo Tian quickly typed a reply. I may not go to school in the future. I'm going to start a business. Ah, Luo Tian, is there something wrong? Do you need my help? Luo Tian looked at the message sent by An Mumu and was slightly moved. It's okay, but I think I can get into Qingling University with my eyes closed, so there is no need to go to class. An Mumu was also stunned when she saw Luo Tian's reply. She couldn't understand why Luo Tian suddenly became confident, but she didn't want to ask. Okay, but I can't see you. What should I do if I miss you so much? Silly, if you want me, just give me a call. I'll be there anytime. I'll give you a big surprise on your birthday in a few days. Hey, okay, I'm looking forward to it. An Mumu turned off her phone right after replying the message. She was also looking forward to Luo Tian's surprise. Luo Tian got in the car. In fact, he had already prepared a gift. Xiao Chen, I have to go home tonight. I'll leave first. Sumo helped Luo Tian put the shopping bags into the car, picked up a few of her own skirts and suggested leaving. Luo Tian nodded. After all, Sumo also had her own things to do, and it was impossible for her to accompany him all day. Luo Tian watched Sumo slowly walk away, then started the Ferrari and slowly left. Luo Tian thought about it and decided to go home first. He still had a lot of things to do tomorrow. It seems that things about Lin Yun have to be arranged tomorrow. The system only gives 2 months. Although he can't kill Lin Yun directly, after all, Lin Yun has a terrifying luck value of 890 points. He doesn't believe that this Son of Luck is easy to kill. Ding, reminding the host, as long as the Son of Luck collapses mentally, the luck value can be reduced. When the host's luck value exceeds the Son of Luck, he can be killed. The system prompt sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Collapse? It seems that the underworld must be foolproof this time. Luo Tian's cell phone alert rang and he saw that it was a message from Luo Jun. "Brother Tian, are you coming to the Violet Bar?" Luo Tian thought about it and finally chose to go to the Violet Bar. It's time for him to relax. He has been too busy these 2 days. Luo Tian agreed and drove towards the Violet Bar. The Violet Bar is near Jiangling No. 1 Middle School, and the consumption level is about 1,000. Luo Jun is also a rich second generation. Whenever he is free, he invites Luo Tian to the Violet Bar for a drink and to chat with girls. At the door of the Violet Bar, Luo Jun brought along to wait for Luo Tian at the door of the bar. "Brother Jun, did Brother Tian agree to come?" Alang was quite surprised that Luo Tian was coming, but his face was also excited. "Come, look, isn't he here?" Luo Jun pointed to a place while speaking. Alang looked in the direction of Luo Jun's finger, and a red Ferrari slowly drove over. Luo Tian parked the car, got out and saw the two of them, and hurried over. "Ajin, don't drink too much later. You vomited all over the floor last time." Luo Tian first gave Luo Jun a word of advice. The last time Luo Jun drank too much, he not only vomited all over the floor, but also hugged a woman and called her his wife. It was really hard to describe. "Brother Tian, don't embarrass me. Today I'm going to make a killing from you," Luo Jun said as he pulled Luo Tian into the Violet Bar. As soon as Alang followed them in, the sound of music came into his ears, making his ears a little numb. The 3 of them found a booth. Luo Jun was just about to order the 3 old beers, as, for the saying of making a killing from Luo Tian, it was just a joke. Before Luo Jun could order, Luo Tian took the menu and said to the waiter, 1 set of Da Shenlong and 6 bottles of Spade Ace and some Atmosphere Group. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, Luo Jun's eyes widened. What did he hear? Da Shenlong? Spade Ace? Not to mention the Big Dragon, the Ace of Spades alone costs 88.88, and the Big Dragon is 48.88. Usually they just order some beer and won't spend more than 2,000 this time. They were really shocked by Luo Tian's generosity. "Brother Tian, isn't this too much? 3 people can't finish it?" Luo Jun dissuaded him. After all, if 3 people drank, they really couldn't finish it. "It's okay, we have the Atmosphere Group lady. Let's have fun today, I'll pay for the bill." Luo Tian waved his hand, and the waiter looked at Luo Tian for confirmation and went to prepare the bill. After a while, a group of girls in bunny girl clothes came over with 12 bottles of Ace of Spades in their hands, causing the people who were reveling in the dance floor to pause and look at the scene in front of them in amazement. The spotlight on the stage also shone on Luo Tian and others, and the host shouted, "Congratulations to the gentleman in seat 88. You won a set of Big Dragon and 6 bottles of Ace of Spades." In an instant, everyone looked at Luo Tian and others, and Luo Tian also attracted the most attention with his handsome face. Some women looked at Luo Tian and smiled. Handsome and rich, isn't this their ideal man? As the bunny girl placed the Ace of Spades on the booth, the 6 Atmosphere Group ladies also arrived. The Atmosphere Group ladies had their own characteristics, and Luo Tian and the other 2 experienced what it meant to be embraced by people on both sides. Luo Tian picked up a bottle of pink Ace of Spades and opened it directly, pouring a glass for everyone. This action shocked the Atmosphere Group ladies. Generally, when ordering a Big Dragon, they would not open the bottle, they would keep it in the bar. Generally, they would take it out when they came to show off, and then order some cheap beer. Luo Tian in front of them actually opened the bottle directly, and also poured them a glass. What does this mean? This is a big rich man. As they drank, Luo Jun and Alang were almost done. Several ladies from the Atmosphere Group kept trying to get Luo Tian to drink. It was not only because Luo Tian was handsome, but they already knew from the conversation between Luo Tian and the others that it was Luo Tian who was treating them this time. It was obvious that Luo Tian was the rich man. They all smiled like flowers. As a member of the Atmosphere Group, he must be able to drink a lot. Otherwise, how could he generate income for the bar? Just then, a discordant voice came, Chapter 12 Liuer, to settle the bill. Luo Tian looked over and saw a man with green hair on his head and 3 earrings on his ears. He shouted at the bar manager, "Manager Jiang, don't you know that Xiaohong was reserved by me? Why did you give her to someone else to accompany the drinks?" The green-haired man scolded the manager, and the manager could only apologize repeatedly. Then the manager walked to Luo Tian's table and said to Luo Tian with an apologetic look on his face, "Dear guest, this lady was reserved by this guest. Do you think it's okay?" The manager had a helpless look on his face. This green-haired guy was a gangster in this area, and he didn't want to provoke him. What if this green-haired guy found a few ruffians to mess around in the store every day? Then who would come to the Violet Bar? "Wang Tao, go away, I don't want to accompany you," the girl named Xiaohong said directly to the green-haired guy before the manager finished speaking. This was not the first time that Xiaohong had dealt with the green-haired guy. This green-haired guy was not only poor, but also liked to brag. He said every day that he made tens of thousands today, but he couldn't even take out a few thousand. How could this poor loser be as attractive as a tall, rich, and handsome guy like Luo Tian? Xiaohong was not blind. Xiaohong, did this kid force you? I'm going to kill him now. Green Hair's first thought was not Xiaohong's fault, but he looked at Luo Tian with bloodshot eyes. Luo Tian was speechless. He had obviously done nothing, but they insisted on pulling the hatred on him. It was not the fault of those novels that they could write so many villains. It turned out that they were all well-founded. Luo Jun saw Green Hair's arrogant look, and he had almost finished drinking. He immediately became unhappy. Little bastard, why are you calling Ma Zi? Luo Jun picked up a green bottle of Spade A and stood up. Alang couldn't stand it anymore. This Green Hair was too arrogant. It would be unfair to his Green Hair if he didn't give him some social beating. Everyone, if you have something to discuss, let's talk about it. There's no need to use force. The manager wiped the sweat that was slightly oozing from his forehead. Judging from Luo Tian's order, he must be the young master of some family. Both sides were people who couldn't afford to offend. The manager felt it was too difficult and too unfair. It was Xiaohong who went to accompany Luo Tian with a flattering face, but now he was the one who called him. Damn, kid, you are so arrogant. You still want to hit Lao Zi? My head is right here. Smash it! After seeing what Luo Jun and Alang did, Green Hair was also furious and laughed. He put his head close to Luo Jun, saying that my head is right here. Smash it if you have the guts. Luo Jun didn't tolerate it and swung a wine bottle down. There was a dull sound. Spade A is worthy of being such an expensive wine. The bottle quality is good. Blood immediately oozed from Green Hair's head. Green Hair was confused. Is he so hot-tempered? I told you to smash it and you really smashed it? Brothers, someone wants to kill me. Green Hair yelled, and several people sitting in the booths next to him stood up instantly. They were all big and strong, and many of them had tattoos on their hands, looking quite imposing. Green Hair, you got beaten? One of them, who looked like the boss, came over, looked at Green Hair with blood on his head and frowned. Boy, you beat up my little brother? It's been a long time since anyone dared to beat up my little brother, Wang Biao. Wang Biao looked at Luo Jun, who was holding a bottle of wine. His eyes were sinister. It was not that Green Hair was his confidant, but that he was present, and someone dared to beat up his little brother. If this got out, where would Wang Biao put his face? Who would follow him, Wang Biao, in the future? Hearing the name Wang Biao, Luo Jun sobered up instantly. Wang Biao knew that he was the leader of Jiangling No. 1 Middle School and was a ruthless person. When Wang Biao heard Liu Er's name, he shuddered and looked at Luo Tian cautiously. Wang Biao found that Luo Tian was wearing Armani and a watch he didn't know, but why did it look like a toy watch? Luo Tian was wearing the Richard Miller that he bought on the first floor of Huatian Commercial Street in the afternoon. Many people complained that Richard Miller's watch style was particularly like a toy watch, but the entry price of up to 1 million successfully made Richard Miller a stepping stone to become a billionaire. Brother, are you Liu Er's friend? Wang Biao was naturally not Liu Er's subordinate. At his level, he couldn't contact Liu Er. Friend, that old bastard is also worthy of being my friend? Luo Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Biao. Wang Biao was happy when he heard it. So the young man in front of him was Liu Er's enemy? Then, wouldn't it be a great achievement for me to hand this kid over to Liu Er? Brothers, take them down. They are disrespectful to Master Liu Er. Take them and hand them over to Master Liu Er for judgment. The manager wanted to help Luo Tian, but when he heard Luo Tian scolding Liu Er an old bastard, he looked at Luo Tian as if he had seen a dead man. This young master who came from nowhere was so arrogant. He scolded Liu Er an old bastard. He was really looking for death. Several strong men nearby picked up the wine bottles on the table and walked towards Luo Tian and the other two. Several young ladies from the atmosphere group nearby had already run away. If they didn't run away at this time, they would be beaten if they stayed. Before those strong men came over, they saw a residual shadow that knocked several people away, and wailing continued. The wilderness appeared in front of Luo Tian in an instant. Luo Tian walked towards Wang Biao. Wang Biao saw that all his younger brothers were knocked down by this 2-meter-tall man, and he was also trembling as he looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian slapped him, and Wang Biao's face was deformed by Luo Tian's slap. Come on, call Liu Er over. I'm going to settle accounts with him today. Wang Biao didn't dare to show anything on his face when he heard Luo Tian's words, but he was laughing in his heart. Is this man crazy? He even asked Master Liu to come over? Really thought he had lived too long. Wang Biao immediately took out his cell phone and called Liu Dong, the leader of the East District. Hello, Brother Dong. This is Xiao Biao. I'm at the Violet Bar. Someone said he wanted to settle accounts with Master Liu Er. Wang Biao exaggerated the matter and told Liu Dong that he even cried while talking, as if he had suffered a lot for Master Liu Er's face. Luo Tian looked at Wang Biao as if he was looking at a fool. This man was too funny. Liu Dong on the other end of the phone was still having fun in the KTV. When he saw the phone ringing, he didn't intend to answer it. But after seeing that it was Wang Biao, he thought about it and answered the phone. When he heard that someone wanted to settle accounts with Liu Dong instantly zipped up his pants that he had just pulled down, hung up the phone with Wang Biao, and called Liu. Liu was still in the Liu family meeting hall talking to Liu Zhenqian and Liu San, who had blocked Luo Tian before. "Brother, this kid is too arrogant. There is a master who wants to destroy our Liu family?" Liu angrily slapped the table with his only remaining left hand, and the table shook violently. "Second, brother, this kid is different. How can a master's guard be an ordinary person?" Liu Zhenqian raised his eyebrows slightly. "Brother, this kid has already shit on our heads, and we still have to endure it?" Liu thought about it. This Luo Tian is indeed not simple, whether it is a master guard or a huge amount of funds. "Brother, why don't we take people over to shock him first? Otherwise he really thinks that the three of us brothers are made of paper." Liu Zhenqian heard what Liu San said and nodded slightly. "Tell the brothers to gather at the Violet Bar." Chapter 23. The competent shall take charge. Luo Tian was sitting in a booth at the Violet Bar, holding a bottle of Ace of Spades that he had just ordered. He blew directly into the bottle, took out the Centurion black gold card, and handed it to the manager, indicating that he would pay the bill. The manager was also relieved. If this guy was beaten to death later, he would be finished tonight. A set of Big Dragon and 8 bottles of Ace of Spades were enough for his basic salary for 6 months. If he didn't get the money, he would be basically useless. In the end, he had no choice but to pay for it himself. "Young man, you are so courageous. You dare to stay here after offending Liu?" At this moment, enchanting woman came over. It would be better to say that she was full of charm. The manager saw the person coming and hurriedly stepped forward to bow. "Madam Boss, you are here." Hearing the manager's words, Luo Tian raised his eyebrows. "Is this the lady boss of this bar?" Luo Jun was also trembling in the booth. He had caused a big disaster today. As for the others, they had already run away when they saw the formation here of Luo Tian. The huge Violet Bar was left with Luo Tian and his group and Wang Biao's people. "Run? Why should I run?" Luo Tian smiled slightly. He had 100 high-ranking people in his hands. What the hell was he running for? Violet looked at Luo Tian when she heard his words. She had been in Jiangling for several years and had never seen Luo Tian before, which meant that Luo Tian was not the young master of Jiangling. To have such courage, he must be no ordinary person. He might be a young master from outside the area. Violet thought that no one had seen that there was still a person in the bathroom of the Violet Bar. Luo Fei, dressed in a black robe, stayed in the men's bathroom of the Violet Bar, took out his phone and dialed, "Master, the young master seems to have offended the Liu family. Do you think I should take action?" Luo Fei waited for instructions from the other end of the phone. "The Liu family in Jiangling? You keep an eye on it. I believe Chen will not provoke the Liu family for no reason. If Chen loses any hair, there is no need for the Liu family to exist." Luo Tianlong said slowly, "Yes, Patriarch, I know what to do." Luo Fei hung up the phone. Today he investigated Luo Tian's situation and was shocked. First, 26 billion was used to purchase 70% of the shares of Chenhua Group, and then it was Luo Tian's bodyguard fee that Liu used in one hand. The most terrifying thing was that the entire Luo family could not find out where the 26 billion came from. In the end, they could only lock on to a bank in the United States, and then they could not find it. Then they began to investigate the master-level bodyguard beside Luo Tian. It was the same situation as the funds. This person seemed to appear out of thin air, which was illogical. "Xiao Tian, Uncle Fei can't see through you more and more." Luo Fei sighed lightly, took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. "But if the Liu family really touches you, I guarantee that the entire Liu family will not live until tomorrow morning." A murderous look appeared in Luo Fei's eyes. Luo Tian lay on the sofa in the booth, quietly waiting for Liu Zhentian's arrival. Violet did not get Luo Tian's reply, but still did not give up and sat next to Luo Tian. "Little brother, tell me!" Violet leaned towards Luo Tian, but Luo Tian quickly dodged and Violet almost fell on the sofa. Luo Tian could see that this woman was not ordinary and had the temperament of a venomous snake. "It's not a big deal. I'm stronger than the Liu family, so I'm not afraid of the Liu family." Luo Tian was also afraid that Violet would do something weird again, so he said something. Violet was slightly stunned when she heard Luo Tian's words, and then she laughed. Others didn't know, but she knew that the Liu family had family support behind them. Otherwise, how could a small Liu family become the #1 underworld in Jiangling? Rumors spread that the Liu family was backed by the Liu family, one of the 4 major families in Beijing. It seemed that the Jiangling Liu family was a branch of the Beijing Liu family. As for whether this news was true, no one came out to explain. At this moment, 10 Mercedes-Benz S500s stopped in front of the Violet Bar. In the front modified S500, A strong man in black opened the back door. Luo Tian walked down and looked at the violet bar. Is Violet the territory of that woman? Luo Tian frowned slightly. This Violet was not someone who was easy to mess with. Luo Tian brought Liu San, and dozens of strong men in black into the violet bar. Luo Tian was sitting in a booth and saw Luo Tian and his group walk in majestically. Seeing so many strong men in black, Luo Tian, they were basically all Ming Jin fighters. Luo Tian did not expect that a Jiangling gang would have so many Ming Jin fighters. You should know that the road of martial arts is not easy to walk. Among millions of people, only one can practice martial arts. It seems that Luo Tian wants to shock me. He should not attack me if he does not know my identity. The higher people stand, the more cautious they are, and they will not attack randomly. Once they find out the identity, as long as the identity is not strong, they will cut the grass and uproot it. Mr. Liu is worthy of being the big brother of the underworld. He brought so many people here. Are you going to kill me? Luo Tian looked at so many people and, naturally, he was not scared. Just now, he had released the crowd. Wait, as long as he gave an order, 100 inner force crowds would come in. Wouldn't Luo Tian still be defeated? This must be Mr. Luo, right? I wonder which family he is from. He is a small man but has a big temper. Luo Tian looked at Luo Tian and couldn't help laughing at the young face in front of him. They are going to check the household registration now. Is Mr. Liu going to marry his daughter to me? Luo Tian smiled slightly, and his smile was very mysterious. Luo Jun and Alang were sweating profusely. The man in front of them was the Jiangling underworld emperor. He could crush them both to death with just one finger. They could only sit in the booth and tremble. Brother, kill him. This little bastard is too arrogant. Yes, brother, I can't stand it. A group of Mingjin thugs behind Luo Tian looked at Luo Tian's arrogant look, rubbing their hands ready to fight. Mr. Luo, what are you saying? I don't know what Mr. Luo means today. Luo Tian also frowned slightly. This Luo Tian is really interesting. Mr. Liu, what you said, at first it was your son, then it was Liu San, and today it is Liu. Do you think I am in conflict with your Liu family? Luo Tian was also speechless. He had run into the entire Liu family. Boss Luo, let's make a long story short. It's boring to go on like this. What do you want to do now? Luo Tian didn't want to argue with Luo Tian anymore. He might as well ask him directly what he meant. Boss Liu, you've been the big brother in the Jiangling underworld for so long. Do you think it's the competent one who gets the job? Luo Tian took another sip of wine, his hand still pointing at Luo Tian. Boy, don't go too far. Do you know what you are doing now? You're looking for death. Before Luo Tian could speak, Liu said directly. Okay, a good one who gets the job. If you can convince us, brothers, why not give you this position? Luo Tian laughed with a hint of murderous intent on his face. Okay, wait for me for 10 minutes and you brothers will obey. Luo Tian took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the leader of the crowd. Give you 10 minutes? Ha ha ha, brothers, come on, I'll be responsible if you kill me. Luo Tian's face was now red with anger. Wait 10 minutes? Luo Tian might be a descendant of a big family, but he also has the Liu family of Beijing behind him. He doesn't think that the family behind Luo Tian will turn against the Liu family just because he's dead? I didn't expect the contract to take so long, probably just these 2 days. 1 or 2 more chapters will be added after the contract is signed. Chapter 24. Luo Tian lowered his head. Luo Tian knew that Luo Tian had a master-level guard, and he also knew that Luo Tian's own strength was internal energy. Luo Tian burst out with true energy, and his master-level strength broke out completely. Second brother, third brother, he'll hold back his guard, and you two kill this kid. Luo Tian attacked Luo Tian. This was the wild man who appeared, and the two fought. During the battle, Luo Tian became more and more surprised. The man in front of him was too powerful. He was about to fall into a disadvantage before he had even fought a few moves. Liu and Liu San watched Luo Tian slowly fall into a disadvantage, and without wasting any time, they killed Luo Tian together. You don't think I only have one master-level guard, do you? Luo Tian also smiled at this time, and his smile looked very strange. Liu and Liu San looked at Luo Tian's strange smile, and a bad premonition arose in their hearts. Yehu, Manhuang, don't kill them. Stay, I'm still useful. Luo Tian changed his mind. He was not going to destroy the Liu family, because the Jiangling underworld could not be without strength to support it. It would be good to leave the Liu family to work for him. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, a knife suddenly appeared in the shadows of Liu and Liu San. Shadow transformation? Second brother, third brother, retreat quickly. Luo Tian was also shocked when he saw this scene. Shadow transformation was a means that only the blood curtain had. Unexpectedly, the kid in front of him had a connection with the blood curtain. This kid was not simple. Liu and Liu San felt a chill on their backs when they heard Luo Tian's words. It was a pity that the two did not completely dodge with their internal strength, and their shoulders were pierced. Mr. Liu, I'll give you one last chance, otherwise you will die here. Luo Tian didn't want to play with the Liu family anymore, so it would be better to surrender quickly. Stop it, Mr. Luo, you win, and you will be the leader of the Jiangling underworld in the future. Liu Zhentian also saw the situation clearly. Even if they continued to fight, his side would be wiped out. When Liu Zhentian was about to leave with everyone, Luo Tian suddenly said, "Boss Liu, wait a minute. I want the leader, but your Liu family is still the #1 underworld in Jiangling." Liu Zhentian frowned when he heard Luo Tian's words. It seemed that Luo Tian wanted to subdue the Liu family. "Boss Luo, tell me the truth. Our Liu family is a branch of the Liu family in Beijing. It is impossible for us to submit to you." Liu Zhentian also said to Luo Tian firmly, "I also heard that the Tiger Gang has surpassed your Liu family. What if I said I can help you destroy the Tiger Gang?" Luo Tian was not surprised to see Liu Zhentian like this. Liu Zhentian was slightly stunned when he heard Luo Tian's words. If Luo Tian helped him destroy the Tiger Gang, then the Liu family would indeed be the only one in power. "I don't need you to submit to me. I just want you to obey my orders." After Luo Tian said this, Liu Zhentian was tempted. If he could destroy the Tiger Gang just like that, it would be a good thing. The Tiger Gang is getting more and more arrogant now, and they already feel like they are the leader of the Jiangling underworld, especially the leader of the Tiger Gang, who didn't even give Liu Zhentian face. However, the Tiger Gang also has a Grandmaster and 2 internal energies, but their internal energies are not as strong as Liu Er and Liu San. However, Liu Er had one hand crippled by Luo Tian, so the Tiger Gang is no longer inferior to the Liu family. "Okay, I promise you." Liu Zhentian thought for a while, and had no choice but to agree. If he didn't agree, he might not be able to get out alive today. "Okay, President Liu is really a smart person. I will send 100 internal energies to President Liu. It won't be difficult to destroy the Tiger Gang." Luo Tian smiled. It was a great thing to subdue Liu Zhentian this time. Not only would he have a place to put his own people, but he could also start the matter against Lin Yun as soon as possible. 100 internal energies? Liu Zhentian had just asked when he heard people wearing black cloth and holding axes appearing one after another at the door of the Violet Bar. Liu Zhentian was completely stunned when he saw the people coming in. All of them were internal energy, and they were all at the peak of internal energy. Liu Er and Liu San didn't dare to say anything. Any one of them could kill them right now. Liu Zhentian was sweating profusely. If he hadn't agreed to Luo Tian just now, he would have probably been hacked to death with just these few people. "Brothers, you will follow Boss Liu in the future, okay? Do your job well." Luo Tian gave an order, and heard the crowd shouting "Boss" to Liu Zhentian. Liu Zhentian was deeply shocked when he looked at the scene in front of him. "Boss Liu, these are my brothers Alang and Luo Jun. Please take care of them in the future." Luo Tian pulled up the 2 of them, which was also considered as a backstage for them. Luo Jun and Alang were only deeply grateful. Luo Tian was letting them reach the sky in one step. "Boss Luo, what are you talking about? Your brother is Liu Zhentian's brother. Second brother, pull that bastard Liu Yang over to apologize to Boss Luo." Liu Zhentian winked at Liu Er. This was the best time. Otherwise, Luo Tian would hold Liu Yang accountable, and he really didn't know what to do. Liu Er understood Liu Zhentian's meaning in seconds, and immediately ran out, got in the Mercedes-Benz S500, and rushed back to the Liu family's compound. Liu Yang was still flirting with a few girls on the bed and was already preparing for tomorrow's mass activities. Liu Er rushed in immediately and pulled Liu Yang up. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Liu Yang was puzzled. Why was Liu Er pulling him up at this time? "Luo Tian, you know, now the Liu family has to listen to him. They'll wait for you to apologize, okay?" Liu Er explained quickly and dragged Liu Yang outside. Liu Yang was confused, but he got a general idea. Liu Yang had been with Liu Zhentian for so long, so he was naturally not a fool. When he heard that Luo Tian had a special background, he was glad that he had not offended Luo Tian too much, otherwise he would be really finished today. At the Violet Bar, Luo Tian and Liu Zhentian were talking about the development of the Jiangling underworld. The more Liu Zhentian talked, the more he admired Luo Tian. The young man in front of him was too powerful. At this moment, Liu Yang was pulled in by Liu Er. As soon as he came in, Liu Yang ran to Luo Tian and bowed with his waist bent 90 degrees. "Luo Tian, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. I promise that I will never have any thoughts about Anmumu again." Luo Tian was not a person who would hold on to things. After thinking about it carefully, Liu Yang did not do anything excessive. Except for Liu Er, who was a little arrogant, the rest of the Liu family members were good. "It's okay. We will be friends in the future." Luo Tian waved his hand. Liu Yang was overjoyed at Luo Tian's attitude and hurriedly added Luo Tian as his friend. Luo Tian also added Liu Yang as his friend. "By the way, Liu Yang, I have something to ask you to do." Luo Tian thought of Lin Yun's matter. It would be a bit of an overreaction to arrange for Liu Zhentian to do it. "Brother Luo, you tell me, and make sure it's done." Luo Tian whispered his plan in Liu Yang's ear. As Liu Yang listened, his face changed slightly. Brother Luo, why don't you just kill this guy? This is too cruel. Liu Yang was still thinking about Luo Tian's plan and shuddered. Fortunately, he and Luo Tian had reconciled. If he was treated like this, he would really go crazy. Just do as I say. I'll go back first. If there is anything, just message me directly. Luo Tian said goodbye to everyone, got into the Ferrari and left as everyone watched. Luo Fei was still in the toilet at this time, frowning. Luo Tian had brought him too many surprises today, especially the shadow transformation technique used by Night Fox, which was a unique move of Blood Curtain. Could it be that Luo Tian was already a member of Blood Curtain? As Luo Fei was thinking, a woman suddenly appeared behind him. His last name is Luo. He should be from your family. Violet appeared behind Luo Fei without knowing when. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, Violet. I'm warning you. If you dare to attack him, your entire family will not live until tomorrow. After saying that, Luo Fei disappeared directly into the toilet. Violet listened to Luo Fei's words and vaguely guessed something in her heart. The day after the auto show, Luo Tian woke up in Longtang No. 1 Villa. The maid helped Luo Tian to get dressed. Luo Tian had never had this experience before, but it felt good. When he went downstairs, the table was filled with all kinds of breakfast, including fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and noodles. Master, I don't know what you like to eat, so I asked the chef to make some. Liu Cheng said apologetically. It's okay, let's sit down and eat together. I can't finish it all by myself. Luo Tian looked at the large table of breakfast in front of him and fell into deep thought. Master, this is against the rules. Liu Cheng had no intention of going to the table to eat. I set the rules. If I tell you to go to the table, then go and eat. Luo Tian waved his hand. In his eyes, no one was more noble than anyone else. Liu Cheng looked at Luo Tian's insistence, and it was not easy to refuse. He could only go to the table and eat the buns. As Liu Cheng sat down, the maids also sat down. Luo Tian was still drinking porridge when his cell phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that Liu Yang had sent a message. Brother Luo, there is a car show in Jiangling today. Are you coming? Car show? It seemed that he was a little tired of driving his Ferrari here. After thinking about it, he decided to go and take a look. What time? Luo Tian typed and replied, 10 o'clock this morning at Huatian Commercial Street. Liu Yang was overjoyed to see Luo Tian's reply and quickly replied to Luo Tian that it was Huatian Commercial Street again. It seemed that he had a connection with this place. Okay, he'll go there then. After Luo Tian replied to Liu Yang's message, he sent a message to Sumo. Momo, there is a car show in the morning. Are you free? Sumo replied immediately. Xiaochen, not today. The company has an important meeting today. Okay? After Luo Tian replied, he immediately found an Mumu. Mumu, there's a car show. Will you accompany me to see it? An Mumu did not reply immediately. After about a few minutes, she replied, Tian, I can't accompany you this time. I have an exam at school today. Luo Tian sighed. Why are all the women around him so busy? There was no other way but to go there alone. Luo Tian took out a Patek Philippe from the watch cabinet and put it on his hand. Huatian Commercial Street Auto Show. I didn't expect that such a small Jiangling would have so many people coming to see the auto show. Luo Tian sighed as he looked at the busy auto show hall. Luo Tian parked the Ferrari 488 in the parking space and prepared to meet up with Liu Yang first. At this moment, a pure female protagonist came over, picked up her phone and introduced the Ferrari 488. Family members, this is a Ferrari 488 Pista, not an ordinary 488. This Ferrari 488 Pista is equipped with a V8 3.9 Knight engine, and it can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.8 seconds. Luo Tian looked at the girl talking endlessly and found it very interesting. Little girl, do you know a lot about cars? Luo Tian asked the little anchor in front of him. That's right, I am proficient in all kinds of cars. The little girl in front of him said proudly and looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was wearing Louis Vuitton casual clothes. As for the watch, she didn't know what brand it was. How about you help me see what car to buy? Luo Tian suddenly had an idea and was ready to call the little anchor to help him see. At this time, people in the live broadcast room had already sent texts one after another. This person doesn't want to seduce the anchor, right? I think so. After all, the anchor's appearance is really not to be underestimated. Anchor, promise him, I want to see if he is really capable or just bragging. Because he is a small anchor, there are only a few people in the entire live broadcast room. The little girl looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and nodded to accept Luo Tian's invitation. Luo Tian walked into the auto show, and Liu Yang also saw Luo Tian and hurried over. Brother Luo, you are here. Who is this? Liu Yang saw the beautiful girl next to Luo Tian. His eyes were stunned for a moment. Liu Yang felt that he was insulated from beautiful women. Every time he saw a beautiful girl, she was next to Luo Tian. Not only were they powerful, but they had a strong background and a strong wallet, but they were also always next to Luo Tian. How could he live like this? This is a little anchor I just met. He said he was proficient in cars, so I brought him here to help me take a look at cars. Luo Tian saw that Lu Yang's saliva was flowing onto his clothes, and contempt appeared in his eyes. After all, he is the son of a gang leader, so is his self-control just like this? Little brother, I'm not called the little anchor, I'm Yokexin. Yokexin blinked her eyes, looking extremely spiritual. The live broadcast room barrage also exploded all of a sudden. Ha ha ha, the little anchor is confirmed. The anchor's blinking is too spiritual. Why didn't I see it before? Yeah, so cute. The few people in the live broadcast room also started to make fun of the barrage. Yokexin? What a good name. Ah Yang, what car are you going to buy today? Luo Tian asked Lu Yang. Today, Lu Yang asked him to come to the auto show, probably because he wanted to buy a car. Brother Luo, you and I can't compare. My dad only gives me 700,000 pocket money a month. Today, I finally saved up 6 million and plan to buy a Ferrari. Lu Yang said to Luo Tian bitterly. Lu Yang also learned about Luo Tian's financial resources and strength from Lu Zhentian yesterday. His 6 million is probably only 6 yuan in Luo Tian's eyes. This little brother, how much did you say just now? 6 million? Yokexin was also shocked. With 700,000 yuan of pocket money a month, 6 million yuan was still too little for him. You know, a house in Jiangling only costs 2 to 3 million yuan. Lu Yang bought a house every 3 months? This is still incomparable to the man in front of him. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Damn, 700,000 a month? Isn't that enough? Is this the master of Versailles? 6 million sounds like the same as 600. Hey, you've got the wrong point. The point is that it's incomparable to the little brother before. I feel like I'm really a beggar with a salary of 3,000 yuan a month. Lu Yang didn't reply when he heard Yokexin's words. It was obvious that this little anchor didn't know Luo Tian's identity. Luo Tian also shook his head. 6 million was indeed too little. He would spend it all on buying clothes. Then let's go. Let's go to Ferrari first and have a look. I'll help you choose first. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he walked towards the Ferrari display booth, looking at all kinds of Ferraris parked on the display booth. Lu Yang also walked towards the Ferrari 488 Pista excitedly. His goal was a Ferrari 488 Pista. Luo Tian lost interest in the car as soon as he saw it. He felt tired of driving it. He looked at a black supercar in the middle of the booth, which was much more majestic than his own 488 Pista. Yokexin, what do you think of the car in the middle? Luo Tian pointed at the Ferrari in the middle and said to Yokexin, Brother, that one is a Ferrari J50. There are only 10 in the world, and the naked car costs 2,300 baht. Yokexin looked at the car with a little heart in her eyes. The experiment shows that girls also like sports cars, especially limited edition sports cars. In fact, girls like sports cars simply because they like sports cars. So the only difference between a man and a beauty is a sports car. Luo Tian looked at the Ferrari J50 and his eyes lit up. It seemed that it was the right decision to come to the auto show this time. Luo Tian walked towards the Ferrari J50 and Yokexin followed behind him. Just when Yokexin was about to enter the fence with her mobile phone, she was stopped by the security guard. The words of a chapter were eaten up. I feel helpless. Chapter 26? Can't I just buy it and broadcast it live? Hello, ma'am. You can't take pictures of this car at the auto show. The security guard stopped Yokexin with a baton. Yokexin had a sad face. It was not easy to see this kind of car, but she couldn't get close to it. It was really a torment for car lovers. Ha ha, Kexin, do you really want to see this car? Luo Tian looked at Yokexin's resentful little eyes and couldn't help laughing. Little brother, do you have any solution? Yokexin blinked and stared at Luo Tian, as if she wanted to see through Luo Tian. Me? Of course there is a way. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he walked towards the Ferrari booth for sales. Hello, is this Ferrari J50 for sale? Luo Tian asked the salesperson. The salesperson was still introducing the performance of the Ferrari J50 to a middle-aged man. The salesperson turned around when he heard the inquiry, and couldn't help sighing when he saw Luo Tian's young face. After all, people of this age are generally second-generation rich, but it is still very difficult to buy a sports car that costs more than 30 million yuan. Sir, let me introduce you to the performance of this Ferrari J50. The sales lady smiled sweetly at Luo Tian and answered, I don't know why, but Ferrari's sales are basically all young ladies. Young ladies are fine, but they are all beautiful young ladies, which is very intriguing. After hearing the salesperson's words, Luo Tian just wanted to say that it was not necessary and just swipe the card, but the middle-aged man next to the salesperson was unhappy first. Xiao Xiao, as long as you accompany me for dinner tonight, I can pay the deposit first. The middle-aged man's eyes were obscene when he talked about dinner. Luo Tian probably knew what the situation was. This old man wanted to get something for free. The deposit is not a deposit. The deposit can be refunded. but the deposit cannot be refunded. This old man is probably the kind of person who will take advantage of everything and run away. Besides, look at this kid. Does he look like someone who can afford a sports car worth more than 30 million? Before the Ferrari salesperson could speak, the middle-aged man continued to talk. The middle-aged man saw that Luo Tian was about 18 or 19 years old. Although he was wearing luxury goods, he only cost tens of thousands of yuan. The watch on his hand was unrecognizable to him, so he subconsciously thought it was a cheap product or a fake. I can't afford it? This old man, you bought a car and only paid a deposit and you still want to get it for free? Luo Tian was speechless. If you want to get it for free, then go ahead. Why are you still telling me what I mean? Kexin was still on the live broadcast. Free? The little brother is so good at talking. I can see that this old man is a freeloader. He only paid the deposit after having a meal. Friendly reminder. The deposit is refundable. Good guy, if I had money, I would also get it for free like this. The live broadcast room was still in full swing discussing with the old man opposite Luo Tian. As Kexin followed Luo Tian into the auto show, the number of people in the live broadcast room was constantly increasing. From dozens of people at the beginning to hundreds of people now, the originally deserted live broadcast room is now chatting enthusiastically. The salesperson frowned when she heard the middle-aged man's words. She must know what the middle-aged man meant. She had long been accustomed to the means of this middle-aged man. Several of her colleagues had encountered this kind of person. They paid a deposit, took everything and directly refunded the money and ran away. She was very disgusted with this kind of person. Sorry, sir, I'm not free tonight. After saying that, she walked towards Luo Tian, ready to introduce to Luo Tian the performance and functions of this Ferrari J50. After all, she didn't think that Luo Tian would really spend more than 30 million to buy a sports car. Just swipe the card. I have to buy a few cars today. Don't waste time. Luo Tian directly took out the Hyundai Centurion Black Gold card and handed it to the salesperson. Luo Tian was also going to buy a Rolls-Royce. After all, driving by himself was a bit tiring. With a Rolls-Royce, he could experience the feeling of lying flat. The salesperson was also stunned when he saw the card handed over by Luo Tian. Is this young man so generous? The middle-aged man was disdainful when he saw the card handed over by Luo Tian. He thought Luo Tian was just pretending to pay a deposit, the same operation as himself. But when he saw the black and gold card, his face changed instantly. Especially when he saw the 001 on it, cold sweat instantly wet his back. The salesperson also looked at the card handed over by Luo Tian. As the manager of Ferrari, she also knew the Hyundai Centurion Black Gold card. Dear sir, we Ferrari can give you a 20% discount for your card. The salesperson also added the word respect. 20% discount? This card has this function? I just knew about it. Luo Tian touched his chin with his hand, as if this Hyundai Centurion Black Gold card still had many functions that had not been discovered. Yes, this card can get a 20% discount as long as it is consumed in foreign companies. The salesperson immediately took Luo Tian's Hyundai Centurion Black Gold card to the front desk to swipe the card. Luo Tian entered the password, and as the order was printed out, Kexin was directly confused. My friend wants to live broadcast this car. Can I let her in? Luo Tian asked the salesperson. Of course, even if you don't buy this car, you can take pictures with this card. The salesperson handed the card to Luo Tian respectfully, and then directly withdrew from the car's booth. She didn't want to be broadcast live, so she withdrew as soon as possible. Sir, I'm sorry, The middle-aged man stuttered and couldn't utter 2 sentences, completely losing his previous demeanor. Go away. I don't want to see you. Remember, don't pretend if you don't have money. Luo Tian had just finished speaking when the middle-aged man ran away instantly. He didn't want to stay in this car for a second longer. Fortunately, the big guy didn't make things difficult for him. If he did, he probably wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. Little brother, are you so rich? This is more than 30 million. Kexin jumped up to Luo Tian and said in surprise. Because Luo Tian hadn't said that he could show his face, Kexin hadn't taken a picture of Luo Tian's face. I don't have much money, I'm just a homeless person. Luo Tian waved his hand and denied Kexin's statement. Then why did you buy such an expensive sports car? Kexin was also speechless. This Versailles ability was also amazing. Aren't you going to live broadcast? Can't you live broadcast after buying it? Luo Tian said it as if it was a matter of course. Kexin blushed when she heard Luo Tian's words. Luo Tian actually spent more than 30 million for her. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Fuck, I vomited. Is this human talk? At first I thought you wanted to seduce the anchor, but now I just want to worship the rich man. The anchor must hold the rich man's thigh tightly. This is a golden thigh. Mr. Rich, I can do it too. What are the people above thinking? What can you do? This is not a car to the kindergarten. I want to get off. At this moment, a rocket suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Kexin saw the rocket in the live broadcast room and her face flushed with excitement. Thank you, Brother Yang Yang, for the rocket. Kexin has been on Shark Live for a year, and this is the first time she has seen a rocket, so she is very happy at this moment. Luo Tian is like her lucky star. A line of words appeared on the top barrage of the rocket. Worship the boss. The card just now seemed to be the Yunda Centurion Black Gold card. Kexin was also stunned when she saw this top barrage. She was just thinking about Luo Tian buying a car and didn't pay attention to the card that Luo Tian used to pay. It was as if the manager saw this card as he saw his own boss. Brothers, the contract has been signed. Brothers who like to watch it, please give some flowers. Thank you for Chapter 27. Buy a few more cars at random. As the rocket was sent out, the live broadcast room became more popular. Barrages began to pop up like water. Awesome, it turns out that the boss sees something different from us country bumpkins. Worship the boss. Does the boss need leg hair? Hey, are all the bosses like this? I envy you. Kexin looked at the bustling scene in the live broadcast room and felt very happy. Then, Kexin took her mobile phone to the Ferrari J50 to introduce the car to the audience. Liu Yang also came over at this time and saw Luo Tian at the Ferrari J50 display booth. He instantly wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant. Brother Luo, you are too discouraging. I just picked up a Ferrari 488 Pista, and you set your eyes on the Ferrari J50. This Ferrari J50 will cost at least 34 million yuan. I'm so jealous. Liu Yang's face was full of envy. Luo Tian's life was his dream. Yang, don't be envious. As long as you do what I tell you to do well, I promise to buy you at least a car similar to the Ferrari J50. Luo Tian patted Liu Yang on the shoulder. The opportunity had been given to Liu Yang. Whether he could seize it was up to Liu Yang. Liu Yang looked at Luo Tian, his eyes becoming more and more determined. Following Luo Tian would definitely bring him benefits. This matter had to be done as soon as possible. The first thing he did for Luo Tian was to supervise it personally and try to leave a good impression on Luo Tian. Kexin was still live, and Luo Tian suddenly became interested in this little anchor. He had watched Shark Live before, but it was all about games. He basically didn't watch the Star Show series. It's not that Luo Tian doesn't like to watch beautiful women, but the news of the BB Luo incident made him really unbelievable about the so-called goddess. Luo Tian clicked on Shark Live. Kexin ranked 12th in the outdoor column with a popularity of only 320,000. Compared with other anchors, this popularity was still too little. Luo Tian clicked on Kexin's live broadcast and saw Kexin explaining the engine of Ferrari J50. Looking at Kexin's online name, it was just the two words Kexin, very simple. Clicking on the weekly list, Luo Tian was stunned. Except for the rocket just now, Kexin's highest weekly list only gave 260 rewards. The number of people who rewarded was only 50, and the total was less than 1,000 yuan. Excluding the share, it would be just over 2,000 yuan a month, so it would be better to be a waiter. The small anchor is worthy of being a small anchor. The income is really pitiful. Luo Tian clicked to recharge, ready to give Kexin a rocket or something. This small anchor is too pitiful. Luo Tian recharged 2,000 RMB and changed his online name to Telunsu. He clicked directly to reward, and 2 rockets flew up with special effects. Kexin saw the 2 rockets and instantly turned on the thank you mode. Thank you, Brother Telunsu, for the reward. There were also some robots in the live broadcast room who were singing in rhythm, "Worship the boss." There were also many real people. Who is this Telunsu? But the name is a bit weird. Is this name hinting at the anchor? Crazy hint from the boss? Luo Tian laughed at these funny people in the live broadcast room. Thinking that he had watched live broadcasts like this before, he couldn't help but shake his head. Sure enough, after having money, the mentality will change drastically. For example, if you don't have money, you will have no confidence. You have to wear a hat when you go out. After you have money, you will be very confident. When you go out, you will hold your head high and hold your chest high. Of course, these are all relative and cannot be generalized. At this time, Kexin had finished the introduction and walked towards Luo Tian. Seeing this, Luo Tian hurriedly put his mobile phone in his pocket. Luo Tian didn't want Kexin to know about his reward. After all, combined with his online name, it is easy for people to think wrongly. Little brother, are you leaving? Kexin thought that Luo Tian would leave after buying the car and would not stay for too long. Kexin had a trace of reluctance in her eyes. After all, Luo Tian was handsome and rich. This was the boyfriend that girls dreamed of. Leave? Why should I leave? I still want to buy a few cars. Luo Tian shook his head when he heard Kexin's words. Kexin was also surprised when he heard Luo Tian's words. Buy more? Buy a few more? The live broadcast room was flooded with messages again. Definitely not water words. The gap between people is really big. Big guys are big guys, they buy a few cars at a car show. The anchor should hold on to the thighs tightly. Getting rich overnight is not a dream. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he ignored Yuokexen's expression and walked towards the Rolls-Royce display area. Yuokexen knew that it was the Rolls-Royce display area as soon as she saw where Luo Tian was walking. Because Rolls-Royce is usually in the corner of the auto show, not because of its lack of style, but because of its low-key. She secretly marveled at Luo Tian's financial strength. After all, a rich second generation like Liu Yang could only buy a sports car worth 6 million, but Luo Tian bought a limited edition Ferrari J50, and his net worth suddenly widened a large gap. Although she was amazed, Yuokexen followed Luo Tian's steps silently. Luo Tian looked at the car on the Rolls-Royce display stand and couldn't help but sigh that Rolls-Royce is worthy of being a Rolls-Royce. The car body is too low-key and luxurious. Some people on the internet mocked Rolls-Royce as a moving coffin board. However, when Luo Tian really looked at the car up close, he didn't have that feeling at all. He only felt that the car's shape was particularly low-key and luxurious, and it didn't look cheap at first glance. The Rolls-Royce salesperson saw Luo Tian coming and quickly came over to greet him. "Sir, which car do you want to see?" Unlike Ferrari, the Rolls-Royce salespeople are men, each wearing a suit and tie, and can be described as handsome. "Is the Rolls-Royce Phantom available?" Luo Tian asked the salesperson. After all, the Rolls-Royce Phantom is very famous. "Yes, sir. Please follow me." The salesperson led Luo Tian to one of the display booths. The first time Luo Tian saw the car, he thought it was majestic, and the second time he saw it, he thought it was low-key. "Sir, this is our last Phantom in stock. Because it is equipped with the top configuration, the bare car price is 9.8 million, and the landing price is probably..." Before the salesperson finished speaking, Luo Tian handed the salesperson a black card. "Swipe the card, I want it." The salesperson was stunned. At first, because of Luo Tian's age, he thought he was here to learn about it. Unexpectedly, he didn't even finish his words, and a card was slapped at him. Are the second generation of rich people so generous when buying cars now? When the salesperson saw the Centurion Black Gold card, he instantly changed his mind. What rich second generation? This is a real big shot. The salesperson quickly came over with the card machine. Luo Tian entered the Li password, and the receipt was slowly printed out. "Sir, let me handle the contract here." The salesperson invited Luo Tian into the office next to him. After Luo Tian paid, Yuokexen jumped to introduce the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Liu Yang was stunned. Although he knew that Luo Tian was rich, this was not the way to spend money. Liu Yang's worldview was really overturned by Luo Tian. Even if it was his father, it would take a long time to think about buying a Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions. Luo Tian swiped his card before the salesperson finished speaking. Luo Tian's action also gave Liu Yang motivation. The richer Luo Tian was, the more motivated Liu Yang would be to do things for Luo Tian. From his current understanding of Luo Tian was not a stingy person. As long as he leaked a little, it would be enough for Liu Yang to be free and easy. As the saying goes, if you want the horse to run, you have to let it eat grass. Chapter 28. Use Panamera to buy groceries. Additional update. Huatian Commercial Street, Auto Show, Rolls-Royce Sales Office. Luo Tian signed the car purchase contract within 10 minutes. Luo Tian felt that the contract was signed too quickly. In fact, Luo Tian didn't know that this was entirely due to the Hyundai Centurion Black Gold card. After signing the contract, Luo Tian sent a message to the butler Lu Cheng. "Butler Lu, I bought a few cars and I need drivers." Lu Cheng replied instantly. "Master, the maids in your home can all be drivers. How many drivers does the master need?" Luo Tian said he was shocked. A maid could be a driver? The system is really awesome. Even the maid at home is omnipotent. "Come on, 3. By the way, don't call me master in the future. Give me an order. Call me young master in the future." After Luo Tian replied, he turned off his phone and walked out with the contract. "I'll send someone to drive the car later. I'll leave first." "Okay." Luo Tian saw the sales reply and walked out. As soon as he left the sales office, he saw Yuokexen jumping in front of Luo Tian and kissed him on the face. "Thank you, little brother. I received 4,000 yuan in rewards today. After deducting the platform fees, I will give you half." Yuokexen's face turned slightly red because she kissed Luo Tian like a half-ripe peach. "You should keep that money. I don't need it. If you really want to repay me, have a meal with me later." Luo Tian waved his hands. It was not that he looked down on Yuokexen. It was true that after deducting the platform fee from 4,000 yuan, he only got 2,000 yuan. If he got half of it, it would be 1,000 yuan. Luo Tian said that 1,000 yuan was almost the same as 1 yuan. It would be a pity to throw it away. It would be better to give it to Yuokexen to improve her life. "Eat? Little brother, you are not interested in me, are you?" Yuokexen stared at Luo Tian with her big watery eyes. When she heard the two people talking in the live broadcast room, she also burst into barrage. As the live broadcast continued, the popularity reached 550,000. It seems that another treasure anchor is going to fall. What do you mean by fallen? You have to give up your career and pursue love. Haha, damn, pursue love. I don't even accept the wall. I only accept the brother who pursues love. Luo Tian couldn't help laughing when he heard Yue Kexen's words and patted Yue Kexen's forehead with his hand. What are you thinking about? It's just a simple meal. Yue Kexen felt a little disappointed when she heard Luo Tian's words, but Yue Kexen recovered quickly and became a lively angel in about 2 minutes. Liu Yang, go and arrange the things I told you to do first. I will see the results of the first stage tonight. Luo Tian said to Liu Yang, who was still in a daze. When Liu Yang heard Luo Tian's words, he also remembered what Luo Tian had told him. Okay, Luo Jie, wait for my good news. After Liu Yang finished speaking, he left quickly. Kexen, I still want to buy a car. Do you have any recommendations? Luo Tian looked at Liu Yang, the 36-watt luminous light bulb, and left, and asked Yue Kexen, still buying? What type of car does the little brother want? Yue Kexen was also stunned when she heard Luo Tian's words, but randomly thought that Luo Tian bought 2 cars, and it seemed that buying another one would be no problem. Luo Tian thought for a while. I've bought a sports car and a sedan, and I'm still short of a shopping car. Luo Tian thought that the maids at home could drive, so it would be nice to buy one to go back and buy groceries for the maids. Shopping car? What's the budget? Yue Kexen was relieved when she heard that Luo Tian was going to buy a grocery cart. In her opinion, a grocery cart worth hundreds of thousands would be enough. Budget? About 3 million. I can't buy something too good after all. I can't drive the same thing as a grocery cart. Luo Tian thought about it for a while and felt that 3 million was about right. Oh, 300,000. Then buy. Wait, little brother, how much do you want? Yue Kexen just took out a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. It all came out at once. 3 million. What's wrong? Luo Tian was puzzled. Isn't it just 3 million? Is it necessary to be so surprised? Nothing. I just choked accidentally. Yue Kexen took out a pack of napkins from her bag and wiped the water stains from the corners of her mouth. The live broadcast room saw Kexen's expression and mocked her. I want to laugh when I see the host's ignorant look. I feel that the host's spraying of water just now was very real. The one upstairs, you are still the coquettish one. I, Zhang-san, admit defeat. Mom, this is not the car to the kindergarten. I want to get off. The car door is welded shut, and you still want to get off. Manually funny. Yue Kexen shook her head when looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room. Sure enough, these days, those who watch live broadcasts are all LSP. She wanted to say that she didn't understand. For 3 million, the little brother can consider the Porsche series Panamera. Yue Kexen thought for a while and still felt that the Porsche series Panamera was suitable. Porsche Panamera? I think it's okay. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he took Yue Kexen's hand and walked towards the Porsche showroom. After the news of Luo Tian buying a car spread, the whole auto show knew that there was a man with a female anchor buying a luxury car live broadcast. So when Luo Tian brought Yue Kexen to the Porsche display area, the security guard did not stop Yue Kexen from taking her mobile phone to the display booth. Yue Kexen felt very shy when being held by Luo Tian. After all, this was the first time in 20 years that a man other than her father had held her. Luo Tian did not care so much. According to Luo Tian's understanding, he was simply afraid that Yue Kexen would get lost. When the salesperson saw Luo Tian and the other person coming, he quickly stepped forward to greet her. But she heard that, as long as it was a car that this man liked, he would not ask any questions and would just swipe his card. You know, the commission for selling a luxury car is not small, so she was particularly enthusiastic at this time. Sir, what series of cars do you need me to see? Listen to her. Just ask her. I'll be responsible for swiping the card. Before the salesperson finished speaking, Luo Tian pulled Yue Kexen behind him in front of him and whispered in Yue Kexen's ear, just help me choose this car. I don't know much about cars. I'll treat you to dinner after I buy it. Yue Kexen nodded when she heard what Luo Tian said. However, to outsiders, it was not Yue Kexen who helped Luo Tian buy a car. As for what it looked like, imagine it yourself. Yue Kexen then followed the salesperson to see the car. At this time, there was a commotion outside the store. 3 young ladies in maid costumes walked into the auto show. If this was not the auto show, they would have thought it was a comic exhibition. A group of male customers who came to see the car stared straight at them. These 3 maids were really beautiful, fair-skinned, beautiful, and had short legs. Each maid was about 1.6 meters tall, so her legs did not look very long. As for the short legs, it was just an exaggeration. Everyone saw the 3 maids walking towards Luo Tian's position. Master, what do you want? The 3 maids bent down slightly and asked Luo Tian together, help me drive the car I just bought back later. I also gave you a shopping cart. Luo Tian looked at this situation and wanted to cover his face. After all, too many people were watching. In the future, the maids must not be allowed to wear maid costumes. At least they can't go out, but they can wear them at home. Which man doesn't like to have a group of young ladies in maid costumes at home? Chapter 29, Tips for Cutting in Line. Please vote for me. Please add me to your collection. Please recommend me. Yokexin has just finalized the car purchase contract with the salesperson and is just waiting for Luo Tian to pay. Yokexin walked towards Luo Tian and was surprised to see the three maids. The three maids were really beautiful, and their smiles were aura-filled. The three maids were also seen in the live broadcast room, and they all gave small gifts. Host, I have given you a reward. Please give the three ladies a close-up. Yes, I will also give you a reward. Please give me a close-up. These three ladies are so fairy-like. I love them. Yokexin also looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and pointed her phone at the three ladies in maid costumes. Brother, I have already chosen. It's a Porsche Panamera. Before Yokexin could finish, she was interrupted by Luo Tian. I believe in your vision. Just take a fancy to it. Luo Tian was still the same. He took out the card from his pocket and handed it to the salesperson. When the salesperson saw Luo Tian took out the card, she smiled in her heart. Salespeople like straightforward people. She can get at least 60,000 commission for this order. The salesperson quickly took out the card swiping machine, and Luo Tian pressed the password, and the order was printed out. Luo Tian signed and said to the maids, drive the car I just bought back. I'll drive that Ferrari J50, and my own Ferrari 488 as well. Luo Tian took out the keys of the Rolls-Royce, Porsche Panamera, and Ferrari 488 he had just bought from his pocket and gave them to the three of them. Okay, young master. The three maids got the keys and drove to different places respectively. Young master? Little brother, aren't these three young ladies your friends? Yokexin couldn't help but marvel at the way the three addressed Luo Tian. Rich people really know how to have fun. There are three maids and young ladies at home. The maids at home. I didn't have a driver when I went out, so I asked them to help me drive back. Luo Tian answered. At this time, another barrage of comments broke out in the live broadcast room. Sure enough, rich people are really different from us poor people. Wow, I can see so many young ladies wearing maid costumes every day. I envy them. He must be the young master of a big family. Otherwise, how could he spend 50 million in the blink of an eye? I worship the big brother. Yokexin saw the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room and lamented that she had been live broadcasting for a year and her popularity had never exceeded 200,000. Today, it has reached 800,000 and she has also been recommended on the outdoor channel. Let's go, I'll take you to dinner. Luo Tian took Yokexin to the Ferrari booth. Luo Tian helped Yokexin open the passenger door, waited for Yokexin to sit down, and closed the door. Luo Tian sat in the main driver's seat. Sure enough, as soon as he got in the car, he felt the difference between this Ferrari J50 and his previous Ferrari 488. The seats of this car are much more comfortable than before, and you won't feel that it's expensive for a reason. Kexin, turn off the live broadcast. I won't broadcast it later. Luo Tian thought that if he broadcast his meal live, he might get banned. He didn't want to be famous. As the saying goes, make a fortune in silence and don't show your wealth. Yokexin obviously knew Luo Tian's concerns and turned off the live broadcast regardless of the wailing in the live broadcast room. What do you want to eat at noon? Luo Tian asked Yokexin. After all, he invited others to dinner, so he had to take care of other people's feelings. I'll listen to you, little brother. Yokexin replied sweetly. Don't call me little brother. My name is Luo Tian. You can just call me by my name. Luo Tian was not used to hearing Yokexin calling him a little brother on the left and a little brother on the right. Okay, then I'll call you Brother Luo Tian. Brother Luo Tian, what does your family do? Why do you have so much money? In fact, Yokexin was quite confused. Logically, a second-tier city like Jiangling shouldn't have such a wealthy family. 50 million was squandered in a few hours. Even on Daocheng, the richest man in Jiangling, couldn't let his son spend 50 million in a few hours. Me? I run a small business myself. I'm an orphan. Luo Tian smiled when he heard Yokexin's words. Yokexin must have thought that the money was given by his family. But this was understandable. After all, he was only 18 years old. Have you ever seen an 18-year-old boy who could spend 50 million in 2 hours? Orphan? Brother Luo Tian, I'm sorry. I was abrupt. Yokexin hurriedly apologized to Luo Tian. Yokexin didn't expect that the sunny and handsome boy in front of him was actually an orphan. Orphans were not the point. The most important thing was that Luo Tian had so much money, which was terrible. There were no people without background who could have so much money at this age. It's okay, I'll take you to eat steak later. I heard that a good restaurant opened in the East District. Luo Tian also quickly skipped this topic and shifted the topic to where to eat later. Luo Tian didn't want to talk about this topic, and spending so much money not only didn't cost money, but also made money for himself. Do you want to know about the system cashback? Okay. Yokexin answered without saying anything, staring at Luo Tian's profile with a pair of smart eyes. Jiangling East District. Luo Tian parked the car. Jiangling East District is a civilian consumption area. There is no particularly high-end consumption here, so there are many people shopping here. Pedestrians were also surprised to see a cool sports car parked here. After all, Jiangling is only a second-tier city. There are many people who own sports cars, but this kind of tens of millions of level is still rare. Luo Tian helped Yue Kexin open the car door. When Yue Kexin got out of the car, the eyes of the men around her focused on handsome men and beautiful women. No matter where they are the focus. The most important thing is that the two got off the Ferrari J50, and there were more eyes on them. Let's go. The steakhouse is just in front. Luo Tian walked to the front and saw a steakhouse with a queue. The name was New Qichongtian. Seeing this name, Luo Tian thought he came to the wrong store. Aren't these names usually hot pot? Why do Western restaurants use this name? Yue Kexin sighed when she saw so many people queuing in front of her. Brother Luo Tian, there are so many people. Let's wait a while. Luo Tian smiled when he heard Yue Kexin's words and then walked towards the three waiting customers in the front. Brother, do you sell this seat? Luo Tian said to the three boys. The three men were stunned at first. At first, they thought Luo Tian wanted to cut in line and were ready to scold Luo Tian. They were stunned for a moment, not knowing what Luo Tian meant. Brother, I've been waiting for an hour. It's really not easy. One of the three men also recovered and replied to Luo Tian, Brother, don't say anything, 600 yuan. How about 200 each of you? Luo Tian also laughed when he heard what this man said. What's not easy? As long as the price is right, nothing is impossible. The three people also looked unhappy when they heard Luo Tian's words. You know, a steak meal for three people costs only about 600 yuan. This is equivalent to reimbursing them. What's there to disagree with? Okay, brother, give it to you. After the three people answered, Luo Tian used his mobile phone to scan the code and sent this person 600 yuan. They also gave Luo Tian the queue receipt. After Luo Tian got the ticket, he walked to Yue Kexin and said to Kexin with the ticket, This is a little trick to jump the queue. You can use it in the future. Yue Kexin's face darkened when she heard Luo Tian's words. Why do you need it? 600 yuan was gone in an instant. Yue Kexin said she couldn't afford it. Chapter 30. Borrow your girlfriend for 2 days. After a while, Luo Tian saw Li Kexing. Luo Tian and his companions did not wait for a while before entering the New Qichongtian steakhouse. The waiter was also very enthusiastic to lead the way for Luo Tian and his companions. After sitting down, Luo Tian found that there was only one menu. Sure enough, this was the difference. Generally, some high-end steakhouses would put 2 menus so that there would not be the embarrassment of ordering alone. Luo Tian picked up the menu and found that the price of this steakhouse was indeed not expensive. The general price of steak was around 198, and the most expensive Wagyu was only 888. Luo Tian ordered a piece of A9 Wagyu and handed the menu to Yue Kexin. Come and take a look. What do you want to eat? Luo Tian did not directly order the most expensive Wagyu for Yue Kexin. This is a small detail. If you directly order the most expensive one, girls may think that you will only spend money and will not consider them. Luo Tian is always firm. Details determine success or failure. However, some girls also directly order the most expensive one. If it is that kind of girl, Luo Tian will not give them the menu. But Yue Kexin is not that kind of girl at a glance, so the importance of details comes. Sure enough, Yue Kexin looked at Luo Tian handing her the menu, and her face looked much better. Girls are delicate. They can't say it, but they will remember it in their hearts. Yue Kexin orders very quickly and finishes ordering in about 5 minutes. Kexin, why do you work as an anchor? Luo Tian is actually quite curious. Why would a girl like Yue Kexin go into the anchor industry? I like to go out. It's boring to go out alone, so I start an anchor. Yue Kexin answered directly. Don't you have a girlfriend? I heard that you girls all have girlfriends to accompany you. Luo Tian was also surprised to hear Yue Kexin's words. Going out alone? I'm a freshman at Jiangling University. The girls in school are too realistic. Yue Kexin seemed to sigh and then continued. They are trying to hook up with rich men all day long, showing off their bags worth tens of thousands of dollars every day. I can't get along with them. Luo Tian couldn't help but agree when he heard Yue Kexin's words. Girls are becoming more and more realistic nowadays. Maybe they feel safer when they have money. Yeah, I think I'm a rich man. Do you want to hook me? Luo Tian also became interested at this time and joked with Yue Kexin directly. Okay, brother Luo Tian, what kind of girls do you like? Yue Kexin saw Luo Tian's half-smiled face and knew that Luo Tian was joking. As for me, I like the cute and well-behaved type. While the two were talking and laughing, the waiter had already brought the steak to the table. An iron tray was placed in front of Luo Tian by the waiter, and it was covered with an iron pot lid. The waiter opened the pot lid and poured a little alcohol on the steak. Then he used a lighter to light it. Fire came out of the steak, and there was a sizzling sound from the steak. Sir, ma'am, please enjoy. The waiter left after he finished speaking. Luo Tian had never seen such a steak before, and his face was full of disbelief. It turned out that ordering a steak could be so fancy. Would it taste better if it was ordered with alcohol? Of course not. But it would definitely be more expensive. Kishin, is this what you ordered? Luo Tian was not sure what kind of steak this was. It would be really embarrassing if he got the wrong one later. Yes, this is sirloin steak. I like sirloin steak the most. Kishin said as she brought the plate to herself, picked up the knife and fork and started eating. After a while, the Wagyu beef ordered by Luo Tian was also brought up by the waiter. Luo Tian used the knife and fork and felt unaccustomed to it. Waiter, get me a pair of chopsticks. The waiter looked at Luo Tian with a very strange expression. Sir, I'm sorry, we don't have chopsticks in our Western restaurant. Luo Tian frowned. Knives and forks were not used to it, which made him particularly embarrassed. Brother Luo Tian, what's wrong? Are you not used to using a knife and fork? Kishin looked at Luo Tian's embarrassed expression and asked curiously. Yes, I can't cut it with a knife. Forget it, I'll eat it with a fork. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he picked up the steak with a fork and bit it directly. Kexin couldn't help laughing when she saw Luo Tian's actions. Kexin didn't think Luo Tian was rustic or something. She felt that Luo Tian was very cute like this. But the men and women at the table next to him laughed loudly. No way, there are still rustic people now? A young man laughed loudly, thinking that he was dressed very fashionably, with a big hole in his pants. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, eating steak with chopsticks, the biggest joke in my life. The girl next to the young man also laughed loudly. It's a pity that such a beautiful girl is accompanied by such a rustic old man. He is also blind. There was also a man with yellow hair who pouted. Luo Tian suddenly felt angry. He was just eating a steak and was not used to using a knife and fork. Are these people so idle? Do they have to mock him to highlight that he is very advanced? Some people always feel that they are superior to others, but they don't even look at what kind of stuff they are. Luo Tian didn't tolerate these people at all, and he directly mocked them. The two men at the table who went back got angry when they heard this. You're still not convinced when I say you're an old-fashioned man? You have to find fault, right? The yellow-haired man was also a hot-tempered person. He stood up and glared at Luo Tian angrily. Don't take it personally. I'm looking for trouble with you? Are you worthy? Luo Tian regretted coming to the East District where there were many gangsters. Luo Tian thought that he should find a more upscale place in the future and change his thinking. Damn kid, I think you're tired of living. Seeing Luo Tian's arrogant look, the yellow-haired man also got angry. Brother Luo Tian, why don't we go? It's a bit noisy here. Seeing this, Kexin was also ready to pull Luo Tian away. After all, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. If this goes on, she feels that Luo Tian will suffer. Leave? I want to leave after you scold me? Before Luo Tian could say anything, the yellow-haired man shouted so loudly that many customers in the store looked over. The waiter also hurried over and apologized to the yellow-haired man. Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry. Harmony brings wealth. Don't be so angry. The yellow-haired man saw the waiter's attitude, and his anger subsided a little. Boy, just kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, I will not let you leave this door today. The yellow-haired man became arrogant in an instant and looked at Luo Tian. Mr. Zhao, there is such a person in the East District. What's your name? Luo Tian raised his eyebrows. He had never heard of Mr. Zhou. This person looked very prestigious. What's your grandfather Zhou's name? What does it have to do with you? Just kowtow and it's all over. The yellow-haired man continued to be arrogant. He took out his mobile phone and made a call. Hello, Lao Huang, find 10 people for me. Yes, very arrogant. The yellow-haired man said loudly to the phone. The people eating around him discussed, this young man is finished. He has offended Zhou Jun. Oh, he is so young. What a pity. The people eating nearby shook their heads. Well, your girlfriend is pretty. How about lending her to me for 2 days? Let's just leave it at that. Zhou Jun suddenly looked at Yue Kexin, who was opposite Luo Tian, and found that Yue Kexin was really pretty, so he had a bad idea, I have to say. You are very brave. I'm waiting for your 10 men. After that, Luo Tian also took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Liu Zhentian. Zhangling East District. Awesome, bring 50 thugs here. Chapter 31. Sir, he fell down. Extra chapter is here. Yue Kexin looked at Zhou Jun's appearance and also sat next to Luo Tian, hugging Luo Tian tightly as if she had seen Luo Tian handing her over to Zhou Jun. It's okay. Don't you still believe me? Luo Tian touched Yue Kexin's head and said to Yue Kexin, Yeah, I believe in brother Luo Tian. Yue Kexin nodded. Zhou Jun got so angry when he saw Luo Tian and the other person were still flirting in front of him that he crossed his arms and waited to see if Luo Tian was willing to hand over Yue Kexin. The man and the woman at Zhou Jun's table were also ready to watch the show. Brother Jun, when you get her, give me a cup of soup. The man at Zhou Jun's table also said to Zhou Jun with a wretched face. Don't worry, we are all brothers. 15 minutes later in the East District of Zhangling, At the new Chichongtian restaurant, gangsters walked into the store with sticks. They were all wearing leather jackets and earrings. "Brother Jun, we are here. Who are we going to beat today?" The leading gangster saw Zhou Jun and hurriedly ran to him and asked, "Kill this guy and take the woman away." Zhou Jun pointed at Luo Tian and said. Luo Tian frowned. "This Liu Zhentian is too slow. The people on the opposite side have arrived. But Liu Zhentian hasn't arrived yet?" Just as Luo Tian was thinking, he saw 3 Mercedes-Benz S500s driving over outside the store, followed by several business cars. Liu Zhentian walked out of the front Mercedes-Benz S500. Liu Er and Liu San walked out of the 2 Mercedes-Benz S500s at the back. As the 3 got out of the car, the business cars behind opened their doors at the same time. Big men in black suits and holding steel bars got out of the cars. They looked up and held their chests high. It was obvious that they were not ordinary thugs and were not at the same level as the gangsters Zhou Jun called. Liu Zhentian walked into the arrogant store, followed by Liu Er and Liu San, followed by a group of big men in black suits. When the customers in the store saw this situation, they made way for him. After all, they were blocking the way and were beaten. In the end, they would suffer. When Zhou Jun saw Liu Zhentian, his legs suddenly trembled and he hurried to Liu Zhentian. "Uncle Liu, why are you here?" Liu Zhentian heard someone calling him and looked at Zhou Jun. He frowned and saw that Zhou Jun was followed by a gangster. Combined with the message Luo Tian sent him, Liu Zhentian roughly knew what happened. Liu Zhentian hurriedly walked in front of Luo Tian, bent down and shouted to Luo Tian, "Hello, boss!" As Liu Zhentian bent down, Liu Er, Liu San, and a group of men in black suits bent down at the same time. "Hello, boss!" Zhou Jun looked at Liu Zhentian and the others shouting, "Boss!" to Luo Tian. His legs trembled, and he fell to the floor. "Zhentian, someone just said he wanted to beat me up. Let's lend my friend to him for a few days. What do you think we should do?" Luo Tian looked at Zhou Jun, who fell to the ground indifferently, and asked Liu Zhentian. When Liu Zhentian heard what Luo Tian said, he trembled all over. This Zhou Jun was really looking for death. How dare he talk to Luo Tian like this? Isn't it like a dung beetle turning on the light in the toilet, looking for death? As for why there was another woman beside Luo Tian, Liu Zhentian was not a fool and would definitely not ask. "Brothers, fuck him for me." Liu Zhentian did not reply to Luo Tian's words, but spoke directly to the men in black suits. Before the men in black suits could make a move, Liu Er had already slapped Zhou Jun with one hand. Liu Er just had no place to vent his anger, and didn't this Zhou Jun just bump into him? Zhou Jun was slapped on the chest by Liu Er. He flew back 10 meters and fell heavily to the ground. Zhou Jun spat out a mouthful of blood. Luo Tian could see that Liu Er's slap was too cruel. This Zhou Jun would have to stay in bed for at least half a year. Luo Tian did not sympathize with such people. He relied on his status to commit crimes in the street. It was not a pity to die. Okay, it's not good to beat people to death. Luo Tian waved his hands, looking at Yuekexen's frightened eyes, and stopped Liu Er, who wanted to continue. Just then, 6 patrol cars stopped outside the arrogant store. The patrolmen quickly came in and surrounded everyone, each with a gun in his hand. Luo Tian estimated that someone had called the police, so the patrolmen came to this store. "What are you doing? Gathering to fight? Cover your head with your hands." A female patrolman in the lead also came out and shouted at a group of men in black. Luo Tian stood up and walked towards the female patrolman. "Sir, we just came here to eat steak. Why are there a crowd fighting here?" The female patrolman looked at Luo Tian, listened to Luo Tian's explanation, and narrowed her eyes. "Then what happened to this man vomiting blood? Vomited blood after eating steak?" The female police pointed at Zhou Jun, who was lying on the ground. This time, she wanted to see what kind of explanation Luo Tian would have. "Sir, this little brother fell down while walking. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." Luo Tian looked at the female police, not panicking at all. "Sir, I fell down, so I vomited blood." Zhou Jun also said to the female police. Zhou Jun is not a fool. Even if Luo Tian is detained, with Luo Tian's methods, he will be out in no time. After Luo Tian comes out, won't he be completely finished? He doesn't want to sleep in the bed and suddenly be cut by someone. The female police looked into Zhou Jun's eyes. She seemed to know something. "This little brother, you have to trust the police. If you are beaten, tell me." The female police continued to ask Zhou Jun, "Sir, I really fell down." Zhou Jun believes the police? How is it possible? It's not like Zhou Jun had been detained before, and he came out in less than half a day. The female patrolman saw that Zhou Jun insisted that he had fallen, so she had no choice but to shout to pack up. The patrolman came quickly and left quickly. After seeing the patrolman leave, Zhou Jun also hurriedly limped to Luo Tian and said, "I'm sorry, please forgive me." Luo Tian didn't even look at Zhou Jun and continued to stroke Yuekexen's hair. "Kexen, do you say you forgive him?" Luo Tian suddenly asked Yuekexen, "Brother Luo Tian, I think it's enough to teach him a lesson." Yuekexen was still an ordinary person after all. He had never seen fighting and killing, and the world was dangerous. Luo Tian nodded, and it didn't matter. He didn't take a small character like Zhou Jun to heart. Go, don't be so arrogant next time. When Zhou Jun heard what Luo Tian said, he hurriedly took the 2 men and women who came with him and left. Seeing Zhou Jun being supported by 2 people and walked out, Luo Tian waved to Luo Tian to indicate that they could leave. Luo Tian instantly understood what Luo Tian meant and led his people away in a mighty manner. Brother Luo Tian, are you from the underworld? Yu Kexin's voice was a little trembling. She had never seen anyone being beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Just now, Zhou Jun flew 10 meters and then vomited blood, which scared her. I'm not from the underworld. I'm a serious businessman and I will never break the law, Luo Tian said seriously. Yu Kexin nodded, but thinking about how domineering Luo Tian just now was, okay, let's go. I have something to do later. Add a friend and contact me when I'm free. Luo Tian thought that he had to go to the museum later and use the photographic memory experience card. Yu Kexin nodded when she heard Luo Tian's words, feeling a little reluctant. Luo Tian brought her a lot of shock today. First, it was the live broadcast, then buying a car. Now the more mysterious a man is, the more curious a woman is. Once a woman is curious, she is not far from falling. Chapter 32. Sign in. Huatian Commercial Street. Luo Tian and Yu Kexin left the steak restaurant. I'll take you home. A girl shouldn't go alone, Luo Tian said to Yu Kexin. After all, it is not safe to let a girl go back alone, especially a beautiful girl like Yu Kexin. Yu Kexin nodded, and the 2 got on the Ferrari J50 together. The Ferrari J50 slowly drove out of the parking space with the eyes of everyone. Jiangling University is not far from Jiangling East District, about 20 minutes away by car. 20 minutes later, the students of Jiangling University walked out of Jiangling University and saw a black sports car slowly approaching from a distance. All the students' attention was attracted by this black sports car. Luo Tian slowly parked the car in front of the gate of Jiangling University. Brother Luo Tian, remember to contact me when you are free. Yu Kexin opened the car door and got out of the car. As soon as Yu Kexin came out, she found that everyone's eyes were on her. After all, Yu Kexin was the freshman of Jiangling University and was easily recognized. Xiaoling, do you think that's Kexin? A girl said to the girl next to her. Oh my god, no way. Doesn't Kexin never care about money? Xiaoling widened her eyes and watched Yu Kexin get out of the black sports car, wiped her eyes. What money? This is called true love. What do you know? The girl corrected Xiaoling immediately, and the 2 of them quickly ran to Yu Kexin. Both of them stared at Yu Kexin with wide eyes. What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me? Is there something dirty on my face? Yu Kexin felt sorry. What happened to these 2 people? Why were they looking at her like that? Kexin, I didn't expect you to be the most sophisticated one here. You found a boyfriend so soon? Xiaoling looked at Yu Kexin and exclaimed. She thought Yu Kexin didn't have the intention to find a boyfriend before. It turned out that she just didn't meet true love. Not a boyfriend, just an ordinary friend. Yu Kexin's face turned red because of what Xiaoling said. The boys next to her were stunned. Ordinary friend? Don't explain. Would your face blush like this for an ordinary friend? Xiaoling's face was full of I understand expression. Yu Kexin was helpless. It seems that this matter can't be washed away even if she jumps into the Yellow River. Forget it, why wash it? On the other side, Luo Tian was driving on the road, ready to go to Jiangling Library. Luo Tian was ready to finish school matters quickly, otherwise He Chushui could really beat Luo Tian to death. Luo Tian parked the car downstairs of Jiangling Library. As soon as Luo Tian came in, he saw a large shelf of books and a sparse crowd. When Luo Tian came here, he had set a few small goals for himself. Junior high school, college, and some economic knowledge books must be finished within 4 hours. If possible, it doesn't hurt to read more. Luo Tian first took the junior high school knowledge books, holding a dozen books in his hands. Others in the library saw Luo Tian holding so many books and wondered, so many? Can he really finish reading them in one afternoon? System, use the photographic memory experience card, Luo Tian said in his mind. Ding! The photographic memory experience card was used successfully. Countdown 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Luo Tian heard the voice of the system and immediately opened the book and began to read. As soon as Luo Tian opened the first page, he found that his 2 eyes were like a scanning device, which could basically scan in 1 second, and the content of this page appeared in his mind completely. Luo Tian was overjoyed. Sure enough, what the system gave him was powerful. Luo Tian began to flip through the book frantically, 1 page per second, and a book only took 1 or 2 minutes at most. Seeing Luo Tian like this, other people who came to read the book at the same time were stunned. It was so fast. What could they read? Luo Tian did not have time to care about other people's eyes. He focused his eyes on the books. 4 hours later, all kinds of books were placed in front of Luo Tian. In the blink of an eye, there were probably hundreds of books. Because Luo Tian did not want to waste time to get the books, he directly asked Liu Cheng to call 3 maids to help Luo Tian get the books. Suddenly, there was a beautiful scenery around Luo Tian. Everyone saw 3 beautiful young ladies in maid costumes holding books next to Luo Tian. From time to time, the maids would pass the juice with straws to Luo Tian's mouth. Everyone was autistic again. Others did not come to read books, but to enjoy. Ding! The experience card of photographic memory has been used up. Finally, at the moment when the system prompt sounded, Luo Tian closed the last book. Luo Tian seemed to feel that there was a library in his mind at this time. As long as he thought about a book, that book would appear. Luo Tian let out a long breath, and the whole person slumped in the chair. After 4 hours of reading, although he had the experience card of photographic memory, his brain was still very tired, and he felt that he was about to collapse from exhaustion. Seeing Luo Tian's appearance, the maid also handed Luo Tian mineral water. "Thank you." Luo Tian was very touched. It turned out that his maid was considerate. "Master, this is what I should do." The maid smiled sweetly. It seemed that hearing Luo Tian's praise was as sweet as eating honey. Luo Tian sat on the stool and rested for about 15 minutes. The notification sound of his mobile phone rang again. Luo Tian opened his mobile phone and saw that it was a message from Mumu. "Chen, are you free tonight? The exam is over. I want to go out and have some fun in the evening." Luo Tian quickly replied to the message, "Okay, I'll pick you up after school later." And Mumu replied with an expression that loves you. Ding! The host still has 1 sign-in opportunity. Do you want to sign in? Just when Luo Tian was thinking about where to go to play in the evening, the system prompt sounded. Luo Tian was busy all day and forgot about signing in. Sign in. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 10,000 sign-in points and all shares of Huatian Commercial Street. Luo Tian heard the voice of the system and his heart was pounding. The system reward this time was too good. This was an entire commercial street. You should know that the valuation of Huatian Commercial Street is more than 50 billion, which is equivalent to 2 Huachens. Luo Tian felt that where to go to play in the evening was solved. The entire Huatian Commercial Street was his. Where else did he need to go to play? Luo Tian got up and prepared to go to Jiangling No. 1 Middle School. After all, it was almost 5 o'clock. It was about 20 minutes from Jiangling Library to No. 1 Middle School, which was almost there. Huatian Commercial Street, Huatian Building Manager's Office. Yang Hu just received a call. After the call, he slumped in his office chair, sweat on his face. Just now, Yang Hu received a call from someone who bought all the shares of Huatian Commercial Street at a price 20% higher than the market price. You know, the current valuation of Huatian Commercial Street is about 56 billion. If it exceeds 20%, wouldn't it be 67 billion? Money is not the point. The main thing is that the valuation of Huatian Commercial Street is steadily increasing. The group of old guys on the board of directors actually sold their shares together. This puzzled Yang Hu. Don't these old guys always hold on to the shares in their hands? Thinking of this, Yang Hu thought of a possibility, which is this possibility that made Yang Hu's scalp numb. That is, the mysterious person who bought Huatian Commercial Street. The group of old guys on the board of directors can't afford to offend. Since they can't afford to offend, it's better to make money and sell that mysterious person a face. Yang Hu thought for a while, and then looked through the information of the new boss. A young face appeared in front of Yang Hu, and Yang Hu was immediately shocked. It seems that which prince came to Jiangling? Chapter 33. What lipstick costs hundreds of millions? Jiangling City, Jiangling No. 1 Middle School. Luo Tian drove a Ferrari J50 and stopped at the gate of Jiangling No. 1 Middle School, and was stopped by the security guard. "Uncle Pan, let me in," Luo Tian said to the security guard. As a poor student in Jiangling No. 1 Middle School, skipping classes and dropping out of school naturally became the norm for Luo Tian. He was naturally familiar with the school security guard, Uncle Pan. Luo Tian took out a Zhonghua cigarette from the handrail grid and handed it to Uncle Pan. Uncle Pan was not going to stop him when he saw Luo Tian's Ferrari J50. Although Uncle Pan didn't know what luxury cars were, he knew it was not cheap when he saw Luo Tian's Ferrari J50. Uncle Pan was stunned when he saw Luo Tian's face, because Luo Tian's whole body, including his face, had been fine-tuned by the system. Uncle Pan looked at Luo Tian for a while before recognizing Luo Tian. "Are you Chen? Why did you drive here?" Uncle Pan took Luo Tian's cigarette, his face full of shock. "Uncle Pan, I still have to pick someone up after school. Let's talk next time." Seeing Uncle Pan took the cigarette, Luo Tian didn't want to talk anymore. It was almost 5:30, and he was going to pick up on Mumu. Uncle Pan also knew that Luo Tian must have something to do, so he didn't ask much and opened the door directly. Luo Tian parked the car in the open-air parking lot of Jiangling No. 1 Middle School and quickly ran to the class. When he left Jiangling No. 1 Middle School, the bell for Class 5 Grade 2 rang, and Mumu packed his school bag and prepared to go downstairs to wait for Luo Tian. He saw that the first student to go out was standing there, motionless. And Mumu was curious. Isn't this student the fastest to run after class? Why is he standing at the door and not going out today? And Mumu was also shocked when she just went out. She saw Luo Tian wearing Armani casual clothes, with hairspray on his head and faint stubble on his chin. You can't tell that he is a student, as if he is a business elite. The most important thing is that Luo Tian is holding a bouquet of roses in his hand. The petals are particularly bright red against the backdrop of the setting sun. Luo Tian walked towards Mumu, and some classmates who were blocking Mumu made way and said, "Mumu, let's go." Luo Tian handed the rose in his hand to Mumu. Mumu didn't reply, but just touched the rose that Luo Tian handed over. Mumu's face flushed, and she carefully took Luo Tian's outstretched hand. At this moment, a figure ran over. Hichushui was stunned when he saw Luo Tian's appearance, and was stunned for a few seconds. "Luo Tian, don't go too far in school." When Mumu heard Hichushui's voice, she quickly retracted her hand that was holding Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at Hichushui, who was full of anger, with helplessness on his face. He didn't expect Hichushui to be still in school. "I know, there won't be a next time." Luo Tian's reply was very insightful. If Luo Tian said that he would pay attention next time, based on Luo Tian's understanding of his class teacher, Hichushui, he would definitely be so stubborn as to say, "There will be a next time?" So Luo Tian directly answered that there would be no next time, and Hichushui would have no qualms. Hichushui obviously knew what Luo Tian was thinking, and his face turned black. "By the way, come to school for the exam at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." Hichushui left angrily after saying this, and Mumu was also confused when she heard what Hichushui said, but she didn't ask about this situation. Luo Tian continued to hold Mumu's hand and left the classroom. As soon as they left, they heard everyone in the class immediately open their chatterboxes. "Wow, this is too amazing. They show their affection directly in front of the teacher. Did you notice? Luo Tian seems to have become more handsome. Did you know? The clothes Luo Tian just wore cost tens of thousands." While the classmates were chattering, Luo Tian had already held Mumu's hand and came to the open-air parking lot. Luo Tian pressed the key, and the headlights of the Ferrari J50 in front of them suddenly lit up. The classmates who passed by almost fell out of their eyes when they saw this scene. The two got in the car under the attention of everyone. "Xiaotian, you changed the car again? This car is not cheap, is it?" Mumu was very shocked. She learned from her father that Luo Tian lived on a subsidy of 300 yuan a month. Wasn't his life particularly miserable? Couldn't he even afford to eat? Now Mumu felt that Luo Tian lived a more comfortable life than her father. On Daocheng. "Well, I bought it today. It's not expensive, just over 30 million. Luo Tian said casually to Mumu. Mumu took a breath of cold air. She actually spent more than 30 million for a car. You know, even if her father was the richest man in Jiangling, he only drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth more than 10 million. In other words, this car was worth 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. In fact, Mumu really wanted to ask Luo Tian how he could become so rich all of a sudden, but the words were on the tip of her tongue, and she couldn't say them out for a long time. In the end, Mumu decided not to ask Luo Tian. She wanted to wait for Luo Tian to tell her himself. "Xiaotian, what does the exam that teacher he talked about today mean?" And Mumu asked this question directly. She was a little confused about it. "Nothing. Teacher, he and I told each other that I can get into Qingling University with my eyes closed, so they asked me to take a mock exam tomorrow." Luo Tian did not notice Mumu's abnormality. "Getting into Qingling University with my eyes closed? Xiaotian, you are really amazing now." Mumu did not have the same expression as Hichushui when she heard Luo Tian's words. Luo Tian was also surprised when he heard Mumu's words, and asked curiously, "Mumu, don't you think him bragging?" And Mumu smiled when she heard Luo Tian's words. "Too many miracles have happened to you. I believe in you." Luo Tian's heart was warmed when he heard Mumu's words, and Mumu was indeed a treasure girl. "He'll take you to Huatian Commercial Street for dinner later, then go shopping after dinner, and then go to the movies, okay?" Luo Tian told Mumu about his arrangements, and Mumu nodded, and then the two of them tacitly did not speak. Luo Tian parked the car in the parking lot of Huatian Commercial Street, and the two walked side by side hand in hand. They were very good looking, so the rate of returning attention was very high. At this time, a host came to the two of them and asked Luo Tian, "Hello sir, are you willing to use 1 month's salary to buy a lipstick for your girlfriend?" Luo Tian was stunned for a moment. How did he encounter this kind of routine? Luo Tian heard that some bad hosts specialize in interviewing couples. If the boys say no, it will cause a gap in their relationship. If the boys say yes, the host will take the boys to the targeted store to buy lipstick. The prices in this store are generally very high, and the hosts will get a lot of commission afterwards. Luo Tian thought about it, and then he had an idea. Luo Tian smiled with a very strange look in his eyes and said to the microphone, 1 month's salary to buy a lipstick for your girlfriend? I can't. The host was also stunned when he heard Luo Tian say this. Most boys would answer yes when faced with such a question. The host was stunned for a while and then continued to ask, "Why, sir? Don't you love your girlfriend?" The host directly showed her unwillingness to kill. She swore that even if she didn't buy it, she would still ruin Luo Tian and his relationship. Anmumu obviously knew the host's trick and smiled faintly. Anmumu looked at Luo Tian, and it was obvious that he wanted to harm people. What kind of lipstick costs hundreds of millions? Isn't this a black shop? Luo Tian's face was full of anger. After saying that, he insisted on pulling Anmumu away. Chapter 34. This is the boss of our Huatian commercial street. Additional updates are presented. Please collect. Please vote. Luo Tian had just taken a few steps when the host quickly caught up with him. Little brother, wait a minute. Luo Tian stopped when he heard the host's words. The host saw the barrage in the live broadcast room and instantly felt that he had control of the traffic password. Damn, this kid is really good at bragging. Hundreds of millions a month? What a handsome little brother. It's a pity that his brain is not normal. What do you know? Look at the watch on this brother's hand. Brother, what watch is it? Tell us and broaden our horizons. Luo Tian turned around slowly and saw the host chasing him and said slowly, "Is there anything else?" The host quickly picked up the topic and put it under Luo Tian's mouth. Little brother, do you want to go to the store and show us how people who make hundreds of millions a month spend money? Luo Tian listened to the host's words and became playful. He was ready to go and see. Luo Tian agreed, and then the host led the way in front. Mumu, let's go and see how they cheat people and broaden our horizons. Luo Tian whispered into Mumu's ear. And Mumu covered her mouth and laughed when she heard Luo Tian's words. The two followed the host to a lipstick store. Luo Tian didn't know the brand of the lipstick, so naturally he didn't know what the store was called. And Mumu also shook her head, feeling that she had never heard of this store. Miss, do you have a favorite color? The anchor said to Anmumu. When Anmumu saw the prices of these lipsticks, she was shocked. The lowest price was $15.99, and the highest was even $13.999. And Mumu suddenly felt that she had narrowed her horizons. This was not a lipstick, but money. The anchor also laughed when she saw Anmumu's expression. Of course, this was not the original price. She had just told the store to increase the price 100 times. If this order was successful, she could make a fortune today. Is this price wrong? A lipstick costs more than 10,000 yuan? Anmumu asked immediately. The anchor was not panicked at all. She explained to Anmumu directly, Miss, this is an imported lipstick. It's more than 10,000 yuan, and it's a special price. Luo Tian raised his eyebrows. He still underestimated the host's thick skin. An imported lipstick costs more than 10,000? Does she think everyone is a fool? Forget it, I don't use lipstick much. And Mumu was also shocked by the price. Seeing the host's thick skin, Anmumu felt sick. Miss, just pick a few. Look, your boyfriend makes hundreds of millions a month. Why would he care about such a small amount of money? The host still refused to give up. After all, this is money. The host saw Anmumu and still shook his head. He could only turn his gaze to Luo Tian. Little brother, I'm sorry. How about you pick some? Luo Tian felt disgusted when he saw the host's face and shook his head, ready to pull Anmumu away. Would Luo Tian take the bait with this little trick? Luo Tian said that he was rich, but he was not a fool. When the host saw that the two were about to leave, he turned off the live broadcast and turned on the hermaphrodite mode. The host didn't dare to turn on the hermaphrodite mode, so he simply turned off the live broadcast. I thought he was so rich, but I didn't expect him to be a poor loser who can only brag. And that woman, she's blind, following such a poor loser. It's a pity to have such a beautiful face. Alas, the more beautiful the woman, the dumber she is. The anchor seemed to be talking to the clerk in the lipstick shop. When Luo Tian heard what the anchor said, he turned around and punched him. If the anchor only talked about him, he would not have directly attacked. But this anchor mentioned Anmumu, and Luo Tian couldn't stand it. Everyone has a reverse scale. Luo Tian has no family now, and Anmumu is his family. Luo Tian does not allow anyone to scold his family, even a sentence. The anchor flew several meters away. His face instantly became red and swollen, and he covered his face that he had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on plastic surgery and howled, "Murder, murder," and Mumu hurried over and pulled Luo Tian. "Xiao Chen, stop fighting. There are a lot of people here." Anmumu is worthy of being Luo Tian's girlfriend. This sentence means that you can hit her even if there is no one. Luo Tian touched Anmumu's head. "You can scold me, but if you scold her, even Jesus can't save you." Luo Tian took out his phone and called Yang Hu, the manager of Huatian Commercial Street. As soon as the call was connected, Luo Tian said to Yang Hu, "Manager Yang, this is Luo Tian. I'm in the lipstick area on the first floor of Huatian Commercial Street." Luo Tian's tone was very bad. He was really irritated by the anchor in front of him. "I'll only give you 10 minutes. Get out of here in less than 10 minutes. Luo Tian continued. Yang Hu on the other side was also confused. After hearing the words telling him to get out, he was just about to curse back, but suddenly he thought, Luo Tian? Why does this name sound so familiar? He suddenly remembered who Luo Tian was, and immediately replied in horror, Okay, Mr. Luo. As soon as Yang Hu hung up the phone, he didn't have time to tidy up his image and ran downstairs. Yang Hu knew from Luo Tian's tone that Luo Tian must have encountered something, otherwise he wouldn't be so angry. Damn it, don't let me know who made Mr. Luo so angry, otherwise I'll make you pay. Yang Hu cursed while running to the first floor of Huatian Commercial Street. 8 minutes later, Yang Hu hurried to the lipstick area on the first floor of Huatian Commercial Street. When he saw someone watching, he quickly squeezed in. He saw Luo Tian at first sight and quickly ran to Luo Tian and bowed. Hello, Mr. Luo. Luo Tian looked at Yang Hu, who was still panting. It was obvious that Yang Hu had run all the way here. This anchor deceived others into spending money and called my girlfriend blind. How do you decide to deal with him? Luo Tian said directly to Yang Hu, who was still panting. Boss Luo, he can be sent to jail for fraud. Yang Hu saw the anchor lying on the ground and wailing. His eyes became fierce. If there weren't too many people at the scene, he would have just drowned this person. And the owner of this lipstick shop, call him over. Luo Tian pointed at the lipstick shop and said to Yang Hu. When Yang Hu heard what Luo Tian said, he hurriedly took out his mobile phone and made a call. After making several calls, he finally found the owner's phone number and notified him to come to Huatian Commercial Street immediately. About 20 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit ran in. Manager Yang, why did you call me over? The middle-aged man in a suit was puzzled. If Yang Hu hadn't said he couldn't come, he would have immediately kicked him out of Huatian Commercial Street. He wouldn't have come so quickly. Your store is suspected of fraud. I have called the police. Yang Hu went straight to the point. The middle-aged man was stunned. How could he be a fraud? Zhao Ming, get out of here! The middle-aged man entered the lipstick shop and shouted loudly inside. As the middle-aged man's voice fell, a man walked out of the lipstick shop. What's wrong with you? How did you commit fraud? Zhao Ming saw that he could no longer hide it, so he could only tell the truth. The middle-aged man listened to Zhao Ming's words, his body trembling with anger. He swung a stick and hit Zhao Ming in the face. Zhao Ming's face also became swollen. The middle-aged man hurriedly walked to Yang Hu, bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, Manager Yang. It's my fault for not disciplining him well. When the police come, I must send this man to jail. Yang Hu frowned when he saw the middle-aged man bowing to him. This is Mr. Luo, the boss of our Huatian Commercial Street. You talk to Mr. Luo. Chapter 35, First Meeting with An Daocheng. Please vote. Please collect. The middle-aged man looked at Luo Tian in horror when he heard Yang Hu's words. Is the young man in front of him the boss behind the scenes of Huatian Commercial Street? The middle-aged man immediately ran to Luo Tian and bowed. Sorry. Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, Luo Tian waved his hand. Since it was not you who did it, you don't need to apologize to me. I don't want to see this anchor. Luo Tian said, looking at the anchor who was lying on the ground wailing, his eyes full of coldness. The anchor was disheartened when he heard Luo Tian's words. He was really mean. The anchor didn't expect that such a young person would be the boss of Huatian Commercial Street. He probably would have a hard time escaping. Okay, Mr. Luo, I promise that he will never appear in front of you again. The middle-aged man looked at the anchor in front of him viciously. It was this anchor in front of him who made him be remembered by the boss of Huatian Commercial Street. If this matter was on the news, it would really cut off his financial resources. Cutting off someone's financial resources would be like killing their parents. Just go to jail. Don't do anything weird. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he took Anmumu's little hand and left. Luo Tian didn't want to stay any longer. If the police came later, he would have to explain. Today, Luo Tian promised Anmumu to accompany Anmumu for dinner. He didn't want anything to happen tonight. He just wanted to be with the girl in front of him. Do you have a lot of questions for me? Luo Tian asked Anmumu. He was very curious why Anmumu hadn't asked. Anmumu nodded. Luo Tian continued to ask, Why didn't you ask? Chen, I know everyone has secrets. I'm waiting for the day when you tell me yourself. Anmumu smiled like a flower. She was looking forward to Luo Tian telling her himself, instead of forcing Luo Tian to tell her. Anmumu was such a girl. Luo Tian felt warm in his heart. Anmumu really cared about him. Thank you, didn't say anything else. These two words already contained too much emotion. The two walked side by side and came to a couple's restaurant that mainly ate Western food. The two walked in and chose a seat by the side. Sure enough, the service of this restaurant was very good. 2 menus were placed on 2 seats. The two quickly ordered a bottle of red wine. Luo Tian ordered a bottle of Romane Conti. This restaurant didn't have any good Romane Conti. It only had the one produced in 2011. and the price was as high as 58,000, and other red wines. When it was served, the waiter pulled out the cork and poured the wine into the decanter. Then he poured half a glass for Luo Tian and An Mumu, respectively. Luo Tian shook the red wine in his hand, thinking about what happened in the past 2 days. It felt particularly unreal. No matter who suddenly became like Luo Tian, they would have this unreal feeling. Luo Tian gently clinked glasses with An Mumu and then drank the red wine in his hand. Luo Tian didn't like to taste the wine slowly, whether it was red wine or white wine, and Mumu just wanted to learn from Luo Tian to drink it all in one gulp, but was stopped by Luo Tian. "Mumu, you are still young. Drink a little bit at a time." Hearing Luo Tian's words, An Mumu felt warm in her heart. When they went out to drink in the past, others would always hope that they would drink more. Of course, and Mumu would definitely not drink too much, and would only drink a little bit. And Mumu knew that it was not safe to get drunk outside, but today, she felt very safe drinking with Luo Tian. In the end, An Mumu drank half of it. The two of them ate for about 2 hours and finished a bottle of Romane Conti. Luo Tian drank 2/3 of it and An Mumu also drank 1/3. When they went out, Luo Tian looked at An Mumu's blushing face and knew that An Mumu had almost drunk enough. "How about I take you home? You drank a little today? Let's go to the movies next time." Luo Tian was worried about An Mumu and thought of sending An Mumu home first. But An Mumu had no intention of going home at all and looked like she didn't want to go home. "No, Xiaoqian, you promised me that you must accompany me to the movies." Luo Tian had no choice but to accompany An Mumu to the movie area on the 4th floor to watch a movie. When the movie was about to end, Luo Tian took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Liu Cheng. "Butler Liu, please arrange a male driver for me later. I'm at Huatian Commercial Street." An Mumu's eyes were red as she watched the hero and heroine in the movie go through so much hardship and finally be together. Finally, under the influence of alcohol, tears finally fell. An Mumu hugged Luo Tian's neck and kissed Luo Tian's mouth for a long time. Their lips parted. "Xiaoqian, do you know? I thought I would never be able to touch you, but I didn't expect that God would still favor me." And Mumu said with tears flowing, looking pitiful. Luo Tian also hugged An Mumu and touched An Mumu's head. "Silly, am I not here? I promise to be with you every day in the future." This was also what Luo Tian said in his heart. Even if the sky fell, there was Luo Tian to support An Mumu. And Mumu was like a kitten, lying obediently in Luo Tian's arms. Fortunately, Luo Tian bought the VIP box to watch the movie. If he watched it outside, he would kill everyone. Finally, as the movie came to an end, An Mumu's cell phone rang. Luo Tian had expected that An Daocheng would call and even knew where the two of them were. An Mumu answered the phone. "Hello, Mumu. When are you coming back?" An Daocheng's voice came from the phone. Before An Mumu could speak, Luo Tian took the phone from An Mumu's hand and said, "Uncle, I'm Luo Tian. I'll send Mumu back now." Luo Tian wanted to make clear the relationship between himself and An Mumu. Luo Tian was not a person who would hide. "Luo Tian, send Mumu back as soon as possible. Come to my house for dinner next time when you are free." An Daocheng showed no sign of anger, and was even a little kind. This was something Luo Tian had not expected. He did not know why An Daocheng was so easy to talk to. Didn't they say that fathers-in-law are particularly jealous of their sons-in-law? Was it a lie? Luo Tian hung up the phone. An Mumu looked at Luo Tian with love on her face. She knew that Luo Tian did not want to hide the relationship. She liked Luo Tian like this. If Luo Tian did not even dare to do these things, what was the use of him? The two walked out of the VIP viewing room and headed for the underground parking lot of Huatian Commercial Street. As soon as they arrived at the underground parking lot of Huatian Commercial Street, Luo Tian saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom he bought today. Liu Cheng got out of the car and opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The two walked in. Luo Tian was quite puzzled as to why Liu Cheng came in person. Suddenly, he thought that his family was full of maids, with only Liu Cheng as a man. An Daocheng sat on the sofa in Longtang Villa No. 3, holding his mobile phone in deep thought. Good boy, worthy of him. An Daocheng's face was full of amazement. He sent people to follow Luo Tian closely these 2 days and inquired about Luo Tian's various things. An Daocheng finally found out that Luo Tian had a great identity and was suspected to be a descendant of a big family in Beijing. But An Daocheng had never heard of any big family in Beijing with the surname Luo. In the end, An Daocheng discovered that Luo Tian had nothing to say about his daughter, which formed a sharp contrast with those who had ill intentions, so An Daocheng was quite satisfied. Not to mention the family, just Luo Tian's means were not ordinary people. Liu Cheng parked the car at Longting Villa No. 3, and Luo Tian sent An Mumu in. An Daocheng quickly stood up and said to Luo Tian, "Xiaoqian, come sit at home." Luo Tian had no way to refuse, so he could only take off his shoes and go in to refuse his father-in-law. Non-existent, Chapter 36. An Daocheng's conversation. Luo Tian followed An Daocheng into Longtang Villa No. 3. As soon as he entered the door, Luo Tian felt that it was completely different from his own Longtang Villa No. 1. Luo Tian's Longtang Villa No. 1 has a European and American style, which is more Western. As for Daocheng's Longtang Villa No. 3, it is relatively more ancient. The corridors and the hall are hung with fonts and ancient paintings, and there is a literary style. Luo Tian followed Daocheng into the living room and sat on a mahogany chair. "Chen, I always hear my Mumu talk about you, and I'm very curious too." Daocheng continued, "Chen, where do you live now?" Daocheng was a little confused. Luo Tian used to live in Jiaxing community, and then he moved. At that time, Daocheng was busy with Qin's investment, so he didn't pay too much attention to Luo Tian. "Uncle, I live in Longtang No. 1 community now. You can go and sit with me when you have nothing to do." When Luo Tian heard Daocheng's words, he felt like his father-in-law checking his household registration. However, it was understandable that Daocheng asked him. If he didn't even ask, he would be looking down on Luo Tian. When Daocheng heard Luo Tian's words, his expression changed. It seemed that the information he had heard was correct. Luo Tian was indeed not that simple. Could the person who could live in Longtang No. 1 villa be an ordinary person? Luo Tian took in the changes in Daocheng. It seemed to Luo Tian that this Uncle An might doubt his life experience. Naturally, Luo Tian would not tell him about the existence of the system. Luo Tian thought that forging a horrible life experience could not be said to be forging. After all, Luo Tian had the help of the system. Within a year, Luo Tian believed that he was a wealthy family. "Oh, then where are your parents, Xiaotian?" Daocheng is worthy of being an old fox who has been in the business world for a long time. He did not ask Luo Tian about his life experience, but asked his parents directly. "When I was very young, my parents died in a car accident, so I met Mumu." Luo Tian's expression changed from confident to sad. If someone else asked him this question, Luo Tian felt that he would not answer. However, when this matter came from his father-in-law, Luo Tian felt that there was nothing wrong with it. "Sorry, Xiaotian, do you really love Mumu? Instead of liking Mumu, I want to know whether you love her or not." Daocheng apologized and changed the subject directly. He was worthy of being a big shot. There is still a big difference between love and liking. Liking is a sense of freshness. Once the freshness is over, naturally you can't go to the end. For young people nowadays, flash marriage is a good example. There is naturally no good result in getting married for the sake of freshness. As for what love is, I can only say that the author didn't understand what love is, so I belittled myself. When Luo Tian heard Daocheng's words, he thought a lot. He thought of the promise made in his youth, on Mumu's thoughtfulness, and how he risked his life to save Mumu from the fire. Luo Tian recalled for a few minutes, and finally his eyes gradually became firm. "Love, I will definitely marry Mumu in the future, and I will make Mumu happy for the rest of her life." When Luo Tian said this, he swore that Luo Tian definitely had this ability. Daocheng looked at Luo Tian in front of him and nodded secretly in his heart. Daocheng saw the shadow of his youth in Luo Tian. Back then, Daocheng was still a poor man with nothing to lose until he met a girl at the age of 20. The girl accompanied Daocheng in starting a business and suffered with Daocheng every day. Until one day, Daocheng learned that the girl came from a famous family. The girl was also taken back by someone in the family. From that day on, Daocheng became decadent, drinking to relieve his sorrow all day long, and smoking one cigarette after another. Finally, on that day, the girl came back and told Daocheng, "Daocheng, the family said that as long as you have a net worth of 50 billion, the family will agree to our marriage." Daocheng listened to what the girl said, shaved his beard which he hadn't shaved for a year, and put on a suit which he hadn't worn for 2 years. God paid off, and Daocheng made great progress all the way, and finally built a business empire that belonged to Daocheng. When Daocheng ran excitedly to the girl's family to propose marriage, he only saw the girl's gray photo. At that moment, Daocheng went crazy and became a madman. Daocheng felt that God was unfair. Why did he give him success but took away his beloved? Daocheng felt that his huge business empire was a joke, a complete joke. Until one day Daocheng found out the cause of the girl's death. The girl died of dystocia. Daocheng went crazy. He mobilized all his connections and finally found his child 8 years later. After a personal identification, he confirmed that Mumu was his child. From that day on, Daocheng spoiled Mumu like a princess, but Mumu did not turn bad. And Mumu always had Luo Tian in her heart, and often mentioned Luo Tian's name in front of Daocheng. Daocheng also began to investigate Luo Tian, and Daocheng found that Luo Tian's identity was too mysterious. Luo Tian mysteriously appeared in an orphanage at the age of 3 and was taken away mysteriously at the age of 8. Daocheng used all his connections but still could not find out Luo Tian's life experience. Daocheng saw the look in Luo Tian's eyes at this time. Didn't he have the same expression as Luo Tian before? "Uncle An, I plan to hold a wedding with Mumu when he comes of age. I want a wedding of the century, making Mumu the happiest bride in the world. Cheng smiled when he heard what Luo Tian said and finally nodded. If you can really hold a wedding of the century for Mumu, I will hand Mumu over to you. Luo Tian also smiled when he heard what Cheng said. He, Luo Tian, could definitely hold a wedding of the century. After Luo Tian said goodbye to Cheng, he walked out of Longteng Villa number 3. After Luo Tian went out, he found that the butler Liu Cheng was still waiting for Luo Tian outside. Luo Tian handed Liu Cheng a Zhonghua cigarette. Butler Liu, smoke with me. Liu Cheng saw the cigarette handed over by Luo Tian and took it out of his pocket. He took out a lighter and lit it for Luo Tian, then lit it for himself. Luo Tian squatted and thought about how to make himself bigger and stronger faster. Liu Cheng's eyes were like the sea, and there were stars in his pupils. After they finished smoking, Liu Cheng drove Luo Tian to Villa number 1. Luo Tian returned to his room and started to wash up immediately. After washing up, Luo Tian lay on the bed in his pajamas and suddenly remembered the young anchor Yue Kexin. Luo Tian took out his mobile phone and found that Yue Kexin was still live broadcasting. This time, it was not the outdoor column, but the Star Show column. Luo Tian was surprised. Wasn't this young anchor broadcasting the outdoor? Why did he go to the Star Show column all of a sudden? Didn't this young anchor want to make money by relying on his appearance? Luo Tian clicked on it and saw Yue Kexin sitting on a chair. A live broadcast was going on. Luo Tian took a look. This little anchor really didn't have much popularity. She only had over 100 votes. The opposite anchor had 20,000 votes. She looked like an internet celebrity and dressed very revealingly. It was obvious that she was not a good person. The female anchor was very angry when she saw how pretty Yue Kexin was. She spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on plastic surgery, but her face was not as pretty as others' natural beauty. However, the female anchor was very proud of her votes. What's the point of being pretty? No one voted for her? She started to talk in yin-yang master mode. At this moment, the system voice came, "Ding! Release the task. Help Yue Kexin win the first place in the Star Show PK. Reward, God-level Special Forces skills. Chapter 37, lead you to win the championship. Continue to add more." Luo Tian was a little confused. Isn't this system task given for free? With the system's cashback card, it would be no problem even if I swiped hundreds of millions, right? First, it would be no problem to just buy the shark. Ding, reminding the host that the cashback card is too powerful, so it has been weakened to have a probability of cashback, and the enhancement multiple is 10 to 100. Luo Tian heard the system's prompt sound and said that he was helpless. He would not have complained earlier. Probability of cashback? System, you are learning the spirit of Brother Xiao Ma. Luo Tian remembered that he had drawn the lottery before, and every time it was a guaranteed minimum, he almost smashed his phone. Luo Tian clicked on the recharge interface of the Shark platform and thought about it. He decided to recharge 10 million first. Then he opened Yue Kexin's live broadcast room, and in an instant, 10 rockets were clicked out. With the special effects soaring, the few viewers in the live broadcast room were also blown out by the rockets. Damn, this is the beginning of the Big Brother Talunsu. No way! No way! Talunsu really fell in love with the anchor? Worship the rich? Does the rich still need accessories? Yue Kexin saw that the number of PK votes in the Ket live broadcast room had directly reached 100,000, and she couldn't help but be happy to see the person who sent the rocket. It seemed that Yue Kexin had some impression of, "Thank you, Brother Talunsu." Yue Kexin didn't think so much, and thanked her happily. "Kexin, aren't you broadcasting outdoors? Why did you come to Xingshu all of a sudden?" Luo Tian was quite puzzled as to how Yue Kexin came to broadcast the Star Show. Luo Tian's words were pinned along with the rocket message, so Yue Kexin saw it immediately. "Brother Talunsu, this is the task of our union. I have failed to win the first place 3 times. I plan to quit the live broadcast industry after this broadcast." Yue Kexin explained to Luo Tian that if she failed to win the first place again, the union would not have a guaranteed salary of 2,000 yuan a month, and it would be better for her to go out and find a job. Luo Tian frowned, realizing it was a union task, then smiled and continued to send out a rocket. "Today I will take you to win the championship." Yue Kexin looked at the short line of words and was moved. However, Yue Kexin still didn't want to be rewarded by others. If the reward was a little bit, it would be fine. But if the reward was too much, who knows if this big brother has any special hobbies? She didn't want to be targeted by others for money, so she thought of Luo Tian randomly. "No, thank you, big brother Talunsu. I have nothing to repay you." Then Yue Kexin rejected Luo Tian's plan to take her to win the championship. The barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Did the anchor reject the big brother? Do you think the anchor likes the Ferrari brother this morning? Yes, I think it's possible. After all, Ferrari brother looks very handsome. Not only handsome, but also rich. He spent 50 million in one morning. It's amazing. Do you think this big brother Telunsu can't be Ferrari brother? Luo Kexin looked at the barrage and found that this Telunsu could really be Luo Tian. After all, this Telunsu appeared in the morning. Luo Kexin took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Luo Tian. Brother Luo Tian, is that Telunsu you? Luo Tian looked at the message sent by Luo Kexin, thought about it, and told Luo Kexin, "It's me. I will take you to win the championship today." Luo Kexin felt warm at heart when she saw Luo Tian's reply, but she still refused to reply. "Forget it, Brother Luo Tian, I can only get 50% at most, which is not cost-effective." Luo Tian fought hard for the system task, and no amount of money could match the god-level special forces skills, which were of the master. "Kexin, the money from winning the championship may seem a lot to you, but it is not much to me. If you feel you owe me something, you can treat me to a meal next time." After Luo Tian sent the message, he went directly into the Shark Live room. As soon as Luo Tian came in and saw the host on the opposite side, his face turned green with anger. In less than a few minutes, Luo Kexin's votes exceeded 100,000, which confused her. Later, she realized that it was a big brother who directly swiped 10 rockets from Luo Kexin, and she immediately had the urge to snatch people away. It is well known that the wild big brother is deeply loved by the female anchor. Then the internet's celebrity-faced anchor on the opposite side began to flirt with him. "Brother Telunsu, come and have a look at our place. Little Milkshake has many talents." The host on the other side is called Little Milkshake. When she spoke, she emphasized the word talent very much. With Luo Tian's 10 rockets, Luo Kexin's live broadcast room also became more popular. "Hurry up and keep the boss, otherwise he will be snatched away by the other side." "Let's not talk about the Little Milkshake on the other side, just talk about this talent. I feel that the boss can't stand it." Blindly guess that the boss has to go to the other side. Who can withstand the talent attack of the female host? Does it seem to me that the boss won't leave? I feel the same way. Luo Tian felt sick watching the Little Milkshake's coquettish pose. Luo Tian really looked down on the Little Milkshake's internet celebrity face. Whether it was on Mumu or Sumo, they were tens of millions of times better than this Little Milkshake. Soon the PK ended, and Luo Kexin won with a score of 110,000 to 40,000. The second PK began. Luo Tian looked at the male anchor on the opposite side and felt a little familiar. The barrage also broke out. This anchor is so unlucky. He met the Hound in the second game. Although the Hound is only a medium-level anchor, he still has a lot of fans. I don't know if Big Brother Telunsu can handle it. I feel it's a bit risky. Luo Kexin frowned as she looked at the anchor on the opposite side. This Hound was also an outdoor anchor, and the content of his live broadcasts were all large dogs. Over time, he naturally got the nickname Hound. This Hound was also a talent, and took advantage of the popularity to change his name to Hound. When Hound saw that the person on the opposite side was Luo Kexin, he smiled knowingly. Now the entire Shark platform knew that it was a free ride to meet Luo Kexin. "Sister Kexin, what a coincidence. How come we meet again?" Hound smiled, and Luo Kexin understood what Hound meant when she saw his smile. "What a coincidence. Let's start PK." Luo Kexin didn't want to waste time talking to this Hound, so she started PK directly. As the PK started, the number of votes on Hound's side increased slowly, and in less than 2 minutes, it had 60,000 votes. Hound looked at the 100 votes on Luo Kexin's side and smiled. "Sister Kexin, I heard that you are going to quit the live broadcast industry after this?" Luo Kexin naturally did not answer. She did not tell anyone that she was quitting the live broadcast industry. But some things did not need to be said. Luo Kexin had been knocked down 3 times. The union also gave Luo Kexin a final ultimatum. If Luo Kexin was the last one this time, Luo Kexin would not have a guaranteed salary. Without a guaranteed salary, Luo Kexin could not stay in the live broadcast industry. If she quit the current union, no union would want Luo Kexin based on Luo Kexin's live broadcast record. In this case, it would be better to quit the live broadcast industry. The hunter dog saw that Luo Kexin did not reply to his question, so he simply ignored Luo Kexin. In any case, in the eyes of the hunter dog, this PK game was a free gift, and he would definitely win. Then he closed the PK microphone and communicated with the big brother who sent gifts in his live broadcast room. The reason why Luo Tian did not give gifts was that he was studying the Shark live broadcast mechanism. Luo Tian found that if he charged the Emperor, he would give 10% of the coupons for rewards, which means that he could get 110 coupons for a recharge of 100. After opening the Emperor for 1 month with 50,000, Luo Tian directly opened it in Luo Kexin's live broadcast room for 1 year. Chapter 38, The Birth of Milk Emperor. Please collect. Please vote. As the banner of Luo Tian's 1-year Emperor slid across the entire Huya platform, Luo Kexin sat on the stool in a daze, thinking that Luo Tian was just joking. After all, Luo Kexin and Luo Tian had only met once. Luo Kexin felt that Luo Tian would not spend so much money on a small anchor like herself. Unexpectedly, this was all true. Kexen was also very excited. Thinking about those anchors who laughed at her when she was about to be slapped in the face, she was secretly looking forward to Luo Tian watching the Shark live broadcast. The highest gift was a super rocket, which was only 2,000 yuan. She just nodded her hand and 50 rockets were sent out directly. The special effects in Kexen's live broadcast room exploded, and as the rockets flew into the air, the barrage of comments floated by like flowing water. Damn, Talunsu has made a move, and this is awesome. What Talunsu? Now the big brother has become the emperor, and he will be respectfully called the Milk Emperor in the future. Yes, the person above is right. The name Milk Emperor is not bad. I just came in. Is there any brother who can explain what happened? Kexen looked at the special effects of 50 super rockets. It was the first time she felt that being gifted was like that. She felt comfortable all over. But when she thought of Luo Tian's appearance in a blink of an eye, Kexen's heart was filled with joy. The hounds on the opposite side were confused by Luo Tian's 50 shots. Seeing Kexen's votes reach 1 million, she felt infinitely melancholy. Damn, the big brother on the opposite side gave out 100,000 at a time. How can he beat him? The hounds are just a dog breeder and dog seller. Although his fans are not poor, 100,000 at a time, let alone the big brother, even the big sister will be scared away. After 10 minutes of PK, Kexen finally crushed the hounds with 1.03 million votes and 120,000 votes. When it was time for the penalty, the hounds looked at Kexen bitterly. He thought that spraying Kexen was a free gift. Now he can only accept the punishment bitterly. Brother Milk Emperor, what punishment do you want him to do? Kexen did not tell her the punishment herself. She asked Luo Tian because she could win by relying on Luo Tian. If she told Luo Tian the content of the punishment, what if Luo Tian got angry? Of course, Luo Tian would not be angry. Luo Tian also noticed Kexen's little detail and nodded secretly. Isn't he a dog owner? Let him get a dog and let's see. As a golden bullet screen appeared, Kexen read Luo Tian's bullet screen and the hunting dog instantly perked up. If Kexen's elder brother likes to watch dogs, then wouldn't he have another super rich elder brother? Thinking of this, the hunting dog hurriedly pulled a large Tibetan Mastiff. Someone in Kexen's live broadcast room recognized it. No way, this is the best of the hunting dog family, the brown-red Tibetan Mastiff. Kneeling to popularize knowledge by the big brother upstairs? Blow up a big brother? Is it so outrageous? As the hunting dog led out the brown-red Tibetan Mastiff, the live broadcast room was filled with chatter. Luo Tian looked at the brown-red Tibetan Mastiff, and his eyes lit up. When Luo Tian was a child, there was a little Tibetan Mastiff in an orphanage. Luo Tian would feed the little Tibetan Mastiff a little food every day, and over time, they developed feelings for each other. However, in the end, Luo Tian was taken away by Luo Tianlong and never saw the Tibetan Mastiff again. Luo Tian looked at the Tibetan Mastiff in front of him and liked it very much. He planned to buy one after a while. As the penalty time was over, the third round of PK began. Most of the small anchors were eliminated in the first 2 rounds. From the third round, they would encounter some big anchors. Sure enough, in the third round, Kexen encountered a very popular game anchor named Haishi. When the two of them were connected at the microphone, the live broadcast room became lively. Guess which big brother will win this time? Nothing to say. I support Nai Huang. Nai Huang is awesome. I also support Nai Huang. When Kexen saw the male anchor opposite her, her expression changed. As a game anchor, Haishi was quite popular, and there were many big brothers in the live broadcast room. Kexen was a little worried about Luo Tian. After all, it was still difficult to beat Haishi. Haishi was also stunned when he saw that his PK opponent was a young lady he had never seen before. Logically speaking, some small anchors would be eliminated in the first 2 rounds. Starting from the third round, it would usually be medium and large anchors that Haishi knew. Hello, young lady. Let's start PK. Since Haishi didn't know him, he didn't say anything polite and started PK directly. Kexen nodded and didn't prepare to exchange a few polite words with Haishi and started PK directly. At the beginning, the votes on Hai's side soared, with more than 100,000 votes in 1 minute. Hai also turned off the PK microphone and kept encouraging the big brothers in the live broadcast room to vote. Luo Tian did not fall behind this time and started with 50 super rockets. The crowd in the live broadcast room shouted awesome and Big Brother is invincible. Hai frowned when he saw Kexen's votes. Hai felt that Kexen was extraordinary just now, and sure enough, she started with 1 million votes. Hai's big brother did not stop swiping the votes, and in 5 minutes, the votes exceeded 1 million. Luo Tian frowned. Pick, it seems that this Haishi is not to be underestimated. He can inspire everyone to brush 100,000 yuan in 5 minutes. He is not a simple character. Luo Tian continued to click 50 times in a row, and the super rocket continued to fly. Haishi looked at Kexen's 1 million, and the increase of 1 million votes also surprised him. Then Haishi opened a small account and ran to Kexin's live broadcast room to check. He found an emperor named Telunsu who brushed 50 super rockets at a time. Haishi felt that he probably couldn't win this time. This milk emperor was too powerful. How to beat him? Haishi carefully observed Kexin's appearance. Now he found that Kexin was very beautiful, and she was not the type who turned on the beauty filter. Haishi had also seen many anchors who turned on the beauty filter. Kexin had a sweet appearance and a simple temperament that was very attractive. Haishi saw the shadow of Shark Queen in Kexin and then turned on the PK microphone. He also wanted to establish some friendship with Kexin. Sister, your milk emperor is too powerful. We admit defeat here, Haishi said with a smile. There was no displeasure in his tone. He looked very convinced. Kexin heard what Haishi said, smiled and replied, Brother, your eldest brother is also very powerful. The two of them exchanged pleasantries, which were nothing more than bragging to each other. Luo Tian added another 50 super rockets at the last minute to prevent the opponent Haishi from stealing the tower. If the tower was stolen, Luo Tian would really cry. Luo Tian could not refuse this system reward. He would get it even if he had to spend 100 million. What Luo Tian lacked the least now was money. As the old saying goes, things that can be solved with money are not problems. From the battle between Kexin and Haishi, the name of Milk Emperor was completely famous among Shark. The live broadcast room that originally had only tens of thousands of popularity has now reached a huge number of 1.5 million. With Luo Tian's reward, more and more people came to Kexin's live broadcast room. The following scene appeared in the live broadcast room. Damn, this anchor is so beautiful. Why haven't I met her before? I'm surprised that Shark has such a cute anchor. This Milk Emperor really has a keen eye for pearls. He found the anchor in the crowd at a glance. I heard that the Milk Emperor is going to lead the anchor to win the championship. I'm already holding a small stool to eat melons. Eat melons together. Kexin then started the next round of matching. Chapter 39. My hands are broken. As the matching page was running, black shadows with question marks on their faces passed by, and finally the black shadow pointed to a black shadow with long hair. Kexin was also shocked when she saw the name of this person. It turned out to be Timo, the #1 sister of Sharks. Everyone in the live broadcast room also sent barrages. Oh my god, we met Timo already? Is the Milk Emperor going to end? It's over. It's over. It's probably difficult for the Milk Emperor to withstand the Timo army. The anchor's luck is really a bit bad. I don't know if the Milk Emperor can make it. I believe in the Milk Emperor. Support him. Luo Tian also laughed when he saw the group of funny people in the live broadcast room. Not to mention that it was Timo today. Even if the boss of Sharks came, Kexin would be the first today. Luo Tian sent a super rocket and typed the subtitles, Today my Kexin will be the first. Kexin looked at Luo Tian's subtitles and her face turned red like an apple. The most important thing was that Luo Tian typed the two words my family. Everyone in the live broadcast room also made fun of it, and some old people in the live broadcast room made fun of it. A moment of silence for Brother Ferrari. It is true that Big Brother Telunsu gave too much. Anchor, I'm sorry, Little Brother Ferrari. Big Brother Telunsu gave too much. Aren't you going to explain who Little Brother Ferrari is? Why do you always like to keep people in suspense? Same question. Kexin's ears turned red when she saw the barrage. The audience didn't know that the Little Brother Ferrari they were talking about was Big Brother Telunsu. As the PK started, Timo also saw Kexin. She knew about Kexin. There was only one big brother who supported her. She also knew that this big brother threatened to take Kexin to win the championship today. Hello, little sister. You are so beautiful. Timo started a commercial mutual flattery activity, and Kexin could only flatter with him. Finally, Timo said to Kexin at the beginning of the PK, Is Naihuang your boyfriend? Kexin blushed when she heard Timo's words. After all, when someone asks you in front of you, it is completely different from what you think. Before Kexin answered, Luo Tian directly deducted the subtitles and sent them up. The golden font was shining. No, Kexin and I are just friends. Kexin looked at the subtitles written by Luo Tian and her heart suddenly emptied. In his eyes, am I just a friend? Why did Luo Tian give her so many gifts? Kexin answered Timo disappointedly. No, he said we are just friends. Timo also saw Kexin's disappointment and didn't say much. With the start of the PK bar of the opposite Timo rose very quickly. In less than a minute, she had 1 million votes. She was worthy of being the #1 Shark sister. The speed of getting votes was very fast. The previous anchors could not compare to her at all. Luo Tian looked at this situation and didn't wait. He directly pressed the screen. Rockets flew up with special effects. The gorgeous special effects made Kexin very happy, but she randomly thought of Luo Tian's words that they were just friends, and her heart was very disappointed. Luo Tian saw the change in Kexin's expression and sent a message to her. Kexin, it's hard to say in the live broadcast room, don't mind it. Awakens looked at the message sent by Luo Tian, and then she was overjoyed. It turned out that Luo Tian did not refuse. Luo Tian was also helpless. Why did this system always create Peach Blossom luck for himself? The system simply changed from the God-level sign-in system to the Peach Blossom picking system. Ding, warning the host not to speak ill of the system, and next time, all rewards will be deducted directly. The system prompt sounded, and Luo Tian was shocked. It turned out that this system could also peek into his inner thoughts. Luo Tian was helpless. As the saying goes, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Today, I, Luo Tian, endured it. Next time I have a chance, I will definitely pull out this system. In the system, space, Chen Chen was holding the Heaven and Earth Origin Extractor to extract the origin of the world. Looking at the rays of light in the extractor, he was also very happy. Although only a small part was extracted, it was enough for him to show his true self. Chen Chen looked at the Sun of Luck. The luck value changed from the original 890 to 830. Chen Chen shook his head. This Lin Yun only had good luck, but he didn't expect that his mental defense was so fragile that he lost 60 points of luck in one attack by Luo Tian. When Chen Chen was extracting the origin of heaven and earth, Luo Tian was still sending rockets. At this time, Timo's votes had reached 5 million votes, which meant that he had received 500,000 gifts in just 5 minutes. This was terrifying. Although Timo arranged a union operation for today's championship, there were also many real big brothers among them. These big brothers were very powerful. Luo Tian was not far behind, and he gave a reward of 600,000 alone, which was 100,000 more than Timo. Timo secretly marveled at the strength of this Talunsu. How much money should a person who could give a reward of 600,000 have at home? Miss K-Shin, your Milk King is so awesome! Timo also turned on the PK microphone and said directly to Yue K-Shin opposite him, Sister Timo, your big brother is also very awesome. The two began to flatter each other again. As time passed, Luo Tian's hands were about to cramp, and before it was over, Luo Tian suddenly thought of a way. Luo Tian took out his mobile phone and called the official customer service of Shark. Hello, this is Shark Customer Service. How can I help you? A sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone. My online name is Telunsu. I think the reward amount on your platform is too small. Please give me a gift of a larger amount. When the customer service Meng Meng heard Luo Tian say that he was Telunsu, she immediately replied, Milky, King, I will notify the manager about your problem now. After Meng Meng finished speaking, she immediately ran to the manager's office. Manager Li Changfeng was still looking at the data in Awakens' live broadcast room. Li Changfeng had just checked that this Telunsu was definitely not operated by a union. In that case, this Milk Emperor was a real wild big brother, and Li Changfeng was still smiling happily. Customer service. Meng Meng ran to Li Changfeng's office in a panic. Li Changfeng couldn't help but frowned when he saw Meng Meng, who didn't knock on the door. Before Li Changfeng could scold customer service Meng Meng, he heard Meng Meng panting and saying, Manager Li, that Milk Emperor called our company and said that the reward amount was too small. Li Changfeng didn't bother to scold her when he heard what Meng Meng said. He immediately ran to Meng Meng's workstation to answer Luo Tian's call. Hello, Milk Emperor, I'm Shark Manager Li Changfeng. Do you think the reward amount is too small? Luo Tian listened to Li Changfeng's self-introduction and thought that this shark was good. It took less than a minute for Manager Li Changfeng to come. Yes, my hands are broken. The amount of your gift is too small. Give me a big one. Li Changfeng felt that Luo Tian was really generous. One super rocket was 2,000 yuan. For ordinary people, giving 2 would cost a month's salary. But in Luo Tian's mouth, it felt like $1. As expected, in the world of rich people, money is just a string of numbers. What amount do you think is appropriate then? Li Changfeng asked Luo Tian. After all, even if they increased it, Luo Tian would have to give a reward. Asking Luo Tian's opinion was the best thing to do. It just so happened that Shark was also thinking about adding large gifts. I think we should add 100,000 or 1 million. Luo Tian thought about it for a while, and finally felt that these two levels were about the same. Chapter 40 Customized Gifts, The Palace of Milk, Additional Updates. Li Changfeng was overjoyed when he heard Luo Tian's words. He started with 100,000 and 1 million. This Milk King had more money than Li Changfeng imagined. Who do live broadcast platforms like the most? Aren't they the big guys who don't treat money as a gift? Okay, Nai Huang. We have already completed the program. I have set the gift of 100,000 as a general reward, and the gift of 1 million will be customized for Nai Huang by us Sharks. Luo Tian listened to the words of Li Changfeng, the manager of Sharks, and felt that Li Changfeng was very sensible. Others' live broadcast rewards are to highlight the sense of superiority and the pleasure of rewarding. If a gift is customized for Luo Tian alone, Luo Tian will be happy and will naturally reward more. Then how long will this customized gift take? I'm still helping Chen PK, so I can't wait long. Asked Li Changfeng. If this gift takes a long time, it will be useless. Luo Tian is here for the mission. After this time, Luo Tian basically won't log in to the Shark platform. Li Changfeng naturally knew what Luo Tian meant. After thinking about it, he replied, Nai Huang, it only takes 10 minutes here. We have already built the model, and the customized gift for you needs to be modified. Luo Tian was relieved when he heard Li Changfeng's words. There were 6 rounds in total for PK, and it was only the 4th round. The first 3 rounds were 1 win each. From the 5th round on, the 3-game 2-win system would be activated. To put it bluntly, Shark wanted to make more money. Luo Tian looked at the time. It was now 10:30 in the evening, and there were about 2 hours left. Okay, then I'll continue to reward you. You'd better hurry up. Luo Tian hung up the phone as soon as he finished speaking. As soon as Li Changfeng hung up the phone, immediately took out his mobile phone and made a call. After waiting for 2 seconds to be connected, Li Changfeng notified the entire Shark company and started working. During this time, Li Changfeng called Shark's director Li Boyuan. Li Boyuan is the head of the Li family, the second son of Li Bokai, and is in charge of the live broadcast industry. As soon as the call was connected, Li Changfeng told the story. Li Boyuan thought about it slowly and said to Li Changfeng, Changfeng, send me the identity information of this Talunsu. Li Changfeng was also stunned for a moment and replied with some concern, Mr. Li, this is not a good way to do it. After all, this is customer privacy. Changfeng, I'm not going to spread it out. Send it to me and I'll delete it after reading it. Li Changfeng nodded helplessly when he heard what Li Boyuan said. Then he went back to his office and started to check Luo Tian's identity information. When registering a Shark account, there will be real name verification, so it won't be difficult to investigate. It didn't take long to find out and send the information to Li Boyuan. Longjing, Li family compound. Li Boyuan looked at the message sent by Li Changfeng and was shocked by the familiar name. Boyuan, what are you looking at? Li Bokai was lying on the chair and saw Li Boyuan looking at his mobile phone, so he asked, Dad, this Luo Tian gave a reward in our Shark live broadcast. When Li Bokai heard Li Boyuan's words, he sat up instantly. After Li Bokai issued the family ban on provoking Luo Tian, the Li family seemed to be much more relaxed, whether it was business cooperation or military relations, as if they had help. Only Li Bokai knew that the Luo family was thanking him in disguise. It seems that Li Bowen's guess was right. This Luo Tian was the prince of the Luo family. Boyuan, tell me what's the situation. Li Boyuan told Li Bokai all about Luo Tian. After listening, nodded secretly. This Li Changfeng did a good job and was a good seedling. Boyuan, remember, even if Luo Tian wants Shark Live, we will give it to him. Li Bokai's face was serious. Li Boyuan looked at such a serious father and felt that this Luo Tian was not that simple. In Li Boyuan's heart, his father would only be so serious when facing family decisions. Boyuan, whether our Li family can take off or not, Luo Tian is the key to our takeoff. Send a notice tomorrow. If our family encounters Luo Tian, all of them will be worshipped as ancestors. Li Bokai lay down just after he finished speaking, thinking about what will happen to the Li family in the future. Li Boyuan also knew the importance of this matter, and immediately took out his phone to call Li Changfeng, waiting for Li Changfeng to answer the call. Changfeng, the family feels that Luo Tian should be listed as the highest level guest of our family, with a status similar to that of the clan leader. When Li Changfeng heard Li Boyuan's words, his first feeling was that this world was crazy. Li Changfeng could see Luo Tian's age. That was only an 18-year-old young man. How could a young man of such an age be awarded the highest level VIP of the Li family? Li Changfeng's only thought was that this Luo Tian was of great importance. We must handle this matter well and make that gentleman satisfied. Li Changfeng agreed repeatedly and hung up the phone. Li Changfeng quickly sent an announcement to Shark Live. User Telunsu has been officially recognized as the Milk King. A high-priced gift, the Milk Palace, is now customized for the Milk King, worth 1 million RMB. When this message was sent out, all the users and anchors of Shark Live were shocked. In Yu Kexen's live broadcast room, oh my god, the Milk King is invincible. He is officially recognized as the king. This is the first official king in the history of Shark. What a pity that I am uneducated. I can only say wow to everyone. Did the Milk King acquire Shark? How can he be so awesome? I don't even accept Wall. I only accept Milk King. Luo Tian was also confused when he saw Shark's announcement. This Li Changfeng was too good at handling things. Is it okay to just give him an official title of king? This made him feel a little embarrassed. Yu Kexen also congratulated him repeatedly in the live broadcast room. Congratulations to brother Nai Huang for being officially crowned as the queen. At this time, Luo Tian also sent a super rocket and left a subtitle. Luo Tian was officially crowned as the queen. The subtitle turned gold, which shone much brighter than the previous gold. Start the next round of PK. I want to try this new gift of mine. The spectators in the live broadcast room also began to set the rhythm. Hurry up, anchor, I want to see the special effects worth 1 million. Oh my god, is Naihuang trying to spend 1 million? The small bench is ready, waiting for the special effects of Big Brother Naihuang. It's also a kind of enjoyment for us poor people to see the special effects worth 1 million. Awakens saw the subtitles left by Luo Tian and hurriedly opened the PK. The PK matching was a little slower this time. After all, many people had been eliminated in the first 4 rounds. The PK opponents slowly emerged. Awakens was also stunned after looking at her opponent. He was another big game anchor, PDD with the title of Saoju. When PD saw that his opponent was Awakens, his face suddenly turned bitter. After turning on the PK microphone, PD shed 2 tears in an instant and said to Awakens, "Sister Kexen, your Milk King is too powerful. I guess I lost this game in vain. Brother, my Milk King said he would take me to first place. I'm sorry." Awakens' face was full of confidence. She didn't have the kind of insecurity that she had just faced with Timo. Seeing Luo Tian being officially crowned the king, wouldn't it be easy to get first place in a PK competition? PDD's mentality also calmed down immediately, and he suddenly said to his brothers in the live broadcast room, "Brothers, accompany me to Miss Kexin's live broadcast room to watch the special effects of the 1,000,000 gifts from the Milk Emperor." After saying this, Luo Tian felt that PDD was a really good person. No wonder he was friends with so many big anchors. On a whim, he ran directly to Saoju's live broadcast room and sent 2 rockets. Luo Tian sent a barrage. "Thank you for helping my Kexin bring fans. Brothers who like to watch, please vote. Thank you for your support." The Emperor's protest. When PDD saw Luo Tian's reward, he immediately smiled like a flower and thanked the screen. "Thank you for the 2 big swords of my brother Naihuang." Luo Tian felt that this PDD was really funny. As expected, he was so popular. Everyone in Awakens' live broadcast room started to lead a new wave of rhythm. "Anchor, look, your brother Naihuang has run away. Why don't you chase him?" "It's over. The anchor who just took off has fallen into a trough again. Anchor is in danger. Life is full of ups and downs. I can't stand it when I see the anchor's appearance. You are so poisonous upstairs. God is so ups and downs." Awakens looked at the funny audience in the live broadcast room and laughed. Then he vowed to the live broadcast room, "Don't worry, my brother Naihuang won't run away." As Awakens finished speaking, the live broadcast room suddenly became lively. Is the anchor going to make an official announcement? Could it be? Naihuang is the anchor's husband? Don't talk nonsense upstairs. What if she is a godsister or a sisters? Can you stop being so coquettish, sisters? Sisters, save my life, doghead. This is not the bus to the kindergarten. I want to get off. Because of Luo Tian, Shark Live also arranged a top recommendation for Awakens. As soon as you enter the Shark Live app, you can see Awakens' live broadcast, which caused the popularity of Awakens' live broadcast room to exceed 3 million. Luo Tian returned to Awakens' live broadcast room. The moment Luo Tian came in, a milk-colored 5-clawed dragon flew into the sky on the screen. A closer look showed that the dragon was actually flowing milk. Luo Tian was stunned when he saw the special effects. Did he set the special effects for himself so quickly? Awakens was also stunned when she saw the special effects of Luo Tian coming in. Although other emperors also had special effects when they came in, compared with Luo Tian's dragon, the special effects of other emperors were rubbish, which instantly killed other special effects. "Welcome, my Milk Emperor brother." Awakens also jokingly imitated the tone of an ancient empress. The live broadcast room was also shocked by the special effects of Luo Tian's entry. Even the major anchors in Awakens' live broadcast room were shocked. This is not a special effect that an emperor has. Even the Super Emperor Shark doesn't have such a face. All major guilds and anchors are paying attention to the developments in Awakens' live broadcast room. Naturally, they saw the special effects that Shark arranged for Luo Tian, and they were also shocked. Several guilds that were preparing to win the championship looked at Luo Tian's situation and shook their heads secretly. This time the champion should be Luo Tian. Official help. Even Jesus can't take it away. Some people accept their fate and some don't cowardly, ready to fight Luo Tian. After all, Luo Tian is now famous in the entire Shark platform. According to the nature of the media, this matter will definitely be exaggerated tomorrow. If any union defeats Luo Tian, it will be truly famous throughout the Shark Live broadcast. Under this fatal temptation, some unions who think they have strength will naturally rush up. PDD was also stunned when he saw Luo Tian's special effects entering the field, and then shouted to the live broadcast room, "Brothers, let's admit defeat in this PK. Don't vote, and ask the Milk Emperor to hit you gently." The reason why PDD dared to admit defeat was not up to him, because just now PDD's union had sent PDD a message, in which it clearly stated that they admitted defeat in this PK, and if they couldn't win, they would give Luo Tian a face. Luo Tian looked at PDD, who was shouting to admit defeat, and he also knew that his union had admitted defeat. He randomly opened the gift panel and saw that there was a palace in the last gift column. The miniature of this palace was very grand and spectacular. Luo Tian couldn't think of what would happen if he gave it away later. On the other side, Li Chongfeng's mobile phone at the Magic City Shark headquarters was smashed, and calls from emperors came one after another. What these emperors meant was, why did Luo Tian get such good treatment for spending hundreds of thousands? Whether it was the special effects for entering the venue or the official title of emperor, these were things that these old emperors didn't have. It's like they spend millions, but others spend hundreds of thousands and get better treatment than themselves. They would feel that they were treated differently, so they would naturally have to find this merchant to ask Li Chongfeng about it. In the end, they could only call Luo Tian and wait for the call to be connected. "Hello, this is Luo Tian. Who are you?" Luo Tian was puzzled. Who would call him at this time? "Hello, Mr. Luo. I am Li Chongfeng, the manager of Shark Live." Li Chongfeng answered respectfully, as if Luo Tian was the chairman of Shark. "Oh, it's Manager Li. I wonder what Manager Li wants to talk to me about?" Luo Tian was puzzled. What did Li Chongfeng want to talk to him about so late? Li Chongfeng briefly told Luo Tian about the protest of the emperors. In fact, Luo Tian didn't know why Shark Live paid so much attention to him. In the end, he asked the question that puzzled him the most. "Manager Li, I want to know why you sharks pay so much attention to me. I don't think I have anything to do with sharks." Li Chongfeng heard Luo Tian's question and thought about it carefully. Finally, he replied, "Mr. Luo, our Shark Live belongs to the Longjing Li family." After hearing Li Chongfeng's introduction, Luo Tian instantly figured it out. When he was buying clothes before, he happened to meet Li Bowen from the Li family. At that time, he had the Yunda Centurion black gold card in his hand, and it was number 1. Li Bowen must have reported it to the Li family, and the Li family would naturally curry favor with him. As for why Shark Live knew that Talunsu was himself, Luo Tian was not stupid enough. When creating a Shark account, real name verification was required. What's so strange about sharks knowing their identity information? Luo Tian thought for a moment and said directly to Li Chongfeng, "I will challenge all the emperors of Shark later and let them know what preferential treatment is only given to real big guys." Li Chongfeng was also shocked when he heard Luo Tian's words. This Luo Tian was too confident. However, Li Chongfeng thought of the family's attitude towards Luo Tian and knew that this young man was not simple. "How can I cooperate with you?" Li Chongfeng was ready to cooperate with Luo Tian and do his last bit of effort. Originally, Li Chongfeng thought that Luo Tian asked for a low-price recharge due to the family's order, so Li Chongfeng could naturally agree to Luo Tian's request. But Luo Tian's words continued to make Li Chongfeng stunned. "I will reward a milk palace later, and I need you to send the barrage of the milk palace to all platforms." Luo Tian's request was very simple. It was not a request at all. Even if Luo Tian didn't say it, this was certain. After all, it was a gift worth 1 million. Without this privilege, Shark could go bankrupt. "Mr. Luo, these are all basic." When Li Chongfeng heard Luo Tian's request, his first feeling was not that Luo Tian was funny. His first feeling was that this young man had great confidence. Even if he was facing the entire Shark Emperor, he would not show any fear. This also strengthened Li Chongfeng's view of Luo Tian. "That's fine. I'll hang up first." Luo Tian hung up Li Chongfeng's phone after he finished speaking. Just then, the system's voice came. "Ding! The host has triggered a hidden task. Defeat the emperors. During the task, all the reward amounts can be refunded. The final reward depends on the host's completion coefficient, and the maximum refund can be 10 times. Chapter 42. Challenge the emperors. Please vote. Please collect." Luo Tian heard the system's voice and was overjoyed. "What is this called?" "This is called sending charcoal in the snow. When you have no cigarettes, you can give you a cigarette. That's the feeling." Now Luo Tian is more confident. He was preparing not to be too arrogant in the barrage before. Now the system task has come out, and it is a coefficient reward. Isn't it as arrogant as possible? Luo Tian had recharged 10 million before, and now he has more than 9 million left. Luo Tian estimated that this time, this amount of money should not be enough to challenge all the emperors. Luo Tian clicked on the milk palace and clicked to reward Yuokexen. The live broadcast room was instantly filled with milk special effects. 3 streams of milk flowed from the bottom of the screen to the top. 3 streams of milk slowly built a layer of palace. There were 3 words on the palace plaque, Telunsu. Luo Tian was amazed at the special effects of the milk palace. This special effect would not be inferior, even if it was used in a movie. This shark was really thoughtful. The special effects of the milk palace lasted for 2 minutes. During these 2 minutes, Yuokexen just gradually looked at the palace built by the special effects. She also had some yearning in her heart, hoping that one day she could live in it. The live broadcast room also exploded after the special effects of these 2 minutes. This special effect is worthy of a gift worth 1 million. It's really awesome. let alone anything else. Just for the 1 million reward from the Milk Emperor, I will follow the anchor. Awesome. This Milk Emperor's lineup is really full. The other emperors are rubbish. No, look at this barrage. Everyone saw that at the moment when the Milk Palace ended, a bullet message appeared on the top of all platforms. I, Telunsu, challenge all the Shark Emperors again. One by one, the last round of PK is waiting for you. This bullet message was pinned to the top of every live broadcast room, and every anchor opened his mouth wide. The most surprised was awakens. Luo Tian challenged all the emperors just after coming to Shark. Luo Tian was either too confident in himself or Luo Tian was crazy. However, awakens now believed in Luo Tian unconditionally. Luo Tian brought her too much shock. A group called Shark Emperor Union Group leader Mo Huang sent a message in the group. Brothers, this Milk Emperor is too rampant. Let's let him know what capital is today. Brothers, this matter will definitely be on the news. If we win, it will be of great benefit to us. Qing Huang also spoke up. I feel that this Milk Emperor is not simple. Since he can challenge all of us, he should have some strength. Go Huang sent a message. Brothers, let's count how much money you can come up with this time. As the message from the group leader Mo Huang was sent out, the emperors all sent out messages one by one. 100,000, 500,000. I can take out 2 million. Finally, Mo Huang counted the total amount of funds reported by more than 200 emperors in the group, and it reached a terrifying 300 million. Although some emperors could only take out a small part of the funds, several top bosses took out 10 million one after another, and the group leader Mo Huang even took out 20 million. Although it seems that it is a stupid thing for this group of emperors to compete with Luo Tian for rewards, after all, why spend so much money on the live broadcast? 300 million is enough for an ordinary person to live a carefree life. In fact, all the emperors have interest chains in live broadcasting, such as trade unions. Basically, all live broadcast trade unions are opened by several top emperors, so they can get back part of the money from rewards later, and the part of the funds lost is tax and deduction by the live broadcast platform. There is nothing they can do about it. But in a blink of an eye, as long as they win this time, their reputation will soar, and there will be endless anchors joining in. At that time, making money will be like drinking water. Therefore, this competition with Luo Tian is not just a simple competition. All emperors are also ready. If they win, they will gain fame and fortune. If they lose, they will be defeated. With the end of the PK between PD and awakens, the final result is undoubtedly that awakens crushed PDD to advance. There was a wave of barrage in the live broadcast room. Awesome! The Milk Emperor is fighting alone. So the Emperor, domineering. As expected of the Milk Emperor, he challenges all the Shark Emperors right out of his mouth. I have a feeling that the 6th round of the finals will witness the record of live broadcast rewards. Same as on the top floor. I'll go and get a few brothers to have a look. At the same time, a message appeared in the group about Shark Live. Shark official crowns the Emperor Milk Emperor, challenging all Shark Live Emperors. Hurry up and watch. The moment this message came out, all the groups exploded. People kept pouring into awakens' live broadcast room, and the popularity of awakens' live broadcast room increased for a time. This message not only appeared in the Shark group, but was finally passed to the Tiger Tooth Live group. Tiger Tooth Live is also a large live broadcaster on par with Shark Live, and the traffic can be imagined. As the matter fermented, many Tiger Tooth anchors also knew about it. For example, Tiger Tooth King No. 1, Chen Chen was broadcasting live and all the barrages popped up. Shark official crowns the Emperor Milk Emperor, challenging all Shark Live Emperors. Hurry up and watch. As more and more bullet comments appeared, Chen Chen also noticed it after finishing a game. Chen Chen was puzzled and opened the Shark Live broadcast. She was dumbfounded when she saw the live broadcast room with a popularity of 200 million. Which immortal anchor is this? The live broadcast popularity is 200 million? Thinking that when he was at his most glorious, he also had more than 20 million, which was 10 times higher than his own. When he saw the name Chen Chen frowned. He never knew that Shark had a big anchor named Chen. Chen clicked in and found that the bullet comments were all Milk Emperor domineering. Then Chen learned about it in the anchor group. Chen also took a breath of cold air. This Milk Emperor is too awesome, let alone the official entrance special effects given by Shark, or the exclusive $1 million gift. He challenged all the emperors of Shark with one hand. When Chen said this, his scalp tingled. That was the emperor of a big platform. There were at least hundreds of them. Is this Milk Emperor crazy? One person challenged hundreds of emperors? There are many anchors similar to Chen Chen, and these anchors are silently paying attention to this matter. This kind of thing can be said that whichever side wins can change the history of the live broadcast industry. Mo Huang also brushed 50 Super Fire in the live broadcast room of Shark anchor Dasima, who won the 5th round. Along with the super fire, there was also a line of barrage. Okay, Nai Huang, we accept your challenge. Let's see your ability later. As Mo Huang's barrage of acceptance appeared, Yo Kexin's live broadcast room was completely blown up. I have a feeling that Nai Huang can still win this round. Is this the calm before the storm? I'm Nai Huang's little fangirl. Nai Huang is the best. Nai Huang, come on. Nai Huang, come on. If you win, I will give birth to a baby for you. Don't be so lustful upstairs. Don't you look in the mirror, and you still give birth to a baby for Nai Huang? Yo Kexin was also secretly worried about Luo Tian. This time Luo Tian challenged the entire Shark Emperor. If he lost, the consequences would be disastrous. According to the nature of modern media, there will definitely be some eye-catching headlines, such as, "Shocked, the official Shark Emperor was actually bloody abused by the Shark Emperors." Thinking of this, Yo Kexin felt that Luo Tian was in a very difficult situation. Luo Tian probably wouldn't be able to survive in Shark anymore. At this moment, Yo Kexin's cell phone rang. Yo Kexin saw that it was a message from Luo Tian. "Don't panic, I know what I'm doing." Yo Kexin looked at the message from Luo Tian and her uneasy heart was comforted. Luo Tian typed and sent a barrage, which was instantly pinned to the top. Let's start the finals. Chapter 43. PK begins it. Yo Kexin saw the barrage sent by Luo Tian and started PK. After a while, a face that Luo Tian was very familiar with appeared on the PK page. Luo Tian sometimes watched live broadcasts and was fascinated by games. Naturally, he knew Decima. Decima's live broadcasts were humorous and naturally pleased the audience. In addition, Luo Tian would not forget Decima's unique appearance. "Hello, Miss Yo Kexin. You are so beautiful." Decima's eyes lit up when he looked at Yo Kexin, and that was when he didn't drool. If he had changed to a host as beautiful as her, Decima would definitely drool, and the live broadcast effect would be maximized. But who is Yo Kexin? Everyone in the Shark Club knows that Yo Kexin is supported by the Milk King. How dare you drool over a woman that the Milk King likes? Decima didn't have the courage to say, "Hello, brother Decima is also very stylish. I used to like watching your live broadcast very much." Yo Kexin also responded to Decima's words with a smile, but when everyone in the live broadcast room heard Yo Kexin's reply, they became nervous. "Ha ha! Brother Decima is very stylish?" The anchor really knows how to talk. Miss Kexin's mouth must be smeared with honey. It's so sweet. "Does I look very stylish? You scold me again. You scold me again." I didn't expect that the little sister spoke so nicely. I'm paying attention to her. Decima naturally saw the ridicule of everyone in the live broadcast room, but he didn't take it seriously. Many viewers would ridicule Decima during the live broadcast. Decima thought it was good. This way the live broadcast room would not be cold, and it could also increase the audience's stickiness. Why not do it? As for making fun of himself? Just kidding. I depend on the audience for my livelihood, so a few jokes won't hurt anyone, so why bother? As for those who use bad language, just give them a gift package of shutting up for 10 years. There should be a limit to joking. There are so many keyboard warriors on the internet now, and they strike hard on the internet, but too many people are timid in real life. Then, brother Decima, let's start the PK. Yo Kexin felt that it was almost time to start the PK. Yo Kexin also secretly cheered for Luo Tian. This time it was related to both her and Luo Tian. If Luo Tian won, then Yo Kexin could naturally take advantage of the storm to make headlines. If Luo Tian lost, Yo Kexin was still ready to quit Shark Live. Without Luo Tian, her life would still be boring as before. Since Luo Tian appeared in Yo Kexin's world, he brought a ray of light to Yo Kexin's boring life, illuminating Yo Kexin's soul. Decima nodded when he heard Yo Kexin's words. This PK was too important. Decima naturally would not delay. As the PK began, Luo Tian found that the PK time was as long as 1 hour. Then he found that Shark Live had issued an announcement. The last round of Star Show PK has been changed to 1 hour, without extra games, and the winner will receive a 1-year recommendation position. Luo Tian was also stunned when he saw this message. A 1-year recommendation position? This reward is really huge. You should know that the first place only had 1 month before, but this time it is directly rewarded for a year. This shark really spent a lot of money. Sima, Mo Huang, and others were also stunned when they saw the announcement. This is very abnormal. According to the shark's previous behavior, it would give a maximum of 2 months. How could it be so generous this time? Although it is impossible to give such a high reward because of the battle between Luo Tian and the emperors, they don't know that this reward is for Luo Tian. If Luo Tian has no money at that time, the official is going to automatically recharge Luo Tian until Luo Tian wins. Li Changfeng just asked Li Boyuan again, and Li Boyuan said that no matter what the situation, the sky can only win, not lose. Li Boyuan has nothing to say. If Luo Tian loses, the Luo family is likely to blame the Li family, and the Li family will definitely not be able to withstand it. Luo Tian did not think so much. In Luo Tian's eyes, he was just an orphan. He also regarded the conveniences given to him by the Li family as the credit of the Yunda Centurion Black Gold card. Luo Tian watched the PK start and clicked on the Milk Palace 10 times in a row. The special effect of the Milk Palace exploded directly in Yukexen's live broadcast room. Yukexen's PK bar directly reached 100 million. 10 Milk Palaces are 10 million. Luo Tian directly found the manual customer service to recharge 500 million. He must win this time. Everyone in the live broadcast room was still confused. Is it starting now? The Milk Emperor is invincible. He starts with 10 million. He really doesn't take money for granted. The Milk Emperor's every move is a trump card. He starts with 10 million. He is a real big shot. Brother Milk Emperor is so handsome. I want to have a baby with Brother Milk Emperor. Please look in the mirror upstairs with your face like Reed Catkins. How could the Milk Emperor like you? Mo Huang felt a little embarrassed when he saw the Milk Palace rewarded by Luo Tian. It's not that they were afraid of 10 million, but because Luo Tian gave away 10 million 10 times, while they could only send 2,000 rockets slowly. The gap was too big, and the emperors could only send rockets one by one. The special effects of the rockets filled up Dacima's live broadcast room, which looked very grand. Dacima did not thank him, because the rewards this time would be taken away by the Union. Yukexen and Dacima just watched the performance of Luo Tian and the emperors quietly. This is the official announcement of Shark, continued to issue, releasing 100,000 gift crowns, now on the shelves. The emperors were also overjoyed when they saw the announcement. Although it was not comparable to Luo Tian's million-level reward, it could save a lot of time. After only 5 minutes, the number of PK votes on Dacima's side reached 150 million. Luo Tian looked at the capital of the emperors and sighed that they were worthy of being the Shark Emperors, and their capital was indeed strong. In the past, these emperors were just playing small games, and at most brushing a few 100,000, and then they just wanted the pleasure and fun of rewarding and the gratitude of the anchors. But when it comes to rewarding, the amount is also astonishing. Luo Tian actually made a mistake. This was not an ordinary reward. It was related to the fate of the emperors. If they won, they would make a lot of money. If they lost, they would lose face in the live broadcast and could only give up the live broadcast industry. So the Shark Emperors also took live. Take out the money from the bottom of the box to gamble once, bet on glory and wealth. Luo Tian continued to send out the Milk Palace and sent out 50 PK tickets at a time. The number of tickets increased directly to 600 million, and Luo Tian did not stop until he sent it to 90 Milk Palaces. Together with the previous 10 Milk Palaces, the total was 100 Milk Palaces, a full 100 million. More than 200 people from the Zhongwang side brushed together, and the speed was not much slower. However, as some small emperors had no money to brush, the speed was much slower than before. Now Luo Tian took a rough look and saw that there were still more than 50 super emperors who were still brushing. The most aggressive among them were Emperor Mo, Emperor Go, and Emperor Qing. At this time, as some small emperors' funds were brushed out, they were also chatting in the group. This Milk Emperor is really a tough guy. He spends 100 million at a time. Yeah, I guess in real life, he's at least a tycoon with a net worth of tens of billions. Mo Huang tagged everyone at this time. Brothers, we might lose this time. Go Huang replied, I have the same feeling. I think this Nai Huang has prepared at least 500 million yuan in funds. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to have spent 100 million in the first 10 minutes. Qing Wang tagged Mo Huang. If we lose later, we'd better think of a way. If we really quit the live broadcast industry, we'll suffer a huge loss. Chapter 44. The Emperors admit defeat. Thanks for the rewards, big brothers. Emperor Mo also frowned, looking at the message sent by Emperor Go. Emperor Mo also felt that this Milk Emperor had prepared at least 500 million. If this Milk Emperor had prepared 500 million, then it would not be something that Emperor Mo and a few others could win. Looking at the message sent by Emperor Qing, he thought about it and replied, Fight first. If we really can't win, let's admit defeat. Emperor Mo continued to send messages. I feel that this Milk Emperor has a relationship with the official Shark. Shark certainly doesn't want so many of our emperors to withdraw. I guess the Milk Emperor will compromise. The emperors in the group looked at Luo Tian's message and nodded secretly. Sure enough, this Mo Emperor was not the president of the Shark Emperor Union for nothing. Not only did he have enough capital to convince others, but the most important thing was that Emperor Mo had a brain, and some of his ideas would convince other emperors. Only those with real abilities would be convinced by others. The emperors in the Shark Emperor Union group replied one after another. I think this method is good. I think this Milk Emperor will give us this face. There is no benefit for him to offend so many of our emperors. Shark will not watch him offend so many emperors. He should intervene. We just need to give enough face to this Milk Emperor later. A boss of this level shouldn't fall out with us. Just as the Shark Emperor Union and the Mass Emperor were communicating, a PK was still breaking out in Kexen's live broadcast room. Luo Tian looked at the speed of the PK votes of the emperors on the opposite side and felt that the emperors were about the same. Now Kexen's PK votes are 2.6 billion and Dacima's is 2.5 billion. However, the rising trend of Dacima's votes has been very slow. Luo Tian directly threw down 100 milk palaces. The opposite Mo Emperor didn't swipe gifts when he saw Luo Tian's formation. The opposite Luo Tian already had 3.6 billion PK votes and Mo Emperor had a maximum of 3 billion. This was a foregone conclusion, so Mo Emperor naturally didn't continue to swipe gifts. Mo Emperor came to Kexen's live broadcast room, and as soon as he came in, he had a Fire Dragon special effect. The difference from Luo Tian's 5-clawed dragon was that Mo Emperor's Fire Dragon was a Western lizard dragon, which didn't look domineering enough. As for dragons, the ones from China, which owns the Dragon Kingdom, were more domineering. Luo Tian was also stunned when he saw Mo Emperor coming in. Why did this Mo Emperor come to Kexen's live broadcast room? Kexen also clearly saw Mo Huang coming to her live broadcast room, and there were 3 question marks on her head. Logically, shouldn't Mo Huang be giving gifts to Dacima now? Why did he come to her live broadcast room? Could it be that he couldn't get enough gifts, so he came to curse on the street? Mo Huang rewarded Kexen with a crown and presented a barrage. Nai Huang, we emperors admit defeat. How do you want to deal with us? Luo Tian looked at Mo Huang's barrage and had a little question mark on his face. What do you mean by how to deal with the emperors? When did he say he would deal with them? The live broadcast room also saw the barrage of comments pinned by Mo Huang, and they posted comments one after another. Awesome, Crass. Nai Huang defeated all the Shark Emperors by himself, and they surrendered. We have witnessed the birth of a super rich man. From now on, I will only obey Nai Huang in Shark live broadcasts. Nai Huang is invincible. Nai Huang seems to have broken the reward rate in the live broadcast industry. The last reward seemed to be 200 million. Kexen looked at Mo Huang's surrender and laughed sincerely. Her smile was very bright. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The amount is 360 million, the coefficient is 9, and the host is rewarded with 2.97 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of leading Kexen to win the championship, and the reward is God-level Special Forces skills. 2 prompt sounds rang in Luo Tian's mind when the barrage of Mo Huang admitting defeat was issued. Luo Tian also laughed after listening to the system's prompt sound. He had gained too much tonight. Not to mention the nearly 3 billion funds, the God-level Special Forces skills were also priceless. So Luo Tian was in a very good mood now, and naturally would not make things difficult for Mo Huang. He really would not ask Mo Huang and everyone else to quit the live broadcast circle or something. After all, Shark Live had given him a lot of face. Luo Tian was not an ungrateful person, and Luo Tian would definitely not drive away the emperors. Luo Tian gave Kexen another milk palace and added a barrage. I just heard that you emperors are not convinced that Shark has given me the privilege. I just want you to be convinced. The barrage of comments seeing Luo Tian in the live broadcast room also typed out the word convinced. The boss is really the boss. He spent more than 300 million to convince people. Hey, seeing the Milk Emperor, I feel that other emperors are really not big bosses. The one above, the Milk Emperor, must not be short of money. I guess he is the boss of a super large company. I agree. Emperor Mo also smiled when he saw Luo Tian's barrage. This Milk Emperor didn't seem to be a difficult person to talk to. In that case, he would give this Milk Emperor face. Maybe he could even become friends with the Milk Emperor. By then, there might be a person who could easily make more than 300 million through live broadcasts with him. In reality, he must be the CEO of a company worth tens of billions. One more friend means one more connection. This is normal in the eyes of rich people, especially a very powerful friend. Emperor Mo was naturally very happy. Emperor Mo gave him a crown and said, I am convinced. All of us Shark Emperors are convinced. Milk Emperor Shark is number 1. After saying that, Emperor Mo directly rewarded Kexen with 10 crowns, which is 1 million. Rewarding Kexen was naturally giving face to Luo Tian. Luo Tian was not a fool, and he naturally saw that this was Emperor Mo giving him face. Since Emperor Mo gave him face in this way, he would certainly not hold on to it. As the saying goes, one should not hit a smiling person. Luo Tian directly ran out of Dacima's room and gave him a milk palace. Dacima saw that Luo Tian rewarded him with a milk palace and immediately thanked him. Thank you, big brother Milk Emperor. Emperor Mo looked at Luo Tian's actions and knew that Luo Tian accepted the face he gave. Rewarding Dacima was to give himself a face in return. After that, the PK ended, and Kexen naturally ascended to the first place in the Star Show event and won the 1-year recommendation position awarded by the official Shark. In this incident, the biggest gainer was naturally Kexen. After the live broadcast ended, Kexen immediately sent a message to Luo Tian. Brother Luo Tian, I will return your reward to you after I get my salary this month. Luo Tian looked at Yu Kexin's message and nodded secretly. Yu Kexin did a good job. If Yu Kexin didn't say this, although Luo Tian would not ask for it back, the relationship between Luo Tian and Yu Kexin would have ended here. After all, he gave so much reward in the end because he was PKing with the emperors instead of normal rewards. Luo Tian replied to Yu Kexin's message. The rewards for the first 5 rounds are for you. This is what I want to reward you. Just give the last round of rewards to me. Yu Kexin looked at Luo Tian's message and immediately agreed. If Luo Tian didn't want it, she really didn't know what to do. This is more than 300 million, and there is still more than 100 million left after the platform deducted it. This is a huge sum of money in Yu Kexin's eyes, and Yu Kexin feels uneasy about this kind of money. Yu Kexin replied with an okay expression. System, help me use the God-level Special Forces skills. Luo Tian put down his mobile phone and said to the system, Luo Tian is looking forward to this God-level Special Forces skill. This is the power of the Grandmaster level. Ding! The God-level Special Forces skill is used successfully. Thanks to Feng for the reward. 1 rose for Taoist Priest, 2 roses for Changhing, 3 roses for System Flow, 1 rose for Coffee, 2 roses for Feiyang, and 2 roses for the Big Brothers to add 1 more chapter. Thank you for your support. Brothers, now there are 3 updates every day. 1 will be released at 12 o'clock in the morning, and the other 2 will be released at 10 o'clock in the morning and 12 noon. Chapter 45, Patrolman. I was really framed. The system's voice just ended, and Luo Tian's bones made crackling sounds. Some black impurities slowly seeped out of Luo Tian's body, but not a lot. About 10 minutes later, Luo Tian stood up and was amazed at the changes in his body. It was worthy of the God-level Special Forces skills produced by the system. Now it feels like it can fight dozens of internal forces. Luo Tian smelled a faint stench on his body. Luo Tian quickly took off his clothes and ran to take a hot bath. Luo Tian came out comfortably and was stunned when he looked at himself in the mirror. Although Luo Tian had a good figure before, he didn't have 8-pack abs. Now Luo Tian's face is angular with the charm that a man should have, not the kind of face that can be pinched to make water. Luo Tian also has 8-pack abs on his stomach. Luo Tian touched his abs and felt that they were not elastic, but very firm. Luo Tian picked up his phone to check the time and found that it was already 1:30. He went to bed immediately. Tomorrow Luo Tian has to go to the school. On the other side of the Jiangling police station, Lin Yun sat on the interrogation chair, leaning on the handcuffs with a look of despair on his face. Lin Yun, why did you threaten the girl? Still want QJ? A female patrol interrogated Lin Yun, and a male patrol was taking notes at the side. Sir Patrol, I am really innocent. They want to frame me. Lin Yun shouted this, and his mental defenses were close to collapse. Lin Yun was thinking about the whole thing. At 9:30 in the evening, Lin Yun had just finished his evening self-study and was about to go back to his rental house. On the way, Lin Yun hummed a little song, thinking that after 2 months, when the family trial was over, he could return to the Lin family and become the eldest son of the Lin family. Just as he was imagining his glorious moments in the future, he heard a girl screaming from the alley in front of him. Ah, you! What do you want to do? Don't touch me! Help me! When Lin Yun heard the girl's cry for help, he had no intention of caring about the girl. After all, his family trial was about to end, and he couldn't let anything go wrong. Otherwise, all his patience would be in vain, and he would be miserable. But Lin Yun had always been bullied by others at school, and they would beat him up from time to time. Lin Yun knew how helpless and even desperate it felt to be bullied by others. Lin Yun finally chose to save the girl and ran to the alley. However, Lin Yun didn't notice that there was a man following him. The man following Lin Yun immediately took out his mobile phone and sent a message. The target has taken the bait. Liu Yang smiled slightly when he saw the message sent by his subordinates. The first stage of targeting Lin Yun has been successfully completed. Even if Lin Yun did not go to save the girl, Liu Yang also arranged a lot of dramas on Lin Yun's way home, such as robbery, theft, and many other things. Even if Lin Yun did not participate in anything in the end, there was still a big drama at the door of Lin Yun's rental house. Liu Yang arranged a man and a woman at the door of Lin Yun's rental house to directly arrange a domestic violence scene, and then the woman pounced on Lin Yun. The man could beat Lin Yun up and call the police in the end. The garbage rental house where Lin Yun lives has no cameras. Isn't that what you say? Black can be said to be white. By the way, arrange a few passers-by to provide confessions to the patrol. In fact, from the moment Lin Yun met Luo Tian, there was only one ending. Lin Yun would definitely die. It's just that Lin Yun's luck value is too high. Luo Tian can't kill him directly. He can only slowly break Lin Yun's mentality, and then kill him when Lin Yun's luck value is gone. As for why Lin Yun's luck value disappears when he collapses, It is naturally the credit of the Heaven and Earth Origin extractor in Chen Chen's hand. When the Sun of Luck has a breakdown, the Heaven and Earth Origin that permeates around Lin Yun becomes unstable. With the Heaven and Earth Origin extractor, the Heaven and Earth Origin around Lin Yun can be extracted naturally. As the Heaven and Earth Origin extractor decreases, Lin Yun's luck will naturally decrease. Lin Yun walked into the alley and saw two bald men taking off the girl's clothes. Lin Yun immediately said, "Stop! You are raping a girl in broad daylight? Is there any law?" The two bald men's eyes lit up when they saw Lin Yun coming in. Lu Yang said, "At which scene should Lin Yun stop? Then everyone who plays this scene can get a bonus of 100,000 yuan. In the worldview of these hooligans, 100,000 yuan is enough for them to play for a few months." The girl's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Yun, and she immediately started to perform like an actor. "Little brother, save me." In the dim light, the girl looked so pitiful. Coupled with the girl's pitiful voice, Lin Yun suddenly became masculine. "Don't worry, little sister. I've called the police. These people won't be arrogant for long." Hearing Lin Yun calling the police, the two big men laughed even more brightly. Lin Yun calling the police was what Lu Yang wanted. In this way, when the patrol came, Lin Yun would definitely go in. "Boy, are you looking for death? Beat him up." The two bald men immediately ran to Lin Yun with iron bars in their hands and kicked the thin Lin Yun to the ground. The two bald men swung the iron bars in their hands at Lin Yun. Lin Yun lay on the flat ground with his hands on his head, thinking that when the patrol came, these two people would be finished. Finally, as Lin Yun expected, the patrol finally came to the alley. 7 or 8 patrols with guns in their hands surrounded the two bald men and Lin Yun. "Stop! Put your hands on your head." When the two bald men saw the patrol coming, they quickly put their hands on their heads. Lin Yun was also pulled up by the patrol. Lin Yun was beaten very badly and was covered in blood. There were several big black footprints on his face, and it was obvious that his face was stepped on. "Comrade Patrol, these two bald men raped this girl. I came in to save people and was beaten like this." Lin Yun got up and was instantly full of strength. He said to the patrol, "Sir Patrol, I am innocent. We brothers passed by here and saw this scumbag rape this girl, so we brothers came in to stop him." The two bald men immediately acted out a scene of injustice which stunned Lin Yun. It would be a pity if these two people didn't become actors, because they acted too much like them. The leading female patrol couldn't help but frown when she heard what the two said. Why are the two sides' statements different? Seeing the girl with half her clothes stripped off, the female patrol officer immediately walked towards her. She thought that the truth would be revealed if she asked the girl. The girl also ran over and said to the female patrol officer, "Officer, this man pulled me in and threatened me." The girl cried as she spoke, tears streaming down her face. "If it weren't for these two brothers who came to save me, I would have been then." Lin Yun was stunned when he heard what the girl said. Why did this woman want to harm him? Lin Yun knew immediately that he was being victimized. This was a small alley, and there was no surveillance. Naturally, Lin Yun had no way to clear his name. The female police officer heard what the girl said and immediately handcuffed Lin Yun. "Take him away. These two brothers and this little girl should also go to the police station to make a statement." Lin Yun was dragged into the patrol car by 2 police officers, while the 2 bald men and the girl were invited to get into the car behind. In the end, Lin Yun was interrogated while sitting here. Thanks to Momo for her 3 roses. End of this chapter. Chapter 46. Jiangling Mayor Liu Tong. Please vote. Please collect. Please reward. Lin Yun sat on the table, looking at the 2 police officers in front of him, and he no longer had the desire to defend himself. "Patrol officer, can I make a phone call?" Lin Yun had to call the Longjing Lin family at this time. He really couldn't say anything. The main reason was that there was no surveillance in that ghost place. Now there were several witnesses. Lin Yun felt that it must be someone from the Lin family who framed him in order to prevent him from becoming the young master of the Lin family. After all, the Lin family was so big, there must be many guys who were not on the same page with Lin Yun's father, Lin Yunshan. Once Lin Yun became the young master of the Lin family, it would infringe on the interests of many Lin family members. In the face of interests, the relationship between relatives is as easy to break as a tissue. The female patrolman thought about Lin Yun's words for a while and finally handed Lin Yun's mobile phone over. Lin Yun opened the mobile phone list, found the phone number that had not been contacted for 3 years, thought about it, and finally clicked to dial. About 10 seconds later, a strong voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Xiaoyun. Why are you calling me? Don't you have 2 months left?" "Hello, Dad. I seem to be targeted by someone in the family." Lin Yun gave Lin Yuanshan a general overview of the matter, only to hear the sound of Lin Yuanshan slapping the table from the other side of the phone. "These guys, are they planning to hit my son? Don't know whether to live or die." Lin Yuanshan was furious. Lin Yun was Lin Yuanshan's only son, so he naturally doted on him. Although Lin Yuanshan could not interfere during Lin Yun's trial, he still secretly arranged a high-paying job for Lin Yun. Because the family trial would end in 2 months, Lin Yuanshan could no longer help Lin Yun in the last 2 months. Lin Yuanshan had just withdrawn the bodyguards around Lin Yun 2 days ago, and today Lin Yun was framed. If he said that he was not a member of the Lin family, Lin Yuanshan would not believe it at all. "Xiao Yun, wait there. I'll call you and let you out now." Lin Yuanshan hung up the phone after he finished speaking, and by the way, he dialed another mobile phone number and waited for the call to be connected. "Hello, Mayor Liu. This is Lin Yuanshan. My son was arrested by your patrol. Please make some arrangements." The person on the other end of the phone was the mayor of Jiangling, Liu Tong. When Liu Tong heard what Lin Yuanshan said, he hurriedly replied, "Master Lin, don't worry. I'll go and release your son now." Lin Yuanshan hung up the phone and rubbed his temples. Lin Yuanshan's wife Jiang Xia came over and looked at Lin Yuanshan rubbing his temples and asked, "Yuanshan, what's wrong with you?" Lin Yuanshan looked at Jiang Xia coming to him and sighed, "Someone in the family wants to frame Xiao Yun. I don't know what to do." Jiang Xia was also shocked when she heard Lin Yuanshan's words. If the family framed Lin Yun, then it would be difficult for Lin Yun to pass the family trial, and then it would be very troublesome for Lin Yun to become the young master. "Yuanshan, Xiao Yun is a child we have watched grow up, and I believe in his ability." Lin Yuanshan also understood what Jiang Xia meant when he heard what Jiang Xia said. Jiang Xia felt that Lin Yun could handle these things and did not need Lin Yuanshan's help from behind. Lin Yuanshan finally slammed the table and decided on his own idea. Jiangling City, Jingqiao apartment. Jiangling Mayor Liu Tong got up immediately after hearing Lin Yuanshan's call. Liu Tong's wife was puzzled. "Old Liu, where are you going so late?" "The young master of the Lin family in Longjing has been arrested. I will go to pick him up myself," Liu Tong said and rushed outside. Liu Tong couldn't figure it out. Logically, it should be the time for the Lin family's trial. Does the young master of the Lin family have a problem with his brain? Committing a crime at this time. As a middle-level member of the Liu family in Longjing, Liu Tong naturally knew that the young master of the Lin family would be on trial for about half an hour. Liu Tong hurried into the patrol room. The patrol on duty saluted Liu Tong as soon as he saw Liu Tong. "Hello, Mayor." Liu Tong nodded and asked the patrol on the live broadcast, "Where is the man arrested tonight? Take me to see him." The patrol on duty was also stunned when he heard Liu Tong's words, and then took Liu Tong to Lin Yun's interrogation room. As soon as Liu Tong entered, he found that Lin Yun was handcuffed and was being interrogated. "Lin Yun, why did you threaten that girl?" The female patrol was still asking Lin Yun, "Police officer, I really was framed. I have been explaining for more than half an hour." Lin Yun's face was full of helplessness. No matter how Lin Yun explained, the female patrol officer kept asking this question. The female patrol officer also noticed Liu Tong walking in at this time and immediately stood up and said, "Mayor Liu, why are you here?" When Lin Yun saw Liu Tong coming, his first thought was that he was free. It seemed that the person his father had found had arrived, and he finally didn't have to face the female patrol officer who asked him 3 fatal questions in a row. "Comrade, can you tell me what this little brother has done wrong?" When the female patrol officer heard Liu Tong's words, she briefly introduced what Lin Yun had done. The more Liu Tong listened, the darker his face became. This young master of the Lin family was 2. If you could endure for 2 months and become the young master of the Lin family, what kind of women would you not have? Liu Tong was also shocked by Lin Yun's train of thought. Although Liu Tong had been cursing Lin Yun in his heart, he remained calm and said to the female patrolman, "Comrade, I think this little brother has been wronged. Don't you think so?" The female patrolman heard what Liu Tong said and knew what he meant. The female patrolman's face darkened, but since Liu Tong had spoken, she didn't know what to say. "Yes, I also feel that this little brother has been wronged." In the end, the female patrolman had no choice but to uncuff Lin Yun and let Lin Yun leave. As soon as Lin Yun walked out of the patrol room, Liu Tong came to Lin Yun and said, "Young Master Lin, you should be more obedient in the next 2 months. This is related to the fate of your life." Lin Yun nodded when he heard what Liu Tong said. "This Lin family trial is indeed very important. Okay, thank you, Uncle Liu." After Lin Yun thanked him, he left the police station. What Lin Yun didn't know was that when Lin Yun just left the police station, a man in black took out his cell phone and sent a message to Liu Yang. Liu Yang looked at the message from the man in black and smiled. Sure enough, Brother Tian is right. This Lin Yun won't stay in there for long. Thinking about what Luo Tian said to him, Liu Yang felt cold in his heart. Liu Yang decided that he must not offend Luo Tian even if he offended anyone in the future. Liu Yang was still sweating coldly about the plan given by Luo Tian. He then took out his cell phone and sent a message in a group. The first phase of the plan was successful, and the next phase of the plan will start in 3 days. The next day at Longtang No. 1 Villa, Luo Tian slowly opened his eyes. Going to bed at 2 o'clock yesterday did not affect Luo Tian's spirit at all. Luo Tian sighed at the ability of the system, this god-level special forces skill. Luo Tian took out his cell phone and found that Liu Yang had sent him 3 messages. Brother Tian, the first plan has begun, and the target has been trapped. The first plan has been a complete success, and the target has entered the police station. The target was picked up by Liu Tong, the mayor of Jiangling City. The next plan will start in 3 days. Luo Tian looked at the message sent by Liu Yang and felt that Liu Yang was quite good at doing things. He directly initiated a transfer and transferred 1 million RMB to Liu Yang. Luo Tian simply washed up, had breakfast with the housekeeper and maids, and then prepared to drive to Jiangling No. 1 Middle School. Chapter 47 test begins at the gate of Jiangling No. 1 Middle School. Luo Tian drove the Ferrari J50 slowly. This time, Luo Tian was not stopped. It seemed that the cigarette Luo Tian used last time played a big role. Sometimes, as long as you give others a little benefit, they will not embarrass you. As soon as Luo Tian parked the car, He Chushui came hurriedly. Luo Tian told He Chushui when he came, so He Chushui was waiting for Luo Tian in the parking lot. When He Chushui heard that Luo Tian had a car, she was also stunned. He Chushui thought she knew Luo Tian very well. She knew how Luo Tian lived. A person who would split $1 into 2 halves actually drove a sports car to school. It was simply shocking, He Chushui's 3 views. Luo Tian, is this your car? He Chushui asked Luo Tian in shock, his words full of disbelief. Yeah, I just bought it yesterday. Luo Tian answered calmly, without any emotional fluctuations. Luo Tian, did you win the lottery? This car must cost several million. He Chushui immediately thought of Luo Tian winning the lottery, because He Shui knew that Luo Tian was an orphan, so it was naturally impossible for his parents to be rich. I started a business, opened a small company, and this car is just so-so, more than 30 million. He Shui also took a breath when he heard Luo Tian's words. A car worth more than 30 million is just so-so in Luo Tian's eyes? You have to know that 30 million is a sum of money that He Chushui may not earn even if he works for a lifetime. In fact, Luo Tian did not lie. He really felt that this Ferrari J50 was not as amazing as it was hyped up on the internet. The driving feel was just average. Let's go, teacher He. I'm here to take the exam today. Luo Tian looked at He Chushui's surprised expression and hurriedly called He Chushui. He Chushui also reacted, nodded, and took Luo Tian to the academic affairs office. He Chushui definitely did not believe Luo Tian when he said that he could take the Qingling University entrance exam with his eyes closed. It's like a beggar telling you that he is the richest man in the world. Would you believe it? But when He Chushui saw the changes in Luo Tian, she believed it in her heart. Suddenly, He Chushui found that Luo Tian seemed to have changed. His temperament and figure had changed a lot. His temperament felt more mature, not like a teenager who had just turned 18. As for his figure, Luo Tian had a slight hunchback before, but now his back is very straight. Especially Luo Tian's face, his facial features are regular and angular, which especially reflects the charm of a man. He Shui, who is in her 40s, was fascinated by him. He Chushui quickly adjusted her state to avoid making a fool of herself in front of Luo Tian. Jiangling No. 1 Middle School Academic Affairs Office. He Chushui pushed open the door of the Academic Affairs Office and said to a middle-aged man, Teacher Wang, this is my student. He is here for the test today. Teacher Wang also followed He Chushui's gaze and looked at Luo Tian. Just one glance, Teacher Wang's eyes lit up and said, What a handsome young man. He is a talented person. When Luo Tian heard what Teacher Wang said, his heart moved. Could Teacher Wang be a gay? How can you call a man handsome? Although Luo Tian secretly slandered him in his heart, he answered Teacher Wang with an unyielding expression. Hello, Teacher Wang, I'm here for a test. Luo Tian greeted him and mentioned the purpose of his visit. He didn't want to chat with a few teachers, as his time was precious now. Teacher Wang nodded when he heard what Luo Tian said and took Luo Tian into a room. Luo Tian looked around the room and found out what was different about this room. There were 8 cameras hanging on the ceiling, 2 in each of the 4 directions, east, south, west, and north. There were cameras on all sides of the room, and a table and stools were placed in the middle. There was a large black box right on the table. Luo Tian looked at the black box and asked in confusion, Teacher Wang, what is this black box for? When Teacher Wang heard what Luo Tian said, he smiled and answered Luo Tian, This is a signal jammer. Even the most advanced equipment in the world has no effect at such a distance. Luo Tian suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. This exam place arranged by He Chushui was really not suitable for cheating. Even if there was a little movement, it would be discovered. Besides, it was a one-person exam, so there was no way to cheat. Luo Tian, let's start. I want to watch you take the entrance exam for Qingling University with your eyes closed, He Chushui said to Luo Tian. Now He Chushui was secretly expecting that Luo Tian was really as good as he said. Luo Tian listened to He Chushui's words and sat on the stool. Teacher Wang put a math paper on Luo Tian's desk and said to Luo, "My classmate, the math test will be 120 minutes. The timer will start after the door closes." After that, Teacher Wang took He Chushui out of the room. Luo Tian looked at the math paper in front of him and picked up the pen beside him to read it. Luo Tian looked at the first question, which was a math multiple-choice question about sets. As soon as Luo Tian saw this question, it was as if the book sets appeared in his mind. Within 3 seconds, he found the correct answer. There were a total of 12 multiple-choice questions, and Luo Tian only spent 3 minutes. The first 6 questions were basically found in a few seconds, but when it came to the 7th question, Luo Tian started to calculate with a draft paper. It was basically more than 10 seconds per question. But when it came to the last 3 questions, Luo Tian spent a full 30 seconds per question. Luo Tian's head was now like a library. As long as he saw a question, the knowledge points about the question would quickly appear in Luo Tian's mind. Filling in the blanks was also the first 3 questions. It took more than 10 seconds to calculate the answer, but from the 3rd question onwards, it slowed down again. Outside the room, He Chushui and Teacher Wang were watching Luo Tian in the room writing furiously. Why do I feel that this paper is so easy for Luo Tian? He Chushui was puzzled when he saw Luo Tian's speed of answering a question in more than 10 seconds. Impossible, the difficulty of this paper has reached difficult level. Although it has not reached the highest level, it is also very difficult for high school students. Teacher Wang's face was full of black lines. He personally selected this paper. In order to confirm the difficulty of this paper, Teacher Wang also specially asked a math teacher to do this paper. Basically, all the teachers who have done this paper said that it is impossible for high school students to get more than 100 points. This is for the top math students in the 2nd year of high school. But according to He Chushui's words, Luo Tian in the room is just a poor student at the bottom of the grade. It is impossible for him to get more than 50 points. This is still giving Luo Tian enough face. Before, Teacher Wang estimated that Luo Tian would not get more than 30 points at most. But now, seeing Luo Tian's speed of answering one question in a few dozen seconds, his face was dark. It's time for the big questions. Let's see his speed. He Chushui saw that Luo Tian had already finished the big questions and hurriedly said to Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang was also staring at the screen. The first big question was a free question, but Luo Tian still finished it in more than 10 seconds. The second question was the same, and Luo Tian took more than 20 seconds. But when the third big question started, Luo Tian slowed down, and it only took 2 minutes in the end. Teacher Wang took a breath of cold air when he saw Luo Tian's speed. Teacher Wang looked at the time. It was less than 10 minutes, and Luo Tian was almost done. Is this the last year student? He Chushui 48? A mathematical prodigy that only appears once in a millennium. He Chushui was also stunned when she saw Luo Tian's speed of answering questions. Is this really Luo, her last year student? Is Luo Tian possessed by Einstein? Is there really such a thing as inviting gods? Finally, Luo Tian's speed was stuck on the last big question. The draft paper was full of Luo Tian's learning. Luo Tian immediately tore up the draft paper and replaced it with the next one, never delaying the speed. Luo Tian unknowingly fell into the happy feeling of answering questions. For example, when you are taking an exam, you have finished the previous question, then you will be more confident when facing the next question. The library in Luo Tian's mind quickly played a huge role, and the knowledge points of each book were immediately poured into his brain. Luo Tian's writing speed became faster and faster, and finally, he could even write a draft paper for dozens of seconds. After about 10 minutes, Luo Tian finally calculated the final answer on the draft paper. Luo Tian filled in the answers on the paper and made an okay gesture to the camera. When Teacher Wang saw Luo Tian's gesture, he immediately ran into the small room. He couldn't wait to see Luo Tian's answers. He even suspected that Luo Tian had written it randomly. He Chushui felt that Luo Tian was a little arrogant and handed in the paper without checking. When the two walked to Luo Tian together, Teacher Wang grabbed Luo Tian's paper and immediately looked at Luo Tian's answers. He Chushui said to Luo Tian with a look of disappointment on his face, "Luo Tian, the exam time is so long, and you handed in the paper in just over 20 minutes. Don't be blindly confident." Luo Tian listened to He Chushui's teachings and nodded helplessly. Teacher Wang on the side looked at Luo Tian's paper, and the more he looked at it, the more shocked he was. "Fuck, teacher He, this student is amazing. He actually used 3 methods for the last multiple-choice question." Luo Tian smiled slightly at what Teacher Wang said today. He could have finished it in 15 minutes, but it took Luo Tian a long time because he thought of many solutions. He Chushui was also surprised to hear what Teacher Wang said. When did this Luo Tian become so powerful? "Teacher He, This student, come with me to the mathematics department and ask a professional teacher. Teacher Wang took Luo Tian's test paper and ran to the mathematics department, leaving a word. He Chushui looked at Teacher Wang, who used to be calm but now was so anxious, and sneered. Teacher Wang must have been really shocked this time. He Chushui took Luo Tian to the mathematics department. Luo Tian heard that there was an old professor from Qingling University in the mathematics department who had to choose to retire because of his old age. However, the retired old professor did not go home to retire. Instead, he chose to be a teacher in his hometown, Jiangling. Although he could not give lectures on the stage, he could also correct the papers for the students and give suggestions. This was also a good retirement life for the old professor who loved teaching. Therefore, the principal did not refuse, but offered a high salary because the old professor was the living signboard of Jiangling No. 1 Middle School. But the old professor did not take a high salary, only a basic salary of 4,000 yuan a month. When Luo Tian and He Chushui arrived at the mathematics department, they saw Teacher Wang holding the test paper and showing it to a group of mathematics teachers who were taking a break. The teachers were also shocked by Luo Tian's answering method. The answers were all correct, and there were even different solutions to the problems. The teachers were very surprised. The most surprising thing was not the previous one, but the last one. The old Professor Qing Ling had also done the last question, and it took him 40 minutes to do it, and he listed 2 solutions. But their mathematics teachers said that Luo Tian only spent 10 minutes not only to solve the last question, but also to list 6 solutions at the same time. Dear teachers, please prove whether the 6 solutions to this last question are valid. Teacher Wang was not idle at this time and called on all the mathematics teachers to argue together. The mathematics teachers nodded when they heard what Teacher Wang said. They couldn't wait. Whether they were students who were good at learning mathematics or teachers who taught mathematics, they were obsessed with solving problems. For them, nothing could be more interesting than solving problems. It was the same as when we went to guess the answer to a riddle. When we guessed, we were confused, and when we guessed it right, we were overjoyed. The teachers took out their mobile phones to take pictures of Luo Tian's problem-solving process for the last question, and returned to their positions to take out paper and pen to argue. He Chushui looked at the teachers and was speechless. He Chushui taught Chinese, and she didn't understand why these math teachers were so obsessed with mathematics. Luo Tian, when did you become so powerful? Why didn't I know it before? He Chushui suddenly looked at Luo Tian. She felt very strange. Whether it was Luo Tian's luxury car or the math level that Luo Tian showed now, it couldn't be the Luo Tian in He Chushui's memory. It seemed to be the difference between a child prodigy and a mentally retarded person. Teacher He, there is a sentence that I think is very good. Don't people always change? He Chushui was also stunned when he heard Luo Tian's words and finally looked at Luo Tian helplessly. God damn it, people don't always change. People do change, but your change is too outrageous. From He Chushui's perspective, this is impossible. As long as it is a normal person, it is impossible for him to believe in Luo Tian's change. Just when the two were chatting, a math teacher exclaimed, "Oh my God, this student's last method actually used Harden's conjecture." Just as this teacher exclaimed, another teacher also exclaimed, "No way, in the process of this student solving the problem, I seem to see Harden's conjecture being solved." A teacher scratched his head, unable to understand Luo Tian's solution to the last problem. Suddenly, an old voice was heard. What? Someone solved Harden's conjecture? The teacher stood up when they saw the newcomer and saluted the old man. "Hello, Mr. Xing. This student's last method of solving the problem seems to use the solved Harden's conjecture." Before the teacher finished speaking, Mr. Xing picked up Luo Tian's paper in the middle. He took out his reading glasses from his pocket and sat on the chair to look at Luo Tian's paper. Mr. Xing nodded as he looked at it and started to do it directly after seeing the end. "Teacher Wang, where is this student? Take me to see him. He is a mathematical genius that is rare in 1,000 years. Teacher Wang was shocked when he heard what Mr. Xing said and finally pointed at Luo Tian. Other teachers also heard Mr. Xing call him a mathematical genius that is rare in 1,000 years. Did this student really solve Harden's thought? Isn't this a mathematical problem that has troubled mankind for thousands of years? The existence ranked 9th in the world's unsolved mathematical mysteries, could it be solved by a high school sophomore today? The first reaction of the math teachers was disbelief. In their eyes, this was absolutely impossible. Old Xing had already walked towards Luo Tian with an amiable smile on his face. "My dear, I think your last method of solving the problem is not a specific method." Old Xing directly called Luo Tian young friend, which represented the status of Luo Tian in Old Xing's mind. "My dear, this is indeed not a specific method. It will take at least 3 days to fully verify Harden's idea." Old Xing was also stunned when he heard Luo Tian's words. Old Xing noticed a key problem. Luo Tian said that it could be verified, not that he guessed it. My dear, come into my office, let's talk. Luo Tian heard what old Xing said, and followed old Xing to the office amid the shocked eyes of the math teachers. Thank you for the rose for Momo. Love Momo. Chapter 49. Bring your girlfriend with you. Please vote. Please add to favorites. Zhongling No. 1 Middle School, Mathematics Department, Mr. Xing's office. Luo Tian was sitting on the sofa under the guidance of Mr. Xing. Mr. Xing was sitting opposite Luo Tian. Mr. Xing looked at Luo Tian's young face and his heart was moved. Just now, the math teacher said that Luo Tian seemed to be only in the second year of high school. Doesn't that mean he is 16 years old? With such a talent at the age of 16, China's future mathematics field seems to be on the rise. I heard from those teachers that you are still in the second year of high school today? 16 years old? Luo Tian shook his head when he heard what old Xing said. Old Xing, I'm 18 this year and I dropped out of school for 2 years. Old Xing nodded when he heard what Luo Tian said, and he was not going to ask Luo Tian why he dropped out of school. Everyone has everyone's story, and if Luo Tian wants to say it, he will say it. If Luo Tian doesn't want to say it, no matter how old Xing asks Luo Tian, he still won't say it. My young friend, what's your name? Old Xing continued to ask questions. He didn't know Luo Tian's name yet. Old Xing, don't call me young friend, I can't bear it. Just call me Luo Tian. Luo Tian felt a little weird when he heard old Xing calling him young friend. After all, it was unreasonable for an old man in his 60s to call an 18-year-old boy young friend. Luo Tian, are you interested in going to Qingling University? I can recommend it to you. Old Xing extended an olive branch to Luo Tian. It had been a long time since old Xing recommended any students to Qingling University. Old Xing was also a very famous professor in Qingling University. Most of his students were devoted to the Chinese mathematics community. He was truly a man of many talents. Old Xing, actually my dream is to go to Qingling University. But can I make a request? Old Xing became interested when he heard what Luo Tian said. Most students would be eager to go to Qingling University, but Luo Tian in front of him actually wanted to make a request? However, in old Xing's view, Luo Tian, a mathematical genius, was different from others. Old Xing, I want to take my girlfriend to Qingling University. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, old Xing was surprised. He thought Luo Tian would ask for money or national publicity. Because old Xing heard from the math teacher that Luo Tian's family conditions were not very good, old Xing's first instinct was to ask for money. But old Xing never expected Luo Tian to make this request. But old Xing's eyes gradually brightened as he looked at Luo Tian. After all, being good at math does not represent a person's achievement, such as good character. Many Chinese math geniuses were poached by the United States and used to discredit the Chinese math community in the United States, saying that the Chinese math community is garbage. These ungrateful people have yellow skins, but their hearts have long become white. Old Xing does not want to recommend such a white-hearted person to Qingling University. This kind of person is not only Chinese, but also, this is the sadness of Mr. Xing, and it is also the knot in his life. When Mr. Xing was 40 years old, he took a student and devoted himself to cultivating this student. He lived up to expectations and achieved great success in mathematics. However, this student went to study at Harvard University in the United States for a few years, and his heart had already become American. He settled in the United States and made contributions to the United States. He also slandered the Chinese mathematics community in the United States, saying that the Chinese mathematics community might not be able to surpass the United States, even if they worked hard for 100 years. The implication was that China was only worthy of eating dust behind the United States. Mr. Xing also had a knot in his heart at that time, and he kept some things in reserve when teaching students. I can apply for this condition. How about this? I'll ask a teacher from Qingling University to give you a test. If you pass, your request will be fine. Old Xing thought about it and did not agree to Luo Tian's request right away. After all, this was a family to support. Luo Tian had a strong talent for mathematics, so old Xing could naturally recommend him, but not Luo Tian's girlfriend. He could only let people from Qingling University test Luo Tian to see if he was worthy of this condition. Okay, by the way, old Xing, I have no problem with the other 5 subjects. Luo Tian was not surprised to hear that old Xing did not agree immediately. After all, his request was indeed a bit excessive, and it was not something that a retired old man like old Xing could decide. Old Xing's eyes lit up when he heard Luo Tian's words. From what Luo Tian meant, he did well in the other 5 subjects? Student Luo Tian, you just said that you are good at the other 5 subjects? How do you think it compares to mathematics? Old Xing also raised a question. If Luo Tian's other 5 subjects are the same as mathematics, then this is not what can be defined as a genius. This can be called a monster. For such a monster, Qingling University will definitely meet all possible conditions. After all, such a monster will be a figure hanging on the wall of Qingling University, once he leaves the school. Maybe a Chinese master will appear in the future, which will only bring infinite benefits to Qingling University. I don't think I can say that my other 5 subjects are better than mathematics, but they are definitely not weaker than mathematics. Luo Tian thought about it and should be able to say this with the books in his mind. Old Xing nodded when he heard Luo Tian's words. Okay then, student Luo Tian, let's add each other as friends, and I'll send you a message when the time comes. Luo Tian nodded when he heard what Old Xing said, and added Old Xing as his friend. Luo Tian walked out of Old Xing's office. Old Xing looked at Luo Tian, who was walking out of the door, and picked up his phone. Old Xing opened the phone book, found a number and dialed it. After waiting for about 10 seconds, Old Xing's phone was connected. Hello, Old Xing, why did you think of calling me? An old man's voice came from the other end of the phone, and it sounded like he was about the same age as Old Xing. Old Yan, I found a monster in Jiangling. Are you still recruiting at Qingling? Old Xing did not reminisce with Old Yan on the phone, and said directly, Monster? The person you, Old Xing, call a monster, seems to be no simple person. Old Yan was stunned for a moment before he spoke. Yan Zhengfeng, from the president's office of Qingling University in Longjing, was secretly surprised. He knew Old Xing, a man with very high standards. How could he hear Old Xing say that someone was a monster today? This made Yan Zhengfeng curious. What on earth was this person capable of? Old Yan, you said that a child who is only 18 years old can solve Harden's thoughts. Is this considered a monster? Yan Zhengfeng just finished listening to what Old Xing said, and he exclaimed directly to the other end of the phone. Old Xing, are you kidding me? Are you sure you have solved Harden's thoughts? Old Xing was not surprised to hear what Yan Zhengfeng said. After all, he had the same expression as Yan Zhengfeng just now. Old Yan, we have known each other for almost 40 years. When have I ever lied to you? Yan Zhengfeng frowned when he heard what Old Xing said. Indeed, Old Xing has never joked in all these years, let alone lied. Yan Zhengfeng thought about it for a while and then said to Old Xing, Old Xing, I will send someone to Jiangling to test this child. Old Xing heard what Yan Zhengfeng said and reminded him. This child said that his other 5 subjects are not worse than mathematics. You can send 6 teachers and he has a condition. What condition? Yan Zhengfeng was somewhat curious about what conditions this evildoer had. He said he wanted to take his girlfriend to Qingling University. Yan Zhengfeng laughed when he heard that. Old Xing, if he is really that amazing, let alone 1 girlfriend, even taking 10 would be no problem. Chapter 50, God of Study Skills and Hacker Skills. Luo Tian walked out of Old Xing's office and saw He Chushui still waiting for him outside. He Chushui saw Luo Tian coming out and immediately walked towards him. Luo Tian, what did Old Xing say to you? He Chushui asked Luo Tian with a puzzled look on his face. Old Xing said he would recommend me to Qingling University. Luo Tian answered honestly. He Chushui almost jumped up with excitement when he heard Luo Tian's words. He Chushui has taught so many classes, but no student in any class can be admitted to Qingling University. Jiangling is just a second-tier city and it is not close to Longjing. Therefore, Qingling University basically has no quota in Jiangling City, so you can only rely on your scores to be admitted to Qingling University. The score line of Qingling University in the last class was 698 points. He Chushui's class was just an ordinary class, and the highest score in the class was only 660 points. Now He Chushui actually heard that Mr. Xing was going to recommend Luo Tian to Qingling University. He Chushui was naturally so excited that he almost jumped up. What did you say? He Chushui naturally thought that Luo Tian agreed, but she still asked, I put forward a condition. He Chushui was also stunned when she heard Luo Tian's words, and then her face was full of black lines. What did He Chushui hear? Luo Tian actually said that he put forward a condition? You know, students from all over the country who want to go to Qingling University can line up in a long queue, the kind that you can't see clearly from a distance. And Luo Tian has the opportunity to go directly to Qingling University, and he still puts forward conditions? Crazy. What conditions did you propose? He Chushui resisted the urge to beat Luo Tian up and asked the other math teachers. Naturally, they heard Luo Tian's words and couldn't help but listen with curiosity. I said I want to take my girlfriend to Qingling University. Luo Tian said this, and He Chushui was stunned, and all the math teachers were also stunned. Luo Tian said that he wanted to take his girlfriend to Qingling University? He Chushui didn't know whether to call Luo Tian a good boyfriend of China or a fool. But after what Luo Tian said, He Chushui didn't have a good reason to scold Luo Tian. Luo Tian once said that he wanted to marry An Mumu, and now Luo Tian even asked An Mumu to go to Qingling University together. He Chushui really had no reason to say anything to Luo Tian. She even envied An Mumu. If she also had a husband like Luo Tian, she might be very happy. What did Mr. Xing say? He Chushui had no choice but to ask Luo Tian about Mr. Xing's result. This is not something Mr. Xing can decide, so the teacher of Qingling University will give me a test. He Shui was relieved to hear what Luo Tian said. Fortunately, he didn't directly make Mr. Xing mad and arrange a test for Luo Tian at Qingling University. If Mr. Xing was mad at Luo Tian and ignored Luo Tian all of a sudden, He Shui would really be in tears. Then you go back and review well, and when the teacher of Qingling University comes, perform well, and don't let me down. Since Elder Xing said so, there is naturally no need to continue this test. Luo Tian nodded when he heard He Shui's words and walked towards the open-air parking lot. Suddenly, Luo Tian found that he had not signed in today. He was a little busy today and forgot to sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The host is rewarded with 100,000 sign-in points and all shares of Sunny Sky Club. Luo Tian was overjoyed when he heard the A system's prompt sound. Today, he actually had 100,000 sign-in points. 100,000 sign-in points plus his previous 20,000 points can just be exchanged for some good skills in the system mall. System, why are there so many sign-in points today? Luo Tian was puzzled. According to his understanding of the system, it would never give more, but only deduct. And today he signed in 100,000 at once, which is very abnormal. Remind the host, Lin Yun's luck is reduced, and the sign-in points can be increased. Luo Tian heard the voice of the system and suddenly realized it. No wonder the stingy system also bleeds once today. It turned out that it was because of Lin Yun. System, open Lin Yun's panel. Just as Luo Tian finished speaking, Lin Yun's panel appeared in his mind. Son of Luck, Lin Yun age 18 background, the direct descendant of the Lin family, the first of the 3 major families in the imperial capital. Current location, Chenhua Hotel. Luck value. Tips, please suppress it as soon as possible, otherwise the luck value of the Son of Luck may rebound. Luo Tian looked at Lin Yun's luck value and dropped nearly 80 points because of a simple frame-up. He was secretly delighted. At present, it seems that this Lin Yun is not that difficult to deal with. He only lost 80 points in one frame-up. Then the next time, won't it slowly drop? What is there to be afraid of? Luo Tian saw that Lin Yun's current location was Chenhua Hotel, and he was secretly happy. Luo Tian had already calculated that Lin Yun could not live in that small rented house and would definitely move out. Unexpectedly, it was such a coincidence that he lived directly in Luo Tian's hotel. Then Luo Tian's mentality would become extremely simple if he wanted to continue to deal with Lin Yun without any resistance. Luo Tian suddenly noticed the system's prompt and wondered why Lin Yun's luck value would rebound. What does this mean? Ding! Remind the POP host that the Son of Luck will have a chance to rebound his luck under extreme conditions. If Lin Yun rebounds his luck, the host can get a higher reward and luck value by killing Lin Yun again. After hearing the system's explanation, Luo Tian secretly made a small calculation in his heart. Although the system did not say what the extreme situation was, Luo Tian could slowly find it. System, open my personal panel. Host, Luo Tian, age 18, luck value 139 full, 1,000. Assets, 3.1 billion. 75% of the shares of Chenhua Group, all shares of Huatian Commercial Street, all shares of Chen Chen Club. Skills, 20 years of driving skills, God-level special forces skills. Luo Tian looked at his luck value, which had only increased by 40 points, and secretly cursed the system for being a profiteer. Such a good thing still takes half of me, but precisely because it is a good thing, it only takes half. System, open the mall. Luo Tian looked at the dazzling goods in the mall, and his eyes were red. Suddenly, Luo Tian found that there was a black store next to the store. Luo Tian clicked in and saw a black page with the 2 words, Black Market, written on it. Luo Tian looked at the things in the black market and was stunned. A 10% discount on the God-level skills? Only 10,000 points? Hacking skills are half price for only 100,000 points? Luo Tian saw that most of the things in the black market were discounted, so he exchanged the God of Study skills and hacking skills without hesitation. These 2 skills directly spent all of Luo Tian's 120,000 savings. System, let me use the God of Study skills and hacking skills. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, a powerful memory was transmitted to his mind as if he had experienced it himself. After about 15 minutes, the pain disappeared, and Luo Tian felt that it would take him less than 20 minutes to do today's math paper. At most, he could finish the whole paper in 10 minutes. At this moment, the phone rang. Luo Tian picked up the phone and saw that it was Liu Yang who called. Brother Tian, there is a party tonight. Do you want to come? Liu Yang's voice came from the phone. Party? What party? It's an exchange between the 2nd generation of rich people in Jiangling. It will be held at 6 o'clock tonight at the Sunny Day Club. Luo Tian smiled when he heard about the Sunny Day Club. He had just won the lottery, and now he had to go for the inspection. Okay, I'll be there on time tonight. Chapter 51. Encountering an old classmate. Luo Tian drove his Ferrari J50 and slowly left Zhongling No. 1 Middle School. Luo Tian glanced at his watch and found that it was only noon. Luo Tian thought for a while and prepared to find a place to eat first. As the old saying goes, the world is big, but eating is the most important thing. Luo Tian drove to Huatian Commercial Street. Zhongling is such a small city that there are only two places to eat and shop, Huatian Commercial Street and Jiangling East District Old Street. Luo Tian is not going to set foot in Jiangling East District Old Street in his lifetime. After all, there are all kinds of monsters and ghosts in Jiangling East District Old Street, and Luo Tian doesn't want to encounter the same thing as before when he was eating. Last time, Yang Hu had already marked Luo Tian's car with a sticker on the security booth of Huatian Commercial Street. Yang Hu was afraid that some blind security guard would make Luo Tian unhappy, and Yang Hu didn't want to encounter such a thing in his life. So when Luo Tian arrived at the underground parking garage of Huatian Commercial Street, 7 or 8 security guards were dispatched. Except for the security guards who were out on duty, all the security guards came out. The roadblocks in the parking space were removed, and Yang Hu even reserved a parking space for Luo Tian. Luo Tian nodded secretly at Yang Hu's attitude. 7 or 8 security guards guided Luo Tian to park the car and stunned the people waiting for the parking space. It turned out that this group of people were waiting for someone to come out immediately, and as soon as the other person came, 7 or 8 security guards were dispatched. This treatment was simply a world of difference. The most outrageous thing was that Luo Tian actually had a private parking space, which stunned the group of car owners who were waiting anxiously. Luo Tian parked the car in the parking space, opened the door and walked out. When the security guards saw Luo Tian coming out, they all saluted. Just as they were about to say hello to the boss, they were interrupted by Luo Tian's voice. "Each of you will have your salary doubled this month. Go back and work hard." When the security guards heard Luo Tian's words, they immediately replied excitedly. Luo Tian smiled at his workstation. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it with grass. For Luo Tian, 3,000 yuan is just 3 yuan. But for these security guards, 3,000 yuan is their monthly salary. So why doesn't Luo Tian give some rewards to these security guards? Next time he comes, these security guards will pay more attention, and everyone will be happy. Luo Tian is not a stingy person, nor does he want to be a stingy person. Luo Tian walked into the dining area of Huatian Commercial Street and suddenly heard a cry. "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" Luo Tian looked in the direction of the sound and saw a girl chasing a man wearing a black hood, black clothes, and a black scarf. Luo Tian also reacted quickly, and the ability of the God-level Special Forces soldier burst out. Luo Tian shuttled through the crowd like a residual shadow, and soon caught up with the black-hooded thief. Luo Tian directly grabbed the black-hooded thief, who was desperately running forward. The black-hooded thief suddenly found that he couldn't move at all, as if it was not a person who was pulling him, but a stone. The black-hooded thief didn't believe in evil, and punched Luo Tian in the face. Luo Tian grabbed the fist of the black-hooded thief with his hand, and the black-hooded thief wanted to break free from the hand grabbed by Luo Tian. But no matter how hard the black-hooded thief tried, Luo Tian's hand was like an iron pliers and didn't let go. Luo Tian slowly clenched the hand that grabbed the black-hooded thief. With a crackling sound, only a sound of broken bones was heard, and the black-hooded thief uttered a cry of pain. The girl whose bag was stolen also caught up, and just when she was about to thank her, the girl looked at Luo Tian and her eyes straightened instantly. "Luo Tian, why are you here?" The girl asked a question, her eyes unable to conceal the joy. Luo Tian was also stunned when he saw this girl, and after thinking carefully, he finally knew who this girl was. This girl was Luo Tian's junior high school classmate, named Lin Zhen, and she used to be a very good friend of Luo Tian. But after Luo Tian dropped out of school in the 3rd year of junior high school, he never saw Luo Tian again. When Lin Zhen saw Luo Tian's face for the first time, she couldn't believe it. Luo Tian had been irrigated with God-level Special Forces skills, and his muscle lines were very perfect. He was the kind of person who looked thin when dressed and had meat when undressed, and with his chiseled face, he was simply a killer of girls. "Lin Zhen, check your bag first to see if there is anything missing." Luo Tian kicked the thief with a black hood to the ground and handed the bag in the black hood thief's hand to Lin Zhen. Lin Zhen took the bag handed over by Luo Tian and looked through it carefully. While Lin Zhen was looking through it, Luo Tian picked up his mobile phone and called the police. "Luo Tian, you have changed a lot. I almost didn't recognize you." Checking the bag, Lin Zhen didn't find anything missing, so she asked Luo Tian. Lin Zhen's face was full of shock. Luo Tian had really changed a lot, especially his temperament. "You've changed a lot too. You're in college now, right?" Luo Tian couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the graceful Lin Zhen. When Lin Zhen was in junior high school, she had braces because of her bad teeth. She didn't look very good. People in the class often teased her as the girl with 4 eyes and braces. But Luo Tian looked at the current Lin Zhen. She had a tall figure, neat teeth, and a beautiful face. She looked like a queen. It's true that women change a lot when they grow up. Yes, I'm in Jiangling University now, and I've been admitted to a local university. How about you now? Lin Zhen was a little confused about what Luo Tian was doing now. After all, the whole school knew that Luo Tian had dropped out of school. Me? I'm now a sophomore in Jiangling No 1 Middle School. Lin Zhen couldn't help but sigh when she heard Luo Tian's words. Now Luo Tian is only a sophomore in high school, so Luo Tian has dropped out of school for 2 years. Just when the two were talking, several security guards had already run over. When they saw Luo Tian, they couldn't help but shudder. Luo Tian gestured to tell them not to reveal their identities. After all, Lin Zhen was still here, and he didn't want to reveal too much in front of his good friend. Several security guards understood what Luo Tian meant in seconds, and came in front of Luo to control the thief with the black hood. I've called the police. You just wait here for the patrol to come. Several security guards nodded when they heard Luo Tian's words. Luo Tian, haven't you eaten yet? How about we eat together? Lin Zhen asked Luo Tian. Actually, Lin Zhen had one more thing she didn't say, which was to fulfill her previous wish. In the past, Lin Zhen was always laughed at by her classmates, and Lin Zhen became more withdrawn. Luo Tian was also very withdrawn because of the pressure of life and the departure of his grandfather. Naturally, the two withdrawn people became friends, and gradually they became familiar with each other. Once, 2 male classmates came to laugh at Lin Zhen, and Luo Tian directly swung his fist at them and hit them from behind with a stool. Luo Tian was almost expelled for sending someone to the hospital, but it seemed like there was some magic. The parents of the student who had been clamoring to expel Luo Tian suddenly said nothing. This things naturally ended. Lin Zhen was moved by Luo Tian. Lin Zhen gradually got to know Luo Tian and his life experience. She admired Luo Tian very much. Luo Tian could actually hold on for so long. Gradually, Lin Zhen, who was in puberty, fell in love with Luo Tian. But fate played tricks on her. On the day when Lin Zhen was about to confess, Luo Tian suddenly dropped out of school. Lin Zhen was very sad. From then on, she closed her heart and learned to be alone. Even though Lin Zhen went to college, she still didn't open her heart. Although she confessed countless times, Lin Zhen always felt that those boys just liked her appearance, while Luo Tian was really doing it for her own good. The two were completely different in nature. Chapter 52, The Emperor of the Underworld. Please vote. Please collect. Luo Tian agreed to Lin Zhen's words. Who doesn't like to have lunch with a beautiful woman? Luo Tian heard that girls would look for beautiful women to eat with, so that they can raise their level. The two of them walked slowly into Huatian Commercial Street. Luo Tian looked at the restaurants in Huatian Commercial Street while walking. Lin Zhen's eyes never left Luo Tian, and her eyes were shining. Luo Tian, why don't we go for Chinese food? How about that restaurant? Lin Zhen pointed to a Chinese restaurant on the roadside. There were a lot of people. Line outside. Luo Tian nodded. After all, Lin Zhen asked him to come for dinner, so he naturally followed Lin Zhen. The two of them lined up to get a number. This time, Luo Tian did not use the trick of cutting in line last time. Yo Kexin was not Luo Tian's friend, so Luo Tian did not need to pretend. Lin Zhen was Luo Tian's real good friend, and Luo Tian did not want to show off his wealth. The two of them sat on chairs outside, waiting for the customers in this restaurant to finish eating and leave a seat. School beauty Lin, why are you eating here? At this time, a boy's voice came. Luo Tian looked in the direction where the voice came from and saw a young man in Gucci casual clothes coming over. Liu Qi, why are you here? Lin Zhen was puzzled. How could this Liu Qi appear in Huatian Commercial Street? Liu Qi noticed Luo Tian next to Lin Zhen with just a glance, and Liu Qi was frightened. He was just about to teach a lesson to this kid who didn't know where he came from. He didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was, and dared to flirt with him. The girl Liu Qi was chasing after saw Luo Tian's face, and then thought of the photo posted at home. Liu Qi was Liu Yang's younger brother, and also studied at Jiangling University. Since Liu Yang provoked Luo Tian last time, Liu Zhentian had a mind and posted Luo Tian's portrait at home, telling everyone in the Liu family that if any of them provoked Luo Tian, they would be directly dragged to pour cement and sink into the Yangtze River. Not only that, but all the Liu family forces also sent Luo Tian's head portrait, so now at least half of the Jiangling underworld have heard of Luo Tian's name. Luo Tian also has a loud nickname in the Jiangling underworld, the Emperor of the Underworld. When Liu Zhentian heard this nickname, he was not furious, but let others spread it. As for the Liu family, they naturally didn't say anything. After all, the head of the family didn't say anything. Even Liu and Liu San didn't raise any objections. Brother Tian, why are you here? Liu Qi walked in front of Luo Tian and bowed to him. Liu Qi's performance stunned Lin Zhen. Lin Zhen knew that Liu Qi's family had a strong background. Several boys who had pursued her before were still lying in the hospital. Originally, Lin Zhen thought that Luo Tian was going to be unlucky when she saw Liu Qi at first sight. But Lin Zhen didn't expect that Liu Qi, who was usually so majestic, would be so humble in front of Luo Tian. This made Lin Zhen even more curious about what Luo Tian had experienced in the past few years. "Who are you?" Luo Tian looked at Liu Qi bowing and was also stunned. "Who is this person?" Luo Tian thought about it carefully, but still couldn't figure out that he had seen Liu Qi before. "Brother Tian, my brother is Liu Yang." Luo Tian nodded when he heard what Liu Qi said. Suddenly, he found that Liu Qi and Liu Yang looked a bit like each other. It turned out that they were brothers. "Brother Tian, how about we eat together?" Liu Qi asked Luo Tian. Liu Qi knew that Liu Yang followed Luo Tian, and the family was very fond of Liu Yang. Liu Qi also knew that Liu Yang had helped Luo Tian do something, so he directly gave Liu Yang a red envelope of 1 million. Following Luo Tian could be said to have a bright future. Luo Tian looked at Lin Zhen. After all, it was not organized by Luo Tian, so he naturally had to ask Lin Zhen's opinion. Lin Zhen didn't say anything, so she could only nod and agree. If Liu Qi was rejected at this time, there would only be disadvantages and no benefits. But Lin Zhen didn't know that even if she rejected Liu Qi would not dare to say a fart. Then the two of them sat in their seats and waited, and then 3 people waited together. Liu Qi sat on the chair and felt like sitting on pins and needles, because the invisible pressure from Luo Tian was too great. After a while, someone came out after eating. Luo Tian and others also walked into this Chinese restaurant. Luo Tian found that this Chinese restaurant was of the kind with ancient style and had a different charm, which made people look very comfortable. Sure enough, the tradition of the ancestors was much better than those foreign styles. Luo Tian secretly decided to buy a courtyard house to live in next time. The 3 of them sat in their seats and the waiter soon came to them and picked up a menu and put it on the table. "Lin Zhen, you are the host today. You come and order." Luo Tian spoke. Luo Tian felt that this restaurant was not very good and only gave 1 menu. But what Luo Tian didn't know was that this restaurant's business was too good, so the menu was not enough. Out of helplessness, he only took 1 menu. Lin Zhen did not refuse and directly picked up the menu to order dishes. When Lin Zhen was almost done, she handed the menu to Liu Qi. "What would you like to eat, young Master Liu?" "I'm afraid that young Master Liu won't be used to the food ordered by a commoner like me." Liu Qi was sweating profusely when he heard Lin Zhen's words. Lin Zhen was obviously mocking him. If it were in the past, Liu Qi would naturally take out the menu and order a few expensive dishes. But now that Luo Tian was here, Luo Tian didn't say anything. If Liu Qi still dared to be presumptuous, there might be another cement man under the Yangtze River tomorrow. No, whatever Brother Tian likes to eat, I, Liu Qi, like to eat." Lin Zhen heard that Liu Yang had turned into a dog licker, and she was even more surprised. This Liu Qi had changed so much. Wasn't he a fake Liu Qi? "Young Master Liu, when did you get to know Luo Tian?" Lin Zhen asked Liu Qi. Before Liu Qi could answer, Luo Tian interrupted him, who was about to speak. "Achi and I are brothers. We met when we were drinking together." Knew what Luo Tian meant when he heard what Luo Tian said. Luo Tian didn't want to reveal his identity in front of Lin Zhen. Liu Qi knew that Luo Tian had at least 100 billion in assets. Liu Qi naturally nodded quickly. Now, no matter what Luo Tian said, Liu Qi just nodded. "Luo Tian, what did you do during the 2 years you dropped out of school?" Seeing the 2 of them like this, Lin Zhen knew that Liu Qi was not telling the truth, so she could only change the subject. "Those 2 years?" When Luo Tian heard Lin Zhen's words, he said softly. Scenes appeared in his mind, followed by a mysterious sense of fear. Luo Tian would never forget what happened in those 2 years, and he still has lingering fears. Lin Zhen saw Luo Tian's look and knew that Luo Tian didn't want to mention this matter. "Luo Tian, let's go shopping after dinner. Help me pick out some clothes." Lin Zhen quickly changed the subject. Lin Zhen was a smart woman. She thought that she would not ask about things that others did not want to mention, otherwise it would only increase that person's aversion to herself. Luo Tian thought about it and finally nodded slightly. Although Luo Tian did not want to go shopping, he could not spoil the fun of meeting Lin Zhen. Lin Zhen smiled happily when she saw Luo Tian agreed. In fact, Lin Zhen had a small plan. He wanted to take Luo Tian to buy some clothes. Luo Tian did not wear a high-end luxury brand today, but wore his old clothes. So Lin Zhen subconsciously thought that Luo Tian still had no money, so she wanted to change Luo Tian into better clothes. Although Lin Zhen's family was not as rich as Liu Qi's family, her family also had assets of more than 1 billion yuan, so naturally there was a lot of pocket money. She was also a little rich woman. When she was in junior high school, she always treated Luo Tian to dinner. After a while, the dishes came up, and the 3 of them started eating, chatting while eating. "Brothers, my body can't take it anymore. 2 updates a day. If there is no situation, 3 updates a day. Chapter 53 Shocked. The rich woman is actually next to me. Luo Tian Commercial Street Chinese restaurant. Luo Tian and the other two were eating. Lu Qi seemed rather reserved and ate very carefully. So the whole time, only Luo Tian and Lin Zhen were chatting. They were both very happy. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so naturally, they had a lot of topics to talk about. Lu Qi was half listening and half understanding. He knew that Lin Zhen was Luo Tian's junior high school classmate, and Lu Qi could see that Lin Zhen liked Luo Tian. Lu Qi knew Lin Zhen very well. He knew that Lin Zhen was a cold and conservative goddess who didn't like chatting with others. Not to mention that now Lin Zhen took the initiative to find topics to chat with Luo Tian. Lu Qi suddenly felt that his life had lost its meaning. He had been chasing Lin Zhen for several planets, and Luo Tian naturally, just to attract the goddess. This is the difference. Lu Qi was very glad that he did not take extraordinary measures against Lin Zhen, otherwise Luo Tian might really kill him. Fortunately, Lu Qi really liked Lin Zhen when he wanted to win Lin Zhen's heart, so his way to Lin Zhen was very special. He did not spend money or attack forcefully. He just wanted to show his charm in front of Lin Zhen. Unfortunately, Lin Zhen's heart had already been closed, and she gave her heart to the boy who fought for her. After the 3 of them finished their meal, Lu Qi said goodbye to the 2 of them. Seeing the goddess in his mind so happy in front of other boys, he felt uncomfortable. Even if the boy was Luo Tian, Lu Qi still felt uncomfortable. Lin Zhen, this Lu Qi really likes you. Based on my understanding of his family, it would be very easy for him to force himself on you. Luo Tian looked at the lonely Lu Qi and said to Lin Zhen beside him, I know, but I have someone in my heart. If I met him earlier, maybe things would change. There was a sadness in Lin Zhen's eyes. She knew very well how Lu Qi treated her. But Lin Zhen could never accept Lu Qi, even if Lu Qi helped him clear away those who had improper thoughts about him. Lin Zhen thought of Luo Tian when she looked at Lu Qi. Lin Zhen wanted to fight for it once. She didn't want to compromise. Even if in Lin Zhen's eyes Luo Tian had no money, Lin Zhen didn't care. Lin Zhen's father doted on Lin Zhen very much and basically gave her whatever she wanted. Do you have someone you like? Then I wish you happiness soon. Luo Tian was also stunned when he heard Lin Zhen's words. He didn't expect that Lin Zhen had someone in her heart. No wonder Lu Qi hadn't made any progress. Let's go, stop talking about this, let's go shopping. Lin Zhen listened to Luo Tian's words without explaining too much. She pulled Luo Tian up and walked towards the merchandise area. The 2 first came to the cosmetics area on the 1st floor. As luck would have it, Luo Tian came to the lipstick shop he visited last time. The manager of this shop had changed, but both the receptionist and the manager posted Luo Tian's photo at the boss's reminder, saying that everything in the shop would be given away for free if you saw Luo Tian, and that there would be a bonus of 50,000 yuan if you could make Luo Tian happy. A receptionist recognized Luo Tian at a glance and ran to him quickly. Mr. Luo, why don't you come to our shop and take a look? We have a lot of new lipsticks. Luo Tian was also confused when he looked at the respectful receptionist, but when he turned around and looked at the store, he knew what was going on. Luo Tian was about to refuse, but Lin Zhen next to him said, New lipstick? I just happen to want to buy a few lipsticks. Let's go and take a look. Lin Zhen couldn't help but wonder why the receptionist paid so much attention to Luo Tian. In order to find out the truth, Lin Zhen decided to go to this store to have a look. Lin Zhen took a look at the store and knew that although this lipstick store was not a big brand, it was one of the new brands. The receptionist saw Luo Tian coming in and quickly called the new manager. This time the manager was a girl. When she heard that Luo Tian was coming, she quickly ran out and said, Mr. Luo, welcome to our lipstick store. The manager bowed with a respectful expression on his face, as if Luo Tian was the boss. Then Lin Zhen went to choose lipstick under the guidance of the manager. Lin Zhen also asked the manager about Luo Tian, but the manager said nothing. After all, Luo Tian didn't mention this matter. If he said it, it might cause Luo Tian's disgust. Luo Tian was sitting on a stool looking at his mobile phone and found that some classmates were chatting in the group. Luo Tian also joined the chatting team in the group. After about half an hour, Lin Zhen picked up a few lipsticks and prepared to pay. Luo Tian also stood up at this time and prepared to pay. Luo Tian and Lin Zhen haven't seen each other for so long, and what he lacks least now is money. Luo Tian directly took out a gold card and prepared to swipe the card to pay. Lin Zhen was also stunned when she looked at the gold card in Luo Tian's hand. Lin Zhen came from a big family and naturally recognized the gold card in Luo Tian's hand, but Lin Zhen knew that to get this gold card, she must deposit at least 50 million. The manager saw Luo Tian taking the card to check out and quickly pushed Luo Tian's hand back. Mr. Luo, our boss said that it is a blessing for our store to have you come to our store, and you can't charge us. Luo Tian raised his eyebrows when he heard what the manager said. It seems that this boss is very capable. Since he took his things, he naturally owed him a favor. For people at Luo Tian's current level, money is easy to deal with, but favors are hard to repay. Luo Tian whispered into the manager's ear. Tell your boss that this month's rent is waived. I, Luo Tian, don't like to owe favors. The manager was also stunned when he heard what Luo Tian said, and then he was shocked. Luo Tian said, waived rent? That's naturally the rent of this store. Luo Tian can waive rent, which proves that the entire Huatian commercial street belongs to Luo Tian's family. The manager didn't think it was Luo Tian, so he naturally thought it was Luo Tian's family. The manager nodded and Luo Tian took Lin Zhen away, watching the two people go away. The manager took out his mobile phone and called the boss. As the call was connected, the manager immediately said to the phone, Boss, Mr. Luo just came. The boss on the other end of the phone was still confused. Why did the manager call him at this time? But when she heard the three words, Mr. Luo, she immediately perked up. What did Mr. Luo say? When the manager heard what the boss said, she told the boss what Luo Tian had just said to her. The boss was also very happy after hearing it. Although the rent was only tens of thousands of yuan a month, it left an impression in Luo Tian's heart. It was not a loss to say so. Besides, the cost price of the lipsticks that Lin Zhen took was less than 2,000 yuan. It was a big profit. On the other side, Lin Zhen was still asking Luo Tian about the manager's attitude just now. Luo Tian could only laugh and said that the owner of that store was his relative. Lin Zhen naturally didn't believe Luo Tian's stupid explanation, but if Luo Tian didn't say it, Lin Zhen wouldn't continue to ask. The two were going to go upstairs to the 4th floor women's luxury goods area. Luo Tian's face was full of black lines. Luo Tian had basically been there when Sumo came before. Wouldn't it be completely exposed this time? Luo Tian just thought that Lin Zhen would go to the more civilian places on the 2nd floor when she came to shop, so he thought about it and agreed to accompany Lin Zhen to go shopping. Luo Tian only realized now that this Lin Zhen was actually a rich woman. Luo Tian felt speechless. Why were most of the girls he met rich? If he were to write a novel, he would have already thought of a title. Shock, a rich woman is actually next to me. Chapter 54. Get the free stuff. Luo Tian and Lin Zhen went to the women's luxury goods area on the 4th floor and directly took Luo Tian to the Chanel store. Luo Tian was very resistant in his heart. Luo Tian was very familiar with Chanel. The clerks in Chanel probably also knew Luo Tian. After all, Luo Tian was very generous last time. In fact, Luo Tian's thinking had slipped. Ever since Luo Tian's identity was exposed in the lipstick shop last time, all the luxury stores in Huatian Commercial Street had Luo Tian's photos posted in their staff rooms. The bosses of those luxury stores were very shrewd. Some of them who knew the old shareholders of Huatian Commercial Street asked the old shareholders. They were surprised to learn from the old shareholders that Luo Tian invested more than 70 billion to acquire all the shares of Huatian Commercial Street. You know, this is more than 70 billion, not more than 7 million. Some bosses with connections know that if there is only money, shareholders will never sell their shares. The market of Huatian Commercial Street. The value has been growing, and it's only a matter of time before it breaks through more than 70 billion. This really scares their bosses. Not only does he have a huge amount of cash, but he also has amazing connections. Luo Tian has become a sweet potato for all the luxury store owners. As long as Luo Tian wants luxury goods, it's no problem for these bosses to give the luxury goods in their stores to Luo Tian. You know, Luo Tian's favor is definitely much better than that 1 or 2 million. Luo Tian was just pulled into the door of Chanel by Lin Zhen. The receptionist was about to come to receive Luo Tian and the other person, but when he saw Luo Tian's face, his eyes immediately glowed green. Luo Tian's photo has been posted for a while, and several receptionists have already memorized it in their hearts and secretly felt Luo Tian's strength. Even the bosses of international brand stores like Chanel have to treat him with caution. Several receptionists naturally know that Luo Tian is not simple. If they can be Luo Tian's girlfriend, it will be a step to heaven, and a chicken can directly become a phoenix. Hello, Mr. Luo. Welcome to Chanel. The receptionist immediately stepped forward and bowed like the receptionist in the lipstick shop before. Lin Zhen was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. It was fine if the clerk in the previous small shop did this, but even the clerk of an international brand like Chanel did this. Lin Zhen was really dumbfounded. Lin Zhen could never imagine what Luo Tian had been through. I'm just here to buy clothes. Don't be so grand. Luo Tian's face was full of helplessness. Luo Tian didn't know that his photo had been spread to all the luxury stores in Huatian Commercial Street. He just thought that these clerks knew him. In fact, Luo Tian's idea was completely wrong. There were many people in luxury stores every day who spent a lot of money. It was impossible for the receptionist to remember each one of them, so Luo Tian still didn't understand so many things. The Chanel manager also came over to ask for information. She also heard the boss's instructions. As long as Luo Tian came to the store, he would get a free bill. If the reception was good, he would get a bonus of 100,000. Sure enough, the Chanel boss was much more generous, doubling the bonus compared to the previous lipstick shop. The manager was also secretly shocked by Luo Tian's background. "Hello, Mr. Luo, what kind of clothes do you need to buy?" The manager also saw Luo Tian in sumo when Luo Tian came last time. Now there is another beauty next to Luo Tian, which is not surprising to the manager. There are always many beautiful women around rich people, and most beautiful women only like those rich men. "My friend is here to buy clothes. You can take her to choose some clothes." Luo Tian couldn't help but have a headache when he saw the manager. When did he become so famous? The manager nodded when he heard Luo Tian's words. Lin Zhen went to the Chanel skirt area. Chanel skirts are very fashionable. Lin Zhen hesitated when she saw the dazzling skirts in front of her. After all, Lin Zhen's monthly pocket money is only about 200,000, but a Chanel skirt is tens of thousands. Lin Zhen is going to buy clothes for Luo Tian later, so she still has to save money. "Lin Zhen, you can pick whatever you want, I'll pay for it later." Luo Tian also noticed Lin Zhen's abnormality. Luo Tian thought it should be a price issue. Lin Zhen blushed when she heard Luo Tian's words. She was going to take Luo Tian to buy clothes, and now she wanted Luo Tian to spend money. But Lin Zhen did not refuse. The clothes Luo Tian bought for her were given to her by Luo Tian. Lin Zhen liked Luo Tian to give her things, no matter they were cheap or expensive. When the manager heard Luo Tian's words, he waved his hands and said, "Mr. Luo, our boss said that if you come to our Chanel store, all items will be free of charge." Luo Tian shook his head when he heard the manager's words. He didn't want to owe anyone a favor. "No, I can still afford this money." The manager was helpless when he heard Luo Tian's words. One insisted on giving it to Luo Tian, while Luo Tian refused to accept it. This gave the manager a headache. Lin Zhen didn't say anything. After all, she had just seen this kind of thing. Lin Zhen confirmed that Luo Tian was definitely not simple now, and he was also very rich. Lin Zhen picked up a pure white skirt and walked towards the fitting room. Luo Tian sat on the sofa outside the fitting room. Luo Tian found that this fitting room was leg exposed. Looking at Lin Zhen's snow-white legs, Luo Tian couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that a girl who was not good-looking in the junior high school class would become a goddess a few years later? Sure enough, the peak of goddess's beauty is usually in college. If a girl is not very ugly in college, she may become a goddess later. Girls change a lot when they grow up. It's not just talk. About 5 minutes later, Lin Zhen came out in a snow-white skirt. Luo Tian was also stunned when he saw Lin Zhen at this time. The snow-white skirt matched with Lin Zhen's snow-white skin was really a perfect match. It was beautiful beyond words. "Does it look good?" Lin Zhen looked at Luo Tian, who was standing there in a daze, and chuckled with her hands covering her mouth. Luo Tian looked very cute at this moment, and the manager next to him was also stunned. Even though the manager was a woman, she was amazed to see Lin Zhen like this. Women envy girls who are prettier than themselves, let alone those who are goddess level. "It looks good. This skirt suits you so well." Luo Tian clapped his hands. This snow-white skirt seemed to be made for Lin Zhen. Lin Zhen took a look at the price of the skirt and took a breath of cold air. A skirt actually costs 260,000. This is not just a skirt, it is simply gold. "Manager, pack up this skirt." Luo Tian also noticed Lin Zhen's expression and asked the manager to pack it up. Lin Zhen felt sweet when she heard Luo Tian's words. It seems that having a rich boyfriend is really good. Although Luo Tian is not Lin Zhen's boyfriend yet, Lin Zhen has the confidence that comes from her own charm. "Pick a few more pieces. One skirt is not enough. Buy more. We are not short of money." Luo Tian spoke to Lin Zhen in a domineering manner. Lin Zhen nodded after hearing what Luo Tian said. Then Lin Zhen bought another skirt and 2 sets of sportswear, spending a total of more than 700,000 yuan. At Luo Tian's strong request, the manager finally accepted Luo Tian's money, but only gave him a 30% discount. Luo Tian didn't care. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the critical hit reward, 10 times the critical hit. Luo Tian was also stunned when he heard the system's words. He was also happy when he saw the 7 million yuan in income on his mobile phone. Not only did he not spend any money on buying clothes, he also made several million yuan. Luo Tian didn't care about these millions. He just liked the feeling of getting something for free. Chapter 55. I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but my strength doesn't allow it. Please collect. Luo Tian and Lin Zhen walked out of the Chanel store. Do you want to buy anything else? Luo Tian asked Lin Zhen. Luo Tian always felt that girls were great at shopping, but they always had something they didn't buy. Luo Tian was not sure what girls' attitude towards shopping was, whether they went shopping because they were short of things, or they just wanted to go shopping. Lin Zhen shook her head when she heard Luo Tian's words. That's enough. If you buy more, the dormitory won't have enough space. Luo Tian nodded when he heard Lin Zhen's words and was ready to send Lin Zhen back to university. Before Luo Tian could speak, Lin Zhen spoke first and interrupted Luo Tian. Luo Tian, let me buy you a set of clothes. I see your clothes are quite old. Before Luo Tian could speak, Lin Zhen continued. I wanted to buy you a better set of clothes, but I didn't expect you to be so rich. Luo Tian looked at Lin Zhen's aggrieved expression and smiled. Okay, let's go buy them. Luo Tian then realized that he was wearing old clothes today. Luo Tian subconsciously liked to wear old clothes. Luo Tian was not used to wearing those high-end clothes. Lin Zhen also smiled when she heard Luo Tian's words and happily pulled Luo Tian downstairs. Luo Tian looked at the happy Lin Zhen with helplessness. Luo Tian used to regard Lin Zhen as his sister. The two came to the men's clothing area on the third floor. Lin Zhen directly pulled Luo Tian to the Armani store. Luo Tian was speechless. It was this Armani again. Last time, he bought nearly 3 million clothes. Luo Tian suddenly found that women's clothing was much more expensive than men's clothing. Armani's clothes were only hundreds of thousands, but a Chanel skirt cost 250,000, just like robbing money. Luo Tian felt that these merchants like to cheat girls of their money by taking advantage of their vanity. After all, girls are easy to make money. Lin Zhen took Luo Tian's hand and entered the Armani store. She greeted him very intimately. Seeing Luo Tian, she also stepped forward quickly. Mr. Luo, you are here. What clothes do you need this time? The receptionist immediately bowed to welcome Luo Tian, which was more grand than the receptionists in the previous stores. When several receptionists saw Luo Tian, they also ran over to bow to him, as if Luo Tian was a big star. These receptionists were all people with financial resources who had seen Luo Tian last time. They saw Mr. Li nodding and bowing with their own eyes. Several men who were actually buying clothes in the store also looked over and were shocked. This was an Armani store. Those receptionists were all arrogant people. They actually bowed to a young man at the same time. Who was this young man? Manager Ye also heard the voices of several receptionists and hurried to the door. When he saw it was Luo Tian, Manager Ye, who was already walking fast, walked even faster and bowed 90 degrees directly. Welcome Mr. Luo to Armani. Last time Li Bowen instructed Manager Ye that when Luo Tian came, he should be treated as an ancestor and not to make him unhappy. If Luo Tian got angry in Armani, he would bear the consequences himself. Manager Ye naturally knew what the consequences Li Bowen was talking about were. Luo Tian waved his hand. Manager Ye, you are too polite. I just come here to buy some casual things. Manager Ye also understood what Luo Tian meant, which was to ask them not to disturb Luo Tian buying clothes. The general receptionist and Manager Ye made way for him. Lin Zhen was not surprised by this situation. After all, she had just seen it twice. After seeing something twice, she would not be surprised anymore. But Lin Zhen was still curious about what Luo Tian was doing now. The two walked to the suit transfer area, and Lin Zhen started picking out suits one after another. Other guests stayed away from Luo Tian when they saw him, so as not to offend him accidentally. Lin Zhen picked up a black suit and gestured to Luo Tian. Luo Tian picked up the suit and put it on. Lin Zhen looked at Luo Tian's perfect figure and her eyes lit up. After Luo Tian put on the suit, his back looked straighter and his whole temperament was different. Lin Zhen nodded. This suit was very suitable for Luo Tian. Lin Zhen picked up the suit and took the payment. Manager Ye didn't dare to take Luo Tian's money. Li Bowen scolded her last time because she took Luo Tian's 3 million. Until Luo Tian spoke. Manager Ye, just accept it. If Mr. Li asks you, just say I asked you to. Luo Tian knew that it must be Li Bowen who didn't let Manager Ye take the money, so he spoke up to explain for Manager Ye. Manager Ye had no choice but to accept Lin Zhen's money after hearing what Luo Tian said, but after a 70% discount, a suit cost 68,000 yuan, but he only took 20,000 yuan from Lin Zhen. The other customers were also very upset. They didn't even want the money given by others, but insisted on buying it themselves. Luo Tian and his partner left the Armani store. Luo Tian looked at the watch on his hand and found that it was already 4 o'clock, and it was almost time to leave. Lin Zhen, I have a party at 6 o'clock in the evening. I'll take you back to school. Lin Zhen nodded disappointedly when she heard what Luo Tian said. The two came to the parking lot. Luo Tian walked to the Ferrari J50 and unlocked it. The headlights of the Ferrari J50 lit up instantly, as if a beast had awakened. Ferrari J50? So it was you who bought 3 cars at that auto show? Lin Zhen was instantly upset when she saw the car. She was also a rich second generation. She must know about the situation of the auto show. After all, this matter has been spread like wildfire among the rich second generations in Jiangling. It's a pity that Lin Zhen's father is a little bit worse. Otherwise, Lin Zhen could also go to the party tonight. I originally wanted to get along with you as a non-ordinary person, but my strength doesn't allow it. Luo Tian shook his head while speaking, with a helpless expression on his face, looking at Lin Zhen on the side and sneering. Luo Tian like this was very cute in Lin Zhen's eyes. Luo Tian did not become bad because of his wealth. Luo Tian was still the Luo Tian that Lin Zhen knew. Get in the car! Luo Tian helped Lin Zhen open the passenger door, and Lin Zhen sat in. As the Ferrari J50 started, Luo Tian left Huatian Commercial Street under the salute of a group of security guards. Luo Tian, why do so many people know you? Lin Zhen finally couldn't help but asked. Because I'm handsome. Luo Tian spoke with a little coquettishness. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Actually, Huatian Commercial Street is mine. Lin Zhen felt unreal when she heard Luo Tian's words. It was so unreal that a junior high school student who ate steamed buns every day would own a commercial street worth 60 billion 4 years later. Do you think this is a novel? Luo Tian, actually you are a descendant of a big family, right? No, it should be the son of the clan leader. Lin Zhen asked Luo Tian. She felt that this must be the case. Me, an orphan. How can I have such a good life? Luo Tian shook his head. Luo Tian could never have thought that what Lin Zhen said was actually true. Later, when Luo Tian knew about it, he was also confused. Of course, this is a later story. Luo Tian drove this beast to Jiangling University. The rumbling sound of the engine attracted the attention of all the classmates, especially some girls who thought they were good-looking. Their eyes were green. After Luo Tian got out of the car, a group of girls hurried over, but before they ran to Luo Tian, they saw Luo Tian pulled the co-pilot. Lin Zhen got out of the car under the attention of everyone and did not dodge the eyes of the classmates around her. Lin Zhen even liked this feeling a little, because the person who sent her back was Luo Tian. Luo Tian watched Lin Zhen walk into Jiangling University, and he got in the car and rushed to the Sunny Day Club. Luo Tian didn't know that he was on Jiangling's campus network because of his sending Lin Zhen back to school. The title was The Cold Goddess is Secretly in Love. Chapter 56, Spouse Selection Party. Luo Tian drove the Ferrari J50 to the Sunny Day Club. The Sunny Day Club is the most famous club in Jiangling. Not only can you eat, but you can also get a massage and hot spring service. It is the first choice for Jiangling's upper class and the second generation of rich people to have dinner together. However, the cost of the Sunny Day Club is very high. The full package is about 100,000 yuan. This is the standard for one person. However, the high price means good service quality. In the Sunny Day Club, you are the emperor. You can click the service staff to serve you to take a bath. Yes, it is to serve you to take a bath. There are some things. The West has been rationalized, but the background of Sunny Sky Club is strong, and it is an unshakable iron lump in Jiangling City. Luo Tian heard that there was a boss worth 10 billion who drank too much and acted crazy in the Sunny Sky Club. In less than 2 days, the boss went bankrupt. The company's capital chain was broken, and it was basically a shell company. In the end, because of the financial pressure, he jumped off the building and died. About half an hour later, Luo Tian parked his car at the Sunny Sky Club. Liu Yang received Luo Tian's message and quickly ran to pick up Luo Tian. Brother Tian, let's go. I'll show you what the emperor's treatment is like. Liu Yang showed an obscene smile, and it was obvious that Liu Yang often came to the Sunny Day Club to play. Luo Tian nodded and followed Liu Yang into the Sunny Day Club. As soon as he entered the door, Luo Tian was stunned by the decoration. He saw that the 4 pillars of the Sunny Day Club were carved with 5-clawed golden dragons. Not only the pillars, but also the floor was golden, shining under the illumination of a huge crystal chandelier in the middle. Brother Tian, don't think that this is just a club. This hall alone cost 1 billion yuan, and each pillar here cost 100 million yuan. Liu Yang looked at Luo Tian's expression and knew that this was also the first time Luo Tian came to the Sunny Day Club. Luo Tian was also surprised when he heard Liu Yang's words. He thought that the top floor of the Chenhua Hotel was already high-end, but he didn't expect that a club would have such a big hand. Although the Sunny Day Club now belongs to Luo Tian, it is the first time Luo Tian has seen it, and he is a little shocked. Liu Yang took Luo Tian to the elevator and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. Brother Tian, our party is on the 3rd floor this time, and we have booked the place. Luo Tian was also stunned when he heard Liu Yang's words. Is the party of the rich 2nd generation in Jiangling so grand? Directly book the 1st floor. How much does it cost to book the whole place? Luo Tian was a little confused. Logically, Sunny Sky Club must be very expensive. 8 million for one night. Sure enough, Luo Tian nodded after listening to Liu Yang's words. It is worthy of being the #1 club in Jiangling. The cost of booking the whole place is 8 million. Brother Tian, there are about 100 of us, and each person will only be 80,000 yuan. Liu Yang continued to explain, and Luo Tian nodded. This was the reasonable way. However, Luo Tian was a little surprised. It was indeed strange that there were 100 people attending the party. What on earth were so many rich 2nd generations doing together? Brother Tian, actually there is another purpose of this party, which is to find a mate. Luo Tian was stunned. What? Find a mate? Liu Yang listened to Luo Tian's words and was not surprised by Luo Tian's expression. This time I called Brother Tian here because of my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law is the daughter of the richest man in Jiangling and has many suitors. Luo Tian also understood what Liu Yang meant. That is, Mumu might be in danger because many men confessed their love to her at this party and no one came to shake up the place. After all, people can do anything when they are pushed to the edge. Luo Tian also secretly gave Liu Yang a thumbs up. This Liu Yang is really good. The elevator was opened at this time and Luo Tian found many people when he came out. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Everyone knew who Liu Yang was. Liu Yang was the little bully of Jiangling. Today, Liu Yang, the little bully, actually went to pick someone up in person. Everyone was curious. Who exactly did Liu Yang pick up? But when everyone focused their attention on Luo Tian, they were also confused. It seemed that Jiangling did not have a top-rich second generation like Luo Tian. Could he be from another province? But the girls at the party lit up their eyes when they saw Luo Tian's appearance. Handsome boys are welcome everywhere, but the boys' reactions are completely opposite. Liu Yang, who is this brother? He looks unfamiliar to me. A boy with glasses came over and asked Liu Yang, "Chuze, I advise you not to provoke him, otherwise you will die miserably." Liu Yang saw the boy with glasses walking up to him and didn't give him a good look. Me? Die miserably? Haha, this is the best joke I have ever heard in my life. Chuze left with a laugh. Looking at Chuze's appearance, Luo Tian could probably guess that Chuze must be at odds with Liu Yang, so he came to cause trouble. After Chuze left, he found a small team of 6 people. Chuze is a smart person, and he won't act rashly before he knows Luo Tian's background clearly. Brother Tian, that Chuze is the son of the second richest businessman in Jiangling and the most ardent pursuer of my sister-in-law. Liu Yang reminded Luo Tian, and Luo Tian raised his eyebrows when he heard Liu Yang's words. He hoped that Chuze would not seek death. Otherwise, even if he was the son of the second richest businessman in Jiangling, Luo Tian would still kill him. By the way, Brother Tian, this Chuze seems to be very close to the Tiger Gang, so he is very hostile to our Liu family. Luo Tian nodded. It seems that he has to show his skills, otherwise he will not be able to gain a foothold in the Jiangling circle. Luo Tian took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Mumu. "Mumu, are you going to the Sunny Club tonight?" Mumu replied in seconds. "Yes, how did you know?" Luo Tian smiled. "This little girl didn't even tell him. I'm already here. I'm waiting for you here. You didn't even tell me. I'm so sad." You're here. I just didn't want you to know, because this party is a mate selection party for the top 100 rich second generations in Jiangling. My dad has no choice. This is a tradition in Jiangling City." Luo Tian looked at Mumu's explanation and smiled. "Silly, come on. Today let these rich second generations know that you, Mumu, have a very powerful boyfriend." Mumu replied with an okay expression. Luo Tian walked to a corner and prepared to call the manager of the Sunny Sky Club. Luo Tian dialed the mobile phone number and waited for the other end to pick up. "Hello, Manager Wang, this is Luo Tian." Wang Hu on the opposite side instantly perked up when he heard Luo Tian's words. "Hello, Mr. Luo. I'm on the 3rd floor of the Sunny Sky Club now. There's a party going on here. I'll call you down to sign the contract later." Wang Hu was also stunned when he heard Luo Tian's words. Wang Hu remembered that the 3rd floor seemed to be a mate selection gathering for the second generation rich in Jiangling. He didn't expect that his new boss would actually attend these gatherings of the second generation rich. It was unbelievable. In Wang Hu's eyes, Luo Tian must be the heir to a big family in Beijing. Otherwise, the Sunny Sky Club would not have been completely taken over. Moreover, Wang Hu and the previous owner of the club were brothers. Before the previous boss left, he kept telling Wang Hu to serve the new boss well. The new boss had a powerful background. The reason why Luo Tian was able to take over the Sunny Sky Club was that Luo Tian spent 80 billion to buy out several old shareholders who sold them one after another. This was very scary in Wang Hu's eyes. Wang Hu quickly agreed to Luo Tian and hung up the phone with a smile on his face. "I will update later tomorrow. I have a stomachache and can't type. Thank you for your understanding." Chapter 57. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake? In fact, Wang Hu didn't know that this was all done by the system. In other words, this was all done by Chen Chen. Chen Chen had long known that Luo Tian's identity was not simple, so he did all this to pave the way for Luo Tian. Luo Tian was Chen Chen's host. Chen Chen's destiny also depended on Luo Tian. After all, Chen Chen was just a system manager now. "In the system space, Luo Tian, don't let me down," Chen Chen said softly. After these few days of contact, Chen Chen saw a miniature of himself in Luo Tian. It took Chen Chen 8 years to reach the top of Blue Star, because the system had deducted too many sign-in points before. But Chen Chen didn't plan to take that long. Chen Chen wanted Luo Tian to be a winner in life. It can also be regarded as making up for my own regrets. Chen Chen thought about the past and muttered to himself. On the other side, Mumu also arrived at the Sunny Sky Club, As soon as she got out of the elevator, she jumped in front of Luo Tian. "Xiao Qian, I miss you so much." And Mumu immediately gave Luo Tian a panda hug. Everyone naturally saw this scene, and their eyes were as big as copper bells, especially Chuzhe. Chuzhe saw Mumu hugging Luo Tian and clenched his hands. A crackling sound came. "Brother Zhe, this kid really doesn't take you seriously." A young man in a black jacket next to Chuzhe saw Chuzhe's look and fanned the flames. Some people are like this. They don't feel comfortable until others start to fight. Luo Tian patted Mumu's back and motioned for Mumu to come down. But Mumu did not give up hugging Luo Tian. Instead, he hugged her tighter. In the end, Mumu even felt that hugging was not enough and even kissed her. Luo Tian was also shocked. This was the first time Luo Tian kissed Mumu. The two of them were entangled. Chuzhe couldn't help it at this time and ran up directly. "Mumu, what do you mean by this?" Chuzhe's face was gloomy. If eyes could kill, Luo Tian would have died countless times. "I'm talking about this friend. Do you have a problem with your brain? My girlfriend kissed me. Do you have any objection?" Luo Tian looked at Chuzhe. His eyes were full of contempt. It was not that Luo Tian looked down on Chuzhe, but that Luo Tian simply did not want to compete with such a waste. Now Luo Tian's mentality had changed a long time ago, and he had something he had never had before. Now Luo Tian only wanted to protect the people around him. If someone dared to have ideas about the people around him, Luo Tian would not mind killing them directly. Luo Tian always believed that he became stronger just to protect the people he loved. Otherwise, what would happen if he became stronger? What would happen if he was richer? "Boy, don't be arrogant. This is Jiangling, my territory. How dare you talk to me like this?" Chuzhe sneered. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. What can Luo Tian do even if he is powerful? In Jiangling, Chuzhe is the prince. Although Chuzhe is only the son of the second richest man in Jiangling, Chuzhe also has another identity, that is the direct descendant of the Chu family in Magic City. It's just that Chuzhe's talent is too low, so his family directly drove him to the small city of Jiangling to live out his life. "Your territory?" Luo Tian didn't waste time talking to Chuzhe and just said lightly. Luo Tian punched Chuzhe directly. Luo Tian now has the skills of a god-level special forces soldier. The fist wind whistled past. Chuzhe's face was directly sunken by Luo Tian's punch. Chuzhe fainted on the ground in an instant and couldn't move, and Mumu on the side was directly frightened. Luo Tian didn't hold back on that punch just now. Chuzhe, who was a master, was like a fighter. "Young Master Chu. Young Master Chu." The group of people who had been chatting with Chuzhe before came over instantly. The young man in the black jacket who had just caused trouble was directly shocked. He just wanted to provoke him, but he didn't expect Luo Tian to be so cruel and attack him directly. He knew Chuzhe's identity. Once Chuzhe was really in trouble, the young man in the black jacket was covered in cold sweat when he thought about the Chu family investigating. "Call an ambulance quickly." The young man in the black jacket immediately shouted to the people next to him. "Boy, you are finished. Do you know who he is?" The young man in the black jacket pointed directly at Luo Tian. Luo Tian grabbed the young man's hand with one hand, only to see Luo Tian bend it upwards. Click, click. After a few clicks, the young man's fingers broke and he let out a pig-killing scream. "Didn't your parents teach you that it is impolite to point at others?" Luo Tian let go of the young man in the black jacket's hand and kicked him to the ground. "Luo Tian, you are too impulsive. This Chuzhe is the young master of the Chu family in Magic City." Mumu was also worried. Although she knew Luo Tian was rich, Chu family of Modu was not only rich, but also powerful. Although the Modu family was far inferior to the Longjing family, it was also a family with hundreds of years of inheritance. There were many powerful people in the family, and Mumu felt that Luo Tian alone could not defeat a family. Fool, let alone the Chu family of Modu. Even if the four major families of Longjing dared to have ideas about you, they would have no need to exist. When Mumu heard Luo Tian's words, her heart moved. She didn't expect Luo Tian to do such a thing for her. However, she was more worried about Luo Tian's situation than being happy. And Mumu hurriedly took out her mobile phone and called Daocheng. Mumu narrated the matter of the Sunny Sky Club to Daocheng. Daocheng was silent for a few minutes. "Mumu, I don't think Luo Tian is such an impulsive person. I think he must have a trump card." Based on Daocheng's understanding of Luo Tian would not fight a battle without confidence. Since Luo Tian dared to do it, he naturally had a trump card and background. This was not a bad thing for Daocheng, but a good thing. In this way, he could know Luo Tian's true background. Mumu nodded when she heard what Daocheng said. She was too anxious just now, so she didn't think too much. Soon the ambulance took Chuzhe away. Wang Hu also hurried to the third floor. He heard that Chuzhe was beaten, so he hurried down. Wang Hu knew that Chuzhe was the young master of the Chu family in the Magic City. If something really happened, the Sunny Sky Club probably couldn't withstand the wrath of the Chu family. After all, it was a family. Not a club that could resist. What happened to Master Chu? Who beat him? Wang Hu also immediately asked the people beside him. No one spoke. Luo Tian just broke the fingers of the young man in the black jacket. Everyone saw it. If they made a sound and made Luo Tian unhappy, and were punched by Luo Tian, it would be an unexpected disaster. They knew that Chu Zhe was also a warrior. Although he was not very powerful, his physical fitness was still good. Even Chu Zhe's face was concave after being punched by Luo Tian. How could it be them? They would have their heads broken in one go. I hit him. Luo Tian was not surprised to see Wang Hu coming. After all, if Wang Hu didn't come after something like this, Luo Tian could consider replacing the manager of the Sunny Sky Club. Wang Hu looked over and a face that he could never forget appeared. Hello, boss. Wang Hu bowed immediately, and the anger on his face disappeared instantly. Wang Hu knew that the family behind Luo Tian must be stronger than the Chu family. The Chu family could not have bought the Sunny Sky Club all at once. What's more, Luo Tian bought the headquarters. The reason why the Sunny Sky Club is worth 80 billion is that it is not one club but dozens of clubs across the country. Because it focuses on high-end, there are no Sunny Sky Clubs in small cities. Chapter 58, Murder and Looting. Please add to favorites. Please add me as a fan. Everyone was stunned when they saw Wang Hu's actions, especially on Mumu. And Mumu didn't expect Luo Tian to be the boss of Sunny Club. She was very curious now, and Mumu thought she knew Luo Tian very well. But as Luo Tian left school, Luo Tian seemed to have become a different person, and Mumu couldn't see through Luo Tian. At this time, Luo Tian had a veil on his head, which was very mysterious. Well, there's nothing for you to do here. Let's go. Wang Hu nodded when he heard Luo Tian's words, and immediately left without looking back. The boss had spoken, so Wang Hu was not a fool. Why should he stay here? Ayang, I'll leave first. If Chu Zhe's family causes you trouble, contact me. Luo Tian didn't mean to stay here at this time. Luo Tian wanted to take a bath, so Liu Yang dared to say no? Nodding his head and agreeing, Luo Tian pulled on Mumu away from the third floor and went directly to the top floor. Wang Hu was not qualified to go to the top floor, but Luo Tian had the Sunny Sky Club's Black Gold Supreme card. Only Luo Tian had it in the country, and it was a system reward issued by the Sunny Sky Club. The Sunny Sky Club is divided into 6 levels, namely bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and black gold in order. Among them, only the heads of large families have diamond cards. In fact, the membership cards issued by the Sunny Sky Club not only represent the degree of enjoyment, but also the recognition of a person's wealth. Having a membership card of the Sunny Sky Club means having connections. Generally, the Sunny Sky Club will protect users with membership cards. Of course, they need to pay. The elevator stopped at the 88th floor, and Luo Tian was shocked by the scene in front of him as soon as he walked out. There was a huge hot spring pool in front of him, and the waitresses were all top-notch and beautiful. They all wore cheongsams, which perfectly outlined their figures. There were various rooms behind the hot spring pool, and Luo Tian didn't know what they were for. Luo Tian hugged on Mumu, and Mumu blushed and pushed Luo Tian away. Someone is watching us. Luo Tian smiled when he heard it and waved to the dozen or so waiters. The waiters were also very tactful and went straight into the room at the back. Luo Tian looked at this scene and roughly knew what the room at the back was for. It should be their staff dormitory. But why each person had a room was very meaningful. On the other side, in Zhongling First Hospital, Chu Zhe was lying on the hospital bed, with gauze wrapped around his head and a breathing tube inserted into his nose. Because one side of his face had been sunken by Luo Tian, the other side of his nose was naturally sunken as well. So only a breathing tube could be inserted, and there was also a breathing passage in his mouth. Chu Zhe's father, Chu Xiong, was sitting beside the bed with a gloomy face. Uncle Fu, who beat Xiao Zhe like this? An old man on the side also understood what happened and told him about Luo Tian's story. The more Chu Xiong listened, the gloomier his face became. Chu Xiong slapped the bed with one palm and almost broke Chu Zhe's bed directly. Uncle Fu, what is the level of this person? Chu Xiong's eyes were filled with murderous intent, endless murderous intent. Even if Chu Zhe was the most useless direct descendant of the Chu family, he was still his, Chu Xiong's, son. His son was beaten seriously by others? Wasn't it a slap in his face? Based on the injuries of Master Chu Zhe, he should be a peak grandmaster. Uncle Fu checked the injuries when Chu Zhe was carried in, so he was very sure. A mere peak grandmaster dares to touch my son, Chu Xiong? When Uncle Fu heard Chu Xiong's words, he also hurriedly added, Master, this man is only in Rhine, 18-year-old boy. Chu Xiong was also stunned when he heard Uncle Fu's words. An 18-year-old peak grandmaster? You should know that Chu Tianling, the first genius of the Chu family, also achieved the peak of the master at the age of 23. Even the top Tianjiao of the Li family, the strongest martial arts family in China, was also 20 years old. It was a bit shocking that he reached the peak of the master at the age of 18. Chu Xiong slowly calmed down. An 18-year-old peak master must have a background and a very powerful background, at least 100 times more powerful than the Chu family. Uncle Fu, go investigate. I want to know all his information in 10 minutes. Fubo nodded when he heard Chu Xiong's words, took out his phone and dialed the number. Calls came one after another. Finally, 10 minutes later, Master, the young man is called Luo Tian. He is an orphan. Recently, he suddenly has money in cultivation. Fubo also told Chu Xiong the results of the investigation. In fact, Fubo was also shocked. This Luo Tian was too abnormal. The sudden increase in cultivation was outrageous. Money could be explained, but cultivation could not become stronger in an instant. Even the most powerful elixir in the world has never been heard of making an ordinary person become a peak master. Orphan? Rich recently? Cultivation? Or did you get it recently? Chu Xiong touched his forehead, thinking about Luo Tian. Finally, Chu Xiong's eyes lit up. It was an adventure. Absolutely an adventure. And it was something that could change one's fate. The murderous intent in Chu Xiong's eyes became stronger. If Luo Tian had a very strong background, it would be fine. But now Luo Tian was a hot commodity in Chu Xiong's eyes. If the Chu family could get what Luo Tian had, wouldn't the Chu family be the #1 in China? Uncle Fu, arrange for the American shell-shaped sniper bullets. I will give you 2 Qi training monks. You must kill him. Uncle Fu was also shocked when he heard Chu Xiong's words. Shell-shaped sniper bullets? This is a bullet specially developed by the United States to deal with practitioners. It is full of radiation. Practitioners are also human beings, not gods. If they are shot by bullets full of radiation, they will definitely die. Not only this kind of bullet is deployed, but also 2 Qi training cultivators are added. In the entire Chu family, only the ancestor of the Chu family is a Jindan stage cultivator, and there are only 2 foundation building cultivators. There are 9 training cultivators. Each Qi training cultivator is accumulated by the Chu family with countless resources. This time, 2 are deployed at once. Although Chu Xiong is only the brother of the Chu family patriarch, as long as Chu Xiong explains Luo Tian's affairs to the Chu family will definitely kill Luo Tian. But Chu Xiong does not intend to tell the Chu family about this matter. After all, Luo Tian may have a treasure that can reach the sky. If the Chu family wants to take it away, Chu Xiong has no way, so Chu Xiong wants to act alone. As for the 2 Qi training cultivators, they are naturally the talents that Chu Xiong has secretly cultivated over the years. Luo Tian and An Mumu are soaking in the hot spring on the top floor of the Sunny Club. Luo Tian looks like he is enjoying the hot spring. An Mumu is also lying in the water with a comfortable expression on his face. Mumu, when you are 18 years old, I will give you a century wedding. Luo Tian assured An Mumu, I'll wait for you. By the way, it's my birthday in a few days. Remember to come. An Mumu reminded Luo Tian that if Luo Tian forgot, An Mumu would really go crazy. I know. I will be there on time for your birthday, don't worry. Luo Tian naturally agreed. After all, Luo Tian would not forget An Mumu's birthday. An hour later, Luan and An Mumu walked out of the hot spring pool. Luo Tian did not touch An Mumu. After all, An Mumu was only 16 years old. Luo Tian was not a beast. An Mumu and Luo Tian agreed that Chenhua Hotel would hold a birthday party in 3 days. Luo Tian and An Mumu walked out of the Sunny Day Club, and Luo Tian drove An Mumu back to Longtang Villa No. 3. Luo Tian returned to his villa and looked at the time on his watch. It was only 8 o'clock. Luo Tian suddenly remembered Yokexin. Brothers, 2 chapters a day, 3 chapters a day on weekends. Chapter 59, Chunk Capital. Luo Tian took out his mobile phone and opened the Shark Live broadcasting platform. As soon as he entered, he found that many people sent private messages to Luo Tian. Luo Tian took a quick look and found that they were all asking for money or investment. Some even said they wanted to give Luo Tian a monkey. Luo Tian was speechless. Is the online world so frivolous? As soon as Luo Tian entered the homepage, found Yu Kexin's live broadcast room. There was a word recommended above Yu Kexin's live broadcast room, and it was the top recommendation. Luo Tian patted his head. This Shark Live was really giving face. Even if Yu Kexin won the championship last time, she got the recommended position for a year. However, there are differences in recommended positions. For example, if it is pinned to the top or the last row, the recommendation is almost the same as not recommending. If it is pinned to the top, it will be very profitable. Others can see your live broadcast room as soon as they come in. If others are interested, they will naturally come in to take a look. Yu Kexin's current live broadcast popularity is more than 3 million, which is very high as an outdoor anchor. Luo Tian clicked into Yu Kexin's live broadcast room. The White Dragon special effect in the live broadcast room filled the entire screen. After the White Dragon disappeared, the platform barrage had a line of big words, "Welcome Milk Emperor to Kexin's live broadcast room." Luo Tian was really surprised. He was just watching a live broadcast. Was it necessary to be so grand? In Yuekexen's live broadcast room, people also sent out barrages of comments. As expected of the #1 emperor of sharks, this lineup is invincible. The Milk Emperor is here. Why doesn't the host greet him? In sharks, I have never been defeated by other emperors, but I only admire the Milk Emperor. The Milk Emperor challenges all the emperors, mainly because he got 500 million in the end. That's 500 million. Yuekexen looked at the white special effects in the live broadcast room and was so happy that she shouted to the screen opposite, "Welcome to Brother Milk Emperor. What has Brother Milk Emperor been doing recently? Why don't you come to see me?" Yuekexen asked in a questioning tone. After all, Luo Tian didn't look for Yuekexen after giving her the reward. Yuekexen thought Luo Tian liked her and wanted to spend money to get her. But if Luo Tian really wanted to spend money to get Yuekexen, it would be basically impossible. In fact, Yuekexen's family was not short of money. She just didn't want to ask her family for money. But Luo Tian's behavior made Yuekexen particularly confused. He never looked for her. Yuekexen resisted the urge to call Luo Tian several times. Her phone vibrated several times during the call. Yuekexen immediately picked it up to watch it. But when she picked it up, she saw that it was an advertisement pushed by Pin Daddy, which made Yuekexen very angry. Luo Tian looked at Yuekexen's inquiry and smiled. He directly flicked his hand and threw out a milk palace. With the full-screen special effect, a line of subtitles appeared in the live broadcast room. "I'm a little busy recently. I'll treat you to dinner when I'm free." But Luo Tian forgot that Milk Palace was a platform barrage and it was a gilded barrage. A group of shark anchors envied Yuekexen when they saw this barrage. Luo Tian rewarded a milk palace just to say a word. "Whose young master is this?" As the platform barrage was sent out, more and more people poured into Yuekexen's live broadcast room. The popularity increased from 3 million to 8 million. Unknowingly, Luo Tian became a mobile traffic. Luo Tian was amazed at this terrifying data. Yuekexen looked at the barrage sent by Luo Tian and smiled and replied, "Okay, I must kill the local tyrant once." Yuekexen really doesn't care about the Milk Palace, which is worth 1 million. Compared with the Milk Palace, Yuekexen wants to have dinner with Luo Tian more. Luo Tian continued to watch the live broadcast for a while, and then directly exited Yuekexen's live broadcast room. Luo Tian turned on the computer in his room, and the boot speed was very fast. Luo Tian's computers were all given by Longteng International. The configurations were the highest on the market, about 1 million. As soon as Luo Tian saw the computer screen, he instantly felt that the computer in front of him was not software, but codes. Luo Tian now has god-level hacker skills and can completely beat all hackers in the world. If Luo Tian is willing, even the firewall of the national defense can be easily broken to get the data he wants. Then, what is called the soaring game comparable to the national defense is like a mud wall in Luo Tian's eyes. Suddenly, Luo Tian found that his computer seemed to be monitored. Luo Tian raised his eyebrows. Is there anyone who dares to attack his computer? Luo Tian's hands instantly tapped on the keyboard quickly, and the computer was full of codes. I didn't expect that it was the people from the island country who monitored me. Changteng capital? Interesting. Interesting. Luo Tian was speechless when he saw the plan of the island country. The Changteng capital of this island country also had a problem with its brain. Changteng capital had invested in Shenhua Group before, but with Luo Tian's acquisition, Changteng Group made a fortune. However, Changteng Group was very puzzled about Luo Tian's origins, so they found Luo Tian's address and implanted a virus on his computer. Changteng Group was ready to steal Luo Tian's secrets. Changteng Group naturally investigated Luo Tian's history of making a fortune, and naturally made the same guess as Chu Xiong. Luo Tian smiled. If the system was so easy to be discovered, wouldn't it have appeared in the news long ago? Luo Tian tapped on the keyboard and hacked into the computer of Changteng Group's Jiangling branch in less than 2 minutes. Luo Tian took out his mobile phone and searched for the head office of Changteng Group. Luo Tian was also shocked when he saw it. Changteng Group was one of the 8 major chaebols in the island country. The entire family owned 17 trillion island country dollars, equivalent to 1 trillion RBM. This is only the assets on the surface. Generally, a family or chaebol will not expose too many assets on the surface. In case a business war is launched between chaebols in the future, if all the strength is on the surface, then the enemy will definitely estimate it. Luo Tian quickly found the headquarters of Changteng Group, a building located in Tokyo, an island country. Luo Tian suddenly had an idea and his fingers quickly tapped the keyboard. Luo Tian's hands seemed to be flying on the keyboard like an afterimage. Tokyo, an island country, a middle-aged man of the Changteng Group cursed at his men. "Baga, a bunch of trash, what's the point of keeping you?" As if the middle-aged man was not satisfied with cursing, he kicked a young man directly. The young man fell to the ground and wailed, "Sir Yamakawa, the people who attacked our network this time are too powerful. It only took 3 minutes to break through our firewall." The leader of a group of young people saw that the middle-aged man was so angry and hurried to explain, "Can you locate it?" The middle-aged man's eyes revealed murderous intent. Just now, all the shady dealings of the Chen Chen group were posted on the internet. Even the private photos and videos of this middle-aged man and his lover were uploaded. The most hateful thing was that there were subtitles and barrages. "Mr. Shangchuan, we only know that it was sent from China's signal network, and the specific location cannot be found." The team leader was helpless. Luo Tian's method was too powerful. He basically changed the IP address in 1 second. As for why he found China, it was naturally Luo Tian's deliberate, "Baga, you bunch of trash. If this matter is not resolved, you should prepare to commit suicide by cutting your stomach." Shangchuan heard the words of the team leader and continued to curse. The impact of time this time was too great. The market value of the Chen Chen group has dropped by hundreds of billions of yen. If the deficit cannot be made up, this middle-aged man will definitely die. Chapter 60. Luo Family Secret Island Country, Tokyo, Office of the Chairman of Chen Chen Group. Kamikawa Daisuke was sitting in the office and making a phone call. After dozens of minutes of conversation, Kamikawa Daisuke finally deleted the black material about Chen Chen Group on the internet. The losses this time were countless, and Kamikawa Daisuke was very angry. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in." As Kamikawa Daisuke just finished speaking, the office door was pushed open. "Chairman, we found a clue." Kamikawa Daisuke's eyes lit up when he heard the assistant's words. If Kamikawa Daisuke knew who did this, Kamikawa Daisuke would directly cut that person into pieces. "We found that the computers of the branch in Jiangling City, China were also hacked. I suspect that this time it was done by someone in Jiangling City." As the assistant finished speaking, before Kamikawa Daisuke could speak, the assistant continued, "The Jiangling branch seems to have only investigated a mysterious person, and it is said that there is a secret treasure." Kamikawa Daisuke's eyes lit up when he heard the assistant's words and instantly asked, "Secret treasure? Why do you say that?" The secretary explained to Kamikawa Daxiong, "The people at the branch said that this person was an orphan before the age of 18, and after he turned 18, he suddenly became a jonin and had hundreds of billions of Chinese yuan in funds." Kamikawa Nobita was also stunned when he heard the secretary's words. If there were only hundreds of billions of funds, Kamikawa Nobita would only be considered a family young master. But this jonin's cultivation is a bit outrageous. After all, there is no jonin of 18 years old in the entire island country in modern times. The Kamikawa Nobita family has stood for thousands of years, and Chongtang capital has stood in the island country for thousands of years. It is recorded in the family secrets of Kamikawa Nobita that the spiritual energy of the blue star in ancient times was very strong. Compared with the current concentration of the blue star, it is 10,000 times higher. Not only that, some people were born with the cultivation of earth ninjas, which are referred to as geniuses. The strength division in the island country is different from that in China. The island country is divided into lower ninjas, middle ninjas, upper ninjas, earth ninjas, heaven ninjas, and god ninjas, which correspond to China's Ming Jin, Inner Jin, Grandmaster, Qi Training, Foundation Building, and Golden Elixir respectively. As for the Golden Elixir, it is naturally the nascent soul. However, only China and the United States have cultivators in the nascent soul stage. The United States naturally has a different way of cultivation. The United States practices magic. What's that person's name? Kamikawa Nobita was a little curious and asked his assistant. According to the notice sent back by the Jiangling branch, his name seems to be Luo Tian. When Kamikawa Nobita heard Luo Tian's name, the teacup in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. The surname is Luo, and there is a single word Tian? Kamikawa Nobita's eyes were filled with infinite shock. You know, other people don't know the Luo family, but Kamikawa Nobita's family is a noble family that has stood on the island country for thousands of years. How could they not know the Luo family? Moreover, the Luo family is definitely not someone the Kamikawa family can afford to offend. No one knows the origin of the Luo family. They only know that it existed 3,000 years ago, and then assisted various emperors. People in the family would change their names to assist. Therefore, the Luo family was naturally not well known in ancient times, just like Zhu Zhiliang was a fod name changed by a member of the Luo family. Otherwise, could a mortal really be so godly? How could it be possible that the 9 lanterns could extend life? The cultivator in the Yuanying stage of China is the head of the Luo family, Luo Tianlong. As for the name of the Luo family, it also has a great origin. It is not named as you want. The surname Luo Tian generally has 6 characters in order: Bu, Jing, Shan, Zhen, and Tian. The word Tian is the inheritance of the head of the Luo family. Luo Tian only has a single word Tian, which shocked Shangchuan Daxiong. In fact, shock is a better way to describe Shangchuan Daxiong's current mood. Even the strongest man on Blue Star, the Luo family would not be named with only one word Tian, because a single word Tian represents that Luo Tian is the master of the Tian character vein, and he is the eternal master. As long as Luo Tian is not dead, the head of the family can only be Luo Tian. God, before naming, the Luo family would tell fortunes. Legend has it that the man named Luo Tianqiao was destined to walk on a single plank bridge. Last time, a blind group from an island country provoked a branch of the Luo family and even broke the leg of the branch. He had to lie in the hospital for a month. Then the group from the island country knew what the strength of China's #1 family was. The branch of the Luo family reported to the main family, and Luo Tianlong personally led the team, leading 10 Jindan stage elders to kill directly to the island country. On that day, the entire island country Tokyo was filled with blood, and there was no one alive in that group. The Luo family responded to the world. Outsiders have no right to bully people from the Luo family, especially a waste place like the island country. After this was said, the island country's K-balls dared to be angry but not to speak because the Luo family had a big man in the nascent soul stage. It was rumored that Luo Tian had more than one nascent soul stage, but more than a dozen. Even the ancestors in the fusion stage were still alive. This is why the island country did not dare to resist. A cultivator in the fusion stage could massacre the entire island country. Nuclear bombs could not kill him, and they could not hit him. With the speed of the fusion stage, he could completely avoid it. Tell the Jiangling branch to keep a close eye on Luo Tian's movements. Kamikawa Daishiong had a plan. If Luo Tian died, would the Luo family go crazy? If the Luo family really mobilizes all their forces, then other countries will also mobilize together, and the Third World War will break out. This time it will not be a comparison of hot weapons, but a massacre of practitioners. The Shangchuan family makes a living by refining blood, which is what the secular world calls a cult. The more brutal the war, the more practitioners will die. At that time, the Shangchuan family can rely on the corpses of these practitioners to refine blood, and their cultivation will naturally be greatly improved. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in troubled times. Maybe the Shangchuan family will become the second Luo family or surpass the current Luo family and officially become the global overlord. Shangchuan Daishiong thought of the crazy idea and licked his upper lip with his tongue. You go out, I'll think about it myself. As Shangchuan Daishiong finished speaking, the assistant also tactfully left the office. Shangchuan Daishiong took out his mobile phone and sent a message. In 30 minutes, all the Earth Ninja and Heaven Ninja families will gather in the conference room. Because it was night, Nobita Kamikawa jumped out of the window directly. 2 pairs of wings grew directly from his back and he flew to the south. Nobita Kamikawa flew to a dark forest, stepped on a mechanism, and a secret door appeared on the ground. Nobita Kamikawa flew directly in. As soon as he flew in, he saw a huge blood-red stone table standing on the ground. There were 16 dark red stone tables and 20 light red stone tables. Nobita Kamikawa flew to the front stone table with a crown. As Nobita Kamikawa sat down, the 36 tables were gradually filled with flying people. Everyone who came in put away their black wings, and when they had wings, they were extremely ferocious. The 2 fangs in their mouths were very sharp, somewhat like a bat. I know that the young master of the Luo family is now 18 years old and is already a jonin. As Nobita Kamikawa finished speaking, an old man sitting next to Nobita Kamikawa asked, "Young master of the Luo family? What does the patriarch mean by this?" The others also showed puzzled expressions. What on earth were they called here for? Only a young man who seemed to be in his 20s was also surprised when he heard about Luo Tian's cultivation level. This young man was called Shangchuan Shui. He achieved the status of a jonin at the age of 24 and a ground 9 at the age of 30. He was the first genius of the Shangchuan family. Shangchuan Shui thought that he was very strong to have achieved the status of a jonin at the age of 24, but he did not expect that the young master of the Luo family was so talented. There was a gleam of desire in his eyes. Chapter 61. 9 Nether Sword Art Shangchuan. Daxiang also saw Shangchuan Shui's expression and naturally understood what Shangchuan Shui was thinking. Blood refiners naturally like the blood of geniuses. The blood of a genius is many times more valuable than the blood of hundreds of garbage cultivators. I think it is best to assassinate the young master of the Luo family in his cradle. When everyone heard what Shangchuan Daxiang said, they frowned. If Luo Tian died, the Luo family would be furious and would massacre the island country. At that moment, the Third World War might break out. Chief, I think this matter needs to be discussed. Our Shangchuan family is no match for the Luo family. The old man on the right of Kamikawa Nobita was speaking. Kamikawa Nobita smiled when he heard the old man speaking. Great Elder, I know for sure that we are no match for the Luo family, but my goal is to provoke the Third World War. The Great Elder frowned when he heard Kamikawa Nobita's words. After a minute, the Great Elder seemed to understand what Kamikawa Nobita meant. The clan leader means that the world is in chaos and our blood clan can rise? Kamikawa Nobita also smiled when he saw the great elder come to his senses. Yes, not only to rise up, but also to take revenge. Our blood clan was driven to the island country thousands of years ago, and the blood feud must be avenged. Everyone's expression changed when they heard Kamikawa Nobita's words, with pain and hatred on their faces. The lifespan of Blood Clan is very long. Generally, Blood Clan members can live to 900 years old. The strong ones can even live forever. Kamikawa Nobita looks 30 years old, but he is actually 400 years old. The Luo family did not let go of thousands of members of our Blood Clan back then. This time, our Blood Clan will make the Luo family disappear. The Great Elder also supported Kamikawa Nobita's words and took the lead in speaking. Patriarch Shui is willing to take the head of the young master of the Luo family. Kamikawa Shui had said nothing before, but now he took the initiative. Kamikawa Nobita nodded when he heard what Kamikawa Shui said. He was very satisfied with Kamikawa Shui's attitude. This is the role model for young people that the Kamikawa family should have at present. Okay, I'll leave the matter of Shui to you. I'll give you a month. Kamikawa Nobita naturally agreed. The Kamikawa family would naturally not be idle during this month. The Kamikawa family also had to make full preparations for the World War, such as supplies and elixirs. Kamikawa Shui took the order and turned into a hideous monster and flew out of the basement. On the other side, at the Longteng No. 1 villa in Jiangling, Luo Tian was still using hacker skills to check the bad debts of Changteng Group. As he watched, Luo Tian suddenly raised his eyebrows, and the picture on the computer was disgusting. He saw a hideous monster gnawing on a girl's neck. It only took 1 minute for the girl to be sucked into a mummy. Luo Tian looked at the monster and it seemed familiar. Then he took out the photo of Kamikawa Nobita, chairman of Changteng Capital, and compared it. Luo Tian was horrified to find that this monster was at least 70% similar to Kamikawa Nobita. With the loading of the God of Learning skill, the skill of photographic memory has been exerted to the extreme. Luo Tian could naturally see that if it was an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to tell the difference. It seems that this Changteng group is not an ordinary chaebol. Luo Tian touched his face, thinking about this matter. The more he looked at this monster, the more it looked like a vampire. But vampires were not so hideous. Ding, reminding the host that you can buy a character scanner. It is currently discounted to only 1,000 points. Luo Tian was overjoyed when he heard the system's words. He had read system-based novels, and naturally knew that this character scanner was a rare artifact. Various protagonists relied on this artifact to soar to the sky, especially in identifying girls. It was simply a tool for picking up girls. Buy. As soon as Luo Tian's voice fell, the system's voice came immediately. Ding, congratulations to the host for buying a character scanner, reduced version. Luo Tian heard the system's words and instantly found a difference. Suddenly, he found that he seemed to have been cheated. Luo Tian opened the character scanner, reduced version, in his backpack and found that he could only see the character's age and name. There was also a line of small words under this character scanner. Upgradable. Luo Tian clicked on the small words and a column of upgrade plans popped up instantly. Small upgrade, 1,000 sign-in points. Large upgrade, 10,000 sign-in points. Small upgrade, 100,000 sign-in points. Large upgrade, 200,000 sign-in points. Luo Tian felt his scalp tingling when he saw the numerous upgrade methods. The first 4 already reached 200,000 sign-in points. How many sign-in points would be needed to reach the top level? This system is simply a pit. Luo Tian used the character scanner and saw the photo of Kamikawa Nobita. Suddenly, a light screen appeared in Luo Tian's mind. Name, Kamikawa Nobita. Age 436, race Blood Clan. Luo Tian was shocked when he saw this race. Before he was 18, he had no idea that the world was so complicated. As Luo Tian came into contact with more and more things, each one subverted Luo Tian's cognition. However, Luo Tian did not find it strange. After all, even something as illusory as the system appeared. Isn't it normal for a Blood Clan to appear now? Luo Tian suddenly felt that the skills of this God-level Special Forces soldier seemed to be useless. After all, in Luo Tian's opinion, Grandmasters are really as numerous as dogs on the street. At present, he only has 2 Grandmaster-level bodyguards, who can't protect his safety at all. Ding, reminding the host that the mall turntable has been updated, the host can experience it by himself. Luo Tian was overjoyed when he heard the system's prompt. This system is so user-friendly. Basically, whatever he wants will appear. Luo Tian thought about the systems in those novels, which one didn't deduct a lot of things for completing a task, and there was no system host experience. If the system was sold in an online store, Luo Tian would definitely give it a 5-star rating. Luo Tian clicked on the black market, and sure enough, he found a small turntable. When he clicked it, Luo Tian found a lot of new things on the turntable. Dragon Hunting, reduced version. Fire Spirit Root, reduced version. Heavenly Dao Gate, reduced version. Yanhuang Sword, reduced version. Top Talent. System, why are there so many reduced versions? Luo Tian was a little puzzled. If he couldn't buy good things with so few sign-in points, even the lottery didn't give him good things? This is a bit outrageous. Ding, the spiritual energy of the host is sparse in the plane where the host is located, and it cannot withstand too strong a force. Luo Tian nodded when he heard the system's words. This made sense. There was a free trial for the first time in the middle of the turntable. Luo Tian was overjoyed and immediately clicked on the trial. As soon as he clicked, the huge turntable began to turn. As the turntable turned, Luo Tian's heart kept pounding. It was always like this when drawing a lottery. There was a sense of anticipation and even more mystery. As the huge turntable slowly slowed down, the pointer stopped on the golden square. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 nether sword technique, reduced version. Luo Tian smiled like a chrysanthemum when he heard the system's words. The name sounded awesome, and sure enough, Luo Tian became even more excited when he saw the introduction. 9 nether sword technique, the art that the 9 nether emperor learned throughout his life. Once practiced, he could cut mountains and rivers with one sword. Luo Tian excitedly clicked to learn. Thinking of becoming a sword fairy in the future, he couldn't help but get inexplicably excited. Chapter 62. Eat enough? As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, a burst of pain suddenly exploded in his mind. Luo Tian covered his head in pain, and scenes flashed through his mind like a movie. Luo Tian saw a man holding a sword on a high cliff, and the sword intent was rising. The man flew into the air, and his robe fluttered as he flew up. He chopped down with the sword, and the whole mountain shook instantly. The middle of the mountain slowly cracked. The lower it cracked, the faster it cracked. Soon the whole mountain collapsed. The man's eyes were like knives, and he threw the sword in his hand. The sword stood sideways and did not fall down. The man stepped on the long sword and left. Luo Tian also felt the pain in his mind decrease at this time, until it disappeared. The sweat on Luo Tian's forehead kept falling down, and he was still frightened. Luo Tian now had only one word in his heart to describe that man. Strong. Too strong. The first 3 chapters of the 9 nether sword art appeared in Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian found that he didn't have a sword yet, so he couldn't demonstrate it. It was a pity. Luo Tian was helpless. Now there was no sign-in point, and he couldn't use the sword of China. Modern technology is the best iron, that is, meteorite. But where can you find so many meteorites? The only other is diamond. It's not that Luo Tian looks down on that stone. Luo Tian can smash it with one punch, let alone withstand the powerful sword intent. Luo Tian's mobile phone sent a vibration reminder sound. Luo Tian picked it up and saw that it was Sumo calling. Luo Tian picked up the phone and answered, "Hello, Luo Tian, do you have anything to do tomorrow?" Sumo's voice was not good, and there was a hint of pleading in her tone. What's wrong? Luo Tian was a little confused. Sumo shouldn't show such a tone. Sumo is the kind of high-cold queen type. Could it be that this high-cold girl melted after the last incident? I have a classmate party tomorrow. Can you be my boyfriend? Luo Tian also smiled when he heard Sumo's words. What is this? Of course I can go. My boyfriend should be right? Why do I have to bring my boyfriend to a class reunion? Luo Tian couldn't help but feel a little strange. It's just a class reunion, but I have to bring my boyfriend? This is a bit abnormal. My college classmate is a very rich young man in Zhongling. I'm afraid he will force himself on me. Luo Tian suddenly realized what Sumo said. So this is the case. Luo Tian always felt that young men are fearless and always prone to do something. Even if it was Liu Yang and Liu Qi, if Luo Tian was not so strong that they could not afford to offend him, they would not let Luo Tian get away with it. He might have become a vegetable. Okay, then come to my house tomorrow morning. I don't know how to choose clothes. Sumo was very happy to hear Luo Tian agree, but her face turned red when she heard about going to Luo Tian's house. After all, she was the one who started it last time. But Luo Tian's meaning was very clear. What's the point of going to the room to drink? Sumo thought about it, and then replied, Okay, I'll go to your house at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember not to eat breakfast. There's a lot of breakfast here, and you can't finish it. Sumo was also stunned when she heard Luo Tian's words. It was obvious that she had misunderstood again. Luo Tian couldn't finish his breakfast? It made Luo Tian seem like he could make breakfast. Sumo agreed with a red face and hung up the phone. Luo Tian also turned off his phone and prepared to go to bed. It was already past 10 o'clock. Although Luo Tian possessed God-level special forces skills, he still liked to go to bed early. This was a habit that a person had developed over many years and could not be easily changed. The next day, a Volkswagen drove over the entrance of Longtang Villa. The security captain raised his eyebrows when he saw the Volkswagen worth hundreds of thousands. People are getting bolder and bolder now. Even a Volkswagen worth hundreds of thousands dares to enter Longtang community. Xiaoli was also very tactful and went down to stop the car. Madam, no outsiders are allowed to enter Longtang community. Sumo was also stunned when she heard Xiaoli's words. She almost forgot that the security guard of Longtang Villa should have called Luo Tian earlier, so that she would not be stopped outside. The security captain was about to urge Xiao Li to get rid of him quickly, but he was stunned when he saw Sumo's face. The last time Luo Tian brought Sumo here, the security captain had a very deep memory of Luo Tian. Naturally, he would not forget the people around Luo Tian. Once he offended that kind of person, it would not be as simple as resigning. Before Xiao Li could speak, the security captain quickly ran up. The fence was opened when the security captain came out. "Madam, please go." Sumo was puzzled when she saw the security captain open the door. Especially the security captain made a please gesture. But Sumo didn't think too much about it and drove the Volkswagen directly into Longtang Villa. "Captain, what do you mean?" Xiao Li was full of confusion. Didn't the captain just say that this broken Volkswagen was brave? Why did his face change all of a sudden, and he really changed his face faster than turning a book? "Xiao Li, this girl came here with the owner of Villa number 1 last time." The security captain took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it with a lighter, and took a big puff. The security captain's back was soaked with cold sweat, and he cursed in his heart. "You are so rich, but you drive a Volkswagen worth hundreds of thousands. Aren't you harming people?" Sumo drove for about half an hour and finally arrived at Villa number 1. He secretly sighed at the vastness of the Longtang Villa district, which was worthy of being a gathering place for rich people. The door of Villa number 1 was already open. Sumo drove the car into the parking garage and saw the Rolls-Royce next to it, as well as various sports cars. Sumo felt that his Volkswagen was really rubbish and secretly sighed at Luo Tian's wealth. After entering the villa gate, Sumo seemed to know what Luo Tian meant by not being able to finish breakfast. He saw a group of maids eating breakfast around the table, while Luo Tian was drinking porridge. "Come on, have some. Although it's not very delicious, it's enough to fill your stomach." When Luo Tian saw Sumo coming, he quickly greeted her. The maid next to Luo Tian was also very tactful and made way for Sumo. Sumo looked at the table full of breakfast in front of him with a frown. Sumo picked up a bun and took a bite. After just 2 bites, his eyes lit up. It was so delicious. The chef of Villa number 1 was hired by Liu Cheng at a high price. If he can't even make breakfast, he doesn't deserve to receive a salary of more than 100,000 yuan a month. Smiled and patted Sumo on the back. "Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you." After the two finished eating, they went upstairs and walked into Luo Tian's dressing room. Sumo looked at the rows of suits and other clothes in front of him and felt a headache. There were so many clothes, how could she choose? "By the way, when I asked you to have breakfast yesterday, why did you feel weird?" Sumo's face flushed when she heard Luo Tian's words. Luo Tian looked at Sumo and pushed Sumo to the corner. "I misunderstood yesterday." Sumo didn't dare to look Luo Tian in the eye, so she could only turn her head aside and talk to Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at Sumo in front of him and felt a reaction. "Didn't you eat enough just now? How about I let you eat enough?" Luo Tian started to do it, but was stopped by Sumo. "Not here. Let's go to the room." Sumo's face was already very flushed. When Luo Tian heard Sumo's words, he picked her up and ran to the room, quickly in a princess hug. Chapter 63. The Frustrated Liu Yang. An hour later, Luo Tian got up from the bed, and Sumo was still lying on the bed gasping for breath. "Are you so strong? You're only 18. Sumo looked like he had no desire to live. This was a bit outrageous. Are all young people like this? "Get up quickly. Aren't you going to a class reunion later?" Luo Tian tidied his clothes, picked up a suit at random and put it on. With the snow-white shirt, Luo Tian looked very sunny and handsome. "Didn't you ask me to pick clothes?" Sumo's face was full of black lines. This Luo Tian was too sinister. How could he choose clothes by himself? Luo Tian smiled slightly, but in Sumo's opinion, Luo Tian's smile was not well-intentioned. Sumo also got up from the bed and dragged his tired body to put on his clothes. Luo Tian hurriedly stopped Sumo, who was about to put on his clothes, and took out a snow-white skirt from the cabinet in the room. Sumo was a little puzzled by being stopped by Luo Tian, but when she saw the skirt in Luo Tian's hand, she suddenly realized, "Wear this. Last time I saw that you couldn't take it, I bought it and put it at home." Luo Tian handed the skirt in his hand to Sumo. Sumo looked at Luo Tian, her eyes full of gratitude. The last time she went to the Chanel store on Huatian Commercial Street, Sumo fell in love with this skirt at first sight, but Sumo looked at the price and found that it was as high as 320,000. That was a nice car. Sumo also put the skirt back immediately. Luo Tian naturally noticed Sumo's small move and then secretly bought it when Sumo went out. "Thank you." Sumo was so moved that she almost shed tears, but that stubbornness forced Sumo to hold back her tears. Sumo was a strong woman. Even if she had pounced on Luo Tian first last time, it was just her impulse after being drunk, and she didn't really like Luo Tian. Now Sumo's opinion of Luo Tian changed, from handsome and rich at the beginning to gentle and attentive to details. Luo Tian waved his hand and didn't say anything. He didn't need such a little money. Sumo immediately changed into the dress. When they arrived at the underground garage, Luo Tian was a little embarrassed. He didn't know what car to drive to the class reunion this time. This was a bit embarrassing. What car should we drive? Sumo heard what Luo Tian said, thought about it and said, how about my Volkswagen? Luo Tian also shook his head in denial. He didn't think this was a good choice. I can't look too shabby at a class reunion. How about a Rolls-Royce? Sumo also felt that Luo Tian's words made sense. After all, that person was at the class reunion. Sumo nodded. She also thought that Rolls-Royce was good, comfortable, and had a large space. Luo Tian sent a message to Liu Cheng, asking Liu Cheng to get a driver over. Soon a maid in sportswear came over. Ever since Luo Tian said last time that maids could not wear maid outfits when going out, the maids in Longtang No. 1 Villa had special clothes for going out. Purple sports tops and blue casual pants made them look capable, but not glamorous. Luo Tian nodded slightly. This Liu Cheng was indeed a talent arranged by the system. He was efficient in doing things. The two of them got in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. This time they went out very smoothly, and no one stopped them. Xiaomo, where is the party this time? Sumo quickly replied, Sunny Day Club, when she heard Luo Tian's words. Luo Tian laughed when he heard it. It was his territory again. This group of people really knew how to find a place. Sumo was also surprised to see Luo Tian smile. Why did Luo Tian smile so obscenely? However, Luo Tian did not speak, and Sumo did not plan to ask Luo Tian. About an hour later, the Rolls-Royce parked in the parking space, specially arranged by Wang Hu. Luo Tian also told Wang Hu when he came, and Wang Hu directly gave Luo Tian the best parking space. The two walked into the Sunny Sky Club. Even if Luo Tian had seen the lobby of the Sunny Sky Club once, he would still be shocked when he saw it again this time. It was a feeling of oppression from money. Momo? A girl with a ponytail immediately ran over when she saw Sumo, but the girl with the ponytail couldn't believe it when she saw Sumo's skirt. Chichi? Sumo looked at the girl who ran over and immediately hugged her. The two hugged for a few minutes before letting go of each other. Momo, who is this handsome guy? Chichi looked at Luo Tian, and her eyes could not hide the amazement. Luo Tian was the most handsome man she had ever seen in her life, no doubt about it. This is my boyfriend, Luo Tian. Sumo did not notice the look in Chichi's eyes and introduced her to Chichi. Hello. After hearing what Sumo said, Chichi also stretched out her hand and wanted to shake hands with Luo Tian, but Luo Tian stretched out his hand for no reason. He noticed Chichi's eyes and Chichi's hand froze in place. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Seeing this, Sumo also pulled out Luo Tian's hand and held it together with Chichi's outstretched hand. Chichi's fingers slowly slid across the back of Luo Tian's hand, making Luo Tian feel a little itchy. Chichi looked at Luo Tian with a smile on her face, showing an expression of understanding. Luo Tian felt stupid. Is he so popular now? Just when the three of them were a little embarrassed, several more men and women came over and greeted Sumo one by one. They naturally saw Luo Tian, but they did not ask who Luo Tian was, so as not to implicate innocent people. They knew that the gentleman liked Sumo, and if the gentleman got angry, they would not be able to resist. After a while, the sound of a rumbling car engine came from outside the Sunny Sky Club. Several people looked outside the Sunny Sky Club and saw a red Ferrari parked outside the Sunny Sky Club. A young man got out of the car. The young man slowly walked into the Sunny Sky Club and saw Sumo at a glance. After all, Sumo's snow-white skirt was really eye-catching, and it was hard not to see it. The young man slowly approached Sumo. Momo, long time no see. You are still so beautiful. The young man had a smile on his face. While talking, he looked at Sumo and saw at a glance that Sumo's skirt was expensive. There was a look of doubt in the young man's eyes. He knew that Sumo's family conditions could not afford this skirt. Long time no see. I already have a boyfriend. Sumo immediately told the young man that she had a boyfriend to avoid any big conflict later. The young man was stunned when he heard Sumo's words, and then he laughed. It's okay. We're not married yet. Even if we get married, what's the big deal? Although the young man said this, he couldn't hide his anger in his eyes. Sumo ignored the young man but took Luo Tian's hand and pulled Luo Tian over, introducing, "This is my boyfriend, Luo Tian." The young man was about to get angry, but he was speechless when he saw Luo Tian. Liu Yang, what a coincidence we meet. Luo Tian's face was full of helplessness. Zhang Ling was really too young. How come they were all those people he knew? As soon as Luo Tian saw the red Ferrari 488, he knew that the young master Sumo was talking about was most likely Liu Yang. Sumo was also stunned when he heard Luo Tian's words. Could it be that Luo Tian and Liu Yang knew each other? Liu Yang's face was the same as if he had eaten a bowl of shit. Brother Tian, let's stop talking and go eat. Liu Yang didn't plan to say anything and directly pulled Luo Tian to eat. Liu Yang felt really aggrieved. The beauties he liked were basically all of them. Luo Tian felt a little unbalanced. This was the case with Anmumu and Sumo as well. Chapter 64. A bottle of wine in a house? Luo Tian nodded when he heard Liu Yang's words. Luo Tian and Liu Yang were considered friends, so there was no need to say more about this. Luo Tian was going to give Liu Yang some more benefits. Liu Yang was really unlucky. Both of the girls he liked were snatched away by Luo Tian. Luo Tian wouldn't have it any easier if he was in his place. The main thing was that Liu Yang couldn't beat them, and he couldn't compare with them in money. Comparing fathers was nonsense, and he could only feel aggrieved. Sumo's classmates were all shocked and looked at Liu Yang. Did they know who Liu Yang was? He was the son of the leader of the Jiangling underworld. Today, he actually called such a young man brother? The girls looked at Luo Tian with infatuation, their eyes full of care, especially Chi-Chi, whose face even blushed. Because Liu Yang was treating everyone this time, he didn't book a good seat for everyone, but only an ordinary box for everyone, about 10,000 per person. Everyone took the elevator to the second floor. The environment on the second floor was obviously not as good as the third floor. It was just some ordinary decoration. Everyone walked into the box under the guidance of the service staff. There were only about 20 people at Sumo's classmate party, so a medium box was enough. Luo Tian sat in the main seat at Liu Yang's insistence, and Liu Yang and Sumo sat next to Luo Tian. People generally pay attention to etiquette, such as table etiquette. For example, when toasting, the weaker party has to hold the wine glass lower. Secondly, the same is true for the younger and elders to toast. Etiquette can show respect for people. Liu Yang must let Luo Tian sit in the main seat, which shows that Luo Tian is taller than himself. Everyone also discovered this small detail of Liu Yang, and they were more confused about Luo Tian's identity. After a while, the appetizer came up, which was a cold 3-shredded dish, followed by preserved egg and tofu. Tofu cannot be served as the first dish, because tofu is white and belongs to an unknown dish. Ayang, did you order wine? Luo Tian asked Liu Yang. Liu Yang should know how to order wine, but the wine should not be a good one. Luo Tian knew that Liu Yang's monthly living expenses were not very high, and it would cost more than 200,000 to treat everyone to a meal, so he should not have enough money to order expensive wine. As expected by Luo Tian, Liu Yang explained to Luo Tian with a sad face, "Brother Tian, you know I don't have that much money, so I ordered a few bottles of Lafitte and Mutai." Everyone was speechless. They only ordered Lafitte and Mutai? This is not considered a good wine. They listened to Liu Yang, and it was as if these wines were cheap. Luo Tian nodded when he heard Liu Yang's words. Liu Yang should have ordered ordinary Lafitte and Moutai. "Ayang, this meal is on me. I'll go get some good wine and drink with you today." Liu Yang was overjoyed when he heard Luo Tian's words. He knew that the Sunny Sky Club belonged to Luo Tian, and the good wine Luo Tian mentioned must not be ordinary wine. Liu Yang secretly looked forward to it. Luo Tian took out his phone and called Wang Hu. Waiting for Wang Hu to answer, Luo Tian said to Wang Hu, "I'm having dinner on the second floor. Please help me get 2 bottles of good wine. You can arrange singing and bathing for us in the afternoon." Wang Hu immediately asked Luo Tian when he heard Luo Tian's words, "Mr. Luo, how many people are there on your side?" "About 20 or so, according to the standard of 30 people. When Wang Hu heard Luo Tian's words, he also hurriedly agreed. Wang Hu was not unhappy because Luo Tian asked him to do small things. On the contrary, Wang Hu was very happy. Luo Tian even gave him such small things, which naturally showed his trust in him. Wang Hu immediately ran out of the office. On the other side, Sumo's face was full of question marks. She was confused from Liu Yang's words, "Brother Tian," just now, until she sat down in her seat. Sumo still felt that this was too unreal. Although Luo Tian was the chairman of Chenhua Group, Liu Yang was not afraid at all. "Xiao Qian, when did you meet Liu Yang?" Sumo finally couldn't help asking Luo Tian. Once people are curious, they will keep thinking. That's a long story. Liu Yang won't do anything to you in the future, don't worry. Luo Tian couldn't possibly tell Sumo that he met Liu Yang because he was pursuing Anmumu, right? Wouldn't that be digging his own grave? Liu Yang understood what Luo Tian said and said to Sumo with a smile, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Call me if you have anything to say. I still have some say in Jiangling." Sumo saw that Luo Tian didn't want to talk and didn't ask much. The people at the table became active after Luo Tian and the other two finished chatting. "Brother Luo Tian, what do you do now?" Chiki suddenly asked Luo Tian. Everyone was curious about Luo Tian's identity. "I'm just the boss of a small company." Luo Tian smiled and answered Chi-Chi. He didn't want to provoke Chi-Chi. Once provoked, this kind of woman will be like chewing gum stuck on the hair, which is difficult to pull off. Even if it is pulled off, some hair will fall off. Chi-Chi understood what Luo Tian meant when she heard what he said, but she didn't give up. Others also asked Luo Tian some questions. For example, how did Luo Tian know Sumo? How old is Luo Tian now? Luo Tian was helpless when he heard their words and could only prevaricate them one by one. Luo Tian had a feeling that these young people were like the aunties in the village. It was like checking the household registration. Especially the girls at the table. Their eyes were shining when they saw Luo Tian. Before, they had set their sights on Liu Yang. After all, Liu Yang was rich, powerful, and good-looking. But with the appearance of Luo Tian, the bright moon, Liu Yang was as dim as a firefly. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by the knock on the door. Luo Tian looked at Wang Hu walking over with 3 bottles of wine. "Mr. Luo, these are the 3 best bottles of wine in our store. Do you think we can have them?" Wang Hu said as he put the 3 bottles of wine on the table. Liu Yang was stunned when he saw the 3 bottles of wine, and his mouth was wide open. "Manager Wang, please introduce them to us. I don't know much about wine." Wang Hu smiled and nodded when he heard Luo Tian's words. This little thing was just a piece of cake. "This bottle is Guozhong Fenju. As for the taste, I haven't tasted it. The price is about 2 million Chinese yuan. This bottle of red wine is Romanée Conti from 1945, and its price is about 3 million Chinese yuan. And this bottle of red wine is Cheval Blanc from 1947, and its price is also around 2 million. After Wang Hu finished the introduction, he said to Luo Tian apologetically, "Mr. Luo, our branch only has these. If Mr. Luo tells us in advance, we can ship better ones from the headquarters." Everyone felt dizzy when they heard Wang Hu's words. Each of these 3 bottles of wine could buy a house in Jiangling. Is this the wine that rich people drink? This is too luxurious. Liu Yang noticed another meaning of Wang Hu's words. If Luo Tian wanted it, could he send it from the headquarters? In other words, Luo Tian is the boss of the entire Sunny Day Club. Liu Yang has always believed that Luo Tian is the boss of the Jiangling branch. Liu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not provoke Luo Tian again. If he really pissed Luo Tian off, the Liu family would not be able to protect him. Luo Tian waved his hand when he heard Wang Hu's words. "Okay, you go out first." Wang Hu also immediately left the box. Wang Hu originally wanted to ask Luo Tian to change to the Emperor box. After all, this ordinary box did not suit Luo Tian's identity, but Wang Hu did not dare to bring it up himself unless Luo Tian said it. Chapter 65. Zhang Daoyan Sumo looked at Luo Tian carefully, which made Luo Tian a little scared. "What's wrong?" Luo Tian looked at Sumo's weird expression and shuddered. "Xiaoqian, who are you?" Sumo asked the question in his heart at this time. From the beginning to now, Sumo thought he knew Luo Tian very well, but as he slowly came into contact with Luo Tian, Sumo felt that he was being subverted again and again. "I am someone who loves you and also someone who protects you." After saying that, Luo Tian kissed Sumo's mouth directly, blocking Sumo's mouth that wanted to speak. Everyone was watching this scene, and they didn't feel anything strange. Luo Tian was so rich, so handsome, and not stingy. It was just a class reunion, but he took out 3 bottles of good wine that could be worth 3 houses. If they were Sumo, they would not be able to resist this generosity. Sumo looked at everyone's eyes with a red face and hit Luo Tian's chest with her little fist. "You didn't see anything just now, did you?" Liu Yang also came out to rescue at this time, and everyone immediately knew what Liu Yang meant and shook their heads. Although Sumo hit Luo Tian's chest, the force was very small. She was very happy in her heart. Luo Tian was right. No matter who Luo Tian was, as long as Luo Tian had her in his heart and was willing to protect her, Sumo naturally didn't dare to think that Luo Tian only liked her. After all, she was also a latecomer. "Let's drink. We won't go home until we are drunk today." Luo Tian picked up the bottle of Guozhong Fenju and opened the cork for a moment. The aroma of the wine gushed out like a waterfall, and the whole room was filled with the aroma of wine. Everyone was also smelling the aroma of the wine, and they were all amazed. It turned out that white wine could have such a strong aroma. Luo Tian poured a glass for Liu Yang, and Liu Yang immediately stood up to take it. This was the importance of etiquette, highlighting Liu Yang's respect for Luo Tian. At this time, a person suddenly walked in with the smell of wine on the road. "This smell, is it Guozhong Fenju?" An old man walked in, sniffed it, and smelled it carefully. Liu Yang stood up when he saw the visitor. "Mr. Zhang, why are you here?" The old man Zhang was still sniffing the aroma of the wine with his nose, and he looked over when he was greeted by Liu Yang. "Liu family boy, is this Guozhong Fenju yours?" Zhang Lao's eyes were full of doubt. He knew that Liu Yang couldn't afford to open this kind of wine. Moreover, Guozhong Fenju was also a very high-end product in the Sunny Sky Club. Only VIP cards above the diamond level could open that kind of wine. The Jiangling Liu family was just a branch of the Beijing Liu family. Having a gold card was already the limit, not to mention the diamond card 2 levels above. This bottle of Fenju was opened by Brother Tian. Liu Yang was also very puzzled. How could this old Zhang be in Jiangling? Old Zhang was from the Zhang family in Beijing. The Zhang family in Beijing was famous for its wine. There was a rumor that the ancestors of the Zhang family were a family of wine lovers, famous for brewing Maotai, Fenju, and other high-end wine companies, are all controlled by the Zhang family in Beijing. The Zhang family also had considerable power in the army, so it could be listed as one of the 4 major families in Kyoto. When old Zhang heard Liu Yang's words, he also looked at Luo Tian and looked at Luo Tian. Only the 4 major families in Kyoto and some of the first families in the provinces had diamond membership cards in the Sunny Sky Club. When old Zhang looked at Luo Tian's face, his face also showed a look of doubt. Of the people from the 4 major families in Longjing, old Zhang naturally knew them. Luo Tian was definitely not from the 4 major families in Kyoto, and the first families in the provinces did not see Luo Tian. Hello, my humble name is Zhang Daoyuan, and I'm the elder of the Zhang family in Longjing. Zhang Daoyuan also introduced himself and wanted to know Luo Tian's background. Generally, when people meet and introduce themselves, they want to know where the other person is from. This is also the etiquette jargon of China. Hello, old Zhang, I'm Luo Tian from Jiangling. When Zhang Daoyuan heard Luo Tian's words, he didn't believe Luo Tian's last sentence at all. Are you from Jiangling? What a joke, people from Jiangling are not qualified to get a diamond card. However, when Mr. Zhang heard the name Luo Tian, he was also stunned. This name seemed familiar. Luo Tian, the Tian branch of the Luo family. Zhang Daoyuan said in a low voice, and suddenly panic appeared in his eyes. I didn't know that young Master Luo was here. I will leave immediately and will not disturb young Master Luo for his meal. Zhang Daoyuan said while running, as if he would die if he was slower. Luo Tian was also confused when he saw Zhang Daoyuan running out. What young Master Luo? Liu Yang was also stunned. This time the shock was huge, 100 times greater than the shock Luo Tian had given him before. Who was Zhang Daoyuan? He is the elder of the Zhang family. Even if Liu Yang is killed, the Liu family will not say a word. Now Zhang Daoyuan heard Luo Tian's name and ran away in shame. Everyone, eat and drink. After eating, let's go to the Sunny Sky Club to have fun. Luo Tian didn't think too much and directly invited everyone to eat. No one knew who Zhang Daoyuan was, and they were not curious. After all, they were not qualified to know the 4 major families in Kyoto. While Luo Tian was eating, Zhang Daoyuan had already rushed out of the Sunny Sky Club. Beads of sweat fell to the ground on his face, and his back was already soaked with sweat. The young master of the Luo family has inherited the family, and his name is still the Lord of the Heavenly Vein. It seems that China is about to change. Seeing that Luo Tian was so rich, Zhang Daoyuan naturally thought that Luo Tian had inherited the family. The reason why Zhang Daoyuan was so shocked was Luo Tian's name. This name was very shocking. It was named after Luo Tian's top Tianmai. What a great fortune. Zhang Daoyuan wanted to go back to the family immediately and tell them to be careful recently. If they provoke Luo Tian, the whole Zhang family will be wiped out. Even if they are as powerful as the Qian family, what about the first family in Longjing? They disappeared without a trace overnight. In the eyes of the 4 major families, the Luo family is a giant dragon of the abyss. If they don't come out, they will stir up the wind and clouds. Thinking of this, Zhang Daocheng decided to go back immediately. He wanted to get a flight ticket to Longjing, and he had to go back immediately to inform the head of the family, Luo Tian. Everyone had finished their meal now, and followed the service staff to the 12th floor of the Sunny Sky Club. The 12th floor of the Sunny Sky Club was the highest level KTV, and only the Supreme Card could enter. Although there was only one Supreme Card, every Sunny Sky Club had a private room for the Supreme Card. As soon as everyone entered the room, they were deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. This was not a KTV at all. This was clearly a palace-like place, magnificent and splendid, with a screen in front as big as that of a movie theater. The sofas were inlaid with diamonds, and the toilet was made of fucking gold. Could it be that they had money but nowhere to spend it? Luo Tian sat on the sofa in the middle, and Sumo sat next to Luo Tian. Because Luo Tian had just drunk a lot of wine, this old wine had a strong after effect. Luo Tian was also half drunk, and directly hugged Sumo's waist. Sumo did not resist. From Luo Tian's appearance, it was clear that he was almost drunk. Resistance at this time would generally lead to bad results. Everyone sat on the sofa, and those who wanted to order songs went to the song ordering table together. Liu Yang ordered more than a dozen songs in one breath, all of which were love songs. It seemed that he was hurt badly by Luo Tian. Kiki also ordered 3 love confession songs. What was her intention? Don't drink so much next time, it's not good for your health. Sumo was still patting Luo Tian's back, and Luo Tian nodded. At this time the music sounded and Liu Yang began to sing. Asking for a collection? Asking for a fan card? Chapter 66. 9 Nether Emperor Sword. Liu Yang drank a lot of wine, which caused Liu Yang to be unable to stand steadily at this moment. But people are like this. Only when they are almost drunk can they sing with emotion. Can a song be sung from Liu Yang's mouth? Everyone seemed to hear Liu Yang's helplessness. Liu Yang continued to sing, and after the song ended, Liu Yang poured a bottle of beer into his mouth. Liu Yang walked towards Luo Tian with a bottle of beer and handed the beer in his hand to Luo Tian. Luo Tian took the beer in Liu Yang's hand, and Liu Yang used his beer to lift the beer bottle in Luo Tian's hand and then drank it all. Luo Tian was also unambiguous and drank the beer in one gulp. "Brother Tian, do you know, I envy you very much. I, Liu Yang, have never envied anyone in my life." Liu Yang burst into tears as he spoke, as if he had suffered a great injustice. "I, Liu Yang, have never admired anyone in my life. You are the first one I admire." Liu Yang gave Luo Tian a thumbs up as he spoke. Liu Yang took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and picked up 2 from Tianxia and handed them to Luo Tian. Luo Tian took the cigarette inside. This is the etiquette of handing out cigarettes. Take the inside and not the outside. Brothers must remember this. Luo Tian took out a lighter to help Liu Yang light the cigarette. Luo Tian was about to light his own cigarette when Sumo took the fire in Luo Tian's hand and lit it for Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled, but Sumo understood his heart better. "Ayang, I won't say anything good. Just help me deal with Lin Yun, and you will get all the benefits." Luo Tian took a puff of the cigarette, and smoke came out of his mouth as he spoke. Liu Yang nodded when he heard Luo Tian's words. Liu Yang was also very concerned about this matter. "Don't worry, Brother Tian. I have arranged everything for Lin Yun. We will continue with the second stage tomorrow." Luo Tian nodded when he heard Liu Yang's words. This Lin Yun was still very important. Luo Tian also wanted to go up and sing a song at this time. He liked the song Over the Top very much. Although Luo Tian was only 18 years old, his heart had already experienced things that others had not experienced, so listening to that kind of old song would feel more emotional. When everyone saw Luo Tian ordering songs, the few people who had ordered songs before also made way. Luo Tian ordered a song Over the Top with everyone giving way. Luo Tian thought of Liang Shishi in his mind at this time. He, Luo Tian, was always a nostalgic person. Liang Shishi brought Luo Tian many good memories, but in the end she couldn't resist the temptation of money. But how many Liang Shishis are there in reality? There are too many to count. Luo Tian didn't blame Liang Shishi. He understood it very well, but getting back together was impossible. For some things, you have to be prepared to regret it after making a decision. As Luo Tian sang with his emotional voice, everyone was amazed at how well the emotions were integrated, and they were unconsciously involved. After singing a song, Luo Tian felt a little tired. He didn't want to play anymore. "Momo, I'm tired. Let's go home." Luo Tian took Sumo's hand and left the box under the gaze of everyone. Sumo came out and hurried to support Luo Tian, fearing that Luo Tian would fall. The two walked into the elevator, and Luo Tian hugged Sumo over. Men will have many thoughts after being paralyzed by alcohol, so it is true that they will have sex after drinking. But when men drink too much, the function of that place will be very weak, so men drink less. Sumo did not resist, fearing that Luo Tian would accidentally fall. Just after walking out of the Sunny Sky Club, Luo Tian suddenly became nervous and had a premonition of danger. Luo Tian immediately shook off Sumo and punched behind him. Luo Tian's fist met the fist of a man in a black robe, and Luo Tian took a few steps back. Hey, Luo Tian, I finally found you." Shangchuan Shui was wearing a black robe and a mask with a strange human face on the mask. Luo Tian's punch just now also shocked Shangchuan Shui a little. A master at the peak of his qi training could actually compete with his punch. Luo Tian only took a few steps back. "Who are you?" Luo Tian's internal energy burst out all of a sudden, and the alcohol smell was completely evaporated. Shangchuan Shui was also stunned when he felt Luo Tian's true energy. Luo Tian's body was not only able to compete with him, even his true energy was not weaker than him. You should know that Shangchuan Shui is the pride of the Blood Clan. It is no pressure for him to kill several people of the same level alone. But Luo Tiankai Grandmaster can compete with him, which shocked Shangchuan Shui very much. However, seeing Luo Tian's evil talent, Shangchuan Shui smiled even more. Luo Tian treasured Shangchuan Shui from head to toe. Luo Tian's blood can be refined into his own cultivation. Luo Tian's body can be refined into a puppet, and even Luo Tian's bloodline can be transplanted to himself. "I'm the one who wants you to die," Shangchuan Shui said and stabbed Luo Tian with one claw. His 5 fingers turned into sharp, bloody hands. Luo Tian was also stunned when he saw the bloody hand. This was Luo Tian's first time dealing with aliens. Luo Tian didn't hesitate. He filled his fist with true energy and hit the bloody hand. The 2 hands collided with each other and made a rumbling sonic boom. Sumo was also shocked when she saw this scene. She had never seen a person's hand turn into a bloody hand in an instant. Is this still a human? This is a monster. You are very strong. You should be above the Grandmaster. Luo Tian covered his fist that was still dripping with blood, with a calm look on his face. The more times like this, the more you cannot panic. Otherwise, you will only be slaughtered. At this time, Luo Tian signed in immediately. He was going to use today's disc sign-in points to exchange for a sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining 10,000 sign-in points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for your great luck in obtaining the 9 Nether Emperor Sword, Shackles Edition. Luo Tian was overjoyed. He decided to change the name of his system. Don't call it the God-level sign-in system. Just change the name to the whatever you want system. System, I love you so much. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Chen Chen also smiled when he heard Luo Tian's words. He didn't want Luo Tian to die, so basically he gave Luo Tian whatever he wanted. He got a lot of benefits from Lin Yun last time. Chen Chen also laughed when he saw the small piece of the origin of heaven and earth in the system space. So much origin of heaven and earth should be enough for me to appear for 3 days. Just when Chen Chen was talking, Luo Tian had already exchanged the 9 Netherworld Emperor Sword from the system space. As soon as the 9 Netherworld Emperor Sword appeared, the sky and the earth were immediately covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. Shangchuan Shui looked at the sword in Luo Tian's hand and his face changed drastically. The sky and the earth changed color. Is this a holy weapon? Shangchuan Shui immediately grew a pair of wings. He wanted to escape from here immediately. Because the Sunny Day Club was in the suburbs, there were not many people around. Otherwise, with Shangchuan Shui's ferocious wings, tomorrow's news headlines would have, "Want to run? Stay!" Luo Tian held the 9 Nether Emperor Sword in his hand and directly performed the 9 Nether Sword technique. Luo Tian lightly tapped the sword, and a black light slashed towards Shangchuan Shui. Before Shangchuan Shui could dodge, he was hit by the black light. One of his wings was directly chopped off by the black light. Not only that, black flames were also emitting from Shangchuan Shui's broken wings, and they were burned to ashes in less than 10 seconds. Luo Tian was also shocked when he saw this scene. Looking at the 9 Nether Emperor Sword in his hand, no wonder it could be called the Nether Emperor Sword, and it even came with the 9 Nether Flames when it slashed people. Luo Tian, the next time I come, I will take your life. Shangchuan Shui bit his finger directly and drew a strange pattern on the ground. Shangchuan Shui slapped it with his palm, and the strange pattern emitted bloodlight. Shangchuan Shui gradually disappeared in the bloodlight. Chapter 67 Ghost Dao Sect. Luo Tian just slashed out the second sword when Shangchuan Shui spoke, but Shangchuan Shui completed all the operations in 1 second. Luo Tian shook his head, and seeing Shangchuan Shui's wings, he knew that Shangchuan Shui was a member of the Blood Clan. It was a pity that Shangchuan Shui was let go. Luo Tian had a hunch that if Shangchuan Shui was not eliminated one day, it would be endless trouble for Luo Tian. Luo Tian carried Sumo, who had already fainted from fear, and walked towards the Rolls-Royce. On the other side, Shangchuan Shui dragged his bloody body through the jungle. There were still some black flames on Shangchuan Shui's body, looking very embarrassed. Damn, what kind of ghost fire is this? It's burning my meridians. Shangchuan Shui's face was pale, and his hideous face was very terrifying. At this time, a man in black appeared in front of Shangchuan Shui. Who is it? Shangchuan Shui's face changed drastically. He could find his position so accurately. He must be at least 2 realms higher than himself. In other words, the man in black in front of him was at least in the Jindan stage. A member of the Blood Clan? It seems that the Blood Clan is really brave. The man in black stroked his chin and thought for a while. In Shangchuan Shui's view, this man in black was an endless black hole, swallowing up the spiritual power around Shangchuan Shui bit by bit. Are you from the Luo family? Shangchuan Shui felt something was not good, and ran away in an instant. You want to leave after touching the future head of the Luo family? What do you think of my Luo family? The man in black laughed loudly, and the surrounding trees were broken by his words. Shangchuan felt a chill on his back. He turned around and saw an invisible big hand holding him. True energy takes shape, a Yuanying powerhouse. Deep despair appeared in Shangchuan Shui's eyes. He could still use secret techniques to escape in the Jindan stage, but for Strongman Man, no matter how powerful he was in the Qi training stage, he could not escape. Just when the black-clothed man was about to grab Shangchuan Shui with his big hand, a black hole appeared above Shangchuan Shui's head. The black hole directly sucked Shangchuan Shui in and disappeared. It's that group of trash again. They dare to come to China? The black-clothed man frowned. It would be bad if that group of trash also targeted Luo Tian. Shangchuan Shui felt his eyes go dark, and he came to the dark palace in an instant. There was a throne in the hall, and a black-robed man was sitting on the seat. Who are you? Why did you save me? Shangchuan Shui did not let down his guard because he was saved. Don't be so nervous. You are the enemy of the Luo family, and I am also the enemy of the Luo family. The so-called enemy of my enemy is my friend. The black-robed man on the throne laughed and looked very kind. Are you the enemy of the Luo family? Shangchuan Shui was also stunned when he heard the words of the man in black robe. Yes, do you want to kill Luo Tian? Shang Shui said to the man in black robe without hesitation when he heard the words of the man in black robe. Yes, can you help me kill Luo Tian? I can't kill him directly, but you can kill him. The man in black robe shook his head. With his cultivation level, he would be discovered by the Luo family as soon as he arrived in China. He was even said to have gone to Jiangling to kill Luo Tian. This time, in order to save Shang Shui, he spent nearly 100 years of his cultivation level. Me? How can I kill him? Shang Shui was also stunned when he heard the words of the man in black robe. He still didn't understand what the man in black meant. As long as you pass the assessment and become the holy son of our Ghost Dao sect, as long as you become the holy son, you will have resources that are not inferior to Luo Tian. Shang Shui was also shocked when he heard the man in black talking about the Ghost Dao sect. The Ghost Dao sect was originally the strongest Tianji Dao sect among the Taoist sects. In the end, the Tianji Dao sect betrayed the Taoist sect and claimed to be the Ghost Dao sect. Later, they created a series of ghost arts, but these ghost arts were all harmful to the heaven and earth. It was from that moment that the Ghost Dao sect became a cult. The Luo family drove the Ghost Dao sect out of China 1,000 years ago. It is rumored that the leader of the Ghost Dao sect possesses the art of immortality. Senior, my name is Mo Shui. How can I become the holy son of the Ghost Dao sect? Shang Shui's ancestors have always been the surname Mo, but they changed the name of the island country after they moved to the island country. However, the entire Shangchuan family hates the island country. They don't like the island country. If you want to become the holy son of our Ghost Dao sect, you only need to pass 3 tests. The first level, blood pool refining body. The second level, ghost killing god. The third level, kill me. Moshe couldn't help but stare at the words of the man in black. What does this man in black mean? The last level is to kill him. I'm afraid this person has gone crazy. Don't worry, this is just my soul and my cultivation is probably at the golden core stage. Moshe was secretly surprised. This black-robed man has a soul at the golden core stage, so how strong should his real body be? Moshe secretly sighed at the foundation of the Ghost Dao sect. However, Moshe was more curious about the Luo family. Even a powerful sect like the Ghost Dao sect did not dare to set foot in China. How strong is the Luo family? Moshe gradually suspected that the Luo family was definitely more than what it seemed. Senior, please let me take the test. As soon as Moshe finished speaking, a huge blood pool appeared in front of Moshe. There were some dry bones looming in the blood pool, which were particularly obvious in the red blood. Moshe did not hesitate, took off all his clothes and jumped into the blood pool. In an instant, Moshe felt piercing pain all over his body. Lines of red blood bit Moshe like long, red dragons. As a member of the Blood Clan, Moshe directly activated the Blood Clan's secret method, and lines of red blood melted into Moshe's body. Moshe's whole body was dyed red, and the wings on his back that were cut off by the 9 Nether Emperor sword also grew back. However, the newly grown wings were very different from the previous ones. The new wings were all blood red and emitted a strange red light. Good stuff! I actually broke through the foundation. Moshe felt the power in his body and felt it was incredible. It was much faster than practicing. Boy, this blood pool contains the essence and blood of 999 women. Don't you feel guilty? Moshe laughed when he heard the words of the black-robed man. It is their blessing to be able to make me successful. Why should I feel guilty? The black-robed man nodded and laughed when he heard what Moshe said. Good, this is what it means to become the holy son of my Ghost Dao sect. My Ghost Dao sect does not accept kind people. On the other side, in Longtang No. 1 Villa, Luo Tian put Sumo on the bed. At this time, Sumo slowly opened his eyes and saw Luo Tian and hugged him in an instant. Xiao Qian, I thought I would never see you again. Sumo burst into tears. The scene of Mo Shui just now scared Sumo fainted. Ding, it is recommended that the host erase Sumo's previous memory. The system's prompt sounded, and Luo Tian also felt that that memory should be erased. These were not good things for Sumo. The more he knew, the more worried he was. System, how do I erase Sumo's memory? Since the system has given a prompt, there must be a way to erase this memory. Ding, it takes 5,000 sign-in points to erase Sumo's memory. Would the host like to erase it? Luo Tian's face was filled with black lines when he heard the system's words. Although the system always gives whatever it wants, this system still cannot change its cheating nature. It only charges 5,000 sign-in points to erase a memory. Luo Tian shook his head helplessly and could only pay 5,000 sign-in points with tears in his eyes. Chapter 68, Passive Demonization. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, the system immediately issued a prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 5,000 sign-in points to erase part of Sumo's memory. Ding! Erasure successful. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Luo Tian saw Sumo's promise. His hand suddenly loosened and he fell on the bed. After a while, Sumo opened his eyes again. Luo Tian, where are we? Luo Tian was amazed at the power of the system when he listened to Sumo's words. It erased a person's memory in such a short time. I drank too much just now and you sent me back, but you fell asleep. Luo Tian also hurriedly argued. After all, these 5,000 sign-in points cannot be wasted. If he can't go there and still be a shit host, he might as well go there and do nothing. Sumo nodded when she heard Luo Tian's words. Her memory did stay at the moment of sending Luo Tian back. She couldn't remember what happened afterwards, as if it had never happened. I always feel like I forgot something. Sumo still patted her head. She always felt like she forgot something. Sumo didn't drink much, so her mind should be very clear. As for why she couldn't think of it, Sumo didn't know. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sumo immediately blocked Sumo's mouth. "Woo, you bad guy." Sumo finally broke free from Luo Tian's mouth and beat Luo Tian's chest with her little hands. Luo Tian didn't resist. "Do you remember now?" Luo Tian smiled slightly at any expression of abnormality on his face. What a joke. The system has not made a mistake so far. Luo Tian has absolute trust in the system. If the system wants to harm him, it's just a thought. Why go to so much trouble to deal with an ordinary person like him? Sumo blushed when she heard Luo Tian's words and simply stopped thinking about it. Sumo got up in a hurry. She didn't want to stay here any longer. If Luo Tian's beastly nature suddenly exploded, how could Sumo escape? Luo Tian watched Sumo hurriedly go out and didn't stop her. Luo Tian felt that his cultivation was too weak now. Any random blood clan member was practicing qi, and Luo Tian was still a grandmaster. He was simply too weak. Luo Tian suddenly thought of the lucky draw wheel opened by the system. System, open the lucky draw wheel. As soon as Luo Tian's voice fell, the system's lucky draw wheel appeared in Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian was stunned when he saw the sign-in point that was rotated once. System, are you cheating me? It costs 5,000 points to draw once? Luo Tian only got 10,000 sign-in points by signing in today. He just spent 5,000 to erase Sumo's memory. Now Luo Tian only has 7,000 sign-in points. He can get all of them with one draw. This system is fair and honest. The things you draw are definitely good things. The electronic synthesized voice of the system sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian's face was full of black lines when he heard this electronic synthesized voice. Although the system usually gives what is needed, this sign-in point seems to be stuck and will not give him more at all, which makes Luo Tian very headache. But Luo Tian has no choice. He can only draw once and try his luck. Luo Tian's eyes are also on the golden grids on the turntable. Luo Tian silently said in his heart, "Taishang Laojun, hurry up and give me a golden legend. System, give me one shot." As Luo Tian finished speaking, the huge turntable slowly turned. Luo Tian's heart was pounding, and his eyes were fixed on the rotating turntable. As time passed, the turntable slowly stopped. Luo Tian watched the pointer slowly stop on a question mark. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a lucky gift package. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. What's going on? Lucky gift package? What the hell is this? Luo Tian immediately opened the system backpack and found a question mark gift package lying inside. Luo Tian clicked on the introduction of this question mark gift package and was immediately excited. Lucky gift package. You must get 10 body tempering pills and get a random god-level item. Isn't this 10,000 times better than the golden legend? Luo Tian excitedly clicked on this lucky gift package and continued to pray for the artifact in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the lucky gift package and getting 10 body tempering pills. Congratulations to the host for his luck burst and getting the god-level passive, Demon Possession. Luo Tian was also stunned when he heard the system's words. What the hell is this Demon Possession? Luo Tian first introduced the Demon Possession, and a chrysanthemum-like smile instantly bloomed on his face. Passive Demon Possession. When the host activates Demon Possession, the host's combat power can be increased by 3 times. The more the host is injured, the more powerful the Demon Possession will be, up to a maximum of 300 times. Isn't this a passive skill that always increases the combat power by 3 times? Ding! Reminding the host that after the Demon Possession, the mind will be transformed into a demon. Luo Tian understood the disadvantages of the Demon Possession after listening to the system's explanation. Once possessed, it is very likely that the host will not be able to distinguish between friend and foe, and it is easy to accidentally injure Luo Tian. Temporarily turn off this passive skill and turn it on again when necessary. This is an unexpected god-level passive skill, and Luo Tian will naturally make good use of it. Luo Tian set his sights on the body tempering pill again, and was curious about the blue pill. This was also the first time Luo Tian saw this kind of pill that only appeared in novels. Luo Tian took out a body tempering pill from the system backpack and swallowed it directly. The body tempering pill turned into liquid the moment it entered Luo Tian's mouth. As the liquid, it penetrated deep into the throat and turned into gas flowing to Luo Tian's limbs and bones. Luo Tian only felt warm and comfortable. He saw black mucus coming out of Luo Tian's body, more and more, until Luo Tian's whole body was covered with this black mucus. Luo Tian slowly opened his eyes, feeling the incomparable ethereal body, and stretched his arms. There was a crackling sound of bones colliding. Luo Tian smelled the foul smell on his body and found that his body was covered with black mucus. Luo Tian immediately walked into the bathroom, soaking in a hot bath and thinking about future plans. It seems that I have to practice this 9-nether sword technique well. As for the 9-nether emperor sword, it is better not to take it out. Luo Tian knew very well that it was a crime to possess a treasure even if you were innocent. Sacred artifacts like the 9-nether emperor sword should be taken out at the critical moment. Luo Tian was still lacking a better sword at the moment. The sword from Blue Star was far from enough to withstand Luo Tian's true energy. Luo Tian began to have a headache again at this moment. This thing could only be purchased in the system. Luo Tian suddenly thought of the black market. He hadn't seen the black market refresh for a long time. Luo Tian also clicked on the black market, and as soon as he entered, he was attracted by a sword in the black market. Black Scale Sword. Made of scales from the Black Dragon, it can carry the true energy of the nascent soul level. Price, 500 sign-in points. Luo Tian looked at the sword with his eyes shining. After seeing the price, he bought it without hesitation. Luo Tian stood up and wiped off the water stains on his body and found that he had grown 5 centimeters taller. Originally, Luo Tian was only 1.8 meters tall, but now Luo Tian estimated that he was about 1.85 meters tall. Luo Tian secretly sighed at the powerful effect of this body tempering pill. If he could mass-produce this body tempering pill, wouldn't he become the richest man in the world? Chapter 69. Ding! Please don't think too much. The host, there is no other body tempering pill produced by the system in this world. Luo Tian was still imagining the mass production of the body tempering pill in his mind, and the system immediately poured a basin of cold water on him. Luo Tian also shook his head. That's right, the things in the system are basically the best in the world. If you want to mass produce, you can only imagine it. Luo Tian lay on the bed, looking at the time, and found that it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Luo Tian turned off his mobile phone and went to sleep. The next morning, Luo Tian opened his eyes. This time, Luo Tian did not forget to sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 sign-in points and all the shares of IC Private Hospital. Luo Tian's eyes were also staring at the boss. This time, the reward was really good. IC Private Hospital is the best private hospital in the country, distributed in various medium and large cities. The doctors in the hospital are basically at the professor level, and their salaries are also the highest in the country. With the increase in doctors' salaries, the cost of treating diseases will naturally be very high, so IC Private Hospital is only opened in various medium and large cities. Luo Tian washed up and went downstairs, picked up the fried dough sticks on the table, and started to eat. Luo Tian loves fried dough sticks very much, and he basically doesn't eat other breakfasts because when Luo Tian had no money before, he would have a bowl of porridge and 2 fried dough sticks every morning, which cost 3 yuan in the morning, which was also very cost-effective. Today is the second stage of suppressing Lin Yun, and Luo Tian is ready to do it himself. In Luo Tian's eyes, Lin Yun is a big piece of fat meat, and Luo Tian naturally has to ensure that everything is foolproof. Luo Tian called Liu Yang, and Liu Yang answered the phone in seconds. He didn't get up at all because of drinking yesterday. Yang, I will personally participate in tonight's plan. We will meet at 7 o'clock in the evening. Liu Yang agreed immediately after hearing Luo Tian's words. This was also the best opportunity for Liu Yang to show his ability in front of Luo Tian. Liu Yang was still thinking about how to leave a good impression in Luo Tian's heart. This opportunity fell directly on Liu Yang's head. Liu Yang was naturally happy to agree. Luo Tian had just hung up the phone when the phone rang again. Luo Tian saw that it was Awakens who called. Tian was a little confused. Awakens usually didn't call her. This time it must be urgent. Luo Tian answered the phone, and Awakens' voice came immediately. Luo Tian, I'm being blackmailed. They won't let me leave now. Awakens' voice was crying, and her tone was very anxious. What happened? Luo Tian was also stunned. Blackmail? What's going on? I was just about to go to school, and I saw an old lady fall down, so I went to help her, but I didn't expect them to be a fraud gang. Luo Tian was also shocked when he heard Awakens' words. Usually, Luo Tian also likes to watch short videos, and he often sees some jokes about helping old ladies. There is also a very popular saying on the internet. A net worth of tens of millions is not enough to help an old lady twice. It is also because most of the elderly nowadays are scammers, so no one dares to help the elderly who fall on the roadside. This is also a vicious circle. There are fewer and fewer good people in this world. Where are you? I'll find you now. Yo Kexen hurriedly sent the location information to Luo Tian, and Luo Tian immediately drove out in a Ferrari 488. Luo Tian did not want to drive a Ferrari J50. He didn't like the feeling of bombing the street. In Luo Tian's view, a Ferrari 488 is already low-key enough. The Ferrari 488 roared as Luo Tian started it. About an hour and a half, a group of people surrounded Yue Kexin at the gate of Jiangling University, pointing and talking. This girl is so pretty. I didn't expect her to be so bad. Yeah, she hit the old man and still quibbled. People's hearts are really getting worse and worse. It's true that beautiful people are the worst at heart. Yue Kexin listened to what everyone said, tears welling up in her eyes. She just wanted to help the old man. Why did things turn out like this? She saw the three people claiming to be the old man's family members still yelling at her. Little girl, if you hit someone you have to pay compensation. Look, my mother can't even walk. A bald man was supporting an old man with an evil smile on his face. How could this look like a mother saying don't hit someone? It was clearly a conspiracy. The other two people also smiled. With this order, they can be free and easy for a while. They are a professional fraud team. Because short videos are becoming more and more popular, basically no one will help the elderly who fell on the roadside. Therefore, Yue Kexin is the first person they have blackmailed in 2 months. How much do you want? Yue Kexin knew that these people were a blackmail gang. The bald man smiled when he heard Yue Kexin asking about the price. In his opinion, this blackmail has been half successful. Since you are a student, I won't ask for much, 200,000. Yue Kexin was also horrified when she heard the bald man's words. 200,000 at the first opening? So 200,000 is still a small amount in their eyes? Then Yue Kexin ignored them, and the bald man said to the big man next to him, "Come and have a look. This little girl broke my mother's leg and she doesn't want to apologize now." Then the scene at the beginning happened. Nowadays, people basically ignore faith. As long as they are led down by the rhythm, they will follow the rhythm. At this moment, a rumbling sound was heard. The people surrounding outside also made way for the Ferrari 488. Luo Tian got down from the Ferrari 488 in full view of the public. When Yue Kexin saw Luo Tian, she immediately threw herself into Luo Tian's arms. The suppressed tears finally couldn't be controlled and dripped down. Luo Tian looked at Yue Kexin's appearance and felt very uncomfortable. Such a kind girl was blackmailed today. The world has changed. Only kind people will be targeted by these lawless elements. You are the boyfriend of this girl, right? She hit my mother. Don't think about leaving today without 500,000 yuan. The bald man looked at Luo Tian getting off the Ferrari 488. His eyes instantly lit up. To have such a luxurious sports car, it seems that Luo Tian is very rich. The bald man's offer also rose from 200,000 to 500,000. You are so shameless. You just said 200,000. Why is it 500,000 now? Yue Kexin couldn't stand it, and immediately scolded the bald man. Hey, you little girl, when did I say 200,000? The bald man didn't care at all when he heard Yue Kexin scolding him. As long as he had money, he didn't care whether others scolded him or not. Yue Kexin was also angry when she saw the bald man's rogue expression. Luo Tian patted Yue Kexin on the back and motioned for him to come. Yue Kexin stopped talking. She believed that Luo Tian had the ability to solve it. What is this 500,000? Explain it to me. Luo Tian asked the bald man directly. Luo Tian's question confused the bald man. What's going on? Shouldn't this man scold him? However, the bald man was also very happy when he heard Luo Tian's words. It seems that there is a chance to get the 500,000 yuan. It is 500,000 yuan. If they divide it equally among the team, he will have more than 100,000 yuan. More than 100,000 yuan is enough for this bald man to live a carefree life for a few months? I owe 1 chapter and will make it up tomorrow? Chapter 70. 500,000 yuan for 1 leg? This little girl broke my mother's leg, so I want 500,000 yuan for medical expenses. It's not too much. Luo Tian was not as angry as he imagined when he heard the bald man's words. Luo Tian smiled and replied, 500,000 yuan, not too much. It's just 500,000 yuan for 1 leg, right? The bald man was also stunned when he heard Luo Tian's words. What did he mean? But he still nodded. Luo Tian smiled when he saw the bald man nod. Luo Tian flashed behind the bald man, and the bald man felt a chill on his back. Bang! Snap! Luo Tian kicked the bald man's legs with a sweeping kick, and the sound of broken bones came, which scared the old lady and the other 2 accomplices. When did this man get behind the bald man? And this is too exaggerated. A sweeping kick can break a strong man's legs. Luo Tian walked towards the 2 accomplices next to him, and the 2 accomplices immediately ran away when they saw Luo Tian coming. The old lady was even more agile, and she ran away in the blink of an eye without any sign of injury. The people around blushed when they saw this scene. It was a pity that they just scolded Yue Kexin. It turned out that this group of people was a fraud gang. Everyone also retreated one after another. They didn't have the face to stay here and make themselves uncomfortable. 1 leg is 500,000, and 2 legs are 1 million, right? Luo Tian said to the bald man who was lying on the ground and wailing, "No, no, no, brother, no, uncle, I won't dare to do it again." After hearing what Luo Tian said, the bald man no longer dared to ask for money and begged for mercy directly. If his 2 legs had not been broken, he would have jumped to leave here as soon as possible. He didn't want to see this devil-like man again. If he was kicked again, he would have a hard time recovering without going to the hospital for a few months. Luo Tian also pulled Yu Kexin away. He didn't want to see this disgusting thing again. People who make a living by defrauding others are really just lazy. They don't want to work and earn hard-earned money. They rely on this trick to cheat people every day, so there will naturally be retribution. As the saying goes, evildoers will be punished by evildoers. Xiao Tian, I'm sorry to trouble you this time. Yu Kexin was grateful to Luo Tian. When Yu Kexin encountered this kind of thing just now, her first feeling was to find Luo Tian. She seemed to have gotten used to being protected by Luo Tian. It's okay. Do you have any arrangements later? Luo Tian also waved his hand. Luo Tian didn't take this little thing to heart. I have to go to class later. After class, I will go to the hospital to see Granny Liu. Luo Tian was also stunned when he heard Yu Kexin's words. Yu Kexin went to the hospital to see Granny Liu? Grandma Liu has a heart disease and has to have a bypass surgery today. Yu Kexin also noticed Luo Tian's expression and explained naturally, "Can I audit classes in your school? I also want to attend university classes." Luo Tian thought that he didn't have anything to do, so he might as well feel the atmosphere of the university first. If nothing unexpected happens, Luo Tian should be 100% admitted to Qingling University. After the people from Qingling University finished the test, Luo Tian prepared to take on Mumu with him. Audit? Of course! Our school is very lenient about this. Yu Kexin was stunned when she heard that Luo Tian wanted to audit the class, but she responded immediately. Yu Kexin's little face turned red. In that case, Luo Tian would have to attend classes with her later? Luo Tian smiled when he heard Yu Kexin's words and pointed at the Ferrari 488. "Get in the car. We'll go together." Yu Kexin got in the car, and Luo Tian drove the car slowly into Jiangling University. The security guards did not stop him. This level of luxury car was not something that the security guards could stop. The university system was not very strict, which was a world of difference from high school. After Luo Tian got out of the car, he followed Yu Kexin to the building. Along the way, the male classmates looked at Yu Kexin, and they all showed lovelorn expressions. "Isn't this our school's campus belle Yo goddess? Who is the man behind him? Damn, shocking news. Campus belle Yo actually brought a man to school. Don't say, this man is really handsome." Yu Kexin listened to the whispers of Jiangling University students, and her face turned red with embarrassment. Yay! Kexin walked to the classroom, where many students were sitting. The teacher had already started the class. Because Yu Kexin was blackmailed just now, she wasted a lot of time and was naturally late. The teacher saw Yu Kexin coming and motioned for them to come in. The teacher was slightly stunned when he looked at Luo Tian, but then his face returned to normal. Yu Kexin pulled Luo Tian to sit in the last row, and the two sat together. Everyone in the classroom looked at Yu Kexin in disbelief. Normally, Yu Kexin would sit in the middle. Don't watch Yu Kexin's live broadcast, but Yu Kexin is a proper person. A perfect academic master, but this time he sat in the last row strangely, and most importantly, there was a boy next to him. Luo Tian looked at the strange looks of the crowd and didn't feel anything strange, while Yu Kexin was very unnatural and seemed a little restrained. The teacher continued to teach and didn't stop teaching because of the students' commotion. Luo Tian was almost bored and a little sleepy while listening to the math the teacher was talking about. This kind of question was just like what elementary school students heard, and there was no difficulty at all. The teacher also noticed Luo Tian's expression and pointed at Luo Tian. "Student, how do you do this question?" The teacher didn't know that Luo Tian was here to audit the class and thought that Luyan was a student of Jiangling University. It was normal. University teachers generally don't remember ordinary students. Luo Tian stood up when he saw the teacher asking him questions. Luo Tian took a look at the question the teacher was talking about, and the answer came to his mind. This is the skill of a god of learning. He can know how to solve this problem at a glance. It is more convenient than installing a computer in his mind. Luo Tian also answered it in one go. The teacher nodded when he heard Luo Tian's answer. Luo Tian's explanation was very thorough. The teacher felt that he couldn't explain it more thoroughly than Luo Tian. Which class is this student from? The teacher was also curious. It was impossible for him not to remember such a student. Teacher, I'm just here to audit the class. The teacher was also stunned when he heard Luo Tian's words. Luo Tian was just here to audit the class? The students around him also looked at Luo Tian. They were also very curious about Luo Tian. Which university is this student from? The teacher continued to ask as if he was very interested in Luo Tian. Teacher, I haven't taken the college entrance examination yet. I'm still in high school this year. Now it was the teacher's turn to be shocked. A high school student could explain college knowledge so thoroughly? The teacher's eyes were shining, and his expression changed when he saw Luo Tian. This is a good seedling. The other students opened their mouths wide, staring at Yuekexen. Their thoughts were not on Luo's problem-solving at all. The boy Yuekexen brought was actually from high school? The boys looked at Luo Tian with envy. A high school student got the campus bell of Zhongling University? This is simply like a little cow riding a wire, sparks and lightning all the way. The teacher was also preparing to ask some more questions to test Luo Tian. He wanted to know what Luo Tian's upper limit was. Chapter 71. Are you interested in Zhongling University? The teacher picked up the chalk and soon gave a question about advanced mathematics. Student, come up and write this question. Yuekexen frowned when she saw the question the teacher wrote on the blackboard. This question would not be easy even for her. The teacher said it was too difficult. Yuekexen looked at Luo Tian, who walked up to the podium with a worried look on her face. Luo Tian, on the other hand, was not nervous at all. Instead, he was smiling. Luo Tian looked at the question on the blackboard and shook his head. This level of question was too simple. Asking Luo Tian to do it was like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. Maybe this was not killing a chicken, but killing a small ant. Luo Tian walked up to the podium and picked up the chalk and started writing. The teacher looked at Lehen and raised his eyebrows. What's going on? Doesn't this person have to think about it? He just picked up the pen and wrote? Luo Tian wrote the answer to the question in less than a minute. Teacher, please give me some challenging questions. Don't give questions that elementary school students can do. Luo Tian put down his chalk and acted very bored. All top students are like this. Once they do a question, it must be a challenging question. Luo Tian was very bored with this question that was not stressful at all. The teacher looked at the answer written by Luo Tian, and his eyes changed again after hearing what Luo Tian said. It seems that they have found a math genius this time. Is the question he gave simple? Of course it's not easy. Even the top student Yuekexen would need at least half an hour to write it, while Luo Tian only took 1 minute to write it. This is the difference. The other students looked at Luo Tian with envy. The 3 students sitting in the second-to-last row crossed their legs and looked at Luo Tian with disdain. Tsk, isn't it just a question? What's the fuss? The students in the front naturally heard the voice from the back, but did not say anything. The 3 people in the back were notorious in Zhongling University. It would be a disaster to provoke them. Brother Yuan, can you tolerate this little brat who kidnapped Goddess Yue? A boy in a short-sleeved shirt said to the boy in the middle who was wearing a sportswear. Aliang, do you want a beating? The boy in the middle who was wearing a sportswear also slapped Aliang on the head. The boy in the sportswear was also unhappy when he saw Yuekexen pulling Luo Tian in. He had been chasing Yuekexen for 2 years, but Yuekexen didn't pay any attention to him. Today Yuekexen pulled a boy to the classroom. What does this mean? In his opinion, it was like slapping him in the face, and it was a slapping. The teacher also used the blackboard eraser to erase the question on the blackboard. The teacher thought for a while and wrote another question. Luo Tian looked at the question written by the teacher and put away his playful thoughts. This question was at least 10,000 times more difficult than the previous one, and it was simply across dozens of levels. The teacher also looked at Luo Tian with a smile. This question was a difficult problem he was still working on recently. His original intention was to suppress Luo Tian. Young people should not be conceited. A perfect piece of unpolished jade can only be carved into an exquisite jade after being hammered. If a perfect piece of unpolished jade is not hammered, then no matter how perfect it is just a piece of unpolished jade. Luo Tian picked up the chalk on the table and made a draft on the blackboard. His brain was running fast. The skill of learning is not just to give an answer, but to give Luo Tian a brain that can solve any problem, so the godlike skills are only worth 100,000 sign-in points. If Luo Tian doesn't use his brain, then learning godlike skills is useless. At the same time, Yuekexen wrote the question given by the teacher in the notebook and started writing. There were many students like Yuekexen, thinking about the question given by the teacher. Yuekexen frowned as she looked at the question. This question was too difficult. She had no clue after reading it for a few minutes. There were even some knowledge points for solving the problem that the teacher had not taught everyone. But Luo Tian had already written 2 pages of the blackboard densely. The teacher smiled when he looked at the draft at first, but as Luo Tian wrote, the teacher's eyes gradually brightened. Looking at Luo Tian's draft, he had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. It turns out that this question can be thought of in this way. My previous methods were all wrong. The teacher slapped his forehead and smiled. He finally figured out why he couldn't solve the problem. It turned out that his direction was wrong. He was looking at Luo Tian in shock. He gave this problem to the professor of Jiangling University yesterday. The professor hasn't figured out the answer to this problem yet, but Luo Tian solved it in just a few minutes. Luo Tian was concentrating on writing the problem. He had no idea what was happening around him. At this moment, he had entered a world of problem solving. The whole world only had this math problem. The teacher took out his mobile phone and called the professor of Jiangling University and waited for the call to be connected. Before the teacher could speak, the professor's voice came first. Xiaolin, I have some idea about your problem. I should be able to solve it in a few days. Professor Wang, that problem is about to be solved by a high school student. Professor Wang was stunned for a minute when he heard what Teacher Lin said, and then he replied, High school student? Where are you? I'll be there right away. After Teacher Lin told him the location, Professor Wang hung up the phone, left the office, and ran to the classroom. Luo Tian's hand holding the chalk stopped at this moment. He finally figured it out. Luo Tian took out his mobile phone and looked at the time. 10 minutes had passed. It seems that I still need to improve. This question actually took me 10 minutes. Teacher Lin almost shut himself up when he heard Luo Tian's words. What do you mean it actually took 10 minutes? You know, he spent a full half-month to solve this question, and he still had no clue. Even if Professor Wang from Jiangling University took a day to get a clue, you only took 10 minutes and you still think it's too slow? Teacher Lin felt that his 30 years of hard work in learning mathematics had been in vain. Yo Kexin's eyes sparkled as she looked at Luo Tian on the podium. Luo Tian was not only handsome, but also very rich and skilled. Now he could always crush the teacher in his studies. Yo Kexin found that Luo Tian was really the most perfect man she had ever seen. The more she came into contact with Luo Tian, the more Yo Kexin was attracted by his charm. At this time, Professor Wang also ran into the classroom. As soon as he came in, he saw 4 pages of blackboard full of writing. Professor Wang immediately watched Luo Tian's problem-solving process. The more he read, the more amazed he was, and the more frightened he was. It was not until he saw the last step that Professor Wang turned his attention to Luo Tian. Student, where are you studying now? Heard what Professor Wang said? He also replied, I'm still in the 2nd year of high school at Jiangling No. 1 Middle School. Although Teacher Lin and Professor Wang had said before that Luo Tian was still in high school, Professor Wang was even more shocked when he heard it from Luo Tian. A 2nd-year high school student's math level was actually better than him, a professor who graduated from Tsinghua University. Professor Wang said to Luo Tian, Student, are you interested in Jiangling University? I can recommend you to study right now. Chapter 72, God-Level Basketball Skills. Luo Tian shook his head when he heard what Professor Wang said. He didn't want to go to Jiangling University. Sorry, I want to go to Qingling University. Professor Wang couldn't help but sigh when he heard what Luo Tian said. With such a good math attainment, he naturally wouldn't study in a small Jiangling University. My classmate, my name is Wang Han. Let's exchange contact information so that I can discuss math problems with classmates in the future. Professor Wang was talking about exchanging math problems, indicating that he put Luo Tian and himself on the same level. Luo Tian naturally heard what Professor Wang said and nodded. Professor Wang, my name is Luo Tian. Just call me by my name. Luo Tian and Professor Wang exchanged contact information. Professor Wang took a photo of the blackboard and walked out. Luo Tian also returned to Yo Kexin's side. Yo Kexin looked at Luo Tian with stars in her eyes. Xiaoqian, you are amazing. Is there anything you don't know? Luo Tian smiled when he heard Yo Kexin's words and pretended to think seriously for a while. I don't think there is anything I can't do. I'm omnipotent. Yo Kexin saw Luo Tian's narcissistic expression and hit Luo Tian with her little fist. You narcissist! Just when Luo Tian and Yo Kexin were playing and fighting, the boy in sportswear, in the second-to-last row, was watching this scene. The boy in sportswear clenched his fists tightly, and the unrestrained anger in his eyes had nowhere to vent. Ding-ling-ling! The bell for the end of Get Out of Class rang at this time, and Luo Tian pulled Yo Kexin to leave. At this moment, the man in sportswear blocked Luo Tian's way. Luo Tian was puzzled when he looked at the man in sportswear with angry eyes. Luo Tian felt as if he had killed the parents of the man in sportswear in front of him. You are Luo Tian, right? I'm Yo Kexin's pursuer. Although I can't compare with you in academics, with your weak physique, can you really protect Yo Kexin? Luo Tian was also stunned when he heard the words of the man in sportswear in front of him. It turned out that he was the one pursuing Yo Kexin. No wonder he looked at him so strangely. Luo Tian, let's go! Ignore him. Yo Kexin wanted to pull Luo Tian away directly. She didn't want to get entangled with the man in sportswear. But at this moment, the man in sportswear seemed to be talking to the 2 people next to him casually. What a coward! You still need a woman to protect you at this time? Luo Tian ignored the words of the man in sportswear. This kind of rubbish provocation had no effect on Luo Tian at all. I don't know if Yu Kexin will become famous if I upload this matter to the school network tomorrow. The man in sportswear saw that Luo Tian ignored him and instantly thought of a new way. Luo Tian frowned when he heard the words of the man in sportswear. Although he could leave directly now, what about later? Yu Kexin was on the school network, and naturally the people of Jiangling University would know about it. At that time, let everyone point fingers at Yu Kexin? Then would he really be considered a man? Although he was not dating Yu Kexin, Luo Tian could not do such a thing because he had caused Yu Kexin to fall into public opinion. Yu Kexin looked at Luo Tian, who wanted to turn back and pulled Luo Tian's sleeve. Forget it, I'm fine. Yu Kexin shook her head with an incomprehensible look in her eyes. Yu Kexin naturally knew what would happen if she went on the school network. But Yu Kexin had seen Luo Tian sweep a strong man's legs and break them. If Luo Tian took action at this time and beat the man in sportswear and the police came, leaving a criminal record for Luo Tian, that would be a lifelong thing. Compared to getting herself caught up in public opinion, Yu Kexin felt that Luo Tian's life was more important. It's okay. Luo Tian took Yu Kexin's hand away and smiled at Yu Kexin. Luo Tian was not a fool, and he would naturally not do anything to hit people. Yu Kexin saw Luo Tian's eyes and did not continue to pull Luo Tian. What do you want? Luo Tian said to the man in sportswear with a cold look in his eyes. It's simple. Now it's a civilized society. We won't fight. Let's play basketball. The man in sportswear smiled at Luo Tian being tricked. He was a member of Jiangling City basketball team. Would it be a waste to beat Luo Tian? Xiaoqian, don't fight him. He is a member of Jiangling City basketball team. Yu Kexin frowned and looked disgusted when she heard the man in sportswear's request. Luo Tian was slightly stunned when he heard the man in sportswear's words. Playing basketball? It seemed that he had never touched it before. But who was Luo Tian? He was the owner of the system. Luo Tian immediately opened the system mall. Luo Tian was dazzled by the products in the mall, but this was not the time to look at the products. Luo Tian searched for basketball directly, and soon all kinds of basketball skills appeared. Basic basketball skills, 100 check-in points. Intermediate basketball skills, 500 check-in points. Advanced basketball skills, 1,000 check-in points. God-level basketball skills, 3,000 check-in points. Luo Tian was overjoyed after looking at the basketball skills. Why are these basketball skills so cheap? This is not the usual style of the system, but this is not the time to worry about this. Luo Tian directly purchased the God-level basketball skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 3,000 sign-in points to purchase God-level basketball skills. God-level basketball skills loading. Ding! God-level basketball skills loading completed. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Luo Tian felt that all kinds of basketball knowledge appeared in his mind, whether it was the most basic dribbling or the most complicated skills. Luo Tian seemed to have played basketball for decades. Okay, let's compete in basketball. If you lose, stay away from Yu Kexin in the future. Luo Tian was also full of confidence at this time. He could see that Yu Kexin hated the person in front of him very much. It was just the right time to put forward conditions. Okay, but since you have put forward conditions, I will also put forward a condition. The man in sportswear nodded when he heard Luo Tian's words. I said, Ma Yuan, are you bullying too much? A person from the city team has to put forward conditions to beat ordinary people? Yu Kexin looked at Ma Yuan in front of him angrily. This Ma Yuan was really shameless. Okay, I agree. Xiaoqian, you? Before Yu Kexin could speak, Luo Tian gave Yu Kexin a reassuring look. Yu Kexin looked at Luo Tian and didn't say anything. She believed that Luo Tian brought her surprises again and again, whether it was buying a car or doing math problems just now. In Yu Kexin's heart, Luo Tian was a miracle maker, and she was willing to believe in Luo Tian unconditionally. Okay, you are really a man. My condition is that if you lose, you leave Yu Kexin. Ma Yuan saw Luo Tian agreed and gave Luo Tian a thumbs up. But Ma Yuan had already laughed in his heart. He thought Luo Tian was a fool who agreed to his conditions just to show off. Luo Tian nodded when he heard Ma Yuan's words. Will Luo Tian lose? That doesn't exist. Gather at the stadium in half an hour. I want to show the whole Jiangling University how powerful Yu Kexin's boyfriend is. Ma Yuan said and left the classroom with his two younger brothers. Ma Yuan wanted to quickly inform everyone about this matter. In his opinion, he was sure to win. As long as Luo Tian lost to him, Ma Yuan, in front of everyone, then Luo Tian would naturally not be able to raise his head in Jiangling University. Chapter 7's past. Luo Tian was not in a hurry at this moment. He sat in the first row of the classroom. Yu Kexin did not leave either, but sat next to Luo Tian. Are you sure? Yu Kexin still had a worried look on her face. Although she believed in Luo Tian very much, this was basketball, which Ma Yuan was good at. Even if Luo Tian was usually very good at basketball, Ma Yuan was on the city team. I won't fight a battle that I'm not sure of. Don't worry. Luo Tian touched Yue Kexin's hair. In Luo Tian's eyes, Yue Kexin was just like a younger sister. Yue Kexin was touched on the head by Luo Tian, and her face immediately turned red. Xiaoqian, do you have a girlfriend? Yue Kexin finally plucked up the courage to ask Luo Tian this question. She had never had the guts to ask it before. Yes, she's also a cute girl like you. Luo Tian nodded. In his heart, Mumu was very cute, and she understood him. When Yue Kexin heard Luo Tian's words, her expectant eyes dimmed instantly. But Yue Kexin naturally did not give up, and continued to ask Luo Tian, do you like her? Luo Tian was also stunned when he heard Yue Kexin's words, and then he remembered every little thing about him and Yue Kexin, from meeting each other when they were young, to meeting each other for the first time when they grew up, to having dinner at Chenhua Hotel and recognizing each other, and finally, on Muma's words. I like you for a long time. It's not like I love her, Luo Tian thought for a long time and finally gave an accurate answer. Luo Tian wanted to give An Mumu a perfect wedding, and he also made an agreement with Dao Cheng. When Yue Kexin heard Luo Tian's words, her dim eyes dimmed. She had never been in love in her life. When she was a child, her parents were strict, so they left her in Jiangling after her sophomore year, and they haven't seen each other for several years. However, Yue Kexin's parents would transfer hundreds of thousands of yuan to Yue Kexin's account every year. Yue Kexin didn't use a penny of the money her parents gave her. She didn't understand her parents. Why didn't they contact her? Yue Kexin's neighbor was Granny Lu, who was still in the hospital. Granny Lu knew about Yue Kexin, so she had been taking care of Yue Kexin all along, and treated Yue Kexin as her own granddaughter. But after Granny Lu was admitted to the hospital because of a heart attack, Yue Kexin collapsed. Because Granny Lu had no children, the cost of Granny Lu's hospitalization was still paid by Yue Kexin. The several thousand yuan that day overwhelmed Yue Kexin. I couldn't breathe, but Yue Kexin had never thought of using the money her parents gave her. She hated her parents, who left her in Jiangling without saying a word. This was very cruel to a high school girl. Yue Kexin tried every possible way to finally collect enough money for Granny Lu's hospitalization fee for 1 month. But tomorrow was the day for the heart bypass surgery, and the cost was 800,000 yuan. If Luo Tian hadn't appeared, Yue Kexin really didn't know what to do. Luo Tian entered Yue Kexin's world like a ray of light, illuminating Yue Kexin. Yue Kexin had naturally received many love letters and confessions, but those people were attracted by Yue Kexin's appearance. Yue Kexin didn't like that kind of boy until she met Luo Tian, but today she finally plucked up the courage to ask, but she didn't expect the result to be so unsatisfactory. This was really the biggest joke God played on Yue Kexin. Yue Kexin thought about it and gradually sobbed, tears streaming down unconsciously. Why was the world so unfair to her? Why did others still enjoy the love of their parents in high school, but she could only live alone? Why did she finally meet a man who moved her heart, but the result was like this? Luo Tian looked at Yue Kexin, who was sobbing, and patted her back. Kexin, I have always regarded you as my sister. I have been an orphan since I was a child, and I have always been looking forward to having a sister. Yue Kexin was also stunned when she heard Luo Tian's words. Why, you don't believe I am an orphan? Then Luo Tian told Yue Kexin about his own affairs. As for why he suddenly became rich, Luo Tian naturally passed it over. He would not be stupid enough to tell the system. Yue Kexin listened to Luo Tian's experience, and the tears in her eyes gradually disappeared. Luo Tian, a teenager, began to live alone and had no parents to give him money. He had to work 3 jobs to support himself. In front of Luo Tian, wasn't he happy? Maybe his parents couldn't tell him something? Yue Kexin was a little relieved at once, and he was no longer full of hatred for his parents. Which parent would not accompany his children? There must be something unspeakable about the parents. Looking back, there are a lot of people who are not as good as himself. Why should he be sad? Okay, I get it. Yue Kexin wiped her tears, but she was still a little sad to hear that Luo Tian had someone he loved. However, Yue Kexin thought it was normal. A perfect man like Luo Tian would naturally have many people who liked him. Seeing Yue Kexin getting better, Luo Tian smiled and said, "Let's go to the stadium and get rid of that annoying guy." Luo Tian stood up and pulled Yue Kexin out of the classroom and walked towards the stadium. The two of them walked towards the stadium as they did in the past. People around them looked at them from time to time, but everyone's eyes were full of surprise. The men looked at Luo Tian as if he was a fool. Luo Tian felt a little strange when he looked at the eyes of the men around him. It was not until Luo Tian walked into the stadium that he knew why these people looked at him so strangely. There was a banner hanging on the huge stadium that read, "Battle for Love," and below it was written the bet between Luo Tian and Ma Yuan. Luo Tian was speechless. This Ma Yuan was really talented. He could do such a thing. The male compatriots naturally saw the bet, so they looked at Luo Tian with strange eyes. In their opinion, an ordinary person playing basketball against a city basketball team? Isn't this just an egg hitting a stone? Ma Yuan saw Luo Tian coming with Kexin at a glance. Looking at Kexin and Luo Tian talking and laughing, Ma Yuan clenched his fists and said, "Laugh. Laugh now. You won't be able to laugh later." Ma Yuan's expression was a little ferocious. He had already imagined himself and Kexin being together. If Luo Tian knew Ma Yuan's idea, he would also want to kick Ma Yuan awake. Even if Luo Tian lost, the bet was just that Luo Tian left Kexin, and it didn't say that Kexin would be with this idiot. Luo Tian looked up and saw that there were quite a few spectators on the stage, probably a few hundred people. The stadium of Jiangling University is very large, and the auditorium can easily accommodate 1,000 people. It seems that Ma Yuan spent some effort to gather so many people in half an hour. The girls' eyes were full of stars when they saw Luo Tian walk in. It was true that Luo Tian was too handsome. A group of girls naturally knew Luo Tian's name. Ma Yuan revealed it when he pulled people in. "Come on, Luo Tian! You're the best! Handsome Luo, I want to give birth to a baby for you." Luo Tian shook his head when he heard the girls' screams. Do girls look at appearance so much now? Ma Yuan's face was filled with black lines when he heard what the girls on the stage said. Ma Yuan actually looked pretty good, with a height of 1.9 meters and a muscular body, which made him look very safe. Unfortunately, all external factors were useless in front of Luo Tian. Chapter 74, 3-point line dunk? Thanks for the tip, brothers. Luo Tian walked towards Ma Yuan, and Ma Yuan also walked towards Luo Tian. "How do we play? 3v3. Do you want me to find 2 stronger teammates for you? I'm afraid you'll be beaten and cry." Ma Yuan laughed while speaking, with a look of disdain on his face. Luo Tian also shook his head when he heard what Ma Yuan said. He had to call for help to beat Ma Yuan? "I'll beat the 3 of you alone. I'm afraid that others will say I'm bullying you." Ma Yuan's veins popped up when he heard Luo Tian's words. This Luo Tian is too good at pretending. This is the first time that Ma Yuan has been told that he beat 3 alone. No one has said this to him since he joined the city team. Ma Yuan did not respond to Luo Tian and walked towards the basketball court with his 2 brothers. It's useless to argue with Luo Tian now. Only in the hands can we see the truth. Luo Tian also took off his coat, leaving only a shirt. Luo Tian rolled up his sleeves and followed him. Everyone looked at Luo Tian's clothes and leather shoes and fell into deep thought. Wear a shirt and leather shoes to play basketball? Have you seen this scene somewhere before? Why do everyone feel it is so familiar? Ma Yuan directly threw the basketball to Luo Tian. Luo Tian was alone. It would be unreasonable for Ma Yuan to take the lead. Luo Tian caught the ball with one hand. The moment he received the ball, various basketball skills emerged in his mind. The next moment, Luo Tian moved. Luo Tian's speed was very fast. Ma Yuan was also stunned when he saw Luo Tian disappear almost instantly. Is this a human? Are you sure he is not a Superman? Ma Yuan did not relax and winked at the other 2 people. Although the other 2 were not city-level basketball players, they were also the top players of Jiangling University, so they could naturally understand Ma Yuan's eyes. The 3 of them stood in a triangle, with Ma Yuan blocking the front. Luo Tian came to Ma Yuan in an instant, and Ma Yuan also caught Luo Tian's figure. After all, Luo Tian was patting the basketball in his hand. If there was no basketball, Ma Yuan would not be able to catch Luo Tian. Luo Tian was also a master-level figure. If an ordinary person could catch him, then the master was too weak. Luo Tian made a move to shoot. Ma Yuan jumped up and wanted to pat the basketball in Luo Tian's hand, but Luo Tian turned around and avoided Ma Yuan's interception. These were all calculated by Luo Tian. This is a common scam in basketball. Ma Yuan knew that Luo Tian had deceived him the moment Luo Tian turned around. Ma Yuan now only wants to say one sentence. Young people don't have martial ethics. The 2 people behind saw Luo Tian turn around and immediately closed in the middle to form a simple human shield. Luo Tian looked at the human shield formed by the 2 people in front of him and smiled. Luo Tian threw the ball directly behind the 2 people, and the 2 people were stunned. What did Luo Tian want to do? Instead of shooting up, he threw the ball down? Did Luo Tian give up because he saw 2 people blocking him and gave up directly? While the 2 were still in a daze, Luo Tian bypassed the 2 and caught the ball before it landed. Luo Tian jumped up and hit the basket directly. Bump! Snap! Only 2 sounds came, and Ma Yuan saw the scene in front of him stiffly. Luo Tian could actually dunk with 2 people? This is unscientific. Luo Tian is 1.85 meters tall. Although he is not short, it is still a bit difficult to dunk. After all, a person can't jump very high. Even if he is a professional basketball player, he needs to practice jumping ability to dunk. Ma Yuan knows that Luo Tian's results must be very good. Is this person a genius? Can he practice basketball while studying? At this time, the silent audience also burst into strong cheers. Kexin looked at Luo Tian who had landed, and the light in her eyes continued to flicker. She decided that even if Luo Tian had a girlfriend, she would still fight for her girlfriend. He was not married, so what if he was married? Can't divorce? Kexin had a hunch that as long as she missed Luo Tian this time, she would miss the whole world. Luo Tian landed and looked at Ma Yuan and the others, with a smile on his face. My classmate, I won this bet. Ma Yuan was like eating a dead fly at this time and said to Luo Tian, our game is 10 minutes. Whoever scores more goals wins, not a one-goal system. Ma Yuan was very dissatisfied, although he was also shocked by Luo Tian's basketball skills. Ma Yuan had coveted Kexin for a long time, and he was unwilling to give up like this. Even if Luo Tian was a god, he, Ma Yuan, would fight today. Even if he lost, what would it matter? At least he tried his best. Luo Tian nodded when he heard Ma Yuan's words. He didn't play basketball much, so he didn't know much about the game. Ma Yuan took off his sportswear, and his muscular muscles were revealed. The other two also took off their sportswear one after another. Clothes on their bodies affected their performance. Luo Tian frowned when he saw the three shirtless people. Luo Tian was also about to pull off his shirt. He wanted to give Ma Yuan face. Ma Yuan's unyielding spirit was still worthy of Luo Tian's admiration. As Luo Tian unbuttoned his body one by one, his perfect abdominal muscles were revealed. The biggest difference between Luo Tian and Ma Yuan and others was that Luo Tian's abdominal muscles were very symmetrical, which looked very beautiful, instead of the big muscles of Ma Yuan and others. The girls in the audience also screamed at this moment, and each of them looked like they had been injected with chicken blood. Kexin blushed when she saw Luo Tian's nearly perfect figure. Ma Yuan was also stunned when he saw Luo Tian's muscles. He was also very envious of such beautiful lines. Facts have proved that men are more sensitive to abdominal muscles than women. You are a worthy opponent, so I won't hold back. Luo Tian picked up the ball on the ground, and as soon as he got the ball, he ran towards the basket. This time, Luo Tian's speed was faster than the previous time. Ma Yuan even saw the afterimage of Luo Tian staying in place. Cold sweat broke out on Ma Yuan's head. It turned out that Luo Tian had just let him go. Brothers, cheer up and stop him. Ma Yuan yelled at the two people behind him, and then he ran towards Luo Tian. Ma Yuan directly made a sliding tackle and prepared to knock the ball in Luo Tian's hand away. He didn't want to grab the ball in Luo Tian's hand at this moment, thinking that as long as he knocked the ball away, Luo Tian looked at Ma Yuan, who was rushing towards him, and didn't dodge. He dribbled directly towards Ma Yuan. The two people behind him didn't dare to relax. They already knew Luo Tian's strength, so they naturally didn't dare to underestimate Luo Tian. Just when Ma Yuan was about to touch the ball in Luo Tian's hand, Luo Tian directly dribbled the ball under his crotch. The ball in his right hand was changed to Ma Yuan, who rushed over with his left hand. Fortunately, he missed it. Luo Tian jumped directly at the three-point line. This move scared the two people on the three-point line. At such a long distance, Luo Tian actually wanted to dunk? This person is crazy. The two immediately made a move, jumping up to intercept Luo Tian. When Luo Tian saw the two jumping up, he threw the ball to the backboard. The two naturally missed the ball, but they also smiled. They thought Luo Tian had given up, so they had no choice but to throw the basketball to the backboard. But at this time, Ma Yuan found that Luo Tian's mouth corners were raised, and he immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. The ball hit the backboard and bounced back. Luo Tian caught the bouncing ball in the air and dunked it directly into the basket. Thank you for the 2 roses for the reward from Jiang Hanju. Thank you for the 2 roses. Thank you for your support. Chapter 75. The flirtation of that ball. Please collect, please vote, please add me as a fan. The whole audience was silent, with only the panting of a few people and the sound of the ball hitting the ground. Deathly silence. This is impossible. This is impossible. This is unscientific. Ma Yuan was holding his head at this moment, yelling like crazy. In Ma Yuan's eyes, Luo Tian's dunks were absolutely impossible. If Luo Tian had dunked directly, it would be understandable, but Luo Tian hit the ball on the backboard. It would take at least a few seconds for the ball to hit the backboard and then come back. So Luo Tian was in the sky during these few seconds? How is this possible? Can someone really fly? The 2 men also collapsed to the ground in shock. Luo Tian's move was too scary. Someone also took a video at the beginning of Luo Tian's second game. This person also uploaded the video to the most popular short video Douyin. Luo Tian didn't know about this, nor did he know how much impact this incident would have. Luo Tian looked at Ma Yuan, who was almost out of control, and he had no interest in continuing to play. Luo Tian was about to pull Kexin out of the stadium, only to see a man in coaching uniform stop Luo Tian. This was the gold medal coach of Jiangling University and a former coach of the national basketball team. Because of a leg injury, he had to withdraw from the national basketball team coaching team. Classmate, are you from Jiangling University? Are you interested in joining the city basketball team? The man in coaching uniform looked at Luo Tian with his eyes shining. He saw the hope of the rise of Chinese basketball in Luo Tian, And Luo Tian looked so young. As long as he underwent professional training, Chinese basketball would surely rise. Sorry, teacher, I have no interest in playing for a professional basketball team. Luo Tian looked at the man in the coach uniform in front of him and shook his head. The man in the coach uniform also shook his head when he heard Luo Tian's words, but he did not give up Luo Tian's idea. Just kidding. This is the hope for the rise of Chinese basketball. How can they give up so quickly? Classmate, if you perform well, I can introduce you to the national basketball team. Would you consider it? Luo Tian shook his head when he heard the words of the man in the coach uniform. He did not want to develop in the basketball field, so it was naturally impossible for him to agree to the man in the coach uniform. He was rejected for the second time, so he had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. Then, classmate, let's add each other's contact information. If you are interested in the future, you can contact me at any time. Luo Tian did not refuse this time. If he didn't even give the contact information, it would seem a bit ungrateful. After all, this man in coach uniform was very polite from beginning to end. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Luo Tian also added this man in coach uniform as a friend. Then he took Kexin's hand and prepared to leave. But as Luo Tian walked to the entrance of the stadium, he saw a group of girls surrounding Luo Tian. There were at least 100 girls in the group, and they ran towards Luo Tian, shouting, "Brother Luo Tian, I want to give birth to a baby for Master Luo Tian, please sign for me. Master Luo Tian, please leave your contact information so that we can have a deeper discussion next time." It was also the first time that Luo Tian saw such a turbulent crowd rushing towards him. Luo Tian seemed to feel that he was also a star at this moment. Luo Tian saw that the situation was not good, so he immediately pulled Kexin and ran away. But that group of girls were not vegetarians either. They pulled Luo Tian one by one. Even if Luo Tian had the cultivation level of a master, he would not make a move. These were just some ordinary female students. Luo Tian was afraid of beating them up all of a sudden. Luo Tian could only squeeze out quickly. After leaving the stadium, Luo Tian immediately carried Kexin on his back and ran. This time Luo Tian used his maximum speed. Although he was carrying Kexin on his back, he disappeared in an instant. The girls sighed when they saw that Luo Tian was gone. The students outside the stadium looked at the posture of the group of girls and were curious. They went up to ask one by one, until one of them exclaimed, "Oh my God, everyone, check the campus network." One by one, the students took out their phones and opened the campus network. A video was hung high on the homepage. The students clicked on the video one by one to watch Luo Tian's dunk from the three-point line, especially the few seconds when Luo Tian was suspended in the air. The students held their phones and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. On the other side, Luo Tian didn't know what happened in the stadium. He carried Kexin to his car. Kexin laughed when she saw Luo Tian's clothes being torn by a group of girls. She saw that all the buttons of Luo Tian's shirt were torn off by the girls, and his abdominal muscles were looming. Even Luo Tian's butt was bitten by the girl without knowing it. There was a big hole on Luo Tian's leg, making Luo Tian look very embarrassed. Luo Tian also opened the locker of the Ferrari 488 and took out a set of clothes to change into. Luo Tian had a few spare clothes in each car in case of special circumstances. Don't laugh. I only now know how difficult it is to be a star. Luo Tian looked at Kexin, who was laughing from ear to ear, and said unhappily. Kexin restrained herself a little when she heard Luo Tian's words, but still couldn't help but let out a stifled laugh. "Get in the car. Aren't you going to see Grandma Liu?" Luo Tian suddenly remembered that Kexin was going to see Grandma Liu, so he could just take Kexin there. Kexin nodded when she heard Luo Tian's words. Tomorrow would be Grandma Liu's surgery time, and he would have to pay the money today, so he could just comfort Grandma Liu. "Which hospital is Grandma Liu in?" "I'll take you there." Luo Tian asked Kexin. "Grandma Liu is in IC Private Hospital. She was originally in Jiangling First, People's Hospital. But now she has money. She goes to IC Private Hospital. The doctors there are all very good." Kexin also quickly answered Luo Tian's words. IC Private Hospital is the best private hospital in China, so naturally the doctors don't need to say thank you. At this time, Kexin thanked Luo Tian. If it weren't for Luo Tian, she wouldn't be able to save so much money, let alone go to IC Private Hospital. Even if she had surgery in Jiangling First Hospital, she couldn't afford it. Luo Tian looked at Kexin's sincere eyes and waved his hand. "You are my sister. It's my duty to help you." Kexin listened to Luo Tian's answer, and a touch of loss still emerged unconsciously. Luo Tian naturally caught Kexin's loss, but he didn't continue talking. After the two got in the car, they left Jiangling University. At this time in the stadium, the man in sportswear was watching a video repeatedly. The man in sportswear was watching and, exclaiming, "This person is really not simple. This ball revealed too much." The more I watched Luo Tian's three-point dunk, the more shocked I became. Others were paying attention to the few seconds when Luo Tian paused in the air, but the man in sportswear was paying attention to something completely different from everyone else. He was watching Luo Tian throw the ball into the basket and see it bounce back. In fact, this action looks simple, but it is very complicated to operate. It is not an easy task to ensure that the basketball hits the basket accurately and bounces back. As long as there is a slight mistake, the basketball will not bounce back, and this miracle will naturally not happen. We must fight for this person, otherwise it will be a great loss for Chinese basketball. The man in sportswear took out his mobile phone and made a call. Chapter 76: Who in the whole Zhongling dares to perform surgery on you, thanks to the reward you never had. Zhongling, IC private hospital parking lot. Luo Tian parked his car in the parking space. Luo Tian got out of the car to help Awakens open the door. The two walked side by side to the upstairs of IC private hospital. Luo Tian followed Awakens. After all, it was his first time here. Although IC Private Hospital was his own business, he had never been here before. Awakens took Luo Tian to the elevator and pressed the 16th floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, he heard a group of people gathered together, and some noises could be heard. Awakens saw the movement and ran over immediately, because that direction was Granny Lu's ward. Luo Tian followed Awakens, and as soon as he got close, he heard a woman cursing. "You old thing, who told you to feed my mother that kind of junk food?" The old man on the bed had slightly red eyes, and he defended himself with a face full of grievance. "Little girl, I saw your mother wanted to eat it, so I gave her some." The heavily made-up woman had a disgusting look on her face and cursed. "You're talking nonsense. My mother always eats high-end food. You must have forced my mother to eat it." The other old man on the bed couldn't stand it anymore at this time. "Little girl, don't speak so harshly. It's your mother who wants to eat it." The heavily made-up woman listened to the other old man's words and turned around and continued to scold. "You must be with this old thing. It turns out that poor ghosts will form gangs." The heavily made-up woman touched the Louis Vuitton bag on her body and said, "Two old things. This bag is only tens of thousands of yuan, which is something you can't afford in your lifetime." Awakens also squeezed into the crowd at this moment, looking at Granny Lu, who was about to cry after being scolded by the heavily made-up woman. Awakens' anger suddenly burned up. Granny Lu has always treated Awakens as her own granddaughter. Awakens would not tolerate anyone scolding Granny Lu. "What are you talking about, crazy woman? Mouths are for talking, not farting." The heavily made-up woman was also stunned when she saw Awakens' appearance, but when she heard Awakens' words, the woman was ready to explode. "What are you talking about, poor girl? Am I a crazy woman?" The heavily made-up woman was also shocked when she saw Awakens' face. However, she saw that the clothes and shoes on Awakens were only domestic products worth a few hundred yuan. The heavily made-up woman was naturally not afraid. Awakens was about to curse back, but was stopped by Granny Lu on the hospital bed. Granny Lu shook her head. Awakens also knew what Granny Lu meant. Granny Lu didn't want Awakens to conflict with the heavily made-up woman in front of her. In Granny Lu's eyes, Awakens was just a student. If she was remembered by this woman, nothing good would happen. Awakens looked at Granny Lu, who was still thinking about her at this time, and her eyes were red. "Poor girl, this old thing still has some sense. If you have the guts, come and bite me." The heavily made-up woman looked at Awakens, who was being held by Granny Lu, and became arrogant. Awakens' anger was already burning in her heart. At this moment, a fist landed on the heavily made-up woman's face. The woman cried out and fell backwards. Luo Tian's fist was still in the air. "Although I don't want to hit women, I like to hit dogs, especially mad dogs." Luo Tian looked at the wailing woman on the ground with disgust. This kind of woman deserves a beating and has not experienced the beatings of society. "You dare to hit me? You dog man, how dare you hit me? I'll fight you." The woman's face was covered with bruises, and even her nose, which had been repaired 30 or 40 times, was crooked. The woman grabbed Luo Tian with her hands like crazy, and Luo Tian kicked her directly at the woman who was rushing towards him. The woman was smashed against the wall of the ward and lay on the ground wailing. Awakens looked at Luo Tian standing up for her, and the anger in her heart disappeared immediately. And Granny Lu was also looking at Luo Tian in front of her, her eyes full of worry. "Young man, this woman is with a rich second-generation man. You shouldn't be impulsive." Granny Lu also stayed in the IC hospital for a few days. Naturally, she got to know this woman's mother, and knew that this woman was with a rich second-generation man, so she pulled Awakens just now. But Luo Tian just punched her and didn't give Granny Lu a chance to speak. At this time, a doctor in a white coat walked in, frowned when he saw the scene in front of him, and then looked at Luo Tian. "Young man, beating people in the hospital? Who gave you the courage?" Luo Tian was stunned when he heard the doctor's words. This doctor didn't even ask any questions and directly sentenced Luo Tian The woman lying on the ground saw the doctor coming and immediately walked towards the doctor. "Dr. Ma, you have to make the decision for me. This bastard came in and beat me up." Dr. Ma nodded when he heard the woman's words and said to the woman, "Don't worry, Miss Feng. The hospital is a place to save lives and treat people. It is definitely not a place for madmen to run wild." When Dr. Ma spoke, he was righteous, as if he was the embodiment of justice. Luo Tian heard the conversation between the woman and the doctor and instantly knew what was going on. The woman must know the doctor in front of her. Otherwise, how could the woman be stopped from making a loud noise in the hospital? "Mad dog, how about you straighten your nose before you talk? It makes me sick." The woman was about to curse back when she heard Luo Tian's name for her, but when she heard Luo Tian's next words, she immediately took out a mirror. The woman saw herself in the mirror, and her face instantly became ferocious. "You bitch, I must kill you today." The woman yelled at Luo Tian. This was her nose that she spent millions to get, and it was crooked by Luo Tian today? The woman was almost crazy. She took out her cell phone and made a call. "Honey, I was beaten. I'm at the IC hospital. Come quickly." When Dr. Ma heard the woman hang up the phone, he immediately comforted her. "Miss Feng, calm down. You can't kill people in public." Luo Tian's face was also very cold when he heard the doctor's words. The doctor's words were not that simple. You can't kill people in public? Doesn't this mean that you can kill people in secret? The woman hadn't thought much before she heard the doctor's words. At this moment, she had already gone berserk. "No one can stop me today. I must kill this dog man." When Luo Tian heard what the woman said, he sneered. He wanted to see who was behind this woman. "Luo Tian, go quickly. I feel that this woman will not let you go." Yu Kexin looked at the aggressive woman and quickly persuaded Luo Tian. Granny Lu also persuaded Luo Tian. "Young man, go quickly. I won't do this operation if you can't fight." The doctor was also full of disdain when he heard Granny Lu's words. "No operation? As long as I give the order, who in the whole Jiangling city dares to operate on you?" Luo Tian was also stunned when he heard the doctor's words. "Does this doctor have so much power? Who do you think you are? Do you have such great power?" Luo Tian also wanted to hear where this doctor came from. He seemed to be very powerful. Thanks to the energy drum rewarded by Brother Wei Zhengyu, I will add one more chapter to Brother Wei Zhengyu. There are 2 more chapters to be released later. This chapter is finished. Chapter 77. Why are you talking with a crooked mouth? The doctor couldn't help but twist his mouth when he heard Luo Tian's words. Before the doctor finished speaking, Luo Tian slapped him directly. "Just speak properly. Why do you twist your mouth? Has this doctor seen too many Dragon King's son-in-laws? He twists his mouth when he speaks? Luo Tian hates people with twisted mouths. He hits them one by one and hits them in pairs." The doctor was also slapped by Luo Tian, and 5 bright red slap marks slowly emerged. "I am the director of the heart department of Ace Hospital. What I say is the truth." Although the doctor didn't twist his mouth, his tone was still very bad. The doctor was waiting for the husband of the heavily made-up woman to come. When the young master came, the boy in front of him knew who was the king in Jiangling. At this time, the crowd of spectators was pushed away by several strong men in black. A man walked out of the middle, wearing sunglasses and leather jacket. Luo Tian looked at the momentum of the person who came and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Whose young master is this? So arrogant, Yingling, which little bastard dared to hit you?" As soon as the leather jacket man came in, he saw the woman with bruises on her face. The leather jacket man took off his sunglasses and asked the woman, "Husband, it's this dog man. Kill him for me." When the woman saw the man coming, she suddenly felt confident. The woman pointed her finger at Luo Tian and her nose was still crooked. Luo Tian held the woman's finger pointing at him with one hand and broke it upwards. Crack! The sound of the woman's finger breaking came, and the woman screamed again. "Didn't your parents teach you that it's impolite to point at people?" Luo Tian's eyes turned cold. Did this woman think that this leather jacket man would work when he came? The leather jacket man was also angry when he saw Luo Tian dared to be arrogant in front of him. "Boy, do you know whose territory you are on? How dare you be so arrogant?" Luo Tian also laughed when he heard the leather jacket man's words. "Whose territory is it? The entire Ace Hospital belongs to Luo Tian. Whose territory is this leather jacket man in front of him saying? Whose territory am I on?" Luo Tian looked at the leather-clad man in front of him with a playful look on his face. The leather-clad man was also furious when he saw Luo Tian's playful expression. No one in his Ace Hospital dared to look at him like that. "My father is Li Gang, the vice president of Ace Hospital. Why are you so arrogant, kid?" Luo Tian raised his eyebrows when he heard the leather-clad man's words. He didn't expect to run into a hospital termite just by coming here. It seems that accompanying Yu Kexin to Ace Hospital this time is a good choice. "Li Gang? Then your name should be Li Godon. You don't look like a human being." The leather-clad man's veins bulged when he heard Luo Tian's words. It would be a pity if Luo Tian didn't become a troll. Damn, kill him. I'll take responsibility if you kill me. The leather-clad man said to the 6 bodyguards next to him. He had murderous intentions. Even if Luo Tian died in Ace Private Hospital, he would be fine. The people around him all came to Ace Private Hospital for treatment. As long as they gave a discount, basically no one was willing to come out to testify. As for the hospital's surveillance, isn't it his father Li Gang who has the final say? If you Kexen and Grandma Liu are completely useless as certifiers, what's the point of their mouths? Without substantial evidence, it is impossible to convict a person. And even if he goes to jail, his father can rely on his connections to get him out. So the man in leather jacket has no fear at all. It's not like he has never killed someone before. But after the man in leather jacket spoke, the 6 bodyguards in black did not make a move. What are you standing there for? Kill him! The man in leather jacket raised his eyebrows. These 6 people were the 6 thugs he hired from the Liu family in Jiangling at a high price. Because he provoked a lot of people, he absolutely did not dare to go out alone. So he hired 6 thugs from the Liu family at a high price. In this way, he would not be afraid that if someone dared to make a move on the thugs of the Liu family in Jiangling, it would be the face of the Liu family that was hit. No one in Jiangling can slap the Liu family in the face, but the man in leather jacket did not know that someone had already pressed the Liu family to the ground and rubbed it. Hello, Mr. Luo. Just after the man in leather jacket finished speaking, the 6 bodyguards bowed to Luo Tian at the same time. The 6 thugs of the Liu family were sweating profusely. They had received the information from the family a long time ago and knew that Luo Tian was now the boss of the Liu family. Naturally, they did not dare to make a move, but even if the 6 of them made a move, what could they do? Relying on 6 Ming Jin thugs to fight a master? Are you sure you are not looking for death? Isn't it good to be alive? You have to die. The leather jacket man was also shocked when he heard the words of the 6 bodyguards. What does this mean? It means that the young man in front of him doesn't even dare to offend the Liu family. Do we know each other? Luo Tian was also stunned at this moment. What's wrong with these 6 people? How is this different from the script? Luo Tian was still waiting for a scene of one man fighting 6. Why did this dramatic scene appear? We are from Jiangling Liu family. We are just hired by this man. We absolutely do not want to go against Mr. Luo. A middle-aged man in black, who was the leader of the 6 people, also came out and bowed 90 degrees to Luo Tian. At this time, the back of the middle-aged man in black was wet with cold sweat. He had never felt so close to death. He knew that Luo Tian had the cultivation of a master. Killing him was as trivial as pinching an ant to death. Luo Tian nodded when he heard the words of the middle-aged man in black. It turned out that these 6 people were from the Liu family, so it was normal for him to know him. You said he wanted to beat me to death. What should I do? Luo Tian suddenly thought of an interesting way and said to the middle-aged man in black, Of course. The middle-aged man in black immediately replied when he heard Luo Tian's words and made a gesture of wiping his neck with his hand. The man in leather jacket was so scared when he saw the gesture of the middle-aged man in black that he screamed, You can't do this. I spent so much money to hire you. The man in leather jackets knew how powerful these 6 men were. Last time, the father of a girl he raped came to him with a knife, and one of the 6 men subdued the girl's father. However, the 6 men did not do anything excessive and finally let him go. Although they were also evil, they looked down on rape prisoners the most. That's why, in prison, rape prisoners would be beaten up by their cellmates. Although they were not good people, they were also fathers or mothers. If they knew that their daughters were raped, they would do the same as the girl's father. The middle-aged man in black did not pay attention to the call of the man in leather jackets. He kept looking at Luo Tian. As long as Luo Tian gave an order, the 6 of them would attack at the same time, and the man in leather jackets would not live for a minute. They had wanted to kill the man in leather jackets a long time ago, but they couldn't do that. If they did, the reputation of the Liu family would naturally be affected. However, if that person was Luo Tian, the middle-aged man in black would not only not be killed, but would be praised by Liu Zhentian. Forget it. Now is a society ruled by law. Just break his hands and feet. Luo Tian waved his hands. He should be more merciful. The audience around him also took a breath of cold air. This young man was too cruel. Chapter 78. Welcome Director Luo to inspect the hospital. Please add a collection. Please give a monthly ticket. Please give a reward. The middle-aged man in black heard Luo Tian's words and signaled to the 5 people behind him, Don't come over. Don't come over. My father is Li Gang. The man in leather jacket looked at the 6 people coming towards him, his eyes full of fear. The 6 people didn't care about the black-clothed man's shouting. 2 of them held his arms, and 2 of them held his thighs. Crack! Crack! There were only 4 sounds of bones breaking, and the leather-clothed man finally peed his pants in great panic. Yellow liquid came out of his wet pants and a foul smell came out. The leather-clothed man fainted directly from the pain. But the 6 people didn't stop yet. Luo Tian said that he would cripple the leather-clothed man's hands and feet. How could it be possible to only break his arms and thighs? The middle-aged man in black, who was in the lead, stepped on the calf of the man in black, and then he began to use his fingers to break bones. The sound of broken bones came from the unconscious man in leather clothes. Every sound crushed the heart of the heavily made-up woman. Until all the bones were broken, the 6 people let go of the man in leather clothes. The middle-aged man in black also wiped his feet on the clothes of the man in leather clothes, as if stepping on such a scum and dirtying his feet. "Sir, no, sir, please let me go. I really didn't mean it." Finally, the heavily made-up woman couldn't bear the huge pressure in her heart, and she knelt down towards Luo Tian, crawling towards Luo Tian while kneeling. "As long as you let me go, I can do anything." Before the heavily made-up woman crawled in front of Luo Tian kicked the woman away. "You? Why don't you look in the mirror? What do you look like?" Luo Tian looked at this woman with disgust, not to mention her character. "Just look at this crooked nose." Luo Tian looked down on Kexen from the bottom of his heart. At this time, he finally pulled Luo Tian. Luo Tian saw the expression of fear in Kexen's eyes. It was probably Luo Tian's style that scared Kexen. "Okay, you guys go out and drag this woman away from me." The woman was dragged away by 2 men in black with a terrified expression. As the door of the ward closed, the ward finally quieted down. "Luo Tian, do you often do this kind of thing?" Kexen asked Luo Tian after seeing everyone leave, her eyes full of fear. "Kexen, you have to know that this world is cruel. If I didn't know those people just now, what would have happened to me?" Luo Tian touched Kexen's head. His tone was full of a hint of preaching. Kexen had not experienced the hardships of society, so naturally she did not understand the cruelty of this world. Kexen looked into Luo Tian's eyes and seemed to understand something. She could not believe what this 18-year-old boy had experienced. However, Luo Tian was right. If Luo Tian did not know those 6 people, it would not be the man in leather clothes who walked out lying there, but Luo Tian. "Girl, what this young man said is right. This world is cruel." Grandma Liu also interrupted at this moment. She had also experienced many ups and downs, so she could naturally understand what Luo Tian meant. However, the look in Grandma Liu's eyes when she looked at Luo Tian changed. She really could not imagine how such a young boy could understand it. Kexen nodded after listening to Grandma Liu's words, and her eyes were no longer filled with fear. "Grandma Liu, what should we do about your illness now?" Kexen suddenly remembered the identity of the man in leather clothes. He was the son of the vice president of IC Private Hospital. Now that Luo Tian beat the vice president's son, it was naturally impossible for Grandma Liu to have surgery in IC Hospital. And IC Private Hospital was very powerful. It was no problem for all hospitals in Jiangling to not accept Grandma Liu. "Forget it. I'm an old bone too, and I've lived enough. My biggest regret is that I couldn't see you get married." Grandma Liu sighed and looked at Kexen with a pair of regretful eyes. Grandma Liu had already regarded Kexen as her own child. It was like a grandmother couldn't see her granddaughter get married. Every elder naturally wanted to see their descendants get married and have children and live a happy life. "Don't worry, I'm here. Grandma Liu will have surgery in IC Private Hospital." Luo Tian looked at the 2 of them as if they were parting life and death, and he interrupted. Kexen was also stunned after listening to Luo Tian's words. "But you." Before Kexen finished speaking, a voice came from outside the ward door. "I want to see how you let her have surgery in IC." This voice attracted the 3 people in the ward. They all turned their eyes to the source of the voice. They saw a bald, middle-aged man in a white coat, looking at Luo Tian and the others with anger. Luo Tian guessed the identity of the person when he saw him. This bald, middle-aged man should be Li Gang, the father of the leather-clad man. "Young man, you beat my son in IC Hospital and you're still thinking about others? Why don't you think about yourself first?" Luo Tian smiled when he heard the bald, middle-aged man's words, showing a disdainful expression. "Think about myself? You might as well think about whether you can still be the vice president." Li Gang had never seen such a crazy person, and veins popped up on his head. The leather-clad man was Li Gang's only son. Li Gang was also old when he had a son, so he had always doted on the leather-clad man, which cultivated the leather-clad man's lawless character. But Li Gang didn't care about these. In Li Gang's words, Li Gang's son can be lawless. Luo Tian looked at Li Gang, who wanted to rush up and took out his mobile phone to make a call. Li Gang saw Luo Tian making a call and sneered, "Still want to call for help? You are dead today. Even God can't stop you." Luo Tian didn't care about Li Gang and waited for the call to be connected. "I am Luo Tian. I am on the 16th floor of IC Private Hospital. Now the Vice President Li Gang said that I am dead, and even God can't stop me. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for 2 seconds after hearing Luo Tian's words. "Mr. Luo, please wait, he'll be there soon." Luo Tian hung up the phone. Naturally, the number Luo Tian dialed was the number of Zhang Fu, the president of IC Private Hospital. "Are you done with the call, kid? I want to see what kind of trash you can call over." Li Gang saw Luo Tian put down his phone and mocked him coldly. But after hearing what Luo Tian said when he was on the phone, he wanted to see who Luo Tian could call over. Li Gang also has some influence in Jiangling, so he naturally knows some young masters he can't afford to offend. But among this group of young masters he can't afford to offend, there is definitely no Luo Tian, so Li Gang was so arrogant. "You'll know later. I wonder if you can still laugh later?" Luo Tian didn't want to pay attention to Li Gang, this fool. Naturally, someone would come to deal with such a person. "Good boy, he'll kill the people you called first." Just as Li Gang finished speaking, a voice was heard. "Vice President Li, I heard that you want to kill me?" Li Gang heard the familiar voice, turned his head and almost scared his eyes out. "President Zhang, why are you here?" Zhang Fu ignored Li Gang and quickly trotted to Luo Tian and bowed. "Welcome, President Luo, to inspect the hospital." When Li Gang heard what Zhang Fu said, his eyes turned black and he collapsed to the ground. Li Gang's first feeling was that he was finished. He was completely finished. Chapter 79. Baijujin Li Gang collapsed on the ground. The reason why he, Li Gang, could stand here so arrogantly today was because he was the vice president of IC Private Hospital. If Li Gang did not have this identity, who would give Li Gang this face? Luo Tian looked at Zhang Fu, who bowed to him and shook his head. "President Zhang, today is my first time to come to your hospital, and it really opened my eyes." Zhang Fu was also terrified of the young man in front of him. To directly change the ownership of the largest private hospital in China was not something that a mere branch director like him could imagine. Zhang Fu naturally knew what this meant, but Luo Tian encountered this for the first time when he came. Zhang Fu really wanted to strangle Li Gang, a guy who was incapable of accomplishing anything and always made trouble. You usually act arrogantly, but now you dare to act on the head of the chairman of the General Hospital. You are really like a dung beetle going to the toilet, looking for shit, death. "Sorry, Mr. Luo, I didn't know Li Gang would be like this." Luo Tian heard Zhang Fu's words and waved his hand to interrupt him. "Don't explain to me. I don't want to see such scum in our IC hospital anymore." Zhang Fu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Luo Tian's words. Fortunately, Luo Tian did not transfer his anger to him. Zhang Fu looked at Li Gang, who was slumped on the ground with cold eyes. "Li Gang, you don't have to come from today. IC hospital can't accommodate a big Buddha like you." When Li Gang heard these words that sounded like a death sentence, his eyes went dark and he fainted. You know, Li Gang has offended many people, and his son is even more of a scourge. Without the protection of the IC hospital, he, Li Gang, is basically useless. Luo Tian looked at the fainted Li Gang without showing any sympathy. Such people should be beaten by society, otherwise they will be pests if they stay. "Security, throw Li Gang out of the hospital for me," Zhang Fu shouted outside. After receiving Luo Tian's call, Zhang Fu called the security guards up. 2 security guards directly carried Li Gang and walked outside. "By the way, Dean Zhang, my friend's grandmother is having a heart surgery, and I'm going to transfer someone from the General Hospital." Luo Tian was also thinking about Grandma Liu's condition at this moment. Jiangling is a small place after all. Even if IC Private Hospital is the best private hospital, the branch hospital in Jiangling only has some experienced doctors, and the doctors at the headquarters are basically professors. Zhang Fu nodded when he heard Luo Tian's words. The friends of the hospital owner naturally used the best resources. He also knew that Luo Tian looked down on his Jiangling branch hospital, but there was no way. There was no reason for Jiangling, a small place, to have 2 good doctors. Jiangling's consumption level was not high, so it naturally couldn't afford the sky-high price for medical treatment. IC Hospital was private, so it naturally had to make money. So IC Private Hospital could be said to only provide the best medical conditions for the rich. "Okay, Dean Zhang, you go out first." Luo Tian saw that he had said what he should say, and there was little point for Zhang Fu to stay here. Zhang Fu nodded when he heard Luo Tian's words. Fortunately, this matter did not make Luo Tian very unhappy. Zhang Fu immediately pushed open the door of the ward and walked out. Yo Kexin watched Zhang Fu walk out. At this time, the look in her eyes when she looked at Luo Tian changed. From the moment Zhang Fu said, "Mr. Luo," Yo Kexin's eyes had been changing. Yo Kexin thought that Luo Tian was just a rich second generation and his family was rich and powerful in Jiangling, so he could find so many people in the hot pot restaurant. Later she found out that Luo Tian was an orphan who started from scratch and worked hard to this point. Now she realized that she had greatly underestimated Luo Tian. She even suspected that Luo Tian was lying to her. An 18-year-old boy started from scratch and not only had endless money, but now he also had the largest private hospital in China? How is this possible? What's wrong with you? Luo Tian looked at Yuekexen's eyes that were suspicious and shocked at the same time, and he didn't know what happened. Xiao Qian, tell me honestly, did you say you were an orphan to make me happy? Yuekexen's face is full of question marks now. She is now curious about Luo Tian. The more she understands Luo Tian, the more surprised Yuekexen is. I am really an orphan. This matter cannot be explained clearly for a while. The most important thing now is Grandma Liu's surgery. Luo Tian had a headache. Why is this different from the novel? Shouldn't girls be very smart? When Yuekexen heard Luo Tian's words, she immediately turned her attention to Grandma Liu. Indeed, the most important thing now is Grandma Liu's surgery. As for Luo Tian's secret, Yuekexen can dig it out later. Grandma Liu looked at the two young people in front of her and laughed. It's good to be young. I was like this back then. Yuekexen's face turned red when she heard what Grandma Liu said. She naturally understood what Grandma Liu meant. Luo Tian, who was silly and stupid, naturally didn't understand, but it wasn't a big problem if he didn't understand. Luo Tian took out his cell phone and called the dean of IC Longjing General Hospital. The dean of IC Longjing General Hospital was also very famous in the medical community. The dean of IC Longjing General Hospital was the national doctor Bai Changhe, nicknamed Bai Zhuzhen, in the medical community. It was rumored that Bai Changhe was best at the ancient Chinese art, acupuncture. It was rumored that Bai Changhe brought a half-dead man back to life. There were no advanced medicines or advanced technology involved, only 9 silver needles, so the nickname Bai Zhuzhen came from this. While waiting for the call to be connected, Luo Tian didn't have time to speak this time when a female voice came over. Hello, who is this? Luo Tian was also stunned when he heard the female voice coming from the phone. Judging from the voice, the girl was not very old. My name is Luo Tian. I'm looking for Mr. Bai Changhe. Who are you? The girl on the other end of the phone was instantly furious when she heard Luo Tian calling Bai Changhe's name directly. You think you can call me Bai Changhe? After saying that, she hung up the phone. Luo Tian listened to the beeping sound on the phone and fell into deep thought. What was going on? Who is this woman? Longjing, Bai family. Bai Miao Miao slammed the phone in her hand on the table angrily. She had never heard anyone call Bai Changhe's name directly, especially such a young voice. Mainly because Bai Miao Miao saw that there was no note on the phone, so she was naturally very angry. An unfamiliar number directly called Bai Changhe's name? At this time, Bai Changhe also walked into the hall. Some of his old friends came just now, and they drank tea together. As for mobile phones, old people like Bai Changhe don't like to carry them with them. Who made our little princess angry again? As soon as Bai Changhe entered the room, he saw Bai Miao Miao pouting with a puzzled expression on her face. He just went out for a cup of tea. Why did Bai Miao Miao suddenly pout? Grandpa, a guy just came to see you and called you by your name. When Bai Miao Miao saw Bai Changhe coming, she told him about Luo Tian's call just now. Bai Changhe frowned when he heard Bai Miao Miao's words. Are there still young people who dare to say his name directly? By the way, that person seems to be called Luo Tian. He really doesn't know what's good for him. However, when Bai Changhe heard this name, his face changed drastically. Chapter 80, Cultivation Guide. Please collect. Please vote for me. Bai Changhe immediately picked up the phone on the table. Grandpa, what are you doing? Bai Miao Miao was also surprised when she saw Bai Zhuhei's action. She only said a name. Why was Grandpa so excited? Bai Changhe put a finger on his mouth, signaling Bai Miao Miao not to speak. Bai Miao Miao also obediently did not say anything when she saw Bai Zhuhei's action. Bai Zhuhei called Luo Tian again. Hello, girl. Who are you? I really have something to talk to Mr. Bai Changhe about. As soon as the phone was picked up, Luo Tian's voice appeared. Luo Tian even suspected that he had dialed the wrong number. Mr. Luo, this is Bai Changhe. My ignorant granddaughter just answered the phone. Don't mind it, Mr. Luo. Luo Tian suddenly realized what Bai Changhe said. No wonder the woman spoke so aggressively before. It's okay, Dean Bai. This is what happened. Then Luo Tian told Bai Changhe about Grandma Liu's situation. Bai Changhe nodded after listening to Luo Tian's words and immediately replied, Mr. Luo, if the old man just has a heart disease, I can do it alone. I will take a plane to Jiangling tomorrow. Luo Tian was overjoyed when he heard Bai Changhe's words. If Bai Changhe came, Grandma Liu's illness would be foolproof. Then thank you, Dean Bai. The two of them hung up the phone after a few polite words. Bai Miao Miao on the side looked at his usually majestic grandfather and couldn't help but wonder about the tone of the phone just now. Grandpa, who is this person? Why are you so polite to him? Miao Miao, today the boss of IC Private Hospital has been changed, and the boss is this young man. Bai Changhe looked at Bai Miao Miao and didn't know whether he should scold her or not. But Bai Miao Miao's starting point was good, so Bai Changhe didn't intend to scold Bai Miao Miao. Bai Miao Miao was also surprised when she heard Bai Changhe's words. IC Private Hospital has changed its boss? When did this happen? Miao Miao, come with me to Jiangling tomorrow to apologize to Director Luo. Although Bai Chang'e didn't plan to say anything to Bai Miao Miao, he still wanted to take Bai Miao Miao to apologize. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to deal with Luo Tian if he got angry. Although Bai Chang'e didn't care about money, he liked working in IC Hospital. Another very important point was that Luo Tian's identity could directly buy the #1 private hospital in China, which was not something that could be bought with money. There was also a huge network of relationships. If Luo Tian was a narrow-minded person, Bai Chang'e could also resign. Bai Miao Miao rubbed her chin with her hand, and finally agreed to Bai Chang'e's proposal. She also wanted to see who the new boss of IC Private Hospital was. Jiangling, IC Private Hospital. Luo Tian put his phone in his pocket. There should be no problem with Grandma Liu's matter. Keishin, I arranged for the Chief Dean Bai Chang'e to treat Grandma Liu. There shouldn't be any big problem. Before Yue Keishin could speak, Grandma Liu exclaimed, Young man, are you right? Bai Juzhen is here to treat me? Grandma Liu's face was full of disbelief. As an old woman, she naturally knew Bai Chang'e. Bai Chang'e has always been a figure in the newspapers, but he has not been in the spotlight since he joined the IC Private Hospital. However, for the older generation who likes to read newspapers, Bai Juzhen is a godlike existence. Grandma Liu, you heard it right, it's Bai Juzhen? Luo Tian looked at Grandma Liu's expression and laughed. Young man, Bai Juzhen is a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, you can't use him. Grandma Liu naturally knew that Bai Juzhen was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and she also knew how much it would cost to hire a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. It would not be possible to hire a few 100,000. It would start at least 1 million. Grandma Liu, don't worry, this is my employee and it doesn't cost money. No cost? How is that possible? Luo Tian wanted Bai Chang'e to come to Jiangling for treatment this time, which would cost at least several million. Although Bai Chang'e is the dean of IC Private Hospital, other traditional Chinese medicine doctors are worth that price. He said this just to comfort Grandma Liu. Luo Tian to Yoqian, Kex, we won't disturb Grandma Liu's rest. We'll come again when Dean Bai comes. Yoqian nodded when she heard Luo Tian's words. Grandma Liu also needed to rest at this moment. The two walked out of the ward, only to see Zhang Fu still waiting outside. Luo Tian was also stunned when he looked at Zhang Fu. What did it mean that this person was still here? When Zhang Fu saw Luo Tian coming out, he immediately ran up and said, Mr. Luo, I arranged a high-level VIP ward for the old lady. This will help the old man to rest. Luo Tian nodded when he heard what Zhang Fu said. This Zhang Fu was indeed worthy of being the dean of the branch. He not only had medical skills but also had a careful mind. Luo Tian pulled Yu Kexin to the elevator and waited for the elevator to reach the parking garage. The two of them got off the elevator. Xiao Tian, thank you. Yu Kexin did not continue to ask Luo Tian, but just said thank you to Luo Tian. Luo Tian breathed a sigh of relief. If Yu Kexin continued to ask him, he really didn't know how to answer. It's okay, you're my sister. I should be nice to you. Yu Kexin didn't say anything when she heard what Luo Tian said, and the two got in the car. Kexin, I'll take you back to school. Don't worry about Grandma Liu. Yu Kexin nodded. About an hour later, Luo Tian drove the Ferrari 488 back to Longteng Villa, #1. Luo Tian wanted to try to practice on his own. After all, his cultivation was too weak, and he couldn't always rely on the cultivation given by the system. Back to Longteng Villa #1, Luo Tian sat on the lawn and felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Ding! In view of the fact that the host has started practicing for the first time, the host will be rewarded with a practice guide. Luo Tian laughed happily when he heard the prompt from the system. Luo Tian didn't know how to practice at all. The system really solved this big problem. Luo Tian clicked on the practice guide rewarded by the system, and all of a sudden, knowledge about practice appeared in Luo Tian's mind. Ming Jin is just a simple practice of strength. In simple terms, it is to practice the body. And Jin is to control one's own strength so that the strength can be gathered in the palm or leg. The master opens the Ren and Du meridians and can feel the true Qi vaguely. Qi training is to formally embark on the road of practice and can absorb the spiritual energy in the air and convert it into true Qi. As for why Luo Tian, a master, can use true Qi, of course it is the credit of the system. Rather than saying that Luo Tian is at the peak of the master, it is better to say that Luo Tian is a half-step Qi training. Luo Tian. He began to gather his energy and compressed all the true energy in his body into his dantian. As the true energy was compressed into his dantian, Luo Tian felt that his body was like a vacuum cleaner, madly absorbing the spiritual energy emitted from the air. However, Luo Tian gradually discovered that there was too little spiritual energy around him. Basically, there was no spiritual energy. Luo Tian could only look miserable. This was too outrageous. He finally embarked on the path of cultivation, only to find that the spiritual energy of Blue Star was so thin. This was like you saved up money for a long time to buy a lollipop, and when you were about to eat it, it fell to the ground with a plop and was covered with dust. Luo Tian didn't believe it and continued to absorb the spiritual energy in the air. Half an hour later, Luo Tian found that he seemed to have only added a trace of true energy. Luo Tian shook his head miserably. This is outrageous. Chapter 81 System. Are you my biological father? Luo Tian was really desperate at this moment. How could he improve his cultivation? It took him so long to get this little bit of true energy. To be honest, wouldn't it be better if we had this time to have some fun? Ding, the host has no hope in the path of cultivation. The system compensates with a god-level compression skill. Luo Tian, who was full of despair, was immediately happy when he heard the system's words. System, are you my biological father? Luo Tian also began to doubt the system at this moment. He felt that the system was sending things all the time, and they were not rubbish. Every time it sent something, it was a divine weapon. Are you sure the system is not his biological father? Even if he is his biological father, he is not as good as the system. Host, don't try to make connections. This system really feels sorry for you and can't bear it. Luo Tian also laughed when he heard the system's words. No matter what, as long as he was given something, it would be fine. Luo Tian immediately checked the god-level compression skill that the system rewarded him with. God-level compression skill can compress the thin spiritual energy, but the spiritual energy will be consumed exponentially, and the absorption progress is about 300 times that of normal ones. Luo Tian looked at this skill and was overjoyed. This was simply a treasure skill. This way, the time for cultivation could be greatly reduced. It was a lifesaver for Luo Tian. He activated the god-level compression skill. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, a cyclone slowly formed around Luo Tian. The cyclone grew larger and larger until it sucked up the grass around Luo Tian. However, in the cyclone, Luo Tian saw wisps of blue light beams, which made Luo Tian seem to be surrounded by a blue vortex. Luo Tian also started to cultivate at this moment. Luo Tian only cultivated for a few minutes and was shocked. This god-level compression skill was too strong. It exceeded the amount he had cultivated several times in a short while. Luo Tian also began to cultivate gradually. However, after Luo Tian cultivated for nearly 10 minutes, the blue light beam in the middle of the cyclone gradually decreased until it became transparent. Luo Tian found that he could not feel any spiritual power around him, as if there was no spiritual power. Luo Tian suddenly remembered the introduction of the god-level compression skill. Will spiritual energy be consumed exponentially? Does this refer to the spiritual energy of this world? Then it can explain why there is no spiritual power. Ding! Remind the host that the god-level compression skill can only absorb spiritual energy within a range of 5,000 meters. Luo Tian shook his head when he heard what the system said. It seems that this god-level compression skill also has weaknesses, but Luo Tian is already satisfied. This way, he can greatly reduce the time for cultivation. Luo Tian suddenly sensed something and sensed a trace of spiritual energy. Luo Tian was a little puzzled. Wasn't it gone? How come Luo Tian can still feel the elusive spiritual energy? Ding, remind the host, the spiritual energy 5 kilometers away will slowly replenish, but it will take about a day to fully replenish. Luo Tian was also happy to hear the explanation of the system. In this way, he could practice every day and there was no need to practice elsewhere. Luo Tian was also going to change his position to practice every day. However, the mountainous areas in Jiangling City were basically flattened, leaving only steel buildings. So Luo Tian was still worried about practicing. Now it seems that there should be no problem. Luo Tian carefully felt his true energy, as if he felt a feeling of breakthrough. However, although this feeling was very strong, Luo Tian did not wait for a breakthrough. Luo Tian sat cross-legged and slowly channeled the true energy in Dantian to the meridians in his body. But just when the last meridian was about to be unblocked, the true energy was still missing. No wonder the reaction in the body was so strong that there was still no breakthrough. It turned out that there was still a trace of true energy. Luo Tian was not in a hurry. He could break through tomorrow. He was not in a hurry. Luo Tian gathered the true energy in Dantian on his fist and punched the 5-meter thick tree trunk. Crack! Bang! The tree trunk fell down with a loud collapse sound, accompanied by the collapse of the tree trunk and the fallen leaves. The fallen leaves slowly floated on Luo Tian's head. Luo Tian hurriedly took the leaves off. Don't let the head get green. Master, what's wrong? At this time, several maids also heard the movement from Luo Tian's side, and they flashed to Luo Tian. Luo Tian was also shocked when he saw the maids flashing in front of him. This is definitely not the speed of a normal person. Luo Tian was a little strange before. How could the housekeeper and maid rewarded by the system be ordinary people? Now it seems that the housekeeper and the maid are not that simple. I'm fine. What are your names? Luo Tian also felt embarrassed. He didn't know the names of his maids for so long. We have a total of 36 servants, and the names are from 1 to 36 in order. The maid was also a little surprised to hear Luo Tian's words. She didn't know what Luo Tian meant. But since Luo Tian had spoken, she naturally had no reason not to answer. Come and hit me. Luo Tian nodded after listening to the maid's words. It turned out to be a code name. This is very systematic. The maid also shook her head when she heard Luo Tian's words. Hit Luo Tian? How dare she? Luo Tian looked at the timid maid in front of him and continued, It's okay, come and punch me. The maid saw Luo Tian's serious expression, and after making sure that he was not joking, she punched Luo Tian. Luo Tian wanted to resist it with his body at first, but when he saw the fist wind brought by the maid, he instantly met her fist. The two fists collided fiercely, and a wave of air exploded between the two. The air wave also blew the grass left and right, as if it was about to be blown away. Grandmaster? Luo Tian's eyes showed surprise. He really didn't expect that a maid could be a grandmaster. What number are you? Luo Tian also wanted to know the code name of the girl in front of him. If he guessed correctly, the closer the code name is, the stronger the strength will be. Master, I am number 32. Luo Tian's face instantly became uncalm when he heard the maid's words. Damn, the last maid in his family is evenly matched with him in strength. What's the point of playing tricks? I should have brought a few maids and bodyguards with me when I went out. You go and get busy first. Clean this tree. Luo Tian waved to the maid, and the maid also carried the trunk and walked inside. You know, this is a 5-meter thick trunk. Can you imagine a little girl who looks like a loli carrying a 5-meter thick trunk? System, quickly explain to me what's going on? Luo Tian was also mad at this time. He was the only owner of the whole villa. The worst clown was actually himself? The host must ensure safety when buying a house. The maid and housekeeper given are enough to protect the host in villa number 1. Luo Tian was also overjoyed when he heard the system's words. This system is really humane and considers everything so comprehensively. By the way, where did they come from? Don't tell me that they appeared out of thin air. Luo Tian also wanted to know how the system did it, and directly found so many masters. They didn't exist. I injected your memory into them. Now you are their savior. Luo Tian couldn't help but wonder when he heard the system's words. What does this mean? Didn't exist? They are just life forms I created, and they have memories just like humans. Chapter 82, They are only 18-year-old children. Luo Tian still didn't understand what the system said at this moment, but he probably knew something. Luo Tian knew that these maids would never betray him, and he should be their savior in their memories. Can I send them to protect me? Luo Tian also had a sudden idea at this moment. These were 32 masters, and the housekeeper must be very strong. If he had so many bodyguards around him, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways? He could walk sideways, but that didn't mean he was not in danger. For example, the guy from the Blood Clan almost made Luo Tian confess last time. He still lacked a few high-level combat forces around him in the Sunny Club. Okay, but the housekeeper Liu Cheng can't do it. Liu Cheng needs to ensure the safety of the villa. Luo Tian couldn't help but feel disappointed when he heard the system's words. The housekeeper Liu Cheng must be very strong. System, how strong is Liu Cheng? Luo Tian couldn't help but feel a little confused at this moment. Liu Cheng must be at least a Yuan Ying. The housekeeper Liu Cheng's strength changes with the cultivation level of invading Villa number 1. Liu Cheng is invincible in Villa number 1. As the system's voice came into Luo Tian's ears, Luo Tian just wanted to look up to the sky and roar. This is great news. In the future, as long as there is a powerful enemy who wants to kill him, he just needs to lead the enemy into Villa number 1. And he can kill. This is the strongest trump card. Luo Tian would never have thought that a simple Villa number 1 would give such a strong help. But what Luo Tian didn't know was that Villa number 1 was far from being as simple as he thought. The entire Jiangling was not that simple. Why are there so many practitioners in Jiangling? Why can Jiangling produce a master? Luo Tian didn't know all this, only Chen Chen in the system space knew. However, at this time period, Luo Tian was far from qualified to know so much. Luo Tian was also sending a message to the butler Liu Cheng at this moment, and they had to gather in the hall in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Luo Tian sat in the hall and looked at the 32 maids in front of him. Hello, young master. The 32 maids bowed, making Luo Tian dazzled. Luo Tian looked carefully at the 32 maids wearing different maid outfits and found that each maid had her own merits. Each of them looked like a star outside. Cheng, how strong are the maids? Liu Cheng asked when he heard Luo Tian's words. Young master, numbers 1 to 8 are in the high stage of Qi training. Numbers 9 to 16 are in the middle stage of Qi training. Numbers 17 to 24 are in the early stage of Qi training, and numbers 25 to 32 are at the peak of Grandmaster. Luo Tian listened to Liu Cheng talking about the strength of the maids and nodded. From now on, number 1 to 8 will be responsible for the work of my bodyguard and driver, and the others will be on standby at the villa at any time. Maid number 1 and others heard Luo Tian's words and came forward one after another, knelt on one knee towards Luo Tian. Yes, sir. Luo Tian was not used to such a solemn scene, but Luo Tian nodded, without showing any strangeness on his face. Luo Tian glanced at his watch and found that it was already 5 o'clock. Butler Liu, from now on I will eat every meal with the maids in the villa. Liu Cheng nodded when he heard Luo Tian's words, and this time Liu Cheng did not stop him. Liu Cheng knew Luo Tian's character, and he also liked Luo Tian's character. In the future, you don't have to be so restrained. Just treat me as a friend. I'm not used to you being like this. Luo Tian was also looking at the maids at this moment. He didn't want the relationship between superiors and subordinates to be so obvious. Luo Tian would rather be friends with the maids rather than superiors and subordinates. When the maids heard Luo Tian's words, they showed joy on their faces. They immediately chattered and stole envious glances at number 1 and number 8. I really envy Sister 1 and the others. They can actually go out with the young master. We must also practice hard and strive to protect the young master in the future. Sister 9 is right. We must also practice hard and strive to protect the young master as soon as possible. Tian heard the voices of the maids. He suddenly felt that Villa number 1 had a bit of home flavor. Butler Liu, ask the kitchen to serve the food. I have to leave at 6 o'clock. Luo Tian thought that he had to meet Liu Yang later, and he also wanted to finish eating early. Liu Cheng nodded when he heard Luo Tian's words. The kitchen usually cooks a lot of rich dishes every day. Regardless of whether Luo Tian eats in Villa number 1, they will cook every day. If Luo Tian does not eat in the villa, these dishes will naturally be divided up by the maids. Although it doesn't matter whether you eat or not when you reach a master level, you can't resist the delicious dishes. At this time, eating is not for the sake of being full, but for the enjoyment of the tongue. As the dishes were served, Luo Tian also ate with everyone. While eating with everyone, Luo Tian also learned about the memories of these maids. It was Luo Tian who rescued these 32 maids from the evil organization in the United States 3 years ago. Then he took the 32 maids to China and handed them over to the housekeeper Liu Cheng for management. Finally, he came to Longteng number 1 villa with Luo Tian's order. He waited for 2 years. Luo Tian was convinced by the system. It would be amazing if he didn't write a script. How old was he 3 years ago? He went to the evil organization in the United States to save people? It's outrageous to think about it. But Luo Tian didn't care about that much. Anyway, he could completely trust these 33 people. This was equivalent to 33 confidants, which was enough. Luo Tian also knew the personalities of these maids. He could see from the meal that maids number 10 and number 26 were still in the shadow of the evil organization in the United States. So the two hated the Americans very much and wanted to kill one of them. However, most of them returned to normal. They were all lively and cute, especially number 3 and number 7, looked at Luo Tian with tenderness. This made Luo Tian a little speechless. If the system hadn't told Luo Tian that they were not human, Luo Tian would not have recognized them at all. No, they are human beings now, with flesh and blood and emotions. They are now Luo Tian's family, and Luo Tian also felt the warmth of home. The average age of the maids was only 18 years old, and they were all girls the same age as Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at his watch and found that it was already 5:50. Luo Tian stood up and greeted a few people. Let's go. We are going to Jiangling Chenhua Hotel. The 8 maids also stood up. Number 1 was responsible for driving. Number 2 was the co-pilot. Number 3 and number 7 accompanied Luo Tian to sit in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, and the other 4 maids also sat in the Panamera behind. The 2 cars quickly left Longteng Villa number 1. Luo Tian also agreed with Liu Yang to meet at the Huaqian Hotel. Number 3 and number 7 sat next to Luo Tian in the Rolls-Royce. Number 3 had blue hair and wore a blue hat. Number 7 had bright yellow hair and wore a Christmas hat, which made her look very cute. Luo Tian looked at the two and felt that he had reached the peak of his life at this moment. Number 3 and number 7 also sat next to Luo Tian, acting extremely shy. This was also the first time they were so close to Luo Tian. An 18-year-old girl would do this when she met someone she liked, right next to her. Luo Tian also slowly endured it and kept shouting in his heart that they were just 18-year-old children. Chapter 83. The third phase of the plan begins. Jiangling City, Huaqian Hotel underground parking lot. Luo Tian finally waited until the Rolls-Royce stopped and got out quickly. At this time, he just felt hot and unbearable. Who can stand it as a young man? You 8 don't need to follow me, just stay in the dark. Luo Tian naturally wouldn't choose to take 8 gorgeous beauties with him. Wouldn't that be particularly conspicuous? This is not in line with Luo Tian's style. As for whether they would be discovered in the dark, it was not a problem for the maids who were practicing qi at a high level. The maids nodded, and Luo Tian walked towards the elevator to the entrance of Huaqian Hotel. Luo Tian saw Liu Yang from a distance. Liu Yang saw Luo Tian coming and immediately ran to greet Luo Tian. Brother Tian, I have checked. Lin Yun is in the presidential suite of Chenhua Hotel. Luo Tian nodded. He had guessed all this a long time ago. After Lin Yun was plotted against last time, he naturally would not stay in that rental house. This time, Lin Yun lived directly in the presidential suite of Chenhua Hotel, which was monitored everywhere. In Lin Yun's opinion, the last incident could not be repeated again. But Lin Yun's thinking slipped. Chenhua Hotel was Luo Tian's asset. Now Lin Yun was just a turtle in Luo Tian's eyes, and he could catch him in the jar at any time. Yang, if you do this later. Luo Tian whispered in Liu Yang's ear how to target Lin Yun. Liu Yang listened to Luo Tian's plan, and the more he listened, the more exciting his face became. Until Luo Tian finished talking about all the opportunities, Liu Yang looked at Luo Tian at this time. Brother Tian, how did this guy offend you? If you want to deal with him, you might as well just kill him. This is too murderous. Luo Tian listened to Liu Yang's words and smiled. This kind of thing is indeed murderous. To put it bluntly, Luo Tian's behavior at the moment is very unethical. However, if Luo Tian could kill Lin Yun directly, there would be no need to harm him like this. But this guy is the son of luck, and it is not realistic to kill him directly. Yang, don't ask anything. After the matter is done, I will treat the brothers to a barbecue. Seeing that Luo Tian did not answer, Liu Yang could only nod, and warned himself in his heart not to provoke Luo Tian. Otherwise, the consequences for himself would be really terrible, and he would become notorious. He would rather be killed directly than be remembered by Luo Tian. Liu Yang told the dozen people behind him about Luo Tian's plan, and more than a dozen people gathered together to listen. Among them were the bald man and the girl last time. The girl got 100,000 yuan last time and was very happy. She immediately bought a pair 13. This time, hearing that Liu Yang was alive again, she naturally came without stopping. She had just seen Luo Tian talking to Liu Yang. It seemed that Luo Tian was the mastermind behind the scenes. Her eyes were full of disbelief. You know, Luo Tian had just become an adult. Although he looked handsome, he was still betrayed by his young face. After Liu Yang gave the order, two women stood up. Although they did not meet the standard of the goddess in Luo Tian's mind, they at least scored 75 points. Overall, it was not bad. Luo Tian also walked to the front desk. When the front desk saw Luo Tian coming, he immediately asked, "Sir, what do you need?" The front desk obviously didn't know who Luo Tian was, but this was normal. Luo Tian didn't have any contact with anyone from Chenhua Hotel last time. He only knew Mr. Tang. Luo Tian took out Mr. Tang's business card from his pocket. He was still unfamiliar with Chenhua Hotel. At this time, he could only call Mr. Tang. Just when Luo Tian was about to call Mr. Tang, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie immediately ran to the front desk and bowed to Luo Tian. "Welcome, Mr. Luo, to Chenhua Hotel. This waiter is new, so I don't know." Luo Tian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. The work badge read Manager Tang Huasheng. Luo Tian's first feeling was that this middle-aged man had an unusual relationship with Mr. Tang. Tang Huasheng was also a little at a loss. Ever since Luo Tian beat Liu Er in Chenhua Building, Mr. Tang heard the news and immediately gave Tang Huasheng Luo Tian's portrait. Tang Huasheng had been instructing a group of staff, but who knew that Luo Tian would meet a newcomer when he came the second time? This female employee came to apply for the job in the afternoon and did her internship in the evening. Naturally, she didn't know about Luo Tian. "It's okay. Help me turn off all the surveillance in the presidential suite later." Luo Tian also waved his hand. He didn't take such a small matter seriously. Tang Huasheng was also stunned when he heard Luo Tian's words. Turn off the surveillance? What on earth does Luo Tian want to do? But these are not what Tang Huasheng thought. He just needs to obey Luo Tian's orders. In Chenhua Hotel, Luo Tian's orders are above everything else. Tang Huasheng nodded and told the receptionist to operate. The receptionist was also confused by the manager. What did she just see? A man who looks like an adult is actually the chairman of Chenhua? Isn't this outrageous? They are both so old, while others are still in college. Luo Tian already controls a company worth tens of billions. Is this the difference? The girl at the front desk was stunned for a while and then came back to her senses, picking up the mouse to operate. Luo Tian pulled Tang Huasheng aside at this moment. He would naturally tell Tang Huasheng about the plan later, otherwise it would be a bit troublesome when the police came on time, and he also needed Tang Huasheng's cooperation. "Manager Tang, when the police come, you can say that the surveillance on that floor is under maintenance, okay?" Tang Huasheng also felt a bad premonition when he heard Luo Tian's words. "Mr. Luo, can you tell me?" Tang Huasheng finally chose to ask. In case someone died, it would be bad. Luo Tian naturally saw Tang Huasheng's worry and laughed. "Manager Tang, don't worry. I don't think anything serious will happen. It's just that this person provoked me. Teach him a lesson." Tang Huasheng was relieved to hear Luo Tian's words. As long as nothing serious happened, there would be no problem. If the reputation of Chenhua Hotel was ruined because of this incident, it would be bad. Their Tang family is the manager of Chenhua Hotel, with up to 40% of the profit dividends. Although Chenhua Hotel is under the Chenhua Group, Chenhua Hotel is an outsourcing system. That is, the hotel is funded and built by Chenhua Group, and the management is handed over to Jiangling Tang family. As Chenhua Hotel becomes bigger and bigger, the Tang family can naturally get a good share of the cake. They naturally don't want the reputation of Huachen Hotel to be affected. Luo Tian didn't explain too much and walked to Liu Yang. Liu Yang naturally knew Luo Tian's identity. He had long known from his family that Luo Tian had up to 75% of the shares of Chenhua Group. So it was not surprising to see the manager bowing to Luo Tian. Yang, get ready. The third phase of the plan will start at 7:30. Liu Yang nodded when he heard Luo Tian's words. He saw that the two girls had also changed their clothes. Originally, the two girls were dressed conservatively, but after changing their clothes, they were completely different. One girl was wearing a bunny girl's clothes with 2 bunny ears on her head. The other girl was wearing a nurse's uniform, and the whole person looked extremely seductive. Luo Tian looked at the two people and smiled. This time, everything will be foolproof. End of this chapter. Chapter 84, Plan, Sudden Change. Luo Tian looked at the time on his watch and felt that it was about time. The third stage of the plan officially began. On the other side, in the presidential suite of Chenhua Hotel, Lin Yun was lying on the bed comfortably. Lin Yun didn't feel anything unusual. Since he was framed last time, Lin Yun gradually let down his guard. But this time, Lin Yun's right eye kept jumping, and Lin Yun sat up all of a sudden. Something was wrong. Lin Yun felt that something bad was going to happen at this time, and he stood up immediately. Lin Yun didn't know why, but the first thought in his mind was to escape. Lin Yun put on his clothes, opened the door, and ran to the stairwell. He was very fast and didn't stop until he reached the next floor. Lin Yun himself was a little confused. What's going on? My body is out of my control. Lin Yun immediately took the elevator to the lobby, and Luo Tian was stopped by Tang Huasheng. Luo Tian didn't know what to say. What's the matter with this Tang Huasheng? Why did he call me? Luo Tian looked at the surveillance that Tang Huasheng pointed at and suddenly became uneasy. He saw Lin Yun running down the stairs to the next floor and then took the elevator. Luo Tian looked at this scene and didn't know what to say. Could it be that Lin Yun knew about this operation? At this time, the elevator door opened, and Lin Yun walked out. Luo Tian looked at Lin Yun, who came out, his mind working rapidly. He was thinking of some new way. This opportunity is really rare. If Lin Yun changes to another hotel, it will be a bit troublesome. At least Luo Tian can't turn off the surveillance so freely. Suddenly, Luo Tian has a new idea in his mind. Luo Tian walked towards Lin Yun, who just got out of the elevator, with a hint of surprise on his face. Are you the classmate from last time? Luo Tian's face was full of surprise, as if he met him by chance. Lin Yun was stunned for a moment when he saw Luo Tian, but he suddenly remembered Luo Tian. Are you the classmate who helped me? Luo Tian also smiled at this moment. What a coincidence. It seems that this is all fate. How about we go eat something and talk? Lin Yun thought about what Luo Tian said, thinking that he didn't have anything to do. He agreed. No matter what, Luo Tian also helped him once, and it would not be good to refuse. By the way, classmate, this is my brother Liu Yang. Can we go together? At this time, Luo Tian pointed at Liu Yang, who was standing behind him. Lin Yun glanced at Liu Yang and nodded. Liu Yang didn't know what Luo Tian was planning at the moment, but he couldn't spoil the show, so he could only greet Lin Yun. Hello, I'm Liu Yang. Liu Yang stretched out his left hand towards Lin Yun, and Lin Yun also stretched out his right hand to shake it. Luo Tian took Lin Yun to the 3rd floor of Chenhua Hotel. The 3rd floor of Chenhua Hotel is a Chinese restaurant. Each floor of Chenhua Hotel has different cuisines. This way, people who hate Western or Chinese food can be avoided, and the chefs can be better controlled. The 3 of them sat in the box, and Luo Tian handed the menu to Lin Yun. Lin Yun saw the menu handed to him and didn't take it. Classmate, come on, I'll treat you to this meal. Thank you for helping me last time. Luo Tian didn't say anything after hearing Lin Yun's words. He picked up the menu and started ordering a few dishes at random. Luo Tian put the menu on the table. Luo Tian didn't come here to eat, so he naturally had his own plans. Classmate, my name is Luo Tian. What's your name? Luo Tian began to ask knowingly, so that he could eliminate Lin Yun's vigilance. My name is Lin Yun. The two exchanged names. At this time, Luo Tian looked at Liu Yang. Liu Yang didn't know what was going on when he was looked at by Luo Tian. At this time, Liu Yang's cell phone rang. Liu Yang looked down and saw that it was a message from Luo Tian. Liu Yang immediately opened it. After checking it, Liu Yang also knew Luo Tian's new plan. The dishes came up soon, and the 3 began to eat and chat while eating. Unknowingly, Luo Tian had closed the distance with Lin Yun. When they were about to finish eating, Luo Tian suddenly said, Brother Lin Yun, how about we go to the bar to play later? Before Lin Yun could reply, Luo Tian continued. Look, you invited me to dinner. It would be embarrassing if I didn't invite you back. Luo Tian's words blocked Lin Yun's retreat. When Lin Yun heard Luo Tian's words, he naturally would not refuse Luo Tian and could only agree. Luo Tian was secretly happy when he saw Lin Yun agreeing. As long as Lin Yun agreed to go to the bar, things would be easy. "Let's go, brothers. Don't go home until you're drunk." Liu Yang also interrupted at this time and said brothers directly. Lin Yun completely let down his guard when he saw Luo Tian and the other two like this. Luo Tian was still wondering why Lin Yun came down here. Did he really know something? But looking at Lin Yun's expression, it didn't seem like it. "Brother Lin, where do you live? I can take you back later." Luo Tian spoke at this time, asking knowingly, preparing to ask, "I live in the presidential suite of this hotel." Lin Yun did not think anything extra and said it out loud. Luo Tian immediately started to perform when he heard Lin Yun's words. Luo Tian looked at Lin Yun suspiciously. "Brother Lin, is there anything you need to do when you come down? If you have something, you can go and do it first." Luo Tian asked what he wanted to ask at once, and the next sentence could make Lin Yun let down his guard. It can be said that he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Yun shook his head when he heard Luo Tian's words. "I have encountered evil spirits today. I don't know what happened just now. I sat up and then sat down again. My body is out of control." Luo Tian was speechless when he heard Lin Yun's words. What was going on? Luo Tian hurriedly asked the system. This was too outrageous. "System, what's going on?" Ding! The host's behavior last time has alarmed the heaven and earth consciousness, so this time it's the heaven and earth consciousness that has taken action. Luo Tian immediately felt bad when he heard what the system said. The heaven and earth consciousness has taken action. What else can he do? Ding! Host, don't worry, the heaven and earth consciousness can only take action once at present. Ding! Remind the host to observe the Sun of Luck panel. Luo Tian suspiciously opened the Sun of Luck panel, and for a moment he was not calm. Sun of Luck, Lin Yun, age 18, background, direct descendant of the Lin family, the first of the 3 major families in the imperial capital. Current location, Chenhua Hotel. Luck value, 810. Strength, advanced skills, Huatuo ancient art healing. Luo Tian was dumbfounded when he saw Lin Yun's strength in this skill. What's going on? Suddenly he jumped from an ordinary person to a grandmaster? Could it be that Lin Yun also has a system? Ding! Lin Yun, as the son of destiny, will naturally have adventures. Luo Tian listened to the explanation of the system and could only accept it helplessly. In this case, it would be more troublesome to deal with Lin Yun. Luo Tian suddenly thought that this skill was actually a healing skill. Luo Tian immediately opened the system mall and then the black market. Luo Tian had not opened the black market for a long time. The sign-in points were basically cheated away by the system in various ways. Luo Tian felt that this system mall was really a bit useless. Luo Tian looked at the things on the black market and immediately found what he wanted. End of this chapter. Chapter 85, Installment Payment. There was a skill lying quietly in the black market. God-level medical skills, 120,000 sign-in points, sold at 10% off. Luo Tian frowned as he looked at the 7,000 sign-in points he still had. This is not enough. What should I do? And this God-level medical skill is too damn expensive. 100,000 is 100,000 at a 10% discount? Doesn't that mean the original price is 1.2 million? Ding! Reminding the host, the system allows installment payments. Luo Tian was overjoyed when he heard the system's words. This way, there would be no problem at all. Luo Tian looked at the installment button that suddenly appeared below the God-level medical skills. After Luo Tian clicked it, he was numb. 6 installments, 30,000 sign-in points per month. 12 installments, 20,000 sign-in points per month. This system is too damn tricky. It doubled in an instant. System, can it be cheaper? As expected by Luo Tian, the system would never give in to the sign-in points. Ding! The host does not need to pay in installments and does not need to buy. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued to make up for it. Friendly reminder, the black market price can only be maintained for 1 day. If you don't buy it, it will return to the original price. When Luo Tian heard the system's words, his face instantly turned black as charcoal. This damn system forced him to use installments, which could better squeeze him. However, for the sake of Lin Yun's luck value, Luo Tian could only buy it with tears. System, I want 6 installments. Just as Luo Tian finished speaking, the system prompt sounded instantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level medical skills. Do you want to load it immediately? Luo Tian naturally had to load the divine medical skills immediately. This time, Luo Tian did not feel any tingling in his brain because he had already entered the semi-chi training stage and his brain's ability to withstand increased stress. However, even so, Luo Tian still felt a little pressure. Ding! Divine medical skills loaded successfully. Luo Tian also instantly acquired various methods of curing diseases. He knew everything about silver needles, massage, taking medicine, etc. However, these did not have much effect on practitioners. The injuries of practitioners could not be cured by mere medical skills. Divine medical skills could only be used for ordinary people, but silver needles combined with true qi could heal practitioners. If Luo Tian was willing, he could naturally achieve the effect of bringing the dead back to life. As for why Luo Tian wanted to exchange for divine medical skills, it was naturally for Lin Yun. Lin Yun's ancient Huatuo skills naturally could not be ineffective. Luo Tian understood some of the protagonist's routines. Lin Yun can use this ancient Huatuo technique to save people and get the protection of someone. Especially beautiful girls come to Lin Yun, so that the heroine will have Luo Tian's purpose is definitely to stop Lin Yun from pretending to be cool and to stop Lin Yun from saving people. Although it seems that Luo Tian has thought a lot, everything happened in an instant. Luo Tian pulled Lin Yun towards the underground parking garage of Chenhua Hotel. The two got on the Rolls-Royce, and the maid number 1 was naturally driving in front. Lin Yun's eyes were also on the maid number 1, with a gleam in his eyes. I didn't expect Brother Luo to like this tune. Lin Yun naturally squinted at Luo Tian, with a hint of surprise on his face. Maid number 1 also looked at Lin Yun with disgust when he heard Lin Yun's words. She could see at a glance that Lin Yun was not a serious person, and she hated it. Brother Lin, you misunderstood. He is my sister. Luo Tian naturally would not say maid, let alone bodyguard. Sister is naturally more appropriate. Maid no. One was also moved when he heard Luo Tian's words. Did Luo Tian treat her as a family member? Dear? Lin Yun was surprised. The maid number 1 looked nothing like Luo Tian. Luo Tian shook his head. When Lin Yun saw Luo Tian shaking his head, his face suddenly became vulgar. As the saying goes, a biological sister is not as good as that sister. Luo Tian couldn't help but frown when he saw Lin Yun like this. As expected, what others said was right. The protagonists are basically this kind of stick. Luo Tian also suddenly realized that basically every protagonist-like character basically has countless beauties. On the other hand, Luo Tian was the same. Gradually, beauties surrounded him. Luo Tian shook his head. He was a man. Some things could only be seen while walking. Lin Yun didn't speak along the way. Although he showed a vulgar smile when he spoke, Luo Tian didn't notice the vigilance in Lin Yun's eyes. Lin Yun had just explored it. After feeling the meridians on Luo Tian's body, he found that Luo Tian was definitely not an ordinary person. Why did Luo Tian approach him? He didn't know Lin Yun at this time. He could only start the performance. He wanted to see what Luo Tian's purpose was. After a while, several people arrived at JK Bar. JK Bar is also a relatively large bar in Jiangling. The various facilities inside are also very complete. Liu Yang, as the little overlord of Jiangling, naturally comes here to play frequently. Liu Yang called the manager of JK Bar as early as when he came. So there were several security guards standing at the door, directing parking for Luo Tian and Liu Yang. Liu Yang had just got off the car and met up with Luo Tian and others when he saw a middle-aged man coming over. Young Master Liu is here. The private room has been opened. Young Master Liu can just go there. Although the middle-aged man was talking to Liu Yang, his eyes were wandering around Luo Tian. Liu Yang stood behind Luo Tian, which naturally showed that his status was not as good as Luo Tian. The middle-aged man did not ask. This was not the time to ask. He would ask Liu Yang next time. However, the middle-aged man had guessed who Luo Tian was. The Jiangling underworld knew that the Liu family was taken into the pocket of a mysterious person. Liu Yang nodded at the middle-aged man and called Luo Tian and Lin Yun to go in. Brother Tian, Brother Lin, let's go in and have some fun. Luo Tian and Lin Yun nodded after hearing it, and walked towards the inside of the bar together. Luo Tian was still outside when he heard the roaring sound in the bar. To be honest, Luo Tian didn't want to come to this kind of place, but he couldn't help it. In places like bars, the protagonists usually encounter something. Luo Tian and his companions came to the 88 booth and did not choose to go to the private room. Luo Tian looked at the drink list and found that the big dragon in the JK bar cost a full 100,000 yuan per set. It seems that this JK bar is much more advanced than the Violet, and it's twice as expensive. Give me 2 sets of big dragon and order more if it's not enough later. Luo Tian waved his hand and directly took out 2 sets of great dragon. Liu Yang was secretly envious of Luo Tian's magnanimous appearance and secretly vowed to make money. The middle-aged man was also overjoyed when he heard Luo Tian's words. 2 sets of great dragon meant 200,000. He could get a good commission. Brother Lin, we won't go home until we're drunk later. Luo Tian also patted Lin Yun on the shoulder, seeming very familiar. Lin Yun had to nod. He really wanted to know who Luo Tian was now. As for the alcohol capacity, Lin Yun was not afraid. He had Huatuo's ancient technique and naturally had a way to sober up. Lin Yun was ready to get Luo Tian drunk and then ask what he wanted to know. Luo Tian also looked at Lin Yun with a smile and made a calculation in his heart. Just when the two people had ulterior motives, 2 sets of great dragons were also hosted on the stage and shouted. Luo Tian directly picked up a bottle and handed it to Lin Yun. While he picked up a bottle, opened it and filled a glass. Brother Tian, how about I call a few atmosphere group ladies? It's boring to drink dry. Liu Yang also wanted to call 2 young ladies to Luo Tian at this time, so as to deepen his impression. End of this chapter. Chapter 86, Zhengling Xiao Family Luo Tian listened to Liu Yang's words and looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun's eyes met Luo Tian's and he smiled slightly. Thank you, Brother Liu. Luo Tian waved his hand. I have someone to accompany me. You can help Brother Lin call them, that's all. Luo Tian also took out his mobile phone and sent a message to his girlfriend group. Soon, number 3 and number 7 came to Luo Tian. Liu Yang looked at this scene and gave a thumbs up. It was worthy of Luo Tian. 2 girls came with 1 phone call. Liu Yang called the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man nodded when he heard Liu Yang's words. Don't worry, young Master Liu. This time, the atmosphere group girls will ensure that your friends will be satisfied. The middle-aged man knew that these young masters were not short of money, so they would naturally treat them well. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he quickly ran to the backstage of the bar, and soon he was followed by several girls. The girls were naturally arranged by Liu Yang, and this was just to dispel Lin Yun's vigilance. Luo Tian had already discovered that something was wrong with Lin Yun. When Luo Tian heard the change in Lin Yun's tone, he came out. Several girls sat next to Lin Yun together, and the 2 girls downstairs in the hotel were also there. These 2 girls were also very bold and touched Lin Yun unintentionally. Lin Yun didn't care about the 2 of them and directly poured a glass of wine and clinked glasses with Luo Tian. Luo Tian clinked glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Luo Tian circulated his true energy at a very fast speed. Once these wines touched the true energy, they turned into true energy and were discharged from the pores. Although Lin Yun possessed Hua Tuo's ancient technique, as for Lin Yun's master-level cultivation, because he couldn't detect the steam coming out of Luo Tian's pores from a distance, he naturally didn't know that Luo Tian was cheating. Before drinking, Lin Yun had already practiced Hua Tuo's ancient technique to force the alcohol into his sweat. Luo Tian also activated his god-level medical technique at this time, and he could tell at a glance that Lin Yun was playing tricks on him. He also knew that Lin Yun had discovered that he had bad intentions. However, Luo Tian was not afraid and blew a bottle of wine directly into his mouth. Luo Tian had already discovered the weakness of this Hua Tuo ancient technique. Because Lin Yun's cultivation was only at the initial stage of the Grandmaster, Hua Tuo's ancient technique was very effective. He could only digest 1 glass of wine at a time, but Luo Tian's true energy could evaporate all of it in an instant. This was the difference between half a step into Qi training and just stepping into the Grandmaster stage. Luo Tian finished a bottle of wine, then slowly poured the bottle down until he shook it and couldn't pour it out. Brother Lin, 1 cup after another is too slow, just do it bottle by bottle. When Lin Yun saw Luo Tian finish the bottle of wine in 1 gulp, his face darkened. At this time, the atmosphere group lady also started to make a noise. Mr. Lin, you can't be a coward. Drink it up. Yes, Mr. Lin, you can't lose face. Lin Yun heard the crowd's instigation and had no choice but to drink it down in 1 gulp. When Luo Tian was watching Lin Yun drinking, number 3 picked up a tissue and wiped the corner of Luo Tian's mouth. Luo Tian turned his head to number 3. Number 3 looked at the look in Luo Tian's eyes, and his face instantly turned red. Master, I saw there were wine stains on the corners of your mouth, so I wiped them for you. Luo Tian also nodded and thanked number 7. Seeing number 3's action was so irritating that number 3 turned his face green. Number 3 actually took the initiative. He was simply insidious. They used to be good sisters, but today they turned their faces against each other. No, 7 couldn't be idle at this time. She picked up the fruit plate on the table and fed Luo Tian. Master, have some fruit after drinking. Luo Tian looked at the 2 helplessly and could only bite the bullet and eat it. Number 3 saw what number 7 said and knew what number 7 meant, and the 2 began to have an undercurrent. At this time, Lin Yun also drank a bottle of wine, and Lin Yun's face was already a little red. Although he had Hua Tuo's ancient technique, Luo Tian still guessed it. Lin Yun couldn't evaporate so much alcohol at this moment, so he could only bear it silently. However, Lin Yun was at the Grandmaster level after all, so this little alcohol naturally couldn't knock him down. Lin Yun looked at Liu Yang at this time, and Liu Yang felt bad when he was stared at by Lin Yun. Brother Liu, why don't you drink? Do you look down on the 2 of us? As soon as these words came out, Liu Yang's face turned black, and he had no choice but to drink a glass of wine. Lin Yun saw that Liu Yang only drank 1 glass, and his face changed immediately. Why only 1 glass? Liu Yang was completely helpless at this time, so he just picked up a bottle and started blowing. Luo Tian looked at Liu Yang's miserable face and shook his head. He was sorry for Liu Yang this time. He would go out and get some pocket money for Liu Yang later, which could be regarded as compensation for Liu Yang. Liu Yang finally finished a bottle of wine and smashed the bottle on the ground. Liu Yang sat on the stool, his face as red as a monkey's butt. Liu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly at this time and seemed to be half drunk. Luo Tian picked up another bottle of wine and handed it to Lin Yun and opened a bottle of his own. "Brother Lin, let's continue drinking." Lin Yun took the wine and thought in his mind how to avoid this bottle of wine. At this moment, Lin Yun heard a voice. "Dr. Lin, why are you here?" A beautiful figure walked over and looked at Lin Yun in disbelief. Lin Yun saw the person coming and showed surprise on his face. "Miss Xiao, why are you here?" The woman heard Lin Yun's words and replied, "Dr. Lin, my friends and I are just playing here. I didn't expect Dr. Lin to be here too." As the two were talking, Luo Tian also felt something was wrong. Isn't this the inevitable path for the protagonist? Lin Yun has already experienced it in just 2 days. This is too fast. It seems that this person has a really quick sense of time. Luo Tian pretended to be surprised and looked at Lin Yun and asked, "Brother Lin, don't you plan to introduce this lady?" Lin Yun touched his head when he heard Luo Tian's words and looked at Luo Tian with an apologetic face. "Look at my brain, Brother Luo. This is Xiao Ninger, the eldest daughter of the Jiangling Xiao family, and this is my brother Luo Tian." Luo Tian frowned when he heard Lin Yun's words. In terms of status, the Jiangling Xiao family is even higher than the Jiangling Lu family, because the Xiao family has a history of several decades in Jiangling, and the Lu family is just a branch. The Xiao family is mainly based in the Jiangling army. The Xiao family has 3 sons and 1 daughter. All 3 sons serve in the army, and only 1 daughter manages the family assets. Luo Tian stood up and stretched out his right hand towards Xiao Ning when he heard Lin Yun's introduction. Xiao Ning felt very familiar with the name Luo Tian at the first time, but she didn't remember it in the end. Xiao Ning also stretched out her left hand and shook hands lightly with Luo Tian. "Miss Xiao, would you like to sit here and have a couple of drinks?" Luo Tian also wanted to know what Lin Yun had done at this moment. Luo Tian was well versed in the routine of the protagonist. Generally, the first woman who appeared at this time liked the protagonist. As expected, Xiao Ning looked at Lin Yun and nodded after thinking for a while. Xiao Ning sat on the left of Lin Yun. Luo Tian also picked up a bottle of wine and put it over. "Ayang, serve another set of Great Dragon." Liu Yang immediately told the middle-aged man when he heard Luo Tian's words. The middle-aged man was so happy that he burst into tears when he heard another set and hurried to make arrangements. Xiao Ning looked at Luo Tian and couldn't help but feel strange. She naturally knew Liu Yang and naturally knew Liu Yang's personality, but she had never seen Luo Tian. Logically, if Liu Yang was spoken to in an imperative tone like this, wouldn't he have hit her with a bottle of wine long ago? She was on a business trip last time, so she missed the Jiangling mate selection party. It was normal that she didn't know Luo Tian. End of this chapter. Chapter 87, Luo Tian's bold idea. Just after Liu Yang gave the order, a set of big dragons was brought up by the bunny girls in a short while. Luo Tian picked up a bottle of wine and opened it directly, and took a bottle for No. 3 and number 7. Number 3 picked up a bottle of wine and poured a glass of wine, and number 7 also filled a glass. They thought Luo Tian wanted them to block the wine, so they were all ready, but Luo Tian just asked them to drink it and not be too depressed. "Miss Xiao, have this glass. Just treat it as my first acquaintance with Miss Xiao." Luo Tian took the glass that number 3 had just poured for himself and drank it all in front of Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning also looked at Luo Tian at this time and saw Luo Tian's appearance clearly. Xiao Ning's eyes showed a touch of surprise. Luo Tian was really good looking. However, Xiao Ning's surprise only flashed and disappeared. Xiao Ning put his eyes on Lin Yun again. Xiao Ning smiled at Luo Tian and also picked up a glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. Luo Tian also noticed Xiao Ning's expression and sighed at the strength of the Son of Destiny. It seems that Luo Tian's guess is right. This Xiao Ning is the heroine. Lin Yun looked at Xiao Ning, who drank it all in one gulp, and also dissuaded her. "Miss Xiao, drink less wine. It's not good for your health." Xiao Ning blushed when she heard Lin Yun's words and nodded slightly. Luo Tian also felt that he had to do something when he saw this scene. He couldn't let the two of them develop like this. He must find fault with Lin Yun. Luo Tian's mind was spinning wildly, and soon he thought of a good idea. How about a hero saving the beauty? Luo Tian thought about it carefully and felt that this method was feasible. How to destroy the love that has not yet begun? The only way is to get involved and make the heroine like him. In this way, he can also know Lin Yun's situation through this heroine, so why not do it? However, Luo Tian did not expect that this was an irresponsible idea, and how much trouble it would bring in the future. Liu Yang also toasted Lin Yun directly at this time. He also wanted to contribute his little bit. However, with Liu Yang's alcohol tolerance, let alone getting Lin Yun drunk, he was lucky to be able to stand and walk out. Half an hour later, Liu Yang was already lying on the ground with a bottle of wine in his hand. "Brother Tian, Brother Lin, let's keep drinking, keep drinking." Luo Tian looked at Liu Yang, this pig teammate, and also held his forehead with his hand. You said you couldn't do it, and it would be fine, but you insisted on coming up to support it, and then it was like this? Brother Luo, I think Brother Lu is almost done. Why don't we go home? Lin Yun brought up the idea when he saw Liu Yang like this. Luo Tian and Liu Yang had been forcing him to drink more than a dozen bottles of wine, and he was almost at his limit. If he continued drinking, he would definitely end up like Liu Yang. Luo Tian had no choice but to give up after hearing what Lin Yun said. Liu Yang was such a bad teammate. Don't go, I can still drink, keep going. Liu Yang was instantly unhappy when he saw the two of them getting ready to go home. He felt like he was already in the clouds. Before Luo Tian could say anything, Lin Yun stretched out his fingers and pressed on Liu Yang's acupuncture points. Liu Yang fell asleep after Lin Yun pressed on his acupuncture points. Go home and drink. I can't drink anymore. Lin Yun cursed and cursed. He really had reached his limit. Luo Tian smiled when he saw Lin Yun's move. This time, he finally had peace. Luo Tian's face also had a little red rime. Although his true energy evaporated, he still couldn't resist so much wine. He was almost drunk. If he continued to fight, both sides would suffer. Lin Yun looked very miserable. His face was as red as his buttocks. Lin Yun's speech was a little unstable, as if he might fall asleep at any time. Dr. Lin, I'll take you back. You've drunk too much. Xiao Yun had only drunk 2 glasses of wine when he came to the 888 booth, so his mind was naturally clear. Lin Yun did not refuse. Naturally, he would not give up a beautiful woman's company after drinking too much. Luo Tian looked at this scene and felt that it was urgent. He couldn't sit back and watch. Miss Xiao, I'll send someone to take Brother Lin back to the hotel. You've also drunk alcohol, and it's not safe. Xiaoning frowned when she heard Luo Tian's words. Why did this sound uncomfortable? Unsafe? What does it mean? I just think drunk driving is bad, that's all. Luo Tian's face showed a righteous look at this time, and he acted very upright. After all, driving after drinking is unsafe and illegal. Don't drink while driving. Don't drive after drinking. Xiaoning looked at Luo Tian and could only agree helplessly. Luo Tian was right. Drunk driving is still bad, no matter what the situation is. Luo Tian arranged for number 2 to take Lin Yun to Chenhua Hotel, and he also arranged for Lin Yun to get on the Panamera with the help of the staff of JK Bar. Liu Yang was helped away by the 2 girls he brought. As for where to go, Luo Tian naturally didn't care so much. Luo Tian walked to the toilet and whispered Night Fox. Night Fox came out of Luo Tian's shadow immediately, and Luo Tian was also confused. This master-level Night Fox is so awesome, he didn't even notice that he had practiced Qi for half a step. Luo Tian didn't care about that at this time. He had something important to do when he called Yehu out. Yehu, you and Man Huang intercept Xiaoning on the road later. I'll come to save the beauty later. Yehu immediately knelt on one knee to accept Luo Tian's words. Luo Tian guessed that Xiaoning, as the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, must have bodyguards around her, so it was just right to send Yehu and Man Huang. He hadn't heard that the Xiao family had a master. Luo Tian guessed that Xiaoning must have an internal force master secretly protecting her. Why did he say it was secretly protecting her? Looking at Xiaoning's performance just now, he naturally didn't know that there was a bodyguard. If there was a bodyguard, Xiaoning would definitely send Lin Yun to the hotel. Luo Tian arranged everything at this time and left the toilet. Number 3 and number 7 were at the door of the men's toilet. Luo Tian came out and saw number 3 and number 7 and was also confused. What's going on? Why did these 2 girls come to the men's toilet to block him? Master, are you going to attack Xiaoning? Before Luo Tian could speak, number 3 spoke first. Master, do you need me to help you catch Xiaoning? Number 7 was more direct and did not ask the same question as number 3. Luo Tian looked at the 2 people's serious look and smiled and touched their hair. I have arranged this matter. You don't have to worry about it. Luo Tian would naturally not send 2 people to attack Xiaoning. The 2 of them were high-level Qi training. Once they took action, their cultivation would be discovered. So it was better not to send them out. In other words, Luo Tian couldn't beat them. This is a flaw. The 2 didn't say much after hearing Luo Tian's words. Their duties were just to obey Luo Tian's arrangements, and they didn't need to worry about the rest. Luo Tian was also about to go out, and at this time saw Xiaoning coming out of the women's restroom. Xiaoning happened to see Luo Tian put his 2 hands on the heads of number 3 and number 7 respectively, and a disgusted expression appeared on his face. She hated Luo Tian, a romantic man, the most. Luo Tian also saw Xiaoning at this time, and the smile on his face froze. This is outrageous. How can you pretend like this? Fortunately, I didn't arrange the action, otherwise it would be exposed directly. What's the point of saving him? It was also the first time that Luo Tian experienced the difficulty of having low luck. This was too unlucky. The luck between Luo Tian and Lin Yun differed by several hundred points. When Luo Tian and Lin Yun faced each other, the bad luck would naturally fall on Luo Tian. Chapter 88. I love heroes saving beauties the most. Luo Tian immediately retracted his hands that were placed on the heads of the two men. Xiaoning washed her hands and left directly. She hated this kind of man. Number 3 and number 7 clenched their fists when they saw Xiaoning giving Luo Tian a cold look. They regarded Luo Tian as the god in their hearts. When they saw someone giving their god a cold look, they were naturally very unhappy. This was just like a believer. After all, their thinking was instilled by the system. In their eyes, Luo Tian was the whole world and Luo Tian was everything. Luo Tian also noticed the actions of the two men and patted them on the back. "Forget it, let's go. We have plans later. Don't delay." The two nodded when they heard Luo Tian's words. This was not the time to lose their temper. Luo Tian also left the JK bar and got on the Rolls-Royce. He sensed the location of Night Fox as the host, so he naturally had a connection with the bodyguard. After a while, Night Fox sent a message and the action began. Luo Tian also directed number 1 to drive towards Night Fox. On the other side, Xiaoning walked into an alley. There was no parking space when she came today, so she could only park in a small alley. She brought 2 friends with her when she came. But when they were drinking just now, the 2 friends sent messages and went back first. So Xiaoning got in the car alone and prepared to go back to the Xiao family. At this moment, a dagger suddenly appeared in the black shadow and stabbed towards Xiaoning. Xiaoning was shocked and immediately dodged. As the eldest lady of the Xiao family, Xiaoning's cultivation was naturally not low, and she also had the early stage of dark force. Night Fox also let him go with this knife. Otherwise, could he dodge Night Fox's knife with only the early stage of dark force? "Who are you? Why are you attacking me?" Xiaoning dodged and screamed immediately. She didn't look panicked at all at this moment. As the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, she was often assassinated. Yehu wore a fox mask and a black cloak. Yehu ignored Xiaoning and continued to slash at Xiaoning's neck. This time, Yehu used 50% of his strength. At this time, there was a sound of weapons colliding, and Yehu's knife was blocked by a middle-aged man with a sword. "Second uncle, why are you here?" Xiaoning was overjoyed to see the middle-aged man in front of her, and she was relieved. She knew that her second uncle's cultivation was at the peak of dark energy, so it seemed that he should be fine. Xiaoning only knew that there was only one master in Jiangling, Liu Gentian. The middle-aged man blocked Yehu's sword and took a few steps back. Although Yehu only used 50% of his strength, it was not something that could be easily blocked by the peak of dark energy. "Ning'er, retreat quickly. This person is at least at the peak of dark energy, 1 point stronger than me." The middle-aged man shouted at Xiaoning, looking at Yehu with a serious look in his eyes. Xiaoning's face changed when she heard the middle-aged man's words. What? What did she hear? At least at the peak of dark energy? You know, there are only a few peak dark energy masters in Jiangling that can be counted on one hand. "Who are you? Why do you want to assassinate Ning'er?" Yehu answered the middle-aged man this time. "Someone wants her life." After Yehu finished speaking, he burst out with true energy, and white flames suddenly appeared on the knife. "What? A master?" The middle-aged man was also scared when he saw the flames on the knife. A master-level master cannot be stopped by a peak dark energy master. "Ning'er, run quickly. Second uncle will buy you some time." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he bit his finger, and a drop of blood fell on the sword. The sword also emitted a faint blue light, but there were only a few spots which naturally could not compare with the flames on the entire blade of Yehu. "Essence and blood? It's quite interesting. Don't let me down." Night Fox nodded when he saw the middle-aged man's action. The middle-aged man used his essence and blood to bless his weapon, so that the true energy briefly covered the middle-aged man and swung his sword towards Night Fox. Blue sword energy slashed out. Night Fox looked at the blue sword energy and shook his head. "Is that all the power? Too weak." Night Fox slashed with a knife, and white flames suddenly erupted. The knife slashed on the sword, and with a click, half of the sword fell to the ground with a sound. The middle-aged man saw this and retreated. "Are you a top master? You are definitely not from Jiangling." There was only despair on the middle-aged man's face. With the Grandmaster at the peak of his powers, they would surely die. "Second uncle, run quickly, don't worry about me." Xiaoning saw this scene and immediately pulled the middle-aged man. "Ning'er, I will burn my blood and essence later. Run now, I can't hold on for much longer." The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a fearless look. When Xiaoning heard the middle-aged man's words, her tears instantly fell. "Second uncle, go away, don't worry about me." Second uncle has watched her grow up and treated her like his own daughter. Xiaoning was reluctant to let second uncle lose his life for her. "Silly child, second uncle is old, you still have a lot of time, go quickly." The middle-aged man pushed Xiaoning away after saying this. What a bitter drama, so touching. Yehu clapped his hands, making a sound of trembling in his mouth as he spoke. "But are you too naive? You don't think I'm alone, do you?" The middle-aged man was also stunned when he heard Yehu's words. What does this mean? Could it be that there are helpers? What do... You mean? Just after the middle-aged man finished asking, there was a loud bang, and a 2-meter-tall strong man, with gauze wrapped on his head, walked out of the smoke. The middle-aged man was completely desperate when he looked at the newcomer. When Man Huang just came, he had already released his true energy, so the middle-aged man naturally saw that the reason why Man Huang took so long to arrive was because Man Huang was placed in Longteng No. 1 Villa by Luo Tian. As soon as Man Huang received Luo Tian's order, he rushed here at his fastest speed. God wants to destroy our Xiao family. Xiao Ning is the most promising person in the new lineage of the Xiao family. He has entered the dark energy at a young age and will become a master in the future. So the middle-aged man is determined to save the Xiao family's hope. But now there are 2 people at the peak of the master. How can he save them? He can't save them even with his life. What happened here? Huh, Miss Xiao? Luo Tian was also driving a Rolls-Royce at this moment, looking at Nongzi through the back window with a hint of surprise in his eyes, as if it was really an accidental encounter. Luo Tian got out of the car and walked towards Xiao Ning. Don't come over. You will die. Xiao Ning saw Luo Tian coming directly over. Her face changed drastically. There were 2 peak masters in front of her. Luo Tian would surely die if he came over. Although Xiao Ning looked down on Luo Tian, she didn't want anyone to die innocently for her. It seems that Miss Xiao is in trouble. Luo Tian pretended to frown and looked at the barbarians and night foxes in front of him. Go away. You can't deal with them. Xiao Ning saw that Luo Tian was still trying to come in and was so scared that she shouted, Boy, be sensible and leave quickly. Otherwise you'd better be ready to call someone to collect the body. Night Fox was also reading the script at this time, and Luo Tian smiled contemptuously. What I like most is to be a hero and save the beauty. It's your bad luck to be met by me. Chapter 89. The plan succeeded. Go to Xiao's house. Boy, are you looking for death? Yehu saw Luo Tian coming, and a sinister look appeared in his eyes. Luo Tian looked at Yehu in front of him and couldn't help but want to give Yehu a thumbs up. Yehu's acting skills were really good, giving Xiao Ning a feeling of despair. This was exactly the effect Luo Tian wanted. Being rescued in despair would definitely be many times better than normal, and it would be more unforgettable. You should leave quickly. They are not ordinary people. Xiao Ning didn't care about so much at this time, and rushed directly towards Luo Tian. But Yehu didn't give Xiao Ning any chance to rush over, and directly slashed at Xiao Ning with a knife. Ninger, retreat quickly. The middle-aged man was also preparing to bite his palm to stimulate his blood essence. Xiao Ning closed her eyes when she saw that the tip of the knife was less than 1 meter away from her neck. Although 1 meter seems very long, it is only 2 seconds for a master-level strong man. Clank! The sound of metal colliding was heard. Xiao Ning opened her eyes in surprise, and her eyes widened when she saw the scene in front of her. Luo Tian was holding a black sword in his hand. The sword body was made of black diamonds. Although the sword was pitch black, there was a dragon head on the hilt. The dragon's eyes were glowing red, which made it look particularly gloomy. However, in Xiao Ning's view, this red light was her hope. You, what's wrong with you? Luo Tian looked at Xiao Ning's expression and smiled slightly, with the corners of his mouth raised. Who told you that I'm just an ordinary person? Xiao Ning couldn't help feeling bitter when she heard Luo Tian's words. Luo Tian never said that he was an ordinary person from the beginning to the end. He was just being sentimental just now. Be careful, he is a peak grandmaster, and there are 2 of them. Xiao Ning recovered after a while, and looked at Luo Tian with a nervous expression and a little worried. Xiao Ning was right. There were 2 peak grandmasters in front of them, so they naturally couldn't rely on them. Luo Tian sent a message to Yehu in the system. The bodyguards given by the system could send messages without being discovered, and the same was true for the maids. Even the most powerful people couldn't eavesdrop. Yehu, you'll go all out later, and I'll also have a practical fight. When Yehu received Luo Tian's order, he replied to Luo Tian in the system. Luo Tian picked up the black scale sword and slashed at Yehu. The sword was full of energy. Yehu didn't dare to be arrogant when he saw Luo Tian's sword. The white flame on the sword was even brighter than before. Yehu swung the sword towards Luo Tian. In an instant, the 2 weapons collided and the air seemed to be compressed. Both of them were shocked back, but Luo Tian only retreated 2 or 3 steps. On the other hand, Yehu retreated more than 10 steps before slowly stopping. Xiao Ning was stunned when she saw this scene. What did she see? A master at the peak was beaten back dozens of steps by a young man of the same age as her? You know, this is a master at the peak. And Luo Tian looks like he is just about 20 years old. This talent. The middle-aged man also gasped when he saw this scene. What kind of monster is this? The middle-aged man felt that he had been practicing for decades and had cultivated to a dog level. Be careful. Xiao Ning shouted at Luo Tian and saw Man Huang moved, punching at Luo Tian, and the fist wind whistled past. Luo Tian also burst out with true energy, and countless true energy gathered on his fist. Luo Tian punched Man Huang, and a strong gust of wind broke out from the center of the two fists. Xiaoning couldn't open her eyes because of the strong wind. She saw Luo Tian on the field retreating, and there was a little blood flowing out of his mouth. Xiaoning also hugged Luo Tian, who was retreating at this time. Seeing the blood at the corner of Luo Tian's mouth, she was immediately anxious. "What's wrong with you? Is it serious?" Xiaoning's face was full of worry. Luo Tian saved her. Man Huang was naturally much better than Luo Tian, but his fist was also shaking slightly. "I'm fine. Be careful." Luo Tian also stood up at this time and slashed at Xiaoning from behind with a sword. Xiaoning was shocked when she saw Luo Tian slashing at her with a sword, and immediately dodged backwards, but Xiaoning also knew why Luo Tian slashed at her at this time. She saw that the Night Fox knife was 50 centimeters behind Xiaoning, and was about to stab Xiaoning. Luo Tian no longer hid his strength at this moment, and all the true energy in his Dantian burst out. Luo Tian performed the 9 nether sword technique, and saw a black sword light coming out of the black scale sword. Luo Tian slashed down with the sword, and the Night Fox also found that Luo Tian's sword was not simple, and immediately blocked it in front of him with the knife. When Luo Tian's black scale sword hit the Night Fox knife, it was like cutting tofu. The knife was chopped off by the sword in an instant, and half of the blade fell to the ground with a snapping sound. Luo Tian took a breath of cold air when he saw this scene. This is only the second level of the 9 nether sword technique. There are a total of 9 levels of the 9 nether sword technique, but because of the rules of the world, Luo Tian only knows the first 3 levels. First level, fusion sword. Second level, continued sword. Third level, divided sword. The 9 nether swordsmanship does not have any fancy sword moves, only the basics of swordsmanship. The first level, fusion sword, is to merge with the sword, naturally, so as to bring out the power of a sword. The second level, continued sword, is to gather all the true energy into the sword body so as to chop out 100% of one's own power. The third level, divided sword, is to transform the true energy into swords. The number of swords transformed by the true energy depends on the amount of true energy of Luo Tian. With the little true energy Luo Tian has now, at most he can transform into 2 swords. However, these 2 swords can bring out 100% of Luo Tian's power. This is the terrifying part of the 9 nether swordsmanship. Luo Tian was thinking that when he could transform more and more swords, could he fire 10,000 swords at once? Yehu was also stunned when he saw the broken knife in his hand. Yehu never thought that Luo Tian could actually do this. "Let's go to the wilderness." Yehu felt that it was almost time. If they continued fighting, it would not end well. Man Huang nodded when he heard Yehu's words, and the 2 of them evacuated quickly. Luo Tian watched the 2 evacuate and secretly sighed at the power of the system. The people currently given by the system basically have independent consciousness, rather than being given to robots, who have strength but cannot think. Xiaoning breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the 2 people evacuating, and it seemed that she was saved this time. Luo Tian suddenly coughed up blood at this moment, and the blood dyed the dim ground red. Xiaoning was startled by Luo Tian and immediately stepped forward to support Luo Tian. "What's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Luo Tian was of course deliberate. He just fought with Man Huang just to pretend to be injured. In fact, Luo Tian had nothing wrong. He did this just to go to the Xiao family. He wanted to know what Lin Yun had done, and then look for opportunities from it. "I'm fine, I just got a little hurt by that punch." Luo Tian's face turned pale, and his voice was extremely, "Is this a minor injury? I'll take you back to the Xiao family for treatment." Xiaoning looked at Luo Tian in front of her, and suddenly found that the man in front of her was not so annoying. At least he suffered considerable injuries in order to save her, a stranger whom she had only met once. Xiaoning also roughly understood Luo Tian's strength through Luo Tian's battle just now. If Luo Tian wanted to leave, those 2 people should not stop him, and they couldn't stop him. Luo Tian smiled in his heart when he heard Xiaoning's words. Sure enough, time was not wasted. "Second uncle, let's go back to the Xiao family. I want to treat his injuries." The middle-aged man looked at Luo Tian and nodded. He was really eye-opening today. Chapter 90, Inciting Xiaoning to Rebel. Luo Tian was placed on the co-pilot by Xiaoning, and Xiaoning supported Luo Tian throughout the whole process. The middle-aged man looked at Luo Tian with strange eyes. This kind of cultivation is definitely not an ordinary person. He has never heard of any adult who has reached the peak of the Grandmaster level, and Luo Tian was barely able to fend off 2 peak Grandmasters alone. Half an hour later, Xiaoning drove the Maserati into the quaint courtyard. Xiaoning just got off the car and immediately walked to the co-pilot to support Luo Tian. 4 men came out of the yard, led by a white-haired old man. "Ninger, are you okay?" The old man also walked quickly to Xiaoning, looked at Xiaoning carefully, and only when he saw that Xiaoning had no injuries did he let go of his frown. Since he just received the message from the middle-aged man, The old man's brows had been frowned. After the old man finished looking at Xiaoning, he set his sights on Luo Tian. "Grandpa, this is my savior." Xiaoning also introduced at this time. "Hello, Grandpa Xiao. My name is Luo Tian." Luo Tian looked at Grandpa Xiao and greeted him immediately. His image was still important. Grandpa Xiao looked at Luo Tian for a while, and also had a kind smile on his face. "Thank you, little friend Luo, for saving me. Otherwise, without little friend Luo, I guess Ninger would be in great danger this time." "Grandpa Xiao, you are too kind. I just saw injustice and helped." When Grandpa Xiao heard Luo Tian's reply, the smile on his face became even brighter. "Little friend Luo, let's go in and talk." Luo Tian followed Grandpa Xiao into the lobby and sat on a mahogany chair. Luo Tian found that the decoration of the Xiao family was extremely ancient, which was incompatible with the modern atmosphere. "Grandpa, Luo Tian is injured. Do you have any healing pills at home?" Grandpa Xiao's face changed when he heard Xiao Ning's words, and he hurriedly said to someone next to him, "Xiao Wu, go get a healing pill." Healing pills are pills that only practitioners with internal strength or above need to take. There are very few alchemists in China, and the highest is only a 5th-grade alchemist. Healing pills are only 1st-grade pills, but the price is as high as 1 million per pill. Therefore, some small families can use healing pills as trading currency. After a while, Xiao Wu took out a wooden box and opened it. There was a green, irregular ball placed in the middle. Luo Tian looked at the healing pill and was a little surprised. "Is it a pill? Are you sure it's not a piece of booger? This green, irregular ball looks sticky." "Little friend Luo, take the healing pill quickly. It will help recover from your injuries." Grandpa Xiao pointed at the healing pill in the box. Luo Tian heard what Grandpa Xiao said and had no choice but to take out the green ball with his hands. Luo Tian prepared himself mentally and swallowed the pill. The healing pill melted in his mouth, but it only secreted a little airflow. It was completely different from the body-tempering pill given by the system before. Luo Tian felt the effect of the healing pill and was extremely disappointed. Is this the 1st-grade pill refined by China? Is this definitely not Feidan? However, Luo Tian still showed a happy smile on his face. "Thank you, Grandpa Xiao, for the pill." Grandpa Xiao waved his hands and exclaimed, "Young people are getting more and more powerful now. A few days ago, there was a young genius doctor. Today, it's Xiao Yo," Grandpa Xiao said, stroking his beard with his hand. "Why do you say that, Grandpa Xiao?" Luo Tian's eyes were shining with gold at this time, and he finally got to the place he wanted to hear the most. "Just 2 days ago, my 30-year-old leg disease was cured by a young man." Luo Tian finally knew how Lin Yun knew Xiao Ning. It turned out that Grandpa Xiao had a hidden illness for 30 years. This made sense. "Grandpa Xiao, I know a lot about medicine. How about checking it out for Grandpa Xiao, in order to avoid any omissions?" Luo Tian wanted to see if there were any traces in Grandpa Xiao's body. According to Luo Tian, Lin Yun had only acquired Hua Tuo's ancient skills in recent days, and his medical skills should not be very proficient. If there were any traces, he could provoke the relationship between the Xiao family and Lin Yun. Grandpa Xiao was also surprised to hear Luo Tian's words. He heard the middle-aged man say that Luo Tian was a master at the peak of his cultivation. Now it seems that it is far more than that. Originally, when Grandpa Xiao saw Lin Yun, he thought that Lin Yun was a child of destiny. Now it seems that Luo Tian is countless times stronger than Lin Yun. "Okay." Mr. Xiao put his hand on the table. Luo Tian reached out and felt Mr. Xiao's pulse. The god-level medical skills were activated. Luo Tian closed his eyes and slowly felt the situation inside Mr. Xiao's body. After a while, Luo Tian opened his eyes with a heavy look on his face. Mr. Xiao looked at Luo Tian's expression, and the smile on his face froze. "Little friend Luo, what's wrong with you? Mr. Xiao, have you always felt your legs swollen these 2 nights? And your cultivation is unstable?" Grandpa Xiao's face changed drastically when he heard Luo Tian's words. It was obvious that Luo Tian was completely right. Grandpa Xiao often felt his left leg swollen at night and accompanied by the leakage of true energy. Originally, Grandpa Xiao's cultivation had reached the half-step master, but with the leakage of true energy in the past 2 days, his cultivation has regressed to the peak of dark energy. Grandpa Xiao always thought that this was a complication of leg disease. Grandpa Xiao's left leg was broken when he was young. Because he applied poison, he had been suppressing it with true energy until he met Lin Yun 2 days ago, and then he forced the poison out of his leg. "Grandpa Xiao, that doctor is not a good person." Luo Tian's face was solemn. "What do you mean, young friend Luo?" Grandpa Xiao looked at Luo Tian's face, and his face also darkened. The doctor only cleared the external toxins, but did not force the toxins out of the bones. Now Grandpa Xiao hasn't suppressed the toxins in his legs for 2 days. Now the toxins are almost entering the heart. Fortunately, I was met. Luo Tian's series of words scared Xiao Ning and the 3 men behind him. "Grandpa Xiao, sit still. Do you have any silver needles?" Luo Tian asked Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning nodded, and immediately ran out to get the silver needles for Luo Tian. After a while, Xiaoning brought out a cowhide bag of silver needles. Luo Tian waved his hand, and the silver needles flew up. This was the method mastered by the strong qi practitioners. However, as a half-step qi practitioner, Luo Tian could only pick up some light objects. The silver needles flew towards Grandpa Xiao under Luo Tian's control and pierced Grandpa Xiao's body. Grandpa Xiao coughed violently. Grandpa Xiao coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The moment the solid wood floor came into contact with the black blood, it began to smoke. The black blood was corroding the floor. Xiaoning was terrified when he saw the scene in front of him. If this thing really got into Grandpa's heart, wouldn't it be the end? The admiration for Lin Yun in his eyes turned into resentment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of inciting Xiaoning to rebel. You will be rewarded with a set of Bingpo silver needles and 10,000 sign-in points. Luo Tian was overjoyed when he heard the system's prompt. He didn't expect it to be a hidden task. What a profit! Grandpa Xiao, I have forced the poison out. If nothing goes wrong, you will be able to recover to your peak condition after a month of rest. Luo Tian took out the silver needle that had pierced Grandpa Xiao's body. Grandpa Xiao stood up and felt that the oppressive feeling on him was gone, replaced by a feeling of weakness. Chapter 91 Su Lin Yun. Grandpa Xiao sat on a solid wood chair, leaning back, holding the handle with both hands weakly. Thank you, little friend Luo. I was almost killed by someone. Luo Tian waved his hands. Grandpa Xiao, you are too polite. Ning and I are friends. When Xiao Ning heard Luo Tian say this, her ears turned red. Luo Tian's words had a different flavor. Grandpa Xiao looked at Xiao Ning's expression and laughed. The more he looked at Luo Tian, the happier he felt. Not only was he strong, but he was also proficient in medicine. Isn't this the perfect candidate for his grandson-in-law? Ning, take little friend Luo to visit our Xiao family. Grandpa Xiao also offered an assist at this time. Xiao Ning nodded with a red face when he heard what Grandpa Xiao said. Luo Tian naturally had no objection at this time, and followed Xiao Ning out of the hall. Grandpa Xiao touched his beard when he saw the two people going out, and said to the three middle-aged men behind him, What do you think of this young man, Luo Tian? The three middle-aged men behind were naturally Grandpa Xiao's three sons. They were named Xiao Wu, Xiao Li, and Xiao Wen. The three of them were as their names suggested. Xiao Wu was a martial artist. He was Xiao Ning's second uncle, and his training talent was the strongest in the Xiao family. Xiao Li was the captain of the law enforcement team in Jiangling, and he held the entire Jiangling patrol force in his hands. Xiao Wen was Xiao Ning's father and the current patriarch of the Xiao family. He came to power with his clever brain. Since Xiao Wen became the patriarch of the Xiao family, the Xiao family's companies have been rising at a rocket speed. It is far from enough for a family to have this top combat power. Naturally, they also need money. After all, the whole family has to eat. How can they eat without money? Even if we put aside eating, improving cultivation naturally requires a lot of elixirs and spiritual herbs. Both of these things require a lot of funds, so money is also indispensable. This kid is calm and not anxious. He is a good seedling. The three heard what Grandpa Xiao said, and it was Xiao Li who spoke first. Xiao Li met many geniuses in the law enforcement team, but those geniuses were far from Luo Tian's level. In the eyes of those geniuses, they were invincible in the world, and everyone else was garbage. This kind of proud character is destined to show how long and far their own road is. This kid is very good. He has such cultivation at this age. He may even reach the realm of God in the future. As soon as Xiao Wu opened his mouth, he exposed himself as a cultivation maniac. Although Xiao Wu had some talent, the Xiao family simply could not provide him with a large number of elixirs and spiritual medicines. As he got older, Xiao Wu's cultivation could only stop at the peak of dark energy. The realm of God in Xiao Wu's mouth refers to the nascent soul stage. Xiao Wu was fortunate to have seen the nascent soul stage masters take action. Many people have also seen it. Ever since the Chinese cultivation community has regarded the nascent soul stage cultivators as gods, I feel that this kid has a complicated background. He has such a high level of cultivation at such a young age. The money spent on this is not something we can imagine. Xiao Wen narrowed his eyes. The other two nodded when they heard what Xiao Wen said. Xiao Wen was worthy of being the patriarch of the Xiao family. His thoughts were different from those of the warriors like them. A teenager who had just reached adulthood was already at the peak of the Grandmaster. How much money would this cost? Moreover, some things cannot be bought with money. Some natural treasures will not be sold no matter how much money others offer. After all, the correct way to use natural treasures is to improve one's own cultivation. After all, cultivation means that one has countless money and the right to speak. You say that if this kid marries Ning, will our Xiao family take off? Old Master Xiao interrupted the conversation between the three people. His eyes narrowed, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Dad, what do you mean? Xiao Wen reacted immediately. Old Master Xiao said this to recruit men who may become gods in the future to the Xiao family. Not to mention becoming gods. Even if Luo Tian came to the Xiao family with his current cultivation, the Xiao family could become the #1 family in Jiangling. After all, the Liu family has only one master in the entire Jiangling. We can't rush this matter. Let's wait and see. Old Master Xiao continued, and Xiao Wen nodded. There was still a long time, and some things were naturally not good to rush. By the way, that kid named Lin Yun actually dared to harm me. I must make him pay the price. Old Man Xiao also thought of Lin Yun at this time, with gnashing teeth on his face. Lin Yun almost made Old Man Xiao go to see the King of Hell, so Old Man Xiao was naturally very angry. Xiao Wu also remembered the arrogant look on Lin Yun's face a few days ago, and was also unhappy. This Lin Yun was really pretentious. However, Lin Yun also cured Old Man Xiao, and he did not dare to say it. But at this moment, Lin Yun had become the enemy of the Xiao family. Father, this Lin Yun is already a master level. It is not easy for us to take revenge. Xiao Li also spoke at this moment. When Lin Yun came a few days ago, Xiao Wu and Lin Yun had a fight, so he naturally knew Lin Yun's cultivation level. Old Man Xiao frowned when he heard what Xiao Li said. Xiao Li was right. Lin Yun was already a master level, and it was estimated that no one in Jiangling could beat Lin Yun. Of course, Luo Tian was the exception, but Old Man Xiao did not want to ask Luo Tian to do this. If even revenge had to be sought from Luo Tian, wouldn't it make the Xiao family look rubbish? A family that even seeks outsiders for revenge, even Grandpa Xiao looks down on it. Doesn't he want to participate in the medical skills competition? We can secretly trip him up. Grandpa Xiao suddenly thought of Lin Yun's request to the Xiao family. The first stop of this medical skills competition is in Jiangling. As the organizer of this medical skills competition, isn't it easy for the Xiao family to get a Lin Yun? However, Grandpa Xiao obviously felt that he was still not satisfied, and the other party almost took his life. Father, how about we make some trouble for Lin Yun? At this time, Xiao Wen saw that Grandpa Xiao was still not satisfied, and he had an idea as soon as his eyes turned. Xiao Wen, tell me what trouble you want to make. Grandpa Xiao's eyebrows jumped when he heard Xiao Wen's words. He is worthy of being the think tank of the Xiao family. We can make some legal troubles for Lin Yun, such as him blackmailing our Xiao family for 5 million. Grandpa Xiao's eyes lit up when he heard Xiao Wen's words. This method is great. It's just like Mickey eating crispy corners. 2 days ago, Lin Yun took a check of 5 million from the Xiao family as payment for Lin Yun's treatment. But now, not only did Lin Yun fail to cure Grandpa Xiao, but he almost caused Grandpa Yu do the biggest thing and kill him. Grandpa Xiao became happier and happier as he thought about it. He wished he could tear Lin Yun into pieces. Xiao Wen nodded when he heard what Grandpa Xiao said, and he would prepare to sue Lin Yun tomorrow. Chapter 92, Ice Phoenix Bloodline. Xiao Wen had already investigated Lin Yun yesterday and found that no information about Lin Yun's identity could be found. Only Lin Yun's experience was known on the surface. This also showed that Lin Yun was not an ordinary person. But so what? On the other side, Xiao Ning led Luo Tian for a walk in the Xiao family yard. Luo Tian, are you friends with Lin Yun? Xiao Ning asked Luo Tian. Now Lin Yun is the mortal enemy of the Xiao family. If Luo Tian is Lin Yun's friend, then this matter will be a bit difficult. When Luo Tian heard Xiao Ning's words, he naturally knew what Xiao Ning meant. The system just sent a prompt that Xiao Ning was subverted, so it is natural that the heroine has turned evil. You think too much, I am not familiar with him. If possible, Luo Tian wanted to say that he also wanted to kill Lin Yun. As long as Lin Yun is alive, Luo Tian can't sleep all day. On the one hand, Lin Yun is the son of luck, and on the other hand, Luo Tian opened Lin Yun's panel at this time. Son of luck. Lin Yun, age 18, background. Direct lineage of the Lin family, the first of the 3 major families in the imperial capital. Current location, Chenhua Hotel. Luck value 720, strength, advanced skills, Watuo, ancient technique, healing. Luo Tian suddenly found that Lin Yun's luck value suddenly decreased by 90 points. It should be caused by the rebellion of the heroine. This was exactly what Luo Tian wanted. He opened his panel. Host, Luo Tian, age 18. Luck value 218, full, 1,000 assets. 3 billion, 70% of the shares of Chenhua Group, Huatian Commercial Street, Sunny Club, EC Private Hospital. Skills, 20 years of driving skills, quasi-super god special forces skills, god-level medical skills, god-level learning skills, god-level hacker skills. Luo Tian suddenly found that his luck had reached 218. This is a good sign. No wonder I feel that I am always taken care of by the goddess of luck. Xiao Ning was relieved when she heard Luo Tian's words. If Luo Tian wanted to protect Lin Yun, Xiao Ning really didn't know what to do. Luo Tian's strength was there. The two walked in the Xiao family yard without speaking. The cold wind slid across their faces, and their hair fluttered in the wind. Luo Tian, how old are you this year? Xiao Ning still had some doubts about Luo Tian's age, even though Luo Tian looked only 18 years old. What if Luo Tian took good care of himself? Xiaoning had been comforting herself all along, saying that she was nothing compared to Luo Tian. Xiaoning was a strong-willed woman, and she thought she was already very talented until she met Luo Tian, who dealt her proud talent a blow and left her feeling ashamed. I just turned 18. Although Xiaoning had been comforting herself all along, she was still shocked to hear Luo Tian tell her real age. The reason she was interested in Lin Yun was because she was curious about how Lin Yun practiced. She knew that Lin Yun had just turned 18, and not only did he have excellent medical skills, he was also a master. This was naturally unacceptable to the strong-willed Xiaoning, so she had always been very curious about Lin Yun. However, as soon as Luo Tian appeared, he overshadowed all of Lin Yun's glory. Lin Yun was simply vulnerable in front of Luo Tian. "Did you start practicing since you were in your mother's womb?" Xiaoning also made a joke. She really couldn't find a better explanation. However, even if Luo Tian started practicing since his mother's womb, it would be impossible for him to reach the peak of the P Grandmaster at such a young age. You know how many people can't reach the threshold of the Grandmaster in their entire lives. The Grandmaster and Dark Energy are simply a watershed. A Grandmaster can challenge 10 peak Dark Energy Masters alone. The reason for such a big gap is because of the true Qi. The Grandmaster can already practice true Qi, which is also the beginning of a practitioner. If he has not reached the Grandmaster, he is not considered a practitioner in the strict sense. He is just a powerful, ordinary person. Grandpa Xiao, who is a half-step Grandmaster, has only touched a little bit of the threshold, and there is still a big gap between him and the Grandmaster. Maybe it's because I'm gifted. Luo Tian touched his nose. The level of cultivation depends on the system, so he can be considered gifted. Luo Tian was not wrong. If Luo Tian was not gifted, how could he be chosen by the system? Xiaoning shook her head helplessly when she heard Luo Tian's words. Luo Tian's words were too hurtful. However, she also recognized that Luo Tian was gifted. She didn't know that there was such a thing as a system. "Miss Xiao, you actually have a good talent, but you just haven't found a way." Xiaoning's eyes lit up when she heard Luo Tian's words. What did Luo Tian mean by this? Could it be that Luo Tian could help her find a way? "When you practice, do you feel cold all over and frost forms around you?" Luo Tian had actually seen Xiaoning's problem a long time ago. Xiaoning actually had a special physique, so her normal practice speed was naturally not fast. "How do you know? Am I sick?" Xiaoning's mouth was wide open and her eyes were full of disbelief. She hadn't told anyone about this. How did Luo Tian know? After Luo Tian activated the divine medical technique, he could naturally feel the abnormalities in everyone's body. Luo Tian was the first to notice the cold air coming out of Xiaoning's body. Then Luo Tian asked the system, and the answer he got was indeed not simple. In order to know the answer, Luo Tian also spent 500 sign-in points. "Miss Xiao, this is not a disease." Luo Tian shook his head and continued, "Miss Xiao has the physique of an ice phoenix, and the blood power of the ice phoenix is contained in her body." Xiaoning was also stunned when she heard what Luo Tian said. Although she didn't know what this ice phoenix bloodline was, it sounded very powerful. Luo Tian looked at the information given by the system. Ice phoenix bloodline. One of the ancient bloodlines, it has the power of the ice phoenix after awakening. Awakening conditions. Ice phoenix essence blood. The more you awaken, the stronger you will be. Cultivation conditions. Extremely cold ice. Luo Tian opened the system mall and searched for the blood of the ice phoenix. He was shocked when he saw it. Ice phoenix essence blood, SSSS level. 1 billion sign-in points per drop. This price, this dazzling 4S level, really shocked Luo Tian. 1 billion sign-in points per drop. Luo Tian said that he couldn't afford it at all, so he could only search for the extreme cold ice. Extreme cold ice, 1 piece, 5,000 sign-in points. Tip: extreme cold ice will be consumed slowly. It is a disposable item that can help ice attribute practitioners to practice to the golden core stage. Luo Tian could only buy the extreme cold ice with tears in his eyes, silently saying in his heart that everything is for sign-in points. No effort today, no reward tomorrow. Luo Tian took out the extreme cold ice from the system space. As soon as the extreme cold ice came out, it burst into an astonishing cold current, freezing Luo Tian's hands red. Luo Tian hurriedly handed the extreme cold ice in his hand to Xiaoning. If it was a little later, his hand would probably be useless. The extremely cold ice reached Xiaoning's hands. Xiaoning was not frozen red as Luo Tian had imagined. Extremely cold ice gradually disappeared from Xiaoning's hands and slowly melted into Xiaoning's palms. "Luo Tian, what is this?" Xiaoning was a little confused as she watched the extremely cold ice gradually disappearing in her hands. However, as the extremely cold ice entered her body, the coldness on Xiaoning's body became stronger. Soon, cold air burst out from Xiaoning's body. Luo Tian felt the cold air gushing out of Xiaoning's body and shuddered. About 10 minutes later, Xiaoning was able to control the coldness in her body and took all the cold air into her body. Luo Tian, I'm already a master? Chapter 93. Everything is possible, sister. Xiaoning felt the true energy in her body, her face full of disbelief. It had only been less than a few minutes, but Xiaoning, who was at the initial stage of dark energy, had reached the Grandmaster level directly. Miss Xiao, the reason you haven't reached the Grandmaster level is because you don't have the harmony of ice attribute. What Luo Tian said was not wrong. With the blood in Xiaoning's body, she should have reached the Grandmaster level long ago. The reason why she was stuck in dark energy was that she lacked the best spiritual herbs or spiritual objects with ice attribute. Even if Luo Tian didn't help Xiaoning, Lin Yun would naturally get them in the future. It was only a matter of time. Luo Tian, don't call me Miss Xiao, just call me Ninger. The more Xiaoning looked at Luo Tian, the more mysterious she felt about him. Not to mention how Luo Tian could see the blood in her body, the piece of ice that Luo Tian just gave her was definitely a priceless treasure. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Luo Tian was secretly happy. This was a small step towards success. The 5,000 sign-in points were not wasted. By the way, Luo Tian, why are you so nice to me? Xiaoning also found a problem at this time. It seemed that she and Luo Tian were just nodding, acquaintances. Why did Luo Tian help her so much? Whether it was the initial rescue or coming to her house to rescue her grandfather, or the ice just now, Luo Tian was too good to her, which made Xiaoning feel a little warm. Xiaoning grew up under the protection of her family and heard from her family about the insidiousness of the outside world. Lin Yun was the first man she was curious about. However, after what happened just now, Lin Yun looked like dog shit in Xiaoning's eyes. On the contrary, Luo Tian in front of her gave her a kind of attraction. To put it bluntly, Xiaoning was also a young girl who had just become an adult, and she had reached Muchen's age. Maybe you look like a sister of mine. Luo Tian naturally wouldn't talk about Lin Yun and began to deceive her again. The so-called, everything is possible sister. As long as you mention your sister, you can basically get away with it, which is fine. Xiaoning didn't think much about what Luo Tian said and naturally took it as the truth. Ninger, it's getting late, I have to go back. When Luo Tian looked at his watch, he found that it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. When Xiaoning heard what Luo Tian said, she was also looking at Luo Tian. She really wanted to ask Luo Tian to stay at the Xiao family for one night, but out of a girl's modesty, Xiaoning finally did not speak. I'll take you home. I saw you didn't drive here. Luo Tian waved his hand. If he got in Xiaoning's car this time, Luo Tian felt that the situation would develop a little too quickly. Luo Tian didn't like things to develop so quickly, and there was no benefit in developing so quickly. Xiaoning might not think there was anything wrong, but the old man of the Xiao family was shrewd and could easily see that something was wrong, so Luo Tian had to take it slowly. I've asked someone to pick me up. It's not safe for a girl to drive so late. Xiaoning could only nod in disappointment after listening to Luo Tian's words. Luo Tian walked out of the Xiao family gate, and Number 1 drove a Rolls-Royce and arrived at the Xiao family gate. Xiaoning looked at Luo Tian with reluctance. He got on the Rolls-Royce and slowly left until the Rolls-Royce disappeared from Xiaoning's sight before returning to the Xiao family hall. Ninger, Luo Tian is gone? When Old Man Xiao saw Xiaoning walking to the hall alone, he also asked Xiaoning. Xiaoning nodded. Ninger, what do you think of this young man, Luo Tian? Xiaoning listened to Old Man Xiao's words and thought about it. Thinking about the way Luo Tian saved him, she suddenly found that Luo Tian was really handsome when he saved her. Xiaoning is also a beauty slave. Although she is not the kind of person who has no bottom line for handsome guys, she has a good impression of handsome guys, that kind of natural good impression. I think. Xiaoning just said that and suddenly stopped, looking at Old Man Xiao. Grandpa, why are you asking this? Old Man Xiao looked at Xiaoning's expression and laughed. Nothing, I'm just curious. Xiaoning looked at Old Man Xiao's smirk and naturally knew that Old Man Xiao was definitely not curious. Xiaoning's face flushed. By the way, Ninger, the provincial cultivation competition will be in a month. You have to work hard to practice. Old Man Xiao stopped joking when he saw Xiaoning's look, and his face was serious. Xiaoning looked at Old Man Xiao, who was so serious, and the expression on his face also became serious. The cultivation competition is held once a year, and each ranking is very important, which is related to the ranking of the family. Not only that, the cultivation competition also rewards valuable treasures and elixirs. The top 10 players will participate in the national competition, and at that time, they will truly appear on the national stage, which is very helpful to the reputation of a Bei family. Not only that, if you get in the top 10 in the national cultivation competition, you will have the opportunity to join the top sects in China. With Xiaoning's cultivation, Old Man Xiao naturally doesn't want Xiaoning to enter the national competition. He just hopes that Xiaoning can get a good result in the provincial competition. Grandpa, don't worry. I will definitely be in the top 3 in this competition. Xiao Ning patted her magnificent place with a confident look on her face. Old Master Xiao didn't know that Xiao Ning had reached the Grandmaster level, so he looked at Xiao Ning with a confident face and was puzzled. Ninger, why are you so confident? Xiao Ning didn't reply and directly burst out the true energy in her body. As soon as the true energy came out of her body, the temperature in the Xiao family hall dropped by dozens of degrees in an instant and the solid wooden beams were frozen. Real energy out of the body, Grandmaster? Master Xiao opened his mouth wide and looked at Xiao Ning in disbelief. Didn't Xiao Ning just reach the dark energy? How did he suddenly reach the Grandmaster level? No, this is not ordinary true qi, this is true qi with attributes. Grandpa Xiao also gradually relaxed, looking at the frozen wooden pillars. He also reacted. Among the practitioners, those who practice true qi with attributes are uniformly called monsters. There may not be one practitioner with attributes among 10,000 practitioners. Grandpa, it's like this. Xiao Ning also told Grandpa Xiao about what happened between him and Luo Tian just now. After listening, Grandpa Xiao also stroked his beard and laughed. Ninger, Luo Tian is the benefactor of our family. You have to treat him well. Xiao Ning nodded. Luo Tian helped the Xiao family so much. He was simply the savior sent by God to save the Xiao family. On the other side, in the Longtang No. 1 villa, Luo Tian was lying on the bed thinking about what to give Anmumu on her birthday tomorrow. This time, it was the first time Luo Tian celebrated Anmumu's birthday, so naturally he had to highlight Anmumu's status in his mind. Luo Tian thought about it and finally came up with a fun way. Luo Tian took out his mobile phone and operated it, and he arranged it in a short while. Luo Tian nodded. This time he would definitely give Anmumu an unforgettable birthday gift. Luo Tian also wanted to arrange a fireworks show for Anmumu, but the environmental department did not allow fireworks. This worried Luo Tian to death. What if he was caught by the police halfway through setting off the fireworks? Wouldn't that be outrageous? Luo Tian finally gave up the idea of setting off fireworks. After all, everyone has the responsibility to protect the environment. Luo Tian took out his mobile phone and transferred 5 million to Liu Yang, the pig teammate. Although what Liu Yang did was stupid, Luo Tian still saw Liu Yang's efforts. Luo Tian would not treat those who worked hard for him unfairly. Chapter 94. A blue savings card worth 1 billion. The next day at 7 o'clock in the morning, the first thing Luo Tian did when he got up was to send Anmumu a happy birthday message. Anmumu also replied with an emoticon package of love you in seconds. Liu Yang also received Luo Tian's transfer and sent an emoticon package of thank you boss. Luo Tian and Liu Yang sent a message. I arranged for you to buy things last night, go down and buy them, and the things for Anmumu's birthday tonight cannot be late. Liu Yang replied instantly. Don't worry, Brother Tian, Liu Yang is very steady in doing things. Luo Tian saw Liu Yang's reply and his face darkened. Where does this Liu Yang get the face? And he is very steady in doing things? If Liu Yang messes up this time, Luo Tian doesn't mind slapping this guy to death. Sign in. Luo Tian signed in as soon as possible this time. This is a good habit every day. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and you will be rewarded with 10,000 sign-in points and a chance to draw a God-level lottery. Luo Tian was instantly excited when he saw that there was a God-level lottery this time. This is a good thing. Starting from the God level. Sure enough, with the increase of luck value, the things signed in by the system every day are all good things. Luo Tian doesn't want to use this lottery opportunity for the time being. After all, today is Anmumu's birthday, and he has to go shopping first. Luo Yang drove to the largest jewelry sales center, Baolai International. There are countless jewelry in Baolai International, including some sky-high priced jewelry, so Baolai International is called the Boyfriend Crematorium. Luo Tian parked the car in the underground parking lot of Baolai International and walked into Baolai International. As soon as he entered the door, he saw countless people choosing these jewelry. However, these people are basically in pairs. Luo Tian, who comes alone, seems out of place. Baolai International's jewelry is basically unbranded, and the price is generally determined by the material. For example, imperial green jadeite, glass jadeite, gold, platinum, and large carat diamond rings have no so-called brand value added, so the price is very transparent, and it is also a place that some collectors like to come. Baolai International's jewelry is also divided into 4 grades, namely A, S, SS, SSS. A grade represents 1,000 to 100,000, S grade represents 100,000 to 1 million, SS grade represents 1 million to 10 million, SSS grade represents 10 million to 100 million. The system of Baolai International is also very strict. If you want to enter the S grade, you have to verify your capital and apply for a card based on your assets. You can only enter if your assets meet the purchase requirements. This also avoids the trouble of just looking at what you can't afford. Luo Tian walked to the front desk of Baolai International and prepared to get an SSS level card. This will also make it convenient for him to buy things at Baolai International in the future. Baolai International is a chain store. Basically, there is a Baolai International in every medium and large city, and the cards of Baolai International are also interoperable. Hello, I want to apply for a card. The girl at the front desk heard Luo Tian's words, took out a form and handed it to Luo Tian. Please fill out the form to apply for an S-level card. Xiaomi at the front desk handed Luo Tian the form and ignored Luo Tian. In her opinion, Luo Tian was just a rich second generation. How rich can a rich second generation in a small place like Jiangling be? Moreover, Luo Tian was wearing a custom-made Armani suit today, which didn't even have a logo. The receptionist naturally didn't want to pay attention to Luo Tian. Luo Tian frowned at the service attitude of the receptionist. How dare a receptionist be so arrogant? I didn't say I wanted to apply for an S-level card, did I? The receptionist's attitude became even colder when she heard Luo Tian's words. You don't need to apply for an A-level card. Just take a look at it yourself. Luo Tian was speechless. Did he really not look like a rich man at all? Even a receptionist looked down on him? I want to apply for an SSS level card. What procedures do I need? The receptionist showed a trace of disdain on her face. Sir, if you keep joking and delaying my work, I'm going to call security. Luo Tian was speechless. He just wanted to apply for a card. How could it be a joke? Call your manager. Luo Tian didn't want to argue with the receptionist anymore. Time was precious, and it was not worth wasting it on such a person. The receptionist girl also stood up to call the manager. She wanted to see how Luo Tian would die. No one who dared to show off in Baolai International would leave standing. Soon a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes came out under the guidance of the receptionist girl. The middle-aged man walked up to Luo Tian and looked at him. Hello, sir. Are you looking for an SSS level card? The middle-aged man was not the receptionist girl. She could tell at a glance that Luo Tian's clothes were expensive. The receptionist girl opened her eyes wide and looked at the middle-aged man in front of her. She knew how scary this middle-aged man was. Last time, someone came to Baolai International to show off, and the middle-aged man broke 3 ribs and threw him out. The police did not arrest him at all, which showed how powerful Baolai International was. But how could such a cruel person be so polite to a young man? Yes, may I ask what is the procedure for applying for a card? Luo Tian nodded at the middle-aged man's attitude, his eyes fixed on the work tag on the middle-aged man's clothes. Manager of Baolai International, Chile. Chile looked at Luo Tian's attitude and could tell at a glance that Luo Tian was not joking. Chile has been the manager of Baolai International for so many years, and he can tell at a glance whether the customer is joking or not. As long as you have 200 million in cash, you can become an SSS-level member of our Baolai International. Luo Tian nodded when he heard Chile's words and took out a blue savings card from his pocket. Chile was stunned when he looked at this blue savings card. Isn't this just an ordinary savings card? He had never heard of a bank with more than 200 million in deposits in its savings card. Generally, for such customers, the bank would definitely upgrade to a black gold card. Sir, are you sure you are not kidding? Before Luo Tian could say anything, the girl at the front desk began to say to Chile with ill intentions, Manager, I think he is here to make trouble. A blue card with 200 million? Hurry up and ask the security to kick him out. She was very upset with Luo Tian's behavior just now, so she would not let go of the opportunity to add insult to injury. Luo Tian did not say anything and put the blue card in his hand on the table. Manager Qi, you will know if you check it out. It's useless for me to say more. Luo Tian doesn't take out his Yunda black card for everything now, so he transferred 1 billion to his previous card. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing again this time. Chile looked at Luo Tian, and after finding that Luo Tian was not joking, he also took out the capital verification machine and swiped Luo Tian's blue card. Luo Tian entered the password, and soon the capital verification machine screen showed the balance of Luo Tian's blue card. A string of zeros appeared in front of Chile, and the front desk girl with a strange smile on her face. Chile saw the balance, wiped his eyes, and counted the PO number carefully. There were 10 digits, 9 zeros. That is a full 1 billion. It was the first time in a long time that Chile saw such a young person take out so much money, and it was on a blue savings card. Manager Qi, can I get an SSS level card? Luo Tian looked at Chile's expression and was unmoved. Luo Tian was tired of seeing this kind of shocked expression. Chile also reacted and bowed to Luo Tian. Sir, I'm sorry for treating you like that just now. Chapter 95, Immortal Spirit Stone. Luo Tian waved his hand and looked at the receptionist. The receptionist looked at Luo Tian with a bad feeling. It's okay. It's none of your business. However, when Chile heard Luo Tian's words, he followed Luo Tian's gaze and looked at the receptionist behind him. Chile was indeed a veteran and knew what Luo Tian meant. Go ahead and go to the finance department to get your salary and leave. The receptionist nodded silently at this moment. She knew that she had offended someone she shouldn't have offended. It would be unwise to retort at this time. A man with 1 billion in cash wanted to mess with her, who only earned a few thousand a month. Isn't it just a matter of saying a word? Manager Chi, please help me to apply for the card quickly. Luo Tian still had to buy a diamond ring later, so he naturally didn't want to waste time on this. Chile hurriedly picked up the computer to operate. Sir, what is your name? Luo Tian. Chile continued to operate. Chile tapped the keyboard very quickly. In less than 5 minutes, a black and gold card was placed in front of Luo Tian. The whole card only had 3 S's on the front, and there was a Baolai International logo on it, which looked very luxurious and low-key. Luo Tian picked up the card and walked towards the elevator. After swiping the black and gold card, he came to the SSS area. When the elevator door opened, it was completely different from the hawkers downstairs. In the SS area, red wine and food were placed in the middle, and jewelry was on both sides. Luo Tian just came out of the elevator, and a tall beauty immediately came over with a smile. Hello, sir. What do you need? The tall beauty's eyes lit up when she saw Luo Tian. Could it be that she met such a handsome young man? She has been working for 2 years, but the people who come to the SSS area are either middle-aged or old men. Luo Tian is so handsome. There are not basically no such young people, but none at all. Only the cardholder can come to the SSS level area of Baolai International, and can only bring 2 people at most. So it is usually a middle-aged man with 2 secretaries, or an elderly person with his son or grandson. The tall beauty who saw Luo Tian coming alone naturally knew that Luo Tian was the cardholder. In other words, Luo Tian was a handsome, rich and handsome man. Luo Tian did not focus on the tall beauty. There were many girls around Luo Tian. If he had to take one, every time he saw one, wouldn't Luo Tian have to take kidney treasure sooner or later? And the kidney treasure alone was definitely not enough. He might have to go to the hospital to get a few more kidneys. I want to see the diamond ring. Please show me the way. The tall beauty noticed that Luo Tian was looking at her every day. There was a little disappointment in her eyes, but there was no strange color on her face. She was still smiling. Okay, sir, please follow me. Luo Tian followed the tall beauty and walked to a display cabinet. Luo Tian took a look and felt a little emotional. It was worthy of being an SSS level area. There was not a single diamond ring in the display cabinet that was less than 10 million. However, this just happened to be in line with the setting of the SSS level area. Luo Tian's eyes were attracted by the huge diamond in the middle. There was a pink diamond in the middle, and there were densely packed small diamonds on both sides of the pink diamond. Countless diamonds sparkled under the light, which was very eye-catching. Sir, this is the treasure of our Baolai jewelry, Pink Queen. The tall beauty saw that Luo Tian was fascinated by the Pink Queen and didn't move away, and hurriedly continued to explain. The Pink Queen is composed of a 9-carat pink diamond, 20 diamonds, and 80 broken diamonds. Luo Tian looked at the Pink Queen in the middle in the shape of a crown and felt excited. This kind of diamond should be liked by every girl. Luo Tian glanced at the price and took a breath of cold air. The price tag said 130,000 thaun. Such a small diamond is worth more than 100 million. This is really a diamond ring that can buy dozens of houses. But this is just what Luo Tian wants, just to express his feelings. What is the thing he lacks the least now? That is money. In Luo Tian's eyes, there is not much difference between 100 million and $1. The consumption cashback crit is a money-brushing artifact. Although the system has weakened the reward of the consumption cashback, it has no effect at all. Even if the probability is only 1%, Luo Tian can slowly brush it. Can you take out this diamond ring and have a look? The tall beauty heard Luo Tian's words without any surprise. Basically, people who come to the diamond ring area will ask to take it out and have a look. After all, the Pink Queen is indeed very eye-catching, but those people just take it out to have a look. As for buying it, there are probably only 2 types of people who would buy it. The first type is those who have money but nowhere to spend it, and the second type is those who are very rich and want to propose to a tall beauty. She opened the display cabinet and placed the Pink Queen on it. Luo Tian took a closer look and found that the Pink Queen was different. This diamond ring actually had true energy fluctuations. What's going on? System, help me identify this diamond ring. Luo Tian's face was full of question marks. What's going on? There was actually true energy fluctuations on a diamond ring. Ding! The identification requires 500 sign-in points for the identification fee. Luo Tian was instantly unhappy when he heard what the system said. What the hell is this? It actually costs 500 sign-in points? You know, Xiaoning's Ice Phoenix bloodline only had 500 sign-in points before. How could this diamond ring in front of him require such a high identification fee? But Luo Tian thought in a flash, what if this diamond ring in front of him is really something rare? Then wouldn't he really make a fortune? Identification. Luo Tian finally reluctantly spent 500 sign-in points to identify this diamond ring. Ding, the host consumes 500 sign-in points for identification. Ding, identification is successful. Ding, change the item to a fairy-grade spirit stone, which contains a powerful fairy source power. Luo Tian heard a series of sounds from the system and was also confused. What? Did he hear it right? Fairy-grade spirit stone? Luo Tian was ecstatic. This is a good thing. It is simply a priceless treasure for him. Luo Tian felt that this diamond was too cheap for more than 100 million. Luo Tian expressed that he wanted to collect this kind of diamonds unlimitedly, as many as he wanted. Please help me pack it up. I want this diamond ring. Luo Tian suppressed the excitement in his heart and said to the tall beauty calmly. The tall beauty was subconsciously preparing to put the pink queen into the display cabinet. After a few seconds, the tall beauty reacted. Sir, are you sure you want to buy this pink queen? The tall beauty still couldn't believe it. This is a diamond ring worth more than 100 million. It's not 10 million or 20 million. You know, an SSS level card only needs 200 million in cash to apply for a lot of SSS level cards. The cash required to apply for a SSS level card is just enough. This pink queen is half of the funds. Who is willing to spend it? I'm sure. Help me pack it up. Luo Tian nodded. The tall beauty looked at Luo Tian and said, Okay, sir. Luo Tian still had to choose a diamond ring. This pink queen was a fairy-grade spirit stone, so he would naturally not give it to Anmumu. Chapter 96. It was not because Luo Tian was reluctant to give this fairy-grade spirit stone to Anmumu. If he just gave it to Anmumu, it would be a complete waste of this fairy-grade spirit stone. As we all know, not wasting is a traditional virtue in China. Luo Tian is naturally a good boy who does not waste. Although Luo Tian was also a smart boy before, Luo Tian wanted to slap himself when he thought about the time when he dyed his hair green. Luo Tian was fooled by Luo Jun to dye his hair, but when he got to the barber shop, Luo Jun directly gave him a yellow samat hair. Luo Tian naturally would not be scared and directly picked a blue samat hair. The worst among the three hair, the one who was holding him, was Alang. Alang was held down by Luo Tian and Luo Jun and dyed green. Luo Tian would never forget the way others looked at them when they returned to school after dyeing their hair that day. So Luo Tian's fashion name came from this. Luo Tian suddenly wanted to bring a ring to Luo Jun and Alang. Luo Jun had taken good care of Luo Tian before. Because Luo Tian was an orphan and had no income, he relied on part-time jobs to make a living every day. In high school, at this age where people like to compare, he was naturally ridiculed by many classmates. Luo Jun always came out to protect Luo Tian and threatened that whoever dared to laugh at Luo Tian, Luo Jun would fight to the death. Luo Tian thought that his high school life was also quite fun. Please help me wrap up this blue ocean again. Luo Tian continued to point to a blue diamond ring next to the pink queen, which was about the same size as the pink queen. This time, Luo Tian did not feel any spiritual energy from this blue diamond ring. The tall beauty continued to be numb when she heard Luo Tian's words. How much money did this young man have? Blue ocean is also second only to the pink queen's diamond ring. The price is as high as 109 million. This young man spent more than 200 million in just a short time. It's not that fast to open a bank at home, right? The tall beauty didn't ask Luo Tian anything and packed up the 2 diamond rings. Sir, swipe the card here. The tall beauty walked to a small table where there was a black and gold card swiping machine. Ordinary card swiping machines could not be used for consumption of up to 200 million yuan, but the black and gold card swiping machine in front of her was different. This was a card swiping machine customized by Baolai International from a bank, which could swipe a maximum amount of 1 billion yuan. The handling fee was, naturally, not low, and it was necessary to extract 0.5%. Don't underestimate 0.5%. 10 million yuan would require 50,000 yuan, and Luo Tian would require more than 1 million yuan for the 200 million yuan. However, this handling fee was not worth mentioning compared with the profit of Baolai International. Take the 2 diamond rings in front of her, for example. The cost of Pink Queen is slightly higher than that of Blue Ocean. The cost of Pink Queen is 62 million, and that of Blue Ocean is 54 million. By selling the 2 items to Luo Tian, he made 100 million yuan. However, blue and red diamonds as big as that are rare, and there are even fewer pure ones like that. So this is also in line with industry practices. After all, they are bought for collection. No one would really buy a diamond ring worth more than 100 million yuan and wear it on their hands every day, right? Luo Tian took out the blue savings card, and the tall beauty was stunned for a moment. What was going on? More than 200 million yuan to pay with a blue savings card? Swipe the card. Luo Tian looked at the tall beauty who was still hesitant to act and reminded her. The tall beauty was also relieved by Luo Tian's reminder. Okay. The tall beauty took the blue savings card and put it on the card swipe machine. Luo Tian pressed his fingerprint and the bill was printed out in less than a second. Luo Tian picked up the pen and signed his name. The tall beauty also took a breath when she saw Luo Tian successfully pay. This young man in front of him was definitely very special. A blue savings card with more than 200 million yuan in it. What about other cards? What about all the cards added together? Miss, can you accompany me to buy 3 men's rings to wear on the thumb? Luo Tian didn't want to waste time. After all, he was not very familiar with Baolai International. The tall beauty was about to agree when she was interrupted by a female voice. Mr. Luo, I'll take you there. A girl came from behind, wearing a white dress that outlined her figure. There was a feeling of not knowing the depth of the girl. The girl's skin was as white as fat, willow-shaped eyebrows, phoenix eyes, cherry lips, and the appearance of a perfect girl. This girl was basically the same as An Mumu and Yu Kexin, but this girl had a strong temperament. Who are you? Luo Tian didn't know where the woman in front of him came from. He saw that the tall beauty bowed directly to the woman with a very respectful face. Hello, Miss Li. The woman ignored the greeting of the tall beauty and bowed slightly to Luo Tian. Hello, Mr. Luo. I am the owner of this Baolai International. My name is Li Qianshui. Luo Tian heard what the tall beauty said. Miss Li? Could it be the Longjing Li family again? How did you know I was here? Luo Tian couldn't help but be curious. How did the woman in front of him know that he came to Baolai International? Manager Qi told me that a big boss has deposited 1 billion in a blue savings card. There is only one person in the whole Jiangling who has this strength, and that is Mr. Luo. Li Qianshui looked at Luo Tian. She was the 3rd daughter of the Li family in Longjing and the only daughter of Li Bokai, the head of the Li family. Li Qianshui was the apple of the eye of the Li family, so Li Bokai naturally told Li Qianshui some news about Luo Tian. At first, Li Che didn't believe that there was such a powerful family. Exterminating the 4 major families in Longjing was like killing a chicken. In Li Qianshui's eyes, it was impossible. She knew the background of the Li family. But when Li Bokai talked about the Qian family, she was silent. She knew that the Qian family had at least 2 ancestors in the nascent soul stage. Although on the surface, China only had 1 powerful Yuanying stage, but the background was never easily exposed. The Qian family with 2 ancestors in the Yuanying stage was wiped out overnight. What kind of terrifying family did this? Moreover, the 4 major families in Longjing not only have ancestors in the nascent soul stage, but also have formations that have been passed down for thousands of years. What Li Bokai said to Li Qianshui is still sweating coldly. The Qian family's courtyard guard formation was split in half by a knife, leaving a huge crack in the ground, and no one knew about such a big commotion. That night was particularly quiet, and no one saw this scene until the next morning. This strength is not something that the Li family can see, but one thing is certain. The Luo family has a great power beyond the nascent soul stage. Miss Li is joking. What is this little money to the Li family? Luo Tian smiled slightly. He didn't know what the Li family was like. A Yunda Centurion black gold card is so useful? It shouldn't be. Mr. Luo, just call me Qianshui. Miss doesn't deserve that title. Also hurriedly said. If Luo Tian was displeased, the Li family would probably be wiped out soon. Previously, the Qian family just wanted to get a piece of the Luo family's cake, but they were wiped out in one night. If Luo Tian, the prince of the Luo family, was displeased, Li Qianshui didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Qianshui, don't call me Mr. Luo, just call me Luo Tian directly. Luo Tian has always been mutual. When others give him face, he naturally has to give others face. Chapter 97, Purple Gold Supreme Card. Face is naturally mutual. If others don't give you face, you still spoil him? Do you think he is your son? Li Qianshui was also very happy to hear Luo Tian's words, and this also brought her closer to Luo Tian. Qianshui, take me to pick out some men's rings. They don't have to be too expensive, just a few 100,000 will do. Li Qianshui thought for a while and said, if you want a ring worth hundreds of thousands, you have to go to the S area. There is none here. After Li Qianshui finished speaking, she took Luo Tian to the S area in the elevator. When Luo Tian got out of the elevator, he saw dozens of people picking out jewelry. Compared to the SSS level area, the S level area feels more like a shopping mall. There are basically no people in the SSS area, and Luo Tian was the only one there just now. But this is understandable. After all, there are quite a few people in Jiangling who have reached the S level, and there are only a few dozen people who have reached the SSS level. Who of these dozens would come to Baolai International to buy jewelry every day? Luo Tian followed Li Qianshui. Everyone who saw Li Qianshui hurriedly greeted her along the way, with an incredible look on their faces. They really didn't expect to see Li Qianshui in the S-level area. Li Qianshui would only be in the SSS level area, or the mysterious area of a higher level. As for what the mysterious area was, no one knew. In Jiangling was qualified. Li Qianshui walked to a jewelry cabinet. The cabinet was full of rings with many styles. Luo Tian saw at least 10 kinds, including gold, platinum, diamond, jade. Luo Tian, this is the men's ring here, you pick one. Li Qianxue pointed to the ring in the cabinet and said. Luo Tian also picked it up and looked at it. He felt that he should choose a ring that matched the smart temperament. This way, the feelings of the three people could be strung together. Luo Tian was suddenly attracted by the three rings. He saw yellow, blue, and green rings quietly placed in the cabinet. The surface of the ring was silvery white, and the platinum ring was introduced. What a coincidence! Whatever I want to buy, it will burst out. This luck is unmatched. This also made Luo Tian more concerned about dealing with Lin Yun. He had already experienced the benefits of reputation. It was like cheating, going out to buy a ring and encountering a fairy-quality spiritual stone. The probability of this is even lower than the concept of winning a lottery of hundreds of millions. Qianxue, help me pack these three rings. Luo Tian bought these three rings directly, without having to choose anything else. None of them were more suitable than these three rings. Although the unit price of this ring is not very high, only 188,000, but when giving gifts, the emphasis is on the sentiment over the reason. Li Qianxue asked the clerk to pack the three rings directly. The clerk's appearance was far inferior to that of the tall beauty in the SSS level area. However, there were at least 20 to 30 clerks in the S level area, so there was no need for demand. Luo Tian, these three rings will be our meeting gift. Li Qianxue did not intend to collect the money at this time. It was only a few 100,000. It was naturally a big profit for Luo Tian's favor. However, Luan did not want Li Qianxue to give him a free bill. Luo Tian was still secretly angry. Just now, more than 200 million did not trigger the consumption cashback. Now he was still waiting for the consumption cashback to be triggered. How could he ask Li Qianxue to give him a free bill? Qianxue, I never like others to give me things when I buy them. Luo Tian took out the blue savings card from his pocket and put it on the table. Li Qianxue did not continue to insist on giving it to Luo Tian. This kind of words only need to be said once. If others did not accept it, it would not be a favor if you gave it again. It would cause dissatisfaction on the other party. The clerk set her eyes on Li Qianxue. She did not take Luo Tian's card. After all, Li Qianxue had the final say in the entire Baolai International. Would she dare to take Luo Tian's money without Li Qianxue's nod? Li Qianxue nodded, and the clerk took the card on the table and swiped it to pay. Luo Tian entered the password and the bill was quickly printed out. This is an ordinary card swiping machine, which is naturally different from the previous black gold card swiping machine. You only need to press the password to pay. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a consumption critical hit, coefficient 99. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 18.6 million funds. Ding! The funds have been deposited into the host's account. The funds are absolutely safe. Please feel free to use them. Luo Tian laughed when he heard a series of prompts from the system. Sure enough, the consumption cashback was triggered, and the coefficient was 99, which is basically the highest multiple. Comfortable. Luo Tian stretched his body and felt very comfortable. Freebies are always the best. Qianxue, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I still have to go to school. Luo Tian promised on Mumu that he would accompany her to class today, so naturally he couldn't stay too long. Luo Tian said that he would go to class at 10 o'clock, so there was still about an hour left, and it was almost time to go to Jiangling No. 1 Middle School. Luo Tian, wait, I have something else to tell you. When Li Qianxue heard that Luo Tian was leaving, she hurriedly stopped Luo Tian. She still had her own ideas. When Luo Tian heard what Li Qianxue said, his face was full of question marks. He couldn't imagine what else Li Qianxue wanted to talk to him about. Li Qianxue pulled Luo Tian aside and put a purple card in Luo Tian's hand. Luo Tian observed the card. There was a golden dragon printed on the card, and there was also the logo of Baolai International on it. This card was many times more advanced than the previous black gold card, and it looked very majestic and domineering. This is our Baolai International Supreme Purple Gold card. There are only 4 in the world. This is the 5th one. Li Qianxue continued to explain to Luo Tian, if you own this card, you will have the right to mortgage 10 billion cash in Baolai International, and you will also have various privileges. Luo Tian listened to Li Qianxue's introduction and found that this card was not very useful to him. He didn't need 10 billion. What's more, he wanted to buy 10 billion jewelry? Wouldn't that mean his brain was kicked by a donkey? Okay, I'll take it. Luo Tian did not refuse Li Qianxue this time. After all, he had just refused once. If he refused again this time, Luo Tian would seem a little arrogant. Li Qianxue smiled when she saw Luo Tian accept the purple gold supreme card. As long as Luo Tian accepted this card, it meant that Baolai International and Luo Tian were friends. With Luo Tian's big golden leg in Baolai Club, the other 3 naturally dared not touch Baolai International. Recently, the jewelry industry has been getting bigger and bigger, and other jewelers are also doing bigger and bigger. The reputation of Baolai International as the first jewelry holy land is not very stable. The Shui family, who is a mortal enemy of the Li family, has also set their sights on the Li family's Baolai International. Shui. The family even lowered the price to attract customers from Baolai International. In the end, Baolai International's sales volume dropped significantly. This matter has made the Li family very worried. Baolai International naturally cannot lower the price. Baolai International's cost is too high. Even a 1% price reduction may result in a loss of tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. The Shui family made a lot of money in the real estate industry, so losing this little money is nothing. However, the Li family is in recession, and the recent financial reports have been showing losses. Naturally, they can't bear such a high loss. It was not until they made friends with Luo Tian some time ago that they slowly started to get better. So Luo Tian is also the life-saving straw of the Li family. Chapter 98. Thoughts triggered by the 3 rings. Luo Tian put away the purple gold supreme card. He was almost late and naturally would not waste time. Chen Chen, I'm leaving first. Add Li Qianxue on Feishin and keep in touch later. Luo Tian picked up his phone, added Li Qianxue's Feishin, and left in a hurry. Li Qianxue smiled as she watched Luo Tian leave. This trip was not in vain. Li Qianxue looked at Luo Tian's Feishin name and shook her head secretly. Could it be that the children of large families have different aesthetic tastes from ordinary people? Luo Tian naturally didn't know what Li Qianxue was thinking, but he just laughed it off when he knew it. He wouldn't change his Fidian name in the short term. After all, this was also Luo Tian's precious memory. Luo Tian chose a Ferrari 488 for this trip. He didn't like driving a J50 when going out. Luo Tian felt that the Ferrari 488 was low-key and cool. Luo Tian drove to Zhongling No. 1 Middle School in half an hour. Uncle Pan, who was sitting and smoking at the door, saw Luo Tian coming and let him go directly. Luo Tian took a pack of Chinese cigarettes from the driver's seat. There were quite a few Chinese cigarettes in Luo Tian's car. Luo Tian handed the Chinese cigarettes to Uncle Pan, and Uncle Pan took the Chinese cigarettes with a smile. Luo Tian drove the Ferrari 488 to the open-air parking lot. Luo Tian got out of the car, took off his sunglasses, and looked at the campus. Luo Tian had a feeling of both familiarity and strangeness. Maybe he hadn't been here for a long time. Luo Tian was wearing a set of Louis Vuitton casual clothes today. The price was not very high, only 80,000 yuan a set. However, Louis Vuitton's clothes are more popular with young people than Armani. After all, everyone worships fashion now. Luo Tian came to the classroom. This class was He Chishui's class. He Chishui was giving a lecture on the podium. Report. He Chishui looked towards the door after hearing the voice. When he saw Luo Tian, he was stunned. Why did Luo Tian come? Didn't this kid not come to class? But now is not the time to think about these things. He Chishui let Luo Tian into the classroom. As soon as he entered the classroom, the classmates looked at him one by one, and Luo Tian also walked to his seat. When Luo Tian walked halfway, he was stunned. Originally, Luo Jun sat next to Luo Tian. There were only Luo Tian, Luo Jun, and Along in the last row. But Luo Tian saw An Mumu sitting next to Luo Tian's seat. An Mumu smiled when he saw Luo Tian coming. Luo Tian sat in his seat, and An Mumu took a book and sat next to Luo Tian. Why are you sitting here? Luo Tian was puzzled. What was going on? You don't have the book for today's class? I'll share the book with you. An Mumu pointed to the book on the table, her eyes full of joy. Today was the first time she and Luo Tian had class together. An Mumu still cared about Luo Tian. When he heard An Mumu's words, he smiled and touched An Mumu's head. Ahem. He Chishui coughed. Luo Tian and An Mumu were too blatant. Besides, she, the head teacher, was still here. How dare Luo Tian touch An Mumu's head in public? Luo Jun, who was standing aside, was full of envy when he saw this scene. The other students smiled and said nothing. The other students sincerely wished Luo Tian well. The whole class was very harmonious. Even if there were some small conflicts, they would not take them to heart. Luo Tian put down his hand awkwardly. He had forgotten that He Chishui was still here. He was careless this time. An Mumu's face turned red, but she didn't say anything. She liked Luo Tian to touch her head in public, which showed that Luo Tian didn't hide their relationship at all. Okay, classmates, continue with the class. He Chishui saw that the two people had calmed down and didn't say anything else. Luo Tian is not the same as before. He has money, good looks, and good grades. What's wrong with having a relationship? Besides, Luo Tian is likely to take An Mumu to Qingling University with him. What else is she worried about? After the class, Luo Jun had a look of despair on his face. Luo Tian and An Mumu did some small actions for the whole class, either touching each other's hands or heads, which tortured Luo Jun, a single dog. Luo Jun swore to get rid of being single as quickly as possible and let Alang be a single nobleman. Ajun, Alang, come here. Luo Tian called two people over. Luo Jun and Alang were also surprised when they heard Luo Tian's call. They didn't know what Luo Tian was calling for, but they still walked over. Brother Tian, you don't want to torture me at close range, do you? Luo Jun spoke first, with a bitter face, as if Luo Tian had hit his young heart. Go away, I just bought something for you. Luo Tian was also impressed by Luo Jun, this crazy brain. He wanted to torture me at close range. When Luo Jun heard that Luo Tian was going to give them something, his eyes instantly sparkled with gold. He had also seen Luo Tian's strength last time, and he was definitely a man who was not short of money. Since it was Luo Tian who gave them the things, they were basically not ordinary things. Luo Tian took out 3 ring boxes from his pocket. Luo Jun was shocked when he saw the logo on the box. Brother Tian, are these S-level items from Baolai International? The packaging boxes of Baolai International are different for different levels. The S-level boxes are more exquisite, with a gilded S in the middle and the Baolai International logo in the upper left corner. Luo Jun's family is also relatively wealthy, so he has naturally been to Baolai International and naturally knows the grading system of Baolai International. In other words, the things in this gilded box are at least 100,000. Brother Jun, Baolai International has grading? Along was also confused when he heard what Luo Jun said. He naturally knew about Baolai International, but Along didn't know the grading system of Baolai International. How could someone like Alang pay attention to a jewelry store for no reason? Baolai International is divided into 4 levels from A to SSS, and the S-level items start at least 100,000. Luo Jun looked at the box in Luo Tian's hand and was not as excited as before. The gift Luo Tian gave was too expensive. It was not appropriate to give it to a student at this level. If he accepted it calmly, it would seem that he valued money too much. Along also waved his hand at Luo Tian hurriedly. Forget it, Brother Tian. 100,000 is equivalent to my family's annual income. I can't afford it. Along's family is also a well-off family with a house, but 100,000 is an astronomical figure for Alang. Luo Tian looked at the expressions of the two and smiled. Look at what it is before you think about refusing. The two were interested in Luo Tian's words. The two couldn't help but be curious when they heard Luo Tian's words. What on earth would make Luo Tian say such a thing? Luo Tian opened the box in his hand, and in the 3 boxes lay the 3 rings that Luo Tian had bought before. Luo Jun didn't react when he saw the yellow, blue, and green rings. Is this what Luo Tian said about considering refusing? When Luo Jun was thinking of a reason to reject Luo Tian, Alang was stunned by the 3 colored rings. Alang, what's wrong with you? Are you fascinated by this ring? Luo Jun was puzzled by Alang's dazed expression. Logically, Alang should not care much about money. What's going on? Brother Jun, look carefully at the colors and quantity of these 3 rings. After hearing Alang's words, Luo Jun also focused his attention on the 3 rings and murmured, 3, yellow, blue, green. Chapter 99. Have you been possessed by the old monster? Luo Jun muttered silently and suddenly seemed to think of something. He looked at Luo Tian and saw that Luo Tian's face was full of smiles. Brother Tian, is this the color of our hair back then? Luo Tian saw that Luo Jun just reacted at this time and shook his head. I am so lucky that I still remember it so clearly, but you still need to think about it for so long. Along directly picked up the green ring and put it on his thumb. Luo Tian saw that Along put on the green ring and also put the blue ring on his thumb. Put it on quickly. From now on, this ring will be the token of our friendship. Luo Jun also recovered and put the yellow ring on his hand. No one refused this time. Luo Tian specially selected 3 rings of the same style, which meant that Luo Tian valued them very much. If they still refused, they would be a bit sorry for Luo Tian's friendship. Luo Jun stroked the yellow ring and liked it more and more. It was not only the value, but the meaning it contained. It was the same as a wedding ring. A wedding ring doesn't cost much. Generally, a wedding ring costs about 10,000 yuan, but a wedding ring represents a token of love between 2 people. There was a news before that a woman lost a wedding ring worth 5,000 yuan. The woman was very anxious and offered a reward of 10,000 yuan to find the wedding ring. A wedding ring is naturally not worth 10,000 yuan, but the memories carried in it cannot be bought with any amount of money. Where's mine? Luo Tian looked at Anmumu, who was full of expectation, and smiled. He continued to ravage Anmumu's hair with his hands. You'll know tonight. It definitely carries my love for you. Anmumu nodded after hearing what Luo Tian said, but she had a bad feeling after seeing Luo Tian's half-smile. The class would start soon. The 4 of them continued to listen to the class, while Luo Tian yawned. This class was a math class, and the questions the teacher talked about were just like elementary school questions in Luo Tian's eyes. The math teacher suddenly glanced at Luo Tian and suddenly became uneasy. The last time Luo Tian was in the math group, it was known to all the teachers in Jiangling No. 1 Middle School. The math teacher was really nice. He was the one who had seen Luo Tian's test paper with his own eyes, so he naturally knew Luo Tian's level. Suddenly, the math teacher had an idea and thought of a good idea. Student Luo Tian, Come up and talk about this question. Luo Tian was yawning, and it was incredible to hear the math teacher's words. The math teacher actually asked a poor student like him to talk about a question? You know, Luo Tian's math score had never exceeded 50 before. That was a test paper with a full score of 150. However, Luo Tian thought for a moment it should be that the math teacher heard about his story, or was there. The classmates in the class cast their eyes on him, and Mumu asked Luo Tian worriedly, "Chen Chen, why don't you forget it?" Luo Tian did not respond to Mumu. Luo Tian stood up and walked to the podium. The learning god's skills were very powerful, and he explained the analysis all at once. It was all reflected in Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian stood on the podium and looked at the students below with the teacher's demeanor. Luo Tian slowly spoke, first analyzing the questions and finally analyzing some easy-to-make mistakes. In the end, Luo Tian even asked a few students, and several students actually answered correctly. The math teacher looked at Luo Tian incredulously. If Luo Tian was older, he would think that Luo Tian was an old professor somewhere. The students in the audience were silent, quietly looking at Luo Tian on the podium. And Mumu opened his mouth and looked at the scene in front of him incredulously. How did Luo Tian suddenly become a school bully? Was Luo Tian possessed by an old monster? How did he become so powerful all of a sudden? I don't know which classmate started to applaud, then the second, the third, and gradually the whole class applauded. Luo Tian walked down the podium and returned to his seat amid the applause of his classmates. Luo Tian, tell me honestly, have you been possessed by a monster? And Mumu's face was serious, and her serious face made her look even more adorable. Luo Tian smiled at Mumu, who was so serious, and raised his hand to give Mumu a head slap. Silly girl, have you ever seen an old monster who would like the old me? And Mumu touched her forehead that was hit by Luo Tian, and looked at Luo Tian angrily, but she laughed when she heard Luo Tian's words. Luo Tian was still so humorous. It seemed that it was not an old monster who possessed the body. In that case, there was only one possibility. That is, everything Luo Tian did before was fake. And Mumu carefully analyzed Luo Tian's previous life, with a living expense of less than 600 yuan a month and living in a leaky house. And Mumu seemed to have thought of something, and an expression of "as expected" appeared on her face. What's wrong with you? Why do you have that expression? Luo Tian was also puzzled when he saw Mumu's expression. I know why you have become so powerful all of a sudden. Mumu's face was filled with smiles, with a sense of joy of solving a mystery. Huh? Why? Luo Tian was also curious. He wanted to see what Mumu's little head thought of. You must be a young master of a wealthy family. You have to undergo training before you become an adult, and your training will end when you turn 18. Luo Tian couldn't help but smile when he heard Mumu's guess. Mumu was too imaginative. He could even think of an explanation for a young master of a wealthy family. However, this was also the explanation that best fit the logic of ordinary people. Otherwise, how could he explain Luo Tian? Something like the system that goes beyond common sense is naturally impossible for anyone to guess. As long as you're happy, Luo Tian,